The once beautiful Rose Castle now lies in ruins and destruction, with family members, servants, and workers of the Ragnar clan being slaughtered indiscriminately everywhere. In the midst of all this madness, stands the young lord of the Ragnar clan from Rose Castle, doing his best to hold his ground against the mysterious faction. This is a battle for the throne between houses of the Ragnar clan, but our boy does not know yet which house has sabotaged him. But before we dive deeper, here's a little background on the Ragnar clan. This faction is part of a grand ducal clan that protects the empire at the northernmost edge of the continent. The reason the Ragnar clan has been able to solidify themselves as the Northern Wall for over 1,000 years is a special constitution said to have been inherited from dragon's blood. You see, everyone in the Ragnar bloodline is born with exceptional magical power, stamina, and swordsmanship talent. But one particular young lord wasn't so lucky, and he's the protagonist of our story, known as Theo, the bastard heir of Ragnar. The opponent he is facing is apparently his instructor and his swordsman tutor, who betrayed the Rose Castle, which is part of Ragnar clan. But our hero does not know his opponent's true identity yet. This filthy man just mocks our boy, calling him a talentless fool who's good for nothing, even though he comes from the prestigious Ragnar lineage. When he pulls off his mask, Theo's eyes widen in disbelief as he struggles to believe that his master, Rendon, would be the one to betray him. The man keeps berating Theo, saying he watched him train tirelessly every morning despite his lack of talent. He says it was a pitiful sight because no matter how hard Theo worked, it wouldn't get him anywhere. He laughs heartily, while Theo can only grit his teeth in anger, taking all the cruel insults. Theo finally tries to stand up for himself, and shouts about how this bastard infiltrated Rose Palace just to teach him those useless techniques, only to betray him in the end. But Rendon doesn't appreciate his disciple yapping back, so he swings his sword and cuts off Theo's arm. The poor guy screams as blood gushes out, and he eventually falls to the ground. Rendon feels pretty tired of hearing his disciple blame him, so he grabs Theo by the head and hoists him up, letting him know that everything happening right now is because of him. He forces Theo to look up at the Rose Castle burning, and reminds him that it's all his fault that his family members are dying. All this destruction rests on his shoulders because he's a talentless fool. Right at that moment, another guy drags his mother's lifeless body over to him and drops her on the ground. Rendon tells our hero that the reason she's just a lifeless corpse is also his fault. He emphasizes that it's all on him because he's the only useless trash in a clan of formidable warriors. Devastated to see his mother's lifeless body, Theo makes one last effort to fight back. He grabs his sword and charges at this bastard. But just as he lunges, a sword comes flying through the air and drills right through his guts. He falls almost 3 meters away, and the guy who sent the sword flying is annoyed to see his friend yapping and tells him to just finish the brat off. Rendon apologizes for this, claiming he was just trying to take a walk with his disciple down memory lane. Meanwhile, Theo begins to notice the world around him fading away. Just like in every typical reincarnation story, he thinks about how pathetic his death is and regrets not having any talent. With those final thoughts, his world goes dark. But as you might expect, this isn't the end of his life. A system window announces that he has died, and his death has triggered a special trait in him, and he will be sent back to a regression point with his new trait. Theo finally opens his eyes for the second time, and the first thing he sees is that treacherous Rendon right in front of him. It looks like they're in the middle of sword training. Rendon tries to snap him back to reality for being so absent-minded, but Theo still has no clue what's going on. He wonders if he's having flashbacks of his life, and can't believe that the face he flashed back to is Rendon's annoying mug. It feels like a cruel joke from the universe. Suddenly, a system window pops up in front of him and he stares at it, completely clueless. The system window tells him to punch Rendon in the face as part of his tutorial quest. At this point, Theo is more confused than ever about what the hell is happening. He wonders if this is how flashbacks are supposed to work. He also notices that Rendon can't see this system window either. I guess Theo isn't complaining. He just drops his training stick, balls up his fist, and with all the power he can muster, lands a solid punch right on this bastard's face. When the punch connects, there's no change in Rendon's expression. He has no clue what this moron is trying to do. Meanwhile, our boy smirks to himself, thinking about how everything feels so damn realistic. Rendon finally responds to the punch in anger and throws a solid attack at Theo, sending him crashing backward. Theo is annoyed that he has to endure this pain in his flashback as well. Meanwhile, the bastard master just sighs and explains that he understands why Theo might be frustrated, especially with the awakening ceremony coming up soon and his lack of progress. But he still can't forgive a student who lashes out against their master. The mention of the awakening ceremony shocks Theo because that event happened almost 10 years before his death. Rendon keeps on berating him for his behavior and walks away, saying he'll see him in the next lesson. The other clan members snicker among themselves, thinking about how this imbecile is blaming his master when he's the real talentless moron. While his peers continually shower him with insults, Theo finally starts to understand what's going on. He begins scratching the ground and can feel it clearly beneath his fingers. Then he looks at the injury Rondon inflicted on him, and the realistic sensation hits him hard. It becomes clear that he isn't just flashing back. He's actually come back 10 years in time to when he was only 17 years old. Right on cue, a system window pops up in front of him, congratulating him for successfully completing the tutorial quest. As a reward, Ragnar's talent has been activated. The system asks if he wants to receive the reward, and without hesitation, he presses yes. Arcane energy shimmers in the middle of his chest as the system confirms that he has received his reward, and that all his stats will now increase at an incredible speed. Back in the Rose Palace, we see that same filthy bastard is having tea with Theo's mother. He reports to her that he's never seen anyone as talentless as her son, but then he flashes a broad grin, saying that's precisely why he's here. The true teacher, Rondon, will do his best to make Theo strong enough for the awakening ceremony in 5 months at least. The Lady of the Rose Palace, Cecilia Ragnar, says she'll happily leave him in Rondon's capable hands. She also hands over a bag full of gold coins, telling him to give Theo a bit more attention. The filthy bastard takes the money and tries to reassure her that she doesn't have to worry. In response, she says she isn't worried at all because she believes in her Theo. Later, we see Rondon walking down the corridor with the bag of money in his hand, grinning. He's thrilled that he's getting paid such a handsome amount to teach Theo absolutely nothing. He smirks to himself, thinking how mother and son both are imbecile. Not only is he getting paid to train someone from Ragnar's direct line, but he's also going to be rewarded by his other master for leaking all of Theo's secrets and sabotaging his growth. It's an opportunity he's never had before. We then also see Theo in the corridor, sprinting at full speed, and he zooms right past Rondon. His so-called master just scoffs and calls him an idiotic loser as he runs by. Theo was running to meet his mother, and as he approaches, he calls out to her. When she turns around, she sees him completely out of breath. Without a word, Theo hugs her tightly and begins to cry, overwhelmed by the feeling to see her alive. This moment finally convinces him that he really has returned 10 years into the past. The painful memory flashes in his mind when Rondon forced him to watch his mother's lifeless body. But now, seeing her alive fills him with genuine happiness. He is now determined to change the future for her sake. If that mysterious system window is real, he knows he can grow stronger with the help of Ragnar's talent trait. He's sure he'll be powerful enough to hold his ground in the damned war for the throne. Most importantly, he's determined to get strong enough to take revenge on that piece of shit Rondon. The second tutorial quest arrives, telling Theo to train his body to the limit. It's still early in the morning, and the sun hasn't even risen yet, but Theo is already hard at work, fueled by thoughts of revenge against Rondon. He knows he needs to get stronger as soon as possible. In his previous life, he was part of an intelligence agency known as Black Word, but he was relegated to the information and was never given any major role because he lacked the combat skills. He never expected he would end up using the information he gathered back then like this. One thing he remembers is the potion that greatly empowers the body, known as the Bloody Sword Emperor Elixir. Its true worth will be revealed in the future through the secret manuals. Most importantly, he recalls the extreme training he had given up on because of his lack of talent. But now that he has the Ragnar talent, he's sure that he can gain strength if he works hard. His face twists with happiness as he notices that his running speed is increasing, and the system window promptly shows his progress as well. Other clan members have also appeared in the training halls, and they're quite bewildered to see him running without getting tired. They wonder if he's always been this fit. Afterward, he swings his sword and can definitely see that he's swinging faster than ever before. A few days later, we find him practicing in the dead of night. It's then that we also meet the training ground manager, Evelyn Nerveville, who is yawning and feeling tired. She reflects on how he's been training without sleep for days, and she starts to wonder if he really is the talentless fool people say he is. On the other hand, Theo is so tired that he feels like he's about to collapse, but seeing that progress bar going higher and higher keeps his spirits up. Just last night, he was totally wiped out from all the training. He had hit 90% progress, but right at that moment, his percentage dropped to 89 just because he took a little time to rest. That's exactly why he's been practicing relentlessly, pushing himself without a second thought about what speed even means. Now he's hit 98%, so he picks up his speed, knowing he's almost there. After this final push, he's exhausted and can barely breathe, but there's still 1% left to achieve. Somehow, he manages to push through, and finally, his sweat pays off as he sees the 3-digit number he's been craving for so long. The system promptly congratulates him for successfully completing the tutorial quest, and informs him that he has obtained the Dragon Heart as a reward. But before he can read all those juicy details, he just faints from exhaustion, while the system hovers over him, asking if he wants to receive the reward now. His hand trembles as he tries to lift his finger, but he manages to press the yes button. As soon as he receives the reward, a blue light engulfs him, and the hall manager watches in disbelief as he undergoes this power-up. A while later, we see him in a room. As soon as he opens his eyes and looks around, Evelyn appears and reassures him that he's in the break room of Training Ground 4, and reminds him that there was no need for him to push that hard. When Theo spots her, he recognizes her right away, which surprises her that he remembers her and goes on to introduce herself formally as the manager of the 4th training ground. She explains that he lost consciousness while training alone earlier in the morning, so she brought him here to rest for a while. He thanks her for her kindness, and she offers him some water while reminding him that, within the Ragnar clan, opening one's mana hall before the official awakening ceremony is strictly forbidden. Theo has no idea why she's bringing this up but agrees, saying he's aware of the rule. She then asks if he knows why did he break it. He still looks unsure and asks why she's questioning him like this. That's when she reminds him that right when he lost consciousness, there was a mana wave that perfectly matched the opening of a mana hall. With a menacing look, she demands to know if he opened his mana hall. Theo is completely clueless about what she's talking about, but then he finally remembers the incident that took place before he passed out. As we know, he received the dragon heart as a reward, and as a bonus for clearing the quest early, he also gained the magic power of 10 of his past lives. When he recalls this, he's at a total loss for words, because getting a dragon heart is no walk in the park. You see, a dragon heart is special because a mana hall can be placed within it. Placing a mana hall in the heart allows it to operate more efficiently. However, humans, unlike dragons, typically place their mana halls in the lower abdomen because the human heart can't handle that kind of power. That's why every warrior, especially those in the Ragnar clan, longs for a dragon heart, and it's the quickest way to become overwhelmingly powerful without placing the mana hall into the abdomen. However, humans have never been able to overcome the natural limitations of their heart. But now, with the dragon heart given to Theo as a quest reward, he's in an awkward situation. The rewards are incredible, but it's clear that this has put him in a tricky spot. On top of that, he is sitting before Evelyn Neville, a high-ranking swordswoman, who is now retired after losing her left arm and has become the manager of the training grounds. Evelyn was the commanding officer of the white-armored dragon cavalry, and her skills were so remarkable that even the demon dragon revered her. Known for her fierce principles, she was not the type to care about status or strength. She could not tolerate dishonesty or cowardice. At one point, when she found him inflexible, she relinquished her position as his direct master. In other words, if she discovers his dragon heart and mana hall, he could very well lose his head. But he smiles because he has a plan in mind. As long as he doesn't get caught, there's nothing to worry about. He makes a sassy comeback to her accusations, asking how she can talk about executing him just based on her gut feeling. He asks if she can handle the consequences of her words. The girl falls silent, unable to counter his question. Theo further tries to demoralize her by reminding her that he is also an heir of the Ragnar clan. If they find out that the suspicions against him are baseless and false, it could be seen as defiling the Ragnar name. She agrees, acknowledging that these are the rules. With a menacing look on his face, he asks her if she knows what the punishment is for humiliating an heir. She confidently replies that it's execution. He is glad that she understands, and tells her to think before she speaks. The lady is blown away to see this new side of him and wonders if this is the same person she knew. In any case, she's sure that what she saw was definitely a mana wave, so she decides to investigate further. Even if he is of Ragnar's bloodline, rules are rules, and she intends to hold him accountable. However, she soon realizes that he actually doesn't have a mana hall. Her expression quickly falls as she understands she might have been wrong. Theo just feels cocky and asks her if she's satisfied now. According to the rules, she sits down at his feet and, without a shred of hesitation, tells him to just execute her, claiming she will pay for her sins with her lowly life. As she bows her head lower and lower, he reveals to us that dragon hearts are different from ordinary mana halls. The existence of a dragon heart is essentially a mana hall that can be controlled freely by its user. In other words, he can hide his mana at will. Plus, the fact that humans can also possess a dragon heart will only be discovered a few years later, so Theo is confident that no one can accuse him of having one. Instead of executing her, he places a reassuring hand on her back and tells her there's no need for that. He walks away, saying she did her job and that not many would risk their lives to demand the truth from an heir, which he appreciates about her righteousness. But the truth is, Theo just doesn't want to kill her because she is one of the strongest. Keeping her alive would benefit him in the long run. He then explains that the restriction on opening mana halls before the awakening ceremony is meant to prevent overflow. He's glad to see her concerned about someone like him, who is a bastard of Ragnar. And with that, he leaves her sitting there quietly. Theo walks confidently, feeling on top of the world as he recalls that not only does he have the dragon heart, but he also gained 10 years worth of magic power from his past life. A few days later, we run into this shithead once again, screaming at Theo, telling him to swing a bit more to the right. It seems like Theo is pretending to be weak, and it's getting harder to listen to Randon insult him every chance he gets. Theo can't help but notice how this bastard is subtly but deliberately teaching him weird sword techniques. He's becoming more certain that there's a mastermind behind Randon's actions, and he's convinced that the person who gave him that final blow in his previous life must be the true mastermind. Theo decides it's time to find out who that mastermind is, and a smirk spreads across his face as he realizes what he should do next. Randon, meanwhile, keeps yelling at him, and that's when Theo snaps the stick he was holding in two. He lets this jerk know that he can't listen to his yapping anymore because his lessons are utter trash. He further asks this piece of work how he even became a mid-rank swordsman with the trash skills of his. To further provoke him, Theo reminds him that he'd probably struggle even against demonic beasts. Of course, Randon takes the bait and is fuming at this point, but Theo isn't backing down either. He strides toward the old man and makes it clear once again that his skills are pathetic. We soon learn that Theo's plan is to provoke Randon into resigning from his position. And if things go south with Randon, Theo is certain this bastard will contact his mastermind. The scene then transitions to Camellia Palace, where we see a man bursting into a pub with a big grin on his face. He calls out to someone named Axion and announces to everyone that the bastard of Ragnar is going to duel his master next week. The man in question, Axion, just sits there silently, unable to even lift his glass from the table. Meanwhile, the excited guy keeps going on about how Theo was blaming his instructor for his lack of talent, and is confident that Theo will be left disabled after the duel. Suddenly, the glass Axion was holding smashes into the loud guy's face, knocking him out cold with a single hit. The guy is seriously pissed off, and makes it clear that he doesn't care if some bastard ends up half disabled. Of course he doesn't care. After all, he's just another Ragnar, specifically, the Four Hounds of the North, Dark Tiger Axion Ragnar. The man standing next to him is Remington Narcio, one of the Four Hounds of the North, Silver Lion. Just then, another guy makes his entrance, and this pissed-off man is Ed Troyven, the Nine-Dragon Sky Dragon. He looks particularly worried and says that things might go wrong if they let their guard down. But Axion reassures him that this is only true for people with talent, so they don't need to worry about Theo, who is essentially a muddle-headed nobody. However, Ed points out that with the Ragnar clan, unprecedented things can happen, even from the slightest possibility. Axion responds that it's actually a good thing that Theo is trying to mess with Randon, which means that the instructor should be more than capable of handling our boy. A week later, people gather at Training Ground 4, and it's not just members of the clan, there are also other big shots in attendance. In the arena, we see Theo, who appears quite anxious standing under the gaze of hundreds of spectators. He curses himself, recalling how he just wanted to get this shithead fired after the humiliation, but things have spiraled out of control. However, he isn't too worried since this was supposed to happen, and he's fired up to get revenge on Randon. The system notification confirms that his third tutorial quest is to fight Randon and win. We then flash back to a moment when Theo confronted Randon about his pathetic skills, telling him that he's fired and can get lost. Randon tries to protest, claiming there's still time left on the contract, but Theo counters that since he's fired by the employer himself, there's nothing left to discuss. Theo would have loved to punch this bastard in the face, but he isn't sure about his abilities. On the other hand, Randon can't afford to get fired since he hasn't accomplished his main goal yet. As he walks toward our boy, trying to convince him otherwise, a system window flashes right before Theo's eyes, stating that he must fight and win against Randon. This blindsides him, and at the same moment, Evelyn Neville pops into the scene, encouraging Theo to resolve this matter the Ragnar way, which is the rule of the strong. A sword match will decide everything, eliminating the need for a tribunal. They should just follow the will of the victor. The old bastard finds his chance and quickly agrees that this is a brilliant idea to solve the dispute. This leaves Theo at a loss for what to do while Evelyn keeps insisting that this is a great idea. However, Theo isn't so sure about it. He doesn't feel ready to beat this bastard yet. But eventually, Theo finds himself confronting Randon. The people in the crowd smirk among themselves, sharing how pathetic Theo is. They whisper that he doesn't even know how to swing his sword, and are sure he's going to get crippled today, because there's no way he can beat a mid-rank swordsman. Randon then cockily tells our hero that if he apologizes now, he'll pretend nothing happened, as there's no need to risk his life over his pride. But Theo has sass for days and fires back, saying that Randon should be the one apologizing. He warns the old bastard that if he doesn't want to become a one-armed swordsman, it would be best for him to accept that he's been fired and leave quietly. Randon simply smirks with a big grin on his face, thinking about how this fight is in his hands. He decides to take advantage of the opportunity to kill Theo while pretending it's just an accident. Once the battle starts, Rendon invites our boy to come at him first, offering the first strike as his teacher. Theo charges at him with his sword raised, and everyone's jaw drops when they see this imbecile charging recklessly, not even knowing how to swing his sword properly. Rendon delivers a few sword strikes, but Theo manages to safeguard himself. Meanwhile, the old bastard continues his barrage of swings. As he corners Theo, he thinks to himself that this is the obvious result. After all, Theo isn't even a low-ranked swordsman, he's an apprentice swordsman. He strongly believes that while Theo's skills may have improved slightly, it's still not enough. He admits that if Theo were at least at the level of the 4 Hounds of the North, it would be a different story. But in his mind, there's no way this imbecile from the Ragnar clan could ever beat him. The scene then transitions to a few days earlier, where Theo turns to Evelyn and asks her what she was thinking when she suggested the match. She simply replies that she was trying to help him. If he wants to cut Rendon out, he needs to be strategic about it, as she strongly believes Rendon has someone backing him up, so just firing him won't solve the problem. Theo asks her how she knows all this, to which she responds that it was obvious since Rendon was teaching him a bizarre sword style. She had someone secretly investigate him. Theo is bewildered to hear this. Evelyn didn't bother to catch this person in his past life, but now she's making an effort to expose him just because he caught her interest due to the Manhwa incident. She explains that her investigation revealed that all of Rondon's traces lead back to Camellia Palace. Well, this isn't surprising to Theo. He's more annoyed to realize that all of this is happening because of the miserable war for the throne. But then he quickly dispels his anger and annoyance, saying it's surprising she deduced this much. He explains that with his current skills, he's afraid he can't beat Rondon yet, so he asks her what she plans to do now. To this, Evelyn tells him that he can beat Rondon, and advises him to stop underestimating his own potential too much. Back in the fight, Rondon keeps throwing one blow after another, but Theo fends off all of these attacks as if they're no big deal. This is making Rondon wonder what happened to this brat, as he's clearly not the Theo Ragnar he knew. The tables have completely turned, and now it's Rondon who's struggling. Everyone in the crowd can feel the constipation of defeat. We also see this hoodie guy, Remington, and he is also shitting his pants in some corner of the seating area, though I'm not entirely sure if he is Remington. Meanwhile, Evelyn is having the time of her life watching the fight. For some reason, she's really proud of him. Then, the scene shifts to the past, and we find out that in just 1 week, she's the one who personally trained him. She admits it is technically against the rules for her to do so, but since Rondon is a jerk, he doesn't deserve to be a teacher anyway. This revelation puts a smirk on our boy's face. He's feeling a mix of excitement and arousal, convinced that having Evelyn in his debt was totally worth it after all. However, there's one thing he's concerned about. He wants to know what's her real reason for going so far to help him. He asks if it's because of what happened last time. She agrees that's true to some extent, but she also mentions there's someone she knows who would like him, because that guy is obsessed with collecting talent. Back in the present, the battle rages on, and Rondon is getting more desperate by the minute. He starts to wonder if this brat has been acting like an idiot and pretending to be weak on purpose all this time. In the middle of the fight, our boy asks him who's backing him, which makes the old bastard lash out, questioning what he means by that. But Theo reminds him that he already knows he was teaching him trash lessons on purpose. He finally gets blunt and asks if he's working with Camellia Palace. This revelation leaves the old coot stunned for a moment, and the old man's reaction confirms to Theo that it's true. With that cleared up, our guy swings his sword the very next moment, severing the old man's hand. The amputated hand flies through the air, leaving the crowd absolutely boggled. The wannabe teacher cries out in pain and starts cursing under his breath. Theo strides confidently toward this shithead, finally feeling like he's actually gotten stronger. He reminds this old bastard of the words he had said in his past life. It was his fault things had come to this because he had been a weak, talentless fool. With a menacing swing of his sword, Theo throws those same words in the old man's face, reminding him that he is the weakest one here. He tells the old man that given Ragnar's belief in the rule of the strong, someone as weak as him shouldn't have come here. Then, with one final swing, the sword comes down, and this fucker's head rolls across the ground, leaving the blood splattering everywhere. The system window pops up promptly, congratulating him for successfully completing Tutorial Quest 3. Not only did he win the fight, but he also exceeded the objective, so he's earned a bonus reward. The system asks if he wants to receive the reward now, and of course we already know what his choice is. Everyone in the crowd has finally sharted their pants. It's mind-boggling to witness an apprentice swordsman just slaughter a mid-tier swordsman like that. Meanwhile, our guy is feeling like this old bastard was ridiculously weak. He's actually embarrassed that he ever suffered at the hands of someone like that in his past life. But hey, things are definitely different this time around. The system then reveals that the ability known as Observation has been activated as a reward, and as an additional bonus, he's gained 1 year of magic power. That's when a man comes crashing down from the sky, slamming into the ground like a goddamn meteor. Before our boy can even react, this man shouts Theo's name as he grins widely. The man in question is none other than Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon and commander of the white armored dragon cavalry. Theo is absolutely stunned to see him. He can't believe it's really him and starts wondering how long he's been watching this whole time. Meanwhile, the crowd starts losing their minds, because this man is the commander of the white armored dragon cavalry, and everyone's freaking out, trying to figure out why someone of his rank is even here. I think this is the guy Evelyn was talking about, the one who likes collecting talent. We then see Evelyn herself, absolutely devastated and dejected that the commander has literally destroyed the flooring with his landing. On the other hand, Julius looks like a literal beast, and his terrifying appearance leaves Theo sweating and completely unsure of what to do next. But his worries seem unwarranted as the man just laughs, flashing a big broad grin. He looks like a friendlier version of Brutus from Popeye the Sailor Man show. He gives gentle pats to our boy, which let's be honest are not so gentle. He continues to laugh, saying he's quite surprised to see someone carrying this much talent with him. He adds that it was a little disrespectful to kill his teacher, but he admits Rondon deserved every bit of it. Then, he bursts into laughter again as he pats Theo over his shoulder, and then promptly invites him to join the white armored dragon cavalry. Evelyn had already expected this much, while everyone in the crowd is left with their jaws hanging open. They're struggling to believe that the infamous Julius Ragnar has scouted someone as inexperienced as him to join the elite white armored knights. That's when we catch a glimpse of Remington once again. He asks a guy nearby if he's ever heard of a case where an apprentice swordsman who hasn't even undergone the awakening ceremony has been scouted. The stranger looks unsure how to respond and admits he's never heard of such an occurrence. Of course, Remington knows this too. It hasn't happened in the entire history of their world. Meanwhile, we hear our hero's thoughts. He thinks it's impossible to gauge someone's true potential while their mana hall is closed. Even if their swordsmanship is exceptional, their magical power could be lacking. So, no matter how great Julius Ragnar is, he can't be entirely sure if Theo has any potential. Still, he wonders if the demon dragon Julius can see that kind of potential in someone like him. Theo quickly declines the offer to join, doing so flatly, without a shred of hesitation or doubt on his face. Julius is left looking like he just bit into a sour lemon. The crowd is in shock as well, their jaws hanging open at how coldly Theo turned down such a prestigious man. There's a moment of silence in the entire hall as everyone processes what just happened. As the day passes, news of the incident spreads throughout the clan. Everyone is talking about how this young master Theo, seen as an imbecile, destroyed his teacher, and when the demon dragon tried to scout him into the white armored dragon cavalry, he turned down the opportunity. Opinions are divided on whether he's being humble or just arrogant. The scene transitions to Carmelia Palace, where we see a lady who looks pretty pissed off that Rondon has been killed and everything has gone off the rails. She is actually the lady of the Carmelia Palace, Emil Ragnar. A man steps in to assure her not to worry, reminding her that Rondon was a noob, assigned only because of his terrible skills. She brushes it off, stating that his death isn't a major concern. The man speaking to her is her brother, Sky Dragon Ed Troyven, whom we've seen before at the pub. She explains that the demon dragon personally reached out to Theo, and what's even more troubling is that people are saying Evelyn ordered it. This means they can't interfere by assigning Theo a new master anymore. If Theo starts to stand out, it'll become much harder to take control of the Rose Palace. At that moment, Axion enters the scene, casually asking why they're so worried. He reassures them that there's no way the clan head will take an interest in this situation, and their plan can proceed as usual. Emil asks if he understands that the best way to take control of the Rose Palace without offending the clan leader is for Theo to remain powerless. Her son acknowledges this and says he knows it already, adding that he's certain Theo is still powerless. After all, how much could someone like him really have changed? He believes that Evelyn and the demon dragon have always been interested in underdogs, so there's no reason to make a big deal out of it. But Ed Troyven isn't vibing with his nephew's nonchalance and warns him not to take the situation lightly. That's when Axion pulls out a letter and, with a sly grin, says that since his mother and uncle are so worried, he'll just play with Theo a little and remind him of his place. Later, the scene transitions to the training grounds, where Evelyn is giving Theo props for his good practice session. He thanks her back, saying it's definitely different learning from a proper master like her. She then mentions that it would have been better if he had joined the white armored dragon cavalry, and she is curious about why he declined the offer. Theo thinks to himself before responding. He considers how it would be a lie to say he didn't regret rejecting that juicy offer since it was his dream in his past life. However, he just smirks, thinking that joining now would be detrimental for him. There's no reason to limit himself this early in the game. When he thinks about the privileges that will come with being at the top after the awakening ceremony, getting into the white armored dragon cavalry doesn't even compare. So he just smiles and says he didn't want to receive any special privileges and that he still feels he's not ready. He's satisfied just training with her for the awakening ceremony. Evelyn then reminds him that the commander will probably be disappointed after being rejected like that. At that moment, Theo decides to use his observation skill for the first time. He reads all of her stats, and without a doubt, she's a high-ranking swordswoman. He learns that she admires his humility and character, and she feels a sense of energy and purpose teaching him, which is something she hasn't felt in a long time. We also read that she misses the white armored dragon cavalry. Theo is thrilled to realize just how useful this observation skill is. He then squints a little and notes the last line about Evelyn missing the white armored dragon cavalry, which he finds quite surprising. That's when a guy enters the scene, introducing himself as Sybil Drea. He mentions that he's come from the Southern Inspection Post, and has something he needs to discuss with Theo. Theo finds this guy a bit intimidating, and isn't sure what this discussion is going to be about. He then decides to use his observation skill again, and he learns that Sybil possesses a strong longing to spar with him. The revelation makes him sweat with anxiety, and he feels terrified at the thought of fighting someone with such a scary face. Right on cue, the system notification pops up, showing the 4th tutorial quest. His main goal is to discard the title of Imbecile of Ragnar, and he has already made almost 28% progress. Sybil Drea was quite frank with his intentions. He declared that he wanted to follow the young master Theo. He even honestly confessed that he was one part of the masses that just ignored the seemingly untalented Ragnar. He used to believe that the title of Ragnar's imbecile was a perfect fit. Theo appreciated the honesty, but he could not help but feel a little pissed off. The bastard was practically bad-mouthing him without realizing what he was saying. Sybil had a change of heart when he came to learn that the young master came out every morning to train harder than anyone else. Moreover, he was honored to see the results of such efforts in the fight against that fraud, Rendon Harvey. Sybil reveled at the sight of the instructor's head flying in the air. He was astounded to see Theo's miraculous growth firsthand. The sight of demon dragon Julius Ragnar personally inviting the young master to the white-armored dragon cavalry was etched on his mind. Sybil proclaimed that Theo had become his idol from that point on. He wanted to give up on himself after being called the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office, but that changed when Theo appeared. All he wanted was the opportunity to clash swords with his hero. The young man's frankness was quite shocking. Usually Theo would doubt anyone's true intentions, but the observation skill showed the young man's true nature. Sybil Drea held a strong respect for Theo, and all he really wanted was a spar. Everything points to him being genuine. It was a little unexpected, but Theo was pleased. After taking down Rendon, and as the rumor of him receiving Lord Julius's attention spread, Theo thought that people with their debilitating inferiority complex would swarm to test him. He never expected that there would be people who would admire and willingly follow him instead. That means some people still have Ragnar's pride in their veins. This could work out perfectly, as Theo would need people he could trust in his circle too. He will need competent subordinates if he wants to become the clan head of Ragnar after all. Furthermore, he could use this situation to progress the final tutorial quest to get rid of his imbecile title. It was a moniker that he had never been able to escape from in his past life. With the new opportunities that the system provides, he was determined to completely abandon the shameful title altogether. Theo turned to Evelyn to ask permission to spar, and his new master gladly obliged, urging him to show off his skills. With his blade in salute, he formally introduced himself as Theo Ragnar, the apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace, awaiting the awakening ceremony under the guidance of Master Evelyn Nareville. The one-armed swordmaster smiled with approval. Sybil Drea clumsily saluted back as he introduced himself as an apprentice swordsman of the Southern Inspection Post. He inherited the swordsmanship of the Kurai clan and focused on the quick sword. Finally, the sparring session started, and Sybil blasted off the ground. He looked like a madman going for the kill right from the get-go. Theo blocked the first attack, causing their blades to spark in the collision. The idiot of the Southern Inspection Post was undeniably quick. His speed was the one thing that he was incredibly confident about. Just from their first exchange, Sybil could already feel that the young master's skill was the real deal. Meanwhile, Theo was wondering why the kid was labeled an idiot in the first place. If he faced this guy in his previous life, he would have struggled to take even just a few hits. But of course, he had come a long way from the previous him. Theo went on the offensive and swung his blade to send Sybil flying like a rag doll, losing grip on his sword. For the current Theo, this was child's play. Poor Sybil almost threw up his insides from the excessive force that hit his solar plexus. He eventually crashed against the training area's stands. Fortunately, he wasn't gravely injured. Sybil tried his best to stand up and praise young Master Theo's mastery of the sword. He immediately conceded the loss with gratitude. Theo remained graceful in victory and saluted the young man, telling him that it was a good fight. While holding his sword in salute, he stared at his reflection from the dazzling blade. An idea struck his mind. Maybe he can also use the observation skill on himself. Upon activation, he discovered that it does work. His talents included observation, player, Ragnar, and a bunch more beyond his current access. He's a level 1 swordsman with balanced stats and an abnormally high 190 points in magic power. Now that he has finally perceived stat points, they will be notated with numbers from now on. Under talent, his abilities were on full display. Based on the currently locked slots, he can just keep doing quests to get at least 4 more. Being able to check his own stat values anytime he wanted was also a great discovery. Theo attributed his abnormally high magic power stat to his past life's magic and the dragon heart beating on his chest. What he did not like was his negative 49 points in luck. He wondered if he was cursed to have such an abysmal luck stat. Maybe all the misfortune he suffered in his previous life was all because of this rotten luck. He definitely needs to figure out a way to increase his luck as fast as he can. Theo was so focused on his spar and evaluating his status that he failed to notice the crowd of young men standing all around the arena. They have practically formed a circle surrounding him, their intentions unknown. He considered that no matter how weak and trashy his previous instructor was, that bastard was still a mid-rank swordsman. Since he beheaded Randon, the fraud, and received the approval of a respected commander, the emergence of these young swordsmen was natural. With its rule of the strong motto, there could only be 2 reactions from the people under Ragnar's rule. It's either they become envious of Theo, or he becomes the subject of their undying admiration. As for the ones gathered in the arena, Evelyn could plainly see their stance. They belonged to the latter. They were amazed to see that the rumors regarding the young master were true. Respect and approval were evident in their eyes. Each of them imagined being in Sybil's shoes for the spar, and each one of them wondered if they could even block Theo's sword. This thought only spurred their desire to clash blades with the young master further. One of these young swordsmen was Eod Nalan. Theo scanned the crowd and was pleased with their reaction. He singled out Eod Nalan, surprising the young man. The young master called him to come forward and have a spar. Eod Nalan stalwartly saluted and introduced himself as the 3rd son of Viscount Nalan, specializing in the double ascension swordsmanship. Theo returned the salute and casually wished for a good fight. Without wasting any more breaths with formality, the fighters assumed positions and started going at it. With each clash of their blades, Theo's basic swordsmanship proficiency steadily increased. Eod was no pushover. He was fast and clever enough to sneak a slash that seemingly had no immediate counter. At that moment, Theo felt like the world slowed down. He shifted the grip on his sword and met the attack with a perfectly angled block. It was enough to make Eod's blade fly away from his hand. The crucial block increased Theo's proficiency in the changing heart swordsmanship. Eod was stripped of his sword. It was a clear and utter defeat in the hands of the young master. The young man acknowledged his loss and gave his eternal approval to Theo. Much to Theo's surprise, gaining Eod's approval also increased his luck. Maybe luck is tied to his reputation. If that was the case, he just found a method to remedy his abysmal luck. He could just keep on fighting until he literally turns his luck around. Next on the chopping block was Banat Ramiro. That was an easy dub. With another gained approval, his luck increased by another 1 point. Then came Eric Moran. He put up a decent struggle, but it was a struggle nonetheless. Next was the approval of Manfred Nonbert. Without stopping his sparring onslaught, he wiped the floor with Manuel Noir. The thuggish-looking Viro Perenc did not even last a whole minute. After a while, Theo was wholly immersed in battle as he continued his winning streak with Daniel Riemann. By the time he was done with most of the young swordsmen, he was itching for more. He called the next challenger, but no one was stepping up to the plate. He fought so much to the point of near exhaustion, but upon checking his quest progress to escape the imbecile title, it had only progressed by 1%. Maybe it's because these people have already approved of him. He might need to seek stronger foes or show off his skills in front of the people who still look down on him. Either way, he's going to need something different. Suddenly, a man parted the crowd, telling Theo that he looked exhausted. He argued that he'll rest when the need arises, but right now, he can still fight. Since he claimed that he's still in shape to fight, the armored man dubbed as the Silver Lion, Remington Narcio formally asked for a sparring match. Theo and the crowd of young swordsmen were not expecting so esteemed to show up. Remington's one of the 4 Hounds of the North, after all. The 4 Hounds of the North consisted of Hulkus Lanka, Ray Ragnar, Remington Narcio, and finally, Camellia Palace's very own Axion Ragnar. They hold the title of the 4 strongest people within the Awakening Ceremony generation under the Ragnar clan. Remington Narcio claimed to have come early to observe the swordsmanship of the young lord before the Awakening Ceremony. Saluting with a smile on his face, Remington thanked Theo for honoring his request. The Silver Lion is a talented sword genius with keen senses and an outstanding work ethic. Right now, he's just surprised at the appearance of an unexpected rival in the form of Theo. Theo Ragnar returned the salute with pride. This time, he introduced himself as the 31st son of the great guardian of the North, Kyle Ragnar. He never expected to meet, let alone spar with the sword genius Remington. He respected this man in his past life. When he stated that he was honored to be able to cross swords against the famed young deputy clan head of Narcio, he meant it. Immersed in the intoxicating vibe of fighting non-stop, Theo just wanted to show Remington his skills. Both of them are looking forward to a great fight. Theo watched as the Silver Lion's aura exploded to a terrifying degree, and he wondered if his current self could actually defeat Remington. Both fighters charged forward, their blades colliding and sparks flying. How strong could one of the four hounds of the North be? Each one of their clashes shook the stage fiercely. Theo kept his eyes on the prize as shards of steel flew all over the arena. Remington smiled as he did the same. One of the fighters' swords was cleanly cut after sustaining quite a bit of wear and tear. Evelyn did not let her gaze wander as she watched closely. The young swordsmen who were defeated at the hands of Theo were speechless. In the middle of the deathly silent arena, the broken blade's clanging noise as it hit the ground reverberated. It was Theo's sword. In a single clash of sheer strength, Remington sliced his blade cleanly, stopping his attack inches away from lopping Theo's head off. To everyone who saw what happened, the result was clear. Young Master Theo lost. Sybil refused to believe that his idol would be trounced so quickly, but it was the obvious result. They resigned to the fact that no matter how much Theo had grown, it was still impossible for him to beat one of the four hounds. They were the strongest of the current generation for a reason. Sybil argued that the fighting spirit Theo demonstrated was more than enough to admire. Much to every bystander's surprise, the White Lion suddenly declared that the duel was his loss. He respectfully saluted Theo. His form was impeccable as he humbly thanked the young lord for the duel. Remington asserted that Theo's sword was already worn out by the time they started, not to mention the fatigue he was feeling after multiple fights. Theo insisted that on a battlefield no one would offer such considerations. So he already accepted his defeat the moment he lost his blade. Remington returned with an understanding smile. The White Lion and the imbecile shook hands. A more profound respect for one another formed between the unlikely tandem. Remington genuinely hoped that they could have a proper duel in a more ideal setting next time. And Theo did too. Everyone watched in surprise as Theo was acknowledged by one of the four hounds, thinking that the young master really was built different. The duel with Remington raised his quest progress up to 35%, a massive jump, all things considered. Evelyn sighed in relief from the sidelines. This could not have ended more perfectly. Theo finally had a gauge of just how strong the hounds were, thanks to Remington's display of power. By obtaining talent and secret manuals through quests, Theo had become incomparably stronger than he was in the past. But he felt true power the moment he crossed blades with the White Lion. He was reminded that he's still greatly lacking in a lot of aspects. It was a shame that the duel fizzled out thanks to his current condition, but he still gained a lot from the brief exchange. His luck increased by 10, and his reputation has dramatically improved. As for the quest, he's still a long way from finishing it all at once, so he might have to actively look for other methods. He needs to set a stage to gain approval. Remington confessed that he did not come to this place for a simple duel. He actually wanted to extend an important letter to Theo. It was a formal invitation to the so-called Scaled Dragon Society. Just hearing the name of the Scaled Dragon Society made all the young swordsmen's blood rush to their heads. It's a high society group with an exhaustive selection process. Furthermore, Remington himself was inviting the young master. To be invited to the Scaled Dragon Society was an honor for any rising star. Theo modestly asked if it would really be okay for him to be admitted to the club. The White Lion hurriedly assured him that he was more than qualified. Besides, he insisted that it was not that serious of a group in the first place. Most of the prominent members simply view it as a social group for peers waiting for the upcoming awakening ceremony. Theo can't discern if Remington had ulterior motives for this invite, but he knows that the Scaled Dragon Society is currently centered around his half-brother, Axion. It's a gathering filled with snakes who look at him with contempt and ridicule. That also made it the perfect environment for Theo to progress in his quest. In addition, it would allow him to do some recon on Axion and the Camellia Palace. Seeing no reason to refuse, Theo took the letter of invitation and formally thanked Remington for going out of his way. He promised to participate and enter the den of his enemies. Remington happily shook his hands, glad to have roped in another rising star. He also told Theo to never hesitate to ask him about anything. The meeting will be in 2 weeks, so that's all the time he has to prepare and set up a plan. Evelyn took a drag of her cigarette, seemingly worried about his new disciple. Moments later, the news of Theo getting invited to the high society gathering reached the Rose Palace. Theo's mom, Cecilia, burst into his room with an excited smile plastered on her face. He was just about to personally deliver the news, but that doesn't seem necessary anymore. Cecilia had already gathered the palace's grooming team to his room. Since he had been invited to participate in something significant for the first time, his mom was naturally excited. It was a club featuring Axion, the son of that cunning Emil, and brilliant talents like Remington. The youngsters even garner attention from the council itself. Cecilia knew that everything, from how Theo dresses to how he composes himself, would be under close scrutiny. She took out a tape measure and started taking Theo's sizes. Cecilia knows that her boy would show no fault when it comes to etiquette, but attire and demeanor are different matters entirely. Fortunately, this was a facet of high society that Cecilia could personally help him with. She used to be a successful actress, after all. She was just glad to be involved and to be of assistance to her dear son. Theo knows that his mother had always carried the weight of having an illegitimate child as a commoner concubine. Cecilia carried the guilt of giving her son such a shameful label, even though that was not her fault at all. In the cold Ragnar clan, where strength trumps all, he could only imagine how hard it must have been for her to have such a weak child in the past life. Cecilia might be acting excited and joyful, but deep inside, she was a mother concerned about her son's well-being and nothing else. She held Theo tightly and assured him that his mother would always believe in him, that he'll be able to do anything. The warmth of his mother's embrace melted the coldness in Theo's heart. She returned the embrace and held his mother with love. This time around, he's determined to work his ass off to stop making his mom worry about him. While she was excited at the thought of her son joining the Scaled Dragon Society, all Theo could think of was pulverizing the whole damn snake's nest. 2 weeks later, the night of the society banquet arrived. Remington personally came by the Rose Palace to pick Theo up in a lavish carriage. As soon as he saw the young man, he thought he was seeing a different person. Theo had ditched his training clothes and obtained some exquisite drip thanks to his mother and the palace staff. Instead of a warrior, he looked more like an aristocrat. Remington commented on his new look, and Theo took it as a joke. The White Lion wasn't joking. He was genuinely impressed by the young master's transformation. Theo had to admit that his body had undergone a massive overhaul. He grew taller, his muscles developed perfectly, and all of this was a result of a mere 2 weeks of diligent training. During those 2 weeks, Remington surprisingly came to see him to train together every day, and they have gotten pretty close now. He also gained quite a decent following with Sybil and the others. Evelyn was saddled with teaching a whole battalion of Theo fanatics when she only agreed to teach the young master for a short interim. It was a lively 2 weeks of training, to say the least. Even now, Theo was still recovering from interacting with so many overeager people. Today, he's headed to his first formal banquet. Remington assured him that there was no need to be nervous, but the White Lion left him with a single warning. He explained that his friend, Axion, can be very mischievous at times. It was actually Axion who made the invitation to Theo, saying he wanted to meet the new rising star. Moreover, this entire banquet had been prepared for Theo's sake. Getting all this information certainly changes things. Not for the worse, mind you. This was actually better for Theo. He's already looking forward to being greatly insulted left and right. At the banquet hall, the Dark Tiger, Axion Ragnar, had already started sipping on expensive booze. He was quite excited to turn the imbecile of Ragnar into his new toy. The carriage pulled up in front of a lavish palace, signaling their arrival at the banquet's venue. Remington and Theo got out of the carriage. The young lord immediately scanned the place. He's about to enter the Camellia Palace, the home court of the scum who instigated Raindone to interfere with his growth. In the past life, they consumed him, his mother, and the entirety of the Rose Palace without mercy. His thoughts of vengeance were interrupted by Remington's invitation to go in. The lively Remington had received news that Axion would personally come and greet them, and he should be waiting at the entrance by now. It was obvious why that bastard Axion invited him in the first place. The fool must be thinking that since the imbecile of Ragnar is acting up, it's up to him to stop Theo's momentum. But the young master did not willingly come inside the snake's nest without a plan either. He will make Axion understand just who he's trying to mess with. As they got close to the palace, Theo stopped in his tracks as soon as he saw something in the corner of his eye. Up on the higher floor of Camellia Palace, the bizarre blue light of a system quest called to him. He was momentarily distracted by a possible quest inside the palace, so he didn't notice something rapidly descending in his position. Remington tried to save him from the unknown material, but it had already exploded with white smog before he could get close. Remington panicked and hurriedly called Theo. Thankfully he was fine. It was just a sack of white flour aimed at him and launched from up above. Remington was furious at the childish prank. Theo acknowledged that he would not have been able to dodge, and the outfit his mom painstakingly made would have been ruined if this was his previous life. He thought Remington was in on the stunt, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The White Lion was just confused and angry at the unexpected situation. Welcoming him with flour must be the best those dumbasses up top could think of. The one stupid enough to think of something so immature must be those smug nobles watching from the windows. A familiar voice parted the nobles out of the way and asserted that this was just a little greeting between friends. A basic courtesy, if you will. Remington wasn't having any of it, though. He really was angry. Axion finally showed his smug face as he insisted that he was just extending a fun greeting to his brother, Theo. Our boy immediately used his observation skills to assess the Dark Tiger. His talents included madness, psychopathy, and overwhelming swordsmanship potential. He's currently expectant at having found a new toy to play with. Theo smiled and said thanks, confusing his psychopathic brother. He continued that with how welcoming Axion was to him. He was naturally grateful, and he was very much looking forward to the party today. Axion's confusion quickly turned to elation. This brother of his had really become fun since the last time they'd seen each other. Finally, Remington and Theo entered the banquet hall, where every member of the promising noble society was gathered. It was an extremely private event, so only a select few were invited to wine, dine, and converse with their fellow talented peers. Everyone was focused on today's special invite. They can't understand why Axion would invite a bum. Even if Theo is also from a direct line of the Ragnar blood, he's still widely known as the imbecile. Having such trash in the Scaled Dragon Society was an unpleasant surprise for most. They had to admit that the drip was cold, though. Most nobles were privy to the fact that Axion was just playing with his new toy. Seeing as the trashy nobles didn't even bother lowering their voices, Remington apologized to Theo, insisting that these gatherings aren't usually this scandalous. Theo was just letting them talk trash about him as much as they wanted. In fact, the more people badmouth him, the better. That would make crushing them later much sweeter. Also, he noticed that the location of the blue quest light was nearby. He was pretty sure that it could be significant, but he doesn't have a natural way to approach it yet. Axion, the host of the party, descended the stairs to ask his brother if he was enjoying the party. Theo forced himself to calm down and just proceed with his plan as he mapped it out. He smiled and thanked Axion for inviting him again. Axion sarcastically apologized for the flower incident a few minutes ago, playfully admitting that he went a little overboard. He closed the distance between himself and Theo in the blink of an eye, grabbing his brother's shoulders tightly as he pressed Theo to accept his apology in front of everyone. Remington wanted to intervene, but Theo interjected that Axion had nothing to apologize for. He insisted on using Axion's words that the prank was just a greeting between brothers. The psycho was at a loss for words. Theo was just too calm and composed to rattle. He laughed and patted Theo on the back as if he was a proud brother. He never knew that the kid had spunk. He had changed a lot from how he used to be when they were little. Axion actually liked him more and more now. The nobles took in the sight of Theo smiling, going along with his brother's whim, calling him Axion's bitch. They even commented on Theo's illegitimate lineage compared to the noble blood of Troy Van. While it's true that they were half-brothers, the nobles believed that Theo and Axion were on an entirely different level, even if they were both Ragnars. Troyvan clan is the swordsmanship powerhouse of the East, while Theo's mom is just a random woman who came from bumfuck nowhere. Theo smiled as he took in the blatant insults that the nobles were hurling at him, letting it fuel the flame inside. One thing the nobles were confused about was Remington's closeness with the imbecile. They started extending the insults to Remington, calling him an illegitimate son of the Narcio family. The White Lion had been on edge since they arrived at the banquet. Hearing these nobles broach a forbidden topic almost made him snap on the spot. Theo reckoned that in just a few seconds, Remington might just go and steal his spotlight. He was thinking of observing and listening to more insults for a little longer, but that won't do now. Before Axion could take him upstairs, he paused. Since he had just arrived, Theo asserted that he should greet his new friends as well. So, he walked over to the banquet table where the snickering nobles were gathered. All of their eyes focused on the imbecile of Ragnar. Theo quietly took a bottle of wine from the table. He walked towards the noble, who was running his mouth about Remington's lineage, and motioned to fill his glass. The noble smugly smiled and asked if he said something wrong. Theo shifted his grip on the wine bottle and swiftly shattered that thing on Blondie's head without mercy. Remington and even the psychotic Axion were shocked by this sudden turn of events. Blondie grabbed his head in agony as blood stained his piss-colored hair. Theo stood on top of him, still holding the bloody, broken bottle. The bastard dared to sit up and curse at Theo for humiliating him in front of everyone. Before he could run his mouth with a litany of the usual arrogant noble yapping, Theo sent a kick that broke the bastard's jaw. Theo's straightforward plan had finally started, as his eyes turned cold and crazy. He insisted that he was just giving Blondie a little greeting only to get a hurtful response back. The other nobles stopped in their tracks, scared and confused by what was happening. Meanwhile, Theo's quest progress was starting to go up, reaching 43% now. Remington had spent 2 weeks of training with the young lord, and he knew the guy to not be a hot-headed thug. He considered that Theo might be doing this for his sake. As Blondie continued bleeding on the palace floor, Theo asserted that this was his form of welcome greeting. He stepped over Blondie's arm and situated the noble's limp body on top of a platform, while slowly applying pressure. Since he sent his hellos already, it's time to say goodbyes now. Blondie desperately shouted for him to wait and stop what he was about to do, to no avail. Theo stomped on the bastard's arm and completely shattered Blondie's bones, sending a horrifying cracking sound all over the banquet hall. The nobles who were running their mouths freely just a few minutes ago were stunned and tongue-tied at the ruthless display of punishment. That little breaking bone act raised Theo's quest progress to 58%. Blondie passed out from shock and agony, his drool staining the palace carpets. As Theo discarded the limp body like the trash that it was, he asked the crowd if anybody else wanted to say hello. His intimidating actions pushed the quest progress to 66%. Suddenly, knights that had been hiding from the shadows made their entrance and surrounded Theo from all sides. They drew their blades and focused on neutralizing the threat at hand. 4 blades surrounded Theo, trapping him in place. The knights wanted payback for the sin of hurting their young master. They asserted that the punishment for such vile actions must be death. Theo smiled as his plan just kept on getting better. He asked the knights who's the guy he just trashed. They answered that Blondie was the 3rd young master of the Hanavi clan, young master Ian Hanavi. Theo was amused by their confident answer. The Hanavi clan is one of the 6 snow clans that support Ragnar. He knew that the bodyguard knights of these spoiled nobles would not be able to sit by and watch the whole time. They always look down on the imbecile if he starts acting up. So, Theo asked the knights what the problem would be if he roughed up their young master. With a deep sense of pride imbued in his voice, he asked them if the dogs of one of Ragnar's Bannerman clans dared demand his death. Can they really take responsibility for threatening Kyle Ragnar's bloodline? He's not one to tolerate disrespect after all. The knights felt their grips on their swords loosen upon hearing Theo's threat. Their anger for watching their young master ruined was replaced by the innate fear they had for the Ragnar clan. In addition, the oppressive aura the young man was emitting was suffocating them. This was not the imbecile of Ragnar that they knew and routinely made fun of. Now that they're thinking about it, Theo also has the right of succession to the throne as a direct blood of Ragnar. On top of that, Ragnar is the Lord of the North, the overseer who reigns over the 6 snow clans. To declare death to the blood of the dragon is not something that any sane person should do. It is a sin for which the destruction of an entire insignificant snow clan would not even be considered unreasonable. That protection and prestige haven't been applicable to Theo for such a long time as a useless descendant that most people forget. But that won't do anymore. All 4 knights knew that they had made a colossal blunder, and they needed to apologize. But Theo had already issued the kill order to a mysterious presence lurking nearby. The swift glint of a blade blinded everyone with its speed. The next thing you know, 4 severed heads were already flying in the air, night blood staining the palace floor. Theo was as calm as the eye of a storm as the blood of his enemies swirled around him. The mysterious presence he ordered to slaughter the knights steadily landed on the carpet full of grace. It was none other than his master, Evelyn Nereville herself. With more blood spilling all over the place, the arrogant nobles finally felt the threat looming over their heads. This is not a joke anymore. Theo's quest to escape the imbecile of Ragnar title had reached 70% completion. Axion had no choice but to watch as his banquet turned to Theo's show of force and dominance. Evelyn looked at his disciple and asked when he realized that she was tailing him. Well, it was a given, really. He doesn't exactly know why she followed him all the way to Camellia Palace, but thanks to her, Theo will be able to turn the tables on these morons without worry. As the crowd was stunned into silence, they seemingly waited for Theo's next action. The night before the banquet, Commander Julius paid Evelyn a secret visit. He came to rag on her about not taking in any more disciples, yet diligently training her new student every day. Evelyn must have gotten used to this brute sneaking into her quarters, as she didn't even want to entertain his games. Recently, Julius's only joy in life has been tormenting his former comrade. That includes raiding her expensive wine stash for his own enjoyment. Tonight, Commander Julius really wanted to hear just what Evelyn saw in the kid. She knew that taking the bottle away from the brute's hand was impossible now. Evelyn answered that Theo was simply beyond expectations. Considering his attitude about honing his craft and talent, he's truly among the best ones she has ever taught. Considering that even Axion passed through her hands, that's a bold claim. Evelyn did not mince her words. Considering Theo's potential, she could confidently say that he was beyond that of even young Master Axion. She sincerely insisted that she was not just speaking empty words. Well, Julius always trusted her eyes for talent. She had 2, while he only had 1 after all. Julius reckoned that a person cannot change so drastically overnight, so the most reasonable explanation for Theo's case was that the kid hid his strength all this time for some reason. Admittedly, it was odd to believe that someone would do that for such a long time, only to start suddenly showing it off now. As a trainer, Evelyn believes that being hasty in one's steps makes one bound to trip and fall. But what she saw in Theo was different. It seemed like he was being chased by something intangible, like he was pushing himself out of fear. That's also why she's worried about his attendance at this scaled dragon society. Julius finished the bottle of wine and ascertained that the Axion brat really was worthy of worry. He was also the one who suggested that Evelyn should just follow the kid to be safe. Commander Julius feels like something will happen at the banquet. It might be different from what Evelyn's worried about, but something will definitely happen. Being a Ragnar himself, he knew from first-hand experience that when wolf cubs who are hungry for blood gather, they start to establish a hierarchy. The commander laid out a uniform on the table and urged Evelyn to try to tempt Theo to join his unit once more. Not only the kid, but Julius also wanted Evelyn back in the white armored dragon cavalry. He refused to give up on Evelyn. He doesn't want her to retire just because she can't ride a dragon anymore. She has to come back and take responsibility for what she started. Julius exited Evelyn's quarters, thanking her for the delicious wine. She lost an expensive bottle, but she might have just regained her purpose. Back to the present. Inside the Camellia Palace, Evelyn started piecing the events together. She reckoned that Theo must have noticed her following from behind and orchestrated this situation on purpose. Maybe he joined the Scaled Dragon Society aiming for this scenario in the first place. Her worries didn't need to begin with. She wondered at what point did he notice her presence on the way to the palace. Theo actually sensed his master discreetly tailing him the moment he got in the carriage. With his dragon heart, he can unleash his energy perception of his surroundings, effectively acting as a sixth sense. Anyway, what matters now is that the change has been set for his revenge. Theo turned to Evelyn and explained that most nobles in the banquet hall have shown blatant disrespect to a successor candidate of the Ragnar clan. He asked what the punishment for such a horrid crime is. The guilty nobles almost fainted on the spot. They knew exactly what the punishment was. Evelyn, ever a stickler for the rules, stated that depending on clan laws, immediate execution of the guilty parties is enforceable. Theo smiled and he set it up. Evelyn perfectly finished it off. Acting like a magnanimous man, Theo asserted that the offenders are just children who haven't even been through their awakening ceremony yet. He would be satisfied with just taking one arm from each criminal to consider the sin forgiven. Evelyn acted quickly. She was an unstoppable slicing machine aimed at the bratty, panicking nobles of the Scaled Dragon Society. The second son of the Byron clan tried to move out of the way, only to get his right arm severed. The first son of the Red and White Mercenary Corps screamed in agony as his blood spurted from his stump. The dainty arm of the fourth daughter of the Ceres Merchant Guild was not spared. The third son of the Clark clan tried to run, but outrunning Evelyn was practically impossible. When the first daughter of the Howard clan got turned into a one-armed Stumpy, Theo's quest had reached 79% completion. One of the pathetic nobles crawled towards Axion or Axe for those close to him to beg for help. Axe just repeated his brother's words. He can't intervene as this was just another form of greeting. The crawling noble saw a glint of blade in his periphery, and then his arm was sliced cleanly, his blood almost staining Axion's clothes. As the first son of the Parent family twisted and turned in anguish, Axe looked at his former teacher. Evelyn nonchalantly met his gaze and nodded. Axe never expected to meet his former trainer in the middle of such a grisly sight. Evelyn saluted with her blade. Axiom observed the bloodied banquet hall and ascertained that Evelyn only aimed for the ones who made outright comments about the bloodline. Theo made it so that even as a fellow successor candidate, Axiom would not have the authority to stop the slaughter. It only took Evelyn a few minutes to cut the right arms of 14 people under Theo's orders. As for their status, they can still take their arm to a priest right away and get them reattached. But their lives as swordsmen will be a different matter. Everything went just as planned. Axion was more interested in how Theo got both Remington and Evelyn to his side. Theo Ragnar, the imbecile of the Rose Palace, had evolved into something terrifying. The psycho in Axion rejoiced. He really wanted to crush this brother under his foot. Since he had finished what he set out to do, Theo called Evelyn and Remington to leave the premises. They slowly made their way out of the palace with the frightened stares of the remaining nobles fixed on Theo. The brothers stared at one another's eyes. They didn't need to say a word. But before they departed, Theo grabbed Axion's arm. He gripped tightly, tight enough to wrinkle his brother's suit. After a quick second, Theo let go and waved goodbye, telling Axion that he had a ton of fun in this bloody banquet. The final tutorial quest to escape the imbecile of Ragnar title was finally completed. Axion was fuming. He wanted to make a move right then and there, but he knew it wouldn't be wise. The psycho vented his anger by crashing out of his own home and screaming Theo's name at the top of his lungs. With all the tutorial quests finished, no one would dare to call Theo the imbecile of the family. The tutorial is finished, but his true revenge is only getting started. His reward for literally changing his public perception was an experience elixir, a tonic that instantly raises one's level by 5 if the user is below level 30. News of the bloodshed quickly reached the ears of other palaces. Anyone would be shocked to hear that Axion's prestigious Scaled Dragon Society was torn limb from limb, literally and figuratively. As for Theo, he was on a very celebratory move after flexing on those nobles. His subordinates took him to a pub in celebration of his flashy and gory high society debut. Every one of his followers was there. Even Evelyn stopped by to get some drinks. He wondered how the Scaled Dragon Society was feeling after being done in by a man they loved to call an imbecile. Inside the Camellia Palace, Emil Ragnar is in disbelief after learning that not only did they give the MC justification for his actions, but he also chopped off everyone's arms in front of Axion. Axion answers positively, which makes her feel frustrated since it makes no sense to her, and she remembers warning Axion beforehand not to take things so lightly. She is disappointed to hear that they didn't just try pressuring him into submission, but have given our boy complete authority to go wild. Axion tries to defend himself and tells her that once Theo gets recognition, it will be hard to conquer the Rose Palace, assuring her not to worry. However, she tells him to reflect on his actions and doesn't agree to listen to him any further. She points out his mistakes, which almost caused their great plan to get ruined. Axion decides to listen to her and leaves. Emil wonders who Axion takes after to be so obnoxious. Ed Troyven replies that Axion resembles her when she was young. She's not in the mood to joke around, so he apologizes and assures her that the incident might not be worth worrying about so much. He explains that the Rose Palace has been a part of the clan head's harem, so it's very difficult to get its ownership. Even though it has been outside of the clan leader's interest since it's a place where riffraff gathers, it still has the support of the clan leader himself. He shares his plan that all they needed was justification, and thankfully, since our boy Theo has created chaos at the scale of the Dragon Society meeting, he is slowly becoming the representative of the Rose Palace. By using the incident as justification, they can suppress the MC through legal procedures. Emil is left speechless after hearing this and contemplates that the reason she was afraid of Theo becoming stronger was that she feared his power and influence would expand over time if the clan leader focused more on the Rose Palace. However, by using Theo, who is slowly becoming stronger, she realizes the Camellia Palace can suppress him through legal procedures, and the Rose Palace will have no other choice but to bow down in front of the Troyvens. She believes the plan might actually work and asks Ed how long it's going to take to prepare. The guy assures her that all preparations are already finished, and tomorrow morning when she wakes up, she will hear some great news. He comforts her and tells Emil that she can enjoy a bath and sleep well for the night while sharing that he has prepared an aromatic candle for her from the South Akron volcanic region. Emil decides to depend on her elder brother and shows her gratitude. Meanwhile, inside a tavern, Remington expresses how shocked he was and says he didn't know Theo cared so much for him. Our boy doesn't understand what he's saying and finds it funny to see him act drunk after drinking just orange juice. Remington says that despite enduring insults directed at himself, Theo didn't hesitate for even a second and stepped up for his friend as soon as Remington started getting insulted. He feels embarrassed and regrets not doing anything. Remington looks at the MC and feels surprised that Theo has been enduring the times when everyone looked down on him and saw him as an untalented, useless child. But he still ended up not giving up and becoming stronger. Even against opponents whom he doesn't have a slight chance of winning against, he showed strong willpower to win his battle against the Camellia Palace, which no one defies. Remington recognizes that Theo has the courage to wield his sword without any hesitation, and Theo did all that just for him. Theo's friend starts to get teary, and he realizes Remington has greatly misunderstood the situation. The guy gets up and tells our MC that despite the orders of his clan, he wants to follow a different idea and shares that he wishes to follow Theo. The people observing both of them start cheering and call the MC and his friend amazing. Theo tries to clear the misunderstanding, but Evelyn telepathically tells him to just let his friend be. He notices her, and she shares that it's not a bad misunderstanding, and that everyone probably intends to get along with our boy. After hearing this, he starts to smile, but understands that he is nothing special since all of his powers are thanks to the status window. He looks at his own stats and realizes that whatever he has gained is thanks to the status window while recalling that at first, he assumed it was a fragment of his own regrets. However, seeing how detailed this is, he realizes the status window is something else. He gets a vague sense of déjà vu but decides not to care about it since it's helping him improve. After the Scaled Dragon Society incident finished, the MC notices that his level has increased. Whenever a level up occurs, the system gives him points that can be used to raise his stats. Theo understands he can increase his abilities however he wants, and feels scared of the shining future that someone like him, who has so much potential, will bring. Evelyn sees his evil smile and gets concerned. Theo decides to prepare for the counterattack of the Camellia Palace first, and asks Remington if he is willing to help our boy with something. His friend assures him he can ask anything, a bit surprised to be called Remy in such a friendly manner. Theo pulls something out, and while giving it to Remy, he shares that the war for the throne between our boy and Axion is going to begin soon, so he needs help in the preparation for when the time comes. Remy becomes silent, recalling that in his past life, Remington became the clan head of Narcio, and the clan's forces became powerful enough to confront the Ragnars. The MC realizes how valuable this opportunity is for him to pull Remy to his side. He gives Remington a piece of paper, and the guy assures him that since he has already pledged loyalty to our boy, he will do everything in his power to help. Theo shows his gratitude, and suddenly someone barges into the tavern while screaming Theo's name. Everyone becomes surprised as some knights barge in and announce that under the sword of law, Theo is under arrest for assault, threat, and intimidation. Evelyn calls it complete bullshit, but our boy tells her to calm down and moves forward to see the arrest warrant. He notices that it's real and that the ink hasn't even dried, which shows his enemies were in a rush. He decides to go without a fight, and they quickly handcuff our boy. As he is being taken away, he smiles at his friends since he trusts them to handle everything in his absence. Remington and Evelyn are in complete shock. Remy directs his focus towards the paper Theo gave him. The news of Theo getting arrested reaches the Rose Palace, and Theo's mother, Cecilia, becomes stunned to hear that her son is being taken to the tribunal and falls down on her knees in shock. Her servant becomes concerned, but she assures him that she's fine and questions why her son was taken away. He reveals that it's because of the Scaled Dragon Society, and her son is being accused of inciting a rebellion. She becomes surprised and questions if her son will be taken to trial. Her servant believes Theo won't easily get out of such a situation since he destroyed the Scaled Dragon Society. Cecilia was not expecting that her son being invited would lead to such a mess, but believes that her son will definitely be able to get through this, because that's the kind of kid he is. Cecilia wishes he comes back safely. Meanwhile, inside a carriage, as the MC is being taken away to the tribunal, they reach their destination, and he remembers it's been a while since he saw this place. Since Theo completely obliterated the Scaled Dragon Society, he understands that he won't get a simple punishment, and will probably have to face trial because of his actions. He understands that since he's the successor of Ragnar, they will question his qualifications as a successor. The knights order him to get off, and as he walks, he realizes his enemies want to crush him completely, but smiles because everything is going exactly as he planned. The knights announce that the prisoner, Theo, has been escorted, and they get permission to bring him inside. The MC thinks that if he wants to take out what he has prepared so far, he wants to do it on a stage of such magnitude. He stands before some amazing figures and becomes a bit anxious seeing all of them gathered in one room. He sees the demon dragon captain of the white armored dragon cavalry, Julius Ragnar, and 4 of the 9 dragons who protect Ragnar, Sky Dragon Ed Troyven. The MC admits that he would have been extremely overwhelmed in his previous life, as he notices that the sword dragon lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, Osa Ragnar, and the elder dragon head counselor, Wolfgang Ragnar, are also gathered. Wolfgang sees our boy, and the MC remembers that it has been a while. He was not expecting to see Wolfgang in this place. Our boy understands that Wolfgang values bloodlines, so to him, a half-blooded illegitimate child like our boy must seem completely disgusting, and he notices Wolfgang does not even try to hide it. The man asks our boy if he is aware of the fact that he was summoned to answer for his crimes. He continues to tell our boy that the Byron clan, the Ceres Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenary Corps, and even the Hanavi clan are all cutting ties with the main family because of his foolish actions. Wolfgang becomes angry and calls him a bastard, questioning if he can bear the damage he has caused. He makes it clear that our boy is going to be held accountable for dragging Ragnar's honor through the dirt. Theo agrees with him and admits that he was far too careless. Instead, he should have cut off their heads, not just their limbs. Everyone becomes shocked, but the MC continues to tell them that all the other clans are their subjects. He says the Lord has given them land and honor, and the subjects are the ones that need to offer their loyalty and lives to the Ragnar. This is the way of chivalry, and despite knowing this, they defied their lord. The MC shows his frustration and says that if he had known about their insolent behavior, he would have severed their heads instead, and tells Wolfgang they should be punished to restore the principles of chivalry. He says he could not just sit by and watch Ragnar's honor, maintained for over centuries, get trampled on. Everyone becomes speechless while Julius calls our boy impressive and expects he will be given a normal punishment after the justification. Wolfgang thinks that the MC is mocking them with his sophistry, but Osa Ragnar understands his opinion and admits that Theo is correct. Wolfgang is surprised to see her take his side. Osa explains that Ragnar is strong, but it's not truly great, so they still need to listen to the voices of their vassals and knights. Otherwise, their clan will inevitably fall because she thinks that they can't rule the world with power alone. He understands her, and decides to keep that in mind. The MC observes that the first wife of the clan head, who is the best swordsman in the north, is fortunately taking his side, and is not hostile toward him. He is surprised by her actions and doesn't understand why she is doing that. Osa hopes our boy understands that the punishment he is going to receive is justified. He asks about the punishment, and Wolfgang tells him he will get 3 months of probation. Theo shares his wish to participate in the ceremony, which angers Wolfgang, as he thinks our boy is talking back, but Osa decides to take his words into consideration and allows our boy to participate in next year's awakening ceremony. Ed believes that it has already been decided that the children Theo injured will be participating next year. But thanks to the demon dragon's interference, our boy got a lighter punishment. Ed is satisfied with the results of his plans and knows that the delay of the awakening ceremony brings dishonor within the Ragnar, and since the MC is the one representing Rose Palace, for him to carry such dishonor will allow the Camellia Palace to forward take the Rose Palace. He starts smiling and believes that as his plan is put into motion, our boy won't be able to do anything about it, and he will have no choice but to accept defeat. Ed knows that if Theo decides to appeal, he will get killed, but Ed believes our boy is not that foolish. The MC announces that he wants to appeal, surprising not only Ed, but everyone else as well. Ed tries to stop himself from smiling as he calls the MC a huge fool, since his arrogance has no limits. Ed looks happy that things are becoming easier for him. Julius questions if our boy is aware of what it means to appeal. He answers positively and understands it's not something that can be resolved with just 3 months of probation, so the demon dragon definitely pulled some strings. But he decides to follow his plan, and tells them that in the strong and proud Ragnar, appealing means war. Theo is not planning on taking even a slap on his wrist, and says that in the end, only the strong speak the truth. He thinks he should be rewarded for his actions, which leaves everyone speechless. Meanwhile, at the hidden northern branch of the series Merchant Guild, as everything is engulfed in flames, Evelyn fights off the last guy left. Remington realizes this is where they were hiding, just as the MC said. At the trial, Ed's eyes light up with joy as he sees the Troyven Camellia Palace is now finished. As the MC stands before all the important figures, Wolfgang questions if he wants to take an issue that can be easily resolved if he waits 3 months into a war. Wolfgang calls it arrogance and questions if our boy is confident he can face the forces of 15 clans alone. Theo says that this is something he needs to handle. Since, in their case, the difference in power is huge, he thinks appeals through proxy battles are a normal thing. The MC understands that appealing means deciding the winner and the loser through a battle. However, if the war is completely impossible to win because of the sheer difference in power, each force is allowed to send a representative, and the winner gets decided after a 1v1 sword battle. This is how a proxy battle goes, which means our boy will represent himself. While there is a high chance that the representative of the plaintiff is going to be Axion, Julius understands that if this goes on, it is guaranteed that the MC will lose. He questions if Theo has a plan in mind, and thinks that if our boy believes someone will step up to be his representative, he will be disappointed. Theo requests to have a proxy battle in a week, just as the rules say. Ed thinks he can see through our boy's plan and understands that he is planning on having Julius or Evelyn as his representative, but no one is going to agree with him, so he will have to fight personally. Ed decides to send Axion as his representative to make the MC understand his place by finishing him off. Ed decides to announce his representative, but suddenly all of them hear someone and become completely speechless. Someone walks in and praises Theo's clever plans as he observes that our boy has changed a lot since he last saw him. He is the clan head, Kyle Ragnar. As soon as he enters the trial room, everyone bows down to show their respects, and the MC also gets on his knees and greets the incarnation of the great dragon god. Suddenly, the system window opens up, telling him to complete a new quest to take over the Camellia Palace and uncover its hidden secrets. He notices it's his first quest after the tutorial and questions if this is related to the blue light he saw earlier. The MC realizes he completely forgot about it because of what's been happening lately, and remembers that there was something there. He stops contemplating and decides to focus on the present as he faces his father. He needs to take care of the situation first since the king himself appeared, which is an insane variable that can jeopardize his plan. The MC asks the reason his father is here. Kyle tells him to stand up and says he heard about the whole situation and understands that his son is trying to make an appeal through a proxy battle. Theo responds positively, and his father says he recognizes it's going to be difficult for his son to enter the battle himself, and questions who Theo is planning on choosing as his representative for the proxy battle. Our boy realizes his father is trying to test him, and says there is no one who can stand in his place, so he is naturally thinking about stepping up himself and being his own representative for the appeal. His father believes his son will lose, but Theo thinks he shouldn't come to such a conclusion without even letting him try. The MC becomes determined to face his challenges and not bend against anyone willingly. After hearing all of this, the king bursts out in laughter and asks the other members of the trial if they heard what his son is talking about. The king becomes impressed by our boy not lowering himself against anyone, and recognizes that this is the best way to describe the Ragnars. The king praises his son for such an amazing attitude. Our boy feels grateful and starts to smile as everything is going according to his plan. He remembers the proxy battle is just bait, and since he doesn't have to fight, he feels amazing to say such words without holding back. He remembers the work he requested from his friends Remy and Evelyn, and understands that he will get his hands on the proof of Camellia Palace's treasonous conspiracy, which will make his victory absolute without even fighting. The king decides to give his son an opportunity, and as the master of Ragnar, Kyle says he wishes to test a single strike against our boy. Theo becomes shocked as his father tells him to forget about the trial. He says if the MC can endure a single blow, he will clear all the charges without punishment. The king tells Theo to come out, but Ed starts shouting as he tries to object. He thinks that testing a single strike against our boy means the king approves of him, which means that if, by any chance, Theo is able to endure the single strike, he will receive the approval of the clan head himself. Ed is sure the MC won't be able to endure it, but just in case he somehow does, Ed decides to object and tries to stop the MC from looking favorable in the eyes of the king. He questions how the vassals and bannermen dare to comment on the blood of the clan leader's son, and continues to talk about the rules of the proxy battle. But Kyle Ragnar tells him to shut up, and makes it clear that if a vassal dares to speak against the Ragnars, they need to just get rid of him. Ed has no choice but to follow the clan leader, and Kyle asks if Julius has anything to say since he has been giggling for a while. The demon dragon says he is just surprised to see the king show interest after such a long time. Kyle Ragnar gets to the point and asks his son if he is willing to do it. Our boy understands that things have taken a huge turn, and even though he was not expecting this, he smiles and decides to accept the challenge. The MC speaks up and tells the clan leader this is too heavy for him, as it is absurd to compare a single strike from the clan leader himself with a proxy war against vassals and bannermen. The king asks if he is trying to refuse, but our MC answers negatively, and says he only wishes to have a fair transfer since the trial has become stricter. He demands that his compensation should also be increased with a cheeky smile on his face. Kyle Ragnar asks his wish, and the MC turns around to look towards Ed and says he wants something like Camellia Palace. Observing all of this, Ed is left speechless. Ed becomes frustrated, and Wolfgang calls it complete madness to propose such a deal with the clan leader himself. He thinks he needs to put the bastard in place since agreements are based on the understanding that both parties hold equal standing. Wolfgang assumes the MC will fail because of his arrogance, but to his surprise, the clan leader agrees with our boy. Kyle thinks that if the MC aims to become the successor, he needs to be at least this courageous and bold. The clan leader asks if the Sky Dragon has any objections, but the man assures him everything belongs to his Lord Kyle, so he can't dare to comment on his decision. The Lord is happy to hear this and orders them to quickly prepare a stage, as he wants to test his son himself. Theo becomes a bit hesitant, and after a while, as he confronts his father Kyle Ragnar, the other vassals stand on the sidelines to observe. Ed is in complete frustration since the trap he set to catch our MC has turned into a stage favoring him. Ed assures himself not to be anxious, as he thinks that even if Theo has gotten stronger now, there is no chance he can withstand even a single strike from the clan leader, a feat not even high-ranking swordsmen can easily accomplish. Ed assumes Theo is going to die here, but our boy sees through his plans and is confident he won't die thanks to the tutorial reward he received. The king notices something about his son has changed, and questions whether he consumed an elixir without anyone noticing. The king believes even an elixir won't help him change this much but decides not to care since it doesn't matter to him how the MC became so strong. Our boy realizes his father has seen through him easily. Even the 9 dragons haven't noticed he took an elixir. The king asks if he is warmed up. Theo answers positively, and his father cheers that normally he uses his great sword, but since our boy doesn't even know how to use mana yet, his father is trying to go easy on him by using a rusty steel sword instead. The clan leader asks if he has any objections. Theo says he doesn't, and the father becomes serious as he decides to begin the fight. An immense aura starts to spread everywhere as the clan leader moves forward, making our boy anxious. Theo observes the immense pressure his father emits with just his fighting spirit alone. The clan leader praises him, surprised that his son is still standing. Theo remains confident since his strength has almost tripled because of the reward he received after clearing the tutorial known as the Experience Elixir. Using the elixir, he was able to gain 5 levels, and he put all the stats into his strength. With this much strength, he feels true freedom as he leaves the realm of the weak and enters the realm of the extraordinary. The MC is confident he can survive at least a single strike from his father, and as the clan leader throws his attack, Everyone becomes speechless while Ed believes the MC will die. Our boy puts all his focus into defending himself and is able to see the attack coming. The huge red beam of light falls to the ground, destroying the whole stage, and after the smoke clears, the clan leader smiles to see that he was able to finally find a decent son, as our MC remains standing, leaving everyone shocked. Theo proves his innocence through his will and determination. After successfully surviving the strike, the trial concludes, and the system shows that the sudden quest, Single Strike from Kyle Ragnar, has been successfully finished. Theo receives an inventory and a mysterious blue key as a reward for his achievements. After some time, our boy wakes up while questioning where he is. His mother, Cecilia, becomes happy to see her son wake up and shares that he fainted while standing. She starts to cry while holding his hand as she expresses her feelings about when she found out the clan leader himself challenged our boy. Cecilia becomes concerned and asks if he has any more injuries, assuring him she will immediately call a physician if he has any fractures or dislocations. Theo tells her he is fine but doesn't recognize where he is. Julius comes in and says that by the orders of the clan leader, the Lady of Camellia Palace, Axion, and the Director of Intelligence have all been vacated. Theo becomes happy as he realizes they are inside the Camellia Palace. The system updates him on the situation and shows that he just needs to uncover the secret now. Inside the Camellia Palace's garden, Imel starts creating a fuss, as she doesn't understand why she is being forced to vacate her own property. The servants try to calm her down and start begging her not to create such a fuss. Meanwhile, observing all of this, Ed gives an order to Axion to kill Theo Ragnar. Axion shares his plan for the awakening ceremony, but Ed tells him to cut off Theo's head to finish him off for good. Axion observes Ed's eyes, which are burning with intense desire for revenge. After everything settles down at the Camellia Palace, our boy understands that despite everything going against his plan, he achieved far better results than what he was expecting. He managed to obtain the Camellia Palace without using his trump card, and on top of that, he has obtained another authority. He uses the inventory skill and pulls out an item from inside it. The MC munches on the apple and wonders how such things are possible but recognizes it's very useful. Theo pulls out the blue key from his inventory, which he obtained recently, and believes that it is definitely related to something important. As he focuses on a door, the keyhole suddenly lights up. Theo decides to unlock the door, and as he opens it, he is surprised to see a deep tunnel. The system tells him he has discovered a dungeon for the first time, and the experience he gains inside the dungeon will double as a reward. Seeing a cave inside the Camellia Palace, he assumes it is another quest of some kind and decides to clear it since he doesn't want to miss out on any experience. Before he enters, he remembers he shouldn't go inside the dungeon and prepares. After a while, he comes back with his inventory filled with weapons and decides to check the dungeon. As he walks forward, he notices a huge wolf staring at him and recognizes that it is big enough to be a demonic beast. The wolf monster pounces on him, but our boy is able to defend himself with a shield. He notices the wolf is very strong but quickly pushes it back, determined not to lose in a battle of strength. As he confronts the wolf, it charges toward him while screaming. He quickly slashes the wolf with his sword but fails to injure it and realizes its hide is too thick and the wolf is fast, meaning he won't be able to win against it with half-hearted attacks. The MC recognizes it's no ordinary wolf and might even be as strong as a demonic beast. He admits it won't be easy to defeat the wolf, and suddenly the monster tries to use its claws as it charges toward him. He wishes he could replicate the ray of light he observed when facing his father's single strike. He calls it amazing and tries to use the pure white arc on the wolf, but fails to copy his father's move, accepting that it's not going to be this easy. A single strike is an easier way to label a strike that brings certain death. He finally understands that the key to mimicking his father's attack is to put all his strength into a single sword strike. He leaves his shield and thinks about improving his sword skills and the secret sword arts that rely on his speed, taught by Evelyn. As he charges toward the wolf and stabs its eye, the monster starts screaming and takes a step back. Our boy realizes his plan is working and attacks the wolf once again, believing he'll win. 2 months later, at the training ground, Eod observes that the number of people is increasing. Sybil agrees with him and thinks they need to change the training grounds. A rumor about the clan leader teaching the young master Theo a single strike has been spreading lately. So many people now want to spar with him. As Sybil is talking about our boy, someone comes from behind and addresses him as a lackey. It is Henry Morris from Plum Blossom Palace. He questions when the incredible young master of theirs is coming, as it has been 2 months already. Morris is disappointed and says he assumed the young master never missed a day of training. He calls the MC a coward and thinks he ran away after a fake story of his spread too far. Sybil becomes angry, but Henry doesn't stop and thinks the whole rumor might be a total lie since there were no witnesses. He assumes our boy exaggerated it. Henry assumes the Scared Dragon Society being destroyed must also be fake news. But Sybil's patience runs out, and he punches Henry with all his might, completely destroying his face. Another guy from the Plum Palace becomes angry and insults Sybil, calling him a dropout, but everyone in the training ground starts glaring at him. Sybil calls him a shit-face while making it clear that no one can compare to their young master. Eod is surprised to see his friend call someone ugly with such a face. Sybil shares that he was already annoyed to see the guys from Plum Palace who kept coming here to cause trouble, and makes it clear he won't let anyone disrespect their young master Theo. Sybil and his comrades pull out their swords and declare war on the guys from Plum Palace. They also become determined to put the dropout losers in their place, but as they are about to fight, someone comes between them and freezes all of their weapons instantly. Everyone is surprised, and Sybil recognizes it is Ray Ragnar from the Four Hounds. Someone also joins in on the fun and starts laughing. It is Hulkus Lanka of the Four Hounds. Sybil is surprised to see two members of the Four Hounds suddenly appear, and Hulkus notices someone is missing. Hulkus asks one of the Plum Palace guys where the Luster Tiger is, which confuses him. Hulkus becomes fired up and questions if everyone is deaf, as he is asking for the master of the training ground. Hulkus announces that he is here to challenge our MC, Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the MC reaches his limits, and his sword shatters as well. The system notifies him that he has leveled up. Suddenly, multiple system windows start to pop up, showing that his stats are increasing, and he has hunted 170 demonic beasts. Our boy sits on the corpses of the monsters he has defeated, and the system shows that only one monster is now left. Theo drinks a healing potion to restore his strength and remembers that he almost died multiple times, but the healing potion always saved him. At first, it was difficult for him to defeat the monsters, but as he leveled up, things became easier. He is still surprised to see how fast time flew by. He has already spent 2 months inside the dungeon. The system shows him that only one demonic beast is left. He realizes that it's definitely a boss monster as he notices some stairs. The MC starts walking forward and enters the 5th floor. He looks at his broken sword and realizes it won't be usable, so he decides to enable his inventory and pull out another one. He finds only one sword and realizes it's his last one. Our boy remembers he received this sword from his mother as a birthday present. The MC recalls his past life. He had a lot of friction with his mother leading up to the awakening ceremony, so he decided to toss the sword away in his room and let it go to waste. He observes the ceremonial sword and realizes it's a good one forged from white snow steel. Theo becomes silent as he remembers his past life. His mother barged into his room wishing him a happy birthday, and shared that she was waiting for midnight to shower him with gifts. But he became angry at her and told her he didn't want to waste his time on birthday presents as the ceremony was near. He was expecting better from his mother, and made it clear that no good equipment would ever change his bloodline. He remembers asking his mother to leave him alone, but decides he won't repeat any mistakes from his previous life. Our boy finds the boss room, and the system warns him to be cautious as a strong demonic beast is going to appear soon. Inside the boss room, Theo finds a dragon taking a nap. He becomes relieved to see that it's just a lesser drake. Theo starts to question why the final boss of the quest is draconic. The Ragnars are said to be the descendants of dragons. Our boy wonders if it is merely a coincidence but decides to focus on defeating the boss monster as he can't get out of the dungeon without it. The system shows him the quest scenario and the number of monsters remaining. She questions if he can actually win this battle since he is still facing a kind of dragon. The MC starts focusing and decides to use a single flash. He remembers practicing it a lot against the wolves he faced, and even though it might not be on the same level as his father's dragon flash, he charges toward the dragon, believing that if he utilizes his dragon heart to the maximum, he should be able to land a serious hit. He pierces his sword through the monster's eye and successfully wounds it as the monster starts screaming in pain. Suddenly, it attacks our boy with its tail, but he is able to dodge easily and becomes disappointed that his weak attack was not able to pierce through its brain. The drake starts screaming and gets ready to kill our boy, but he is able to see possibilities and confidently charges toward the drake, believing he might be able to win. The MC lands a few hits and decides to distract the monster first with normal attacks so he can look for its weak point. All of a sudden, the lesser drake starts screaming again, and fear begins to dominate the battlefield. Theo's body completely freezes because of fear, and despite being able to see an attack coming his way, he is unable to dodge but blocks it with his sword. He gets thrown away and hits the rock wall, realizing how strong the boss monster is. He admits he can't keep this up for too long and gets up to attack the huge monster coming his way, while hoping he can hit its weak points for a quick win. Our boy already knows a dragon's weak point is its reverse scales and jumps onto the lesser drake's body while dodging all attacks. He is able to pierce the reverse scales with his sword, and blood starts gushing out of the monster. He keeps hitting the spot as it starts screaming in pain. Our boy believes his plan worked, but the lesser drake doesn't fall down and surprises Theo. At the training grounds, Hulkus gets mad at Ray and makes it clear that he wants to fight the young master first. She calls him a loser and tells him to stay out of it. But he starts defending himself and says he lost 3 years ago. He has worked hard to improve his skills every day, so 3 years are more than enough to close the gap. Ray doesn't listen to any of his words and calls him a loser again, which makes Hulkus angrier. He decides to have a duel with her and mentions that the winner will get a chance to fight Theo Ragnar. He hits her with a huge weapon, but she is easily able to stop his attack without being phased. Sybil and Henry don't understand what's happening, but become scared seeing the four Hounds members fight. As they both move forward to attack, Remington appears between them and tells them to go elsewhere since this is the domain of the young Master Theo. He makes it clear that he won't allow anyone to cause trouble for the Master. Hulkus becomes happy to see Remington and shares his desire to fight him as well, but Remington asks Hulkus to understand his words. Suddenly, all of them start to feel an immense pressure, and Remington questions the source of this menacing killing intent. All of them look back to see the MC enter the training grounds. Remington is surprised to feel such overwhelming pressure and starts to wonder what happened during Theo's seclusion training. Ray and Hulkus become excited to see that the young Master Theo has finally arrived. Our MC dominates the whole training ground with the skill Lesser Drake's Fear. Earlier inside the dungeon, after the MC pierced through its reverse scales, the Lesser Drake finally died, and the system congratulated our boy on hunting it. As soon as he touched its reverse scales, the monster started going crazy. Our boy thought he would die, but the monster wore itself out after a few minutes since the scales were definitely its weak point. The system notified him that he had obtained the Lesser Drake's Tooth and Claw. The tooth was an enhancement material for weapons, while the claw could be used to increase a weapon's sharpness. He decided to use his rewards to fix the sword he had since he didn't want to lose a gift his mother gave him. The MC also received a skill called Lesser Drake's Fear, which surprised him. He read the stats and realized the skill could inflict fear on a target weaker than him. He was shocked to receive such a skill, as he believed only a few chosen ones could use it. He's happy to see he is getting a chance to try it, and while putting all his stuff back in inventory, he questions whether the skill will be useful for him in Ragnar, since the place is already swarming with powerful people. The Camellia Palace dungeon gets cleared, and our boy finally gets out after finishing the quest of uncovering the palace's secrets. For successfully clearing Scenario Quest 1, he receives a nest compass as his reward. He doesn't understand what it is, and questions whether it's going to be useful in the next quest. Theo puts it in his inventory and decides to go rest in his room first since he's completely exhausted. But suddenly, a maid rushes towards our boy and informs him that he needs to take care of an urgent matter. She notices the wounds on his body, but he brushes it off and asks about the issue. The maid informs him that there's a brawl happening in Training Ground 4. Our boy enters the training ground after hearing this, dominating everyone with his new skill, Lesser Drake's Fear. He angrily tells everyone to get lost since he needs rest. The immense aura knocks people unconscious, but Hulkus becomes excited to see such overwhelming killing intent and charges toward our boy without a second thought, to see who is stronger. Hulkus attacks with his sword, but the MC easily overpowers him with just one swing, leaving everyone shocked. Hulkus gets knocked back and cannot believe his strike was deflected so easily. The MC is surprised by his progress after dungeon training, but Hulkus doesn't back down. He has always been considered the weakest member of the Four Hounds of the North because he is very dumb, and never rounds out his arsenal either. Hulkus attacks Theo again, challenging him to block it. Despite being the weakest, Hulkus has never once been outmatched in terms of raw strength, but now the MC is surprised to see that he is able to keep up with Hulkus, and with a single slash, he counters Hulkus and defeats him. He feels amazing after leveling up so much, and Hulkus starts coughing up blood, loses consciousness, and falls down. Theo realizes he was too careless and should have held back but feels glad he was facing Hulkus, who is known for his toughness and can tank such attacks. The MC notices Hulkus only fainted. Sybil becomes surprised, and everyone in the training ground starts cheering for the young master who easily defeated the Black Bear, one of the Four Hounds, with a single strike. Theo assures them Hulkus is still alive. Suddenly, his sword breaks as well, which disappoints our boy since it was a gift from his mother. Everyone keeps cheering for the MC, and they all praise him for breaking his sword with a single strike. He doesn't understand why they are so happy. Meanwhile, observing all of this, Ray remembers one of her past memories. When she was a little kid one day, the MC found her and questioned why she was walking around in such cold weather while wearing barely anything. Theo gave Ray his own scarf and thought she still looked really cold, so he decided to take her to his house and told her he would take her home once the snow finally stopped. After recalling all of this, she starts smiling and leaves the battleground. Remington is surprised to see her smile. After a while at the Camellia Palace, our boy looks embarrassed as the maids congratulate him on getting a new title, Luster Tiger. One of the maids is happy to see his hard work finally paying off and advises him to keep it up and maintain the momentum until the awakening ceremony. She believes he can do it, and suddenly, his mother appears and starts feeding him the new abalone dish forcefully. He tries to stop her, but she starts stuffing his face with more food as he begs her to stop. While eating, he remembers his past life and starts to feel grateful. He tells his mother the food is very delicious, and she notices the broken sword. She becomes shocked, and the MC starts sweating anxiously. He tells her it broke during his training and starts apologizing since it is a precious gift she gave him on his birthday. Theo's mother becomes angry at the person who swore it wouldn't break, as it was made with white snow steel and ebony steel wood. He asks if she is talking about the steel wood from the southern jungle. She answers positively and tells him it is a rare and precious material, but feels disappointed to see it was all a lie. She thinks that if the guy was telling the truth, the sword wouldn't break so easily. The MC realizes how precious the materials are, and becomes surprised since he was not expecting it to be so valuable. He wonders how his mother found such a sword. She decides to go ask the maker for some explanation, and force him to make a better sword this time that is perfect for her precious son. He assures her it's fine and that he can just use another sword, but she rejects the idea and tells him people are finally coming to see his true powers, so he needs to be even more careful than before. Since the awakening ceremony is really close, she says she won't allow him to attend the ceremony while carrying a shabby old sword. Theo is happy to see his mother care so much about him, and Cecilia decides they should get going since they are done talking. The MC is confused. She reveals that they are going to the best workshop in all of Winterra, known as the Basque Workshop. Basque Workshop is one of the top 3 manufacturing workshops of Winterra, and its fame comes from the sheer size that rivals a factory. However, the most notable thing about the workshop is its master. She is a person who falls into the category of special rank by the intelligence agency, and a blacksmith with the title of Master Craftsman, which only 2 other Ragnar artisans hold. The MC is surprised to see the elf of capitalism incarnate, the demon craftsman Kurson. He never expected to meet such a tycoon and questions how his mother has connections with the demon craftsman. Cecilia angrily questions why her mother is still smoking. Hearing her call Kurson her mother, our boy becomes speechless. Kurson tells Cecilia not to address her as mother since their relationship is not that of a parent and child. On the day Cecilia decided to run away, Theo was told his mother is an orphan with no family in the world, but is surprised to see she is the daughter of the high elf Kurson. He realizes that the reason he looks so handsome is that he is also a quarter elf. Kurson asks why Cecilia unexpectedly decided to visit her. Theo's mom throws back the sword and tells her it is a defective product. Kurson doesn't believe her and becomes mad hearing her daughter call it a defective sword, even though she forged it herself. Kurson pulls out the sword and realizes it's broken. Cecilia questions if that's not a defective product, and Kurson becomes speechless. The high elf asks who the wielder is. Cecilia tells her Theo is the wielder of the sword. Kurson asks if it's the kid behind her, and she tells her mother to watch her mouth because the MC is a genius who will one day reign over Ragnar from here on. Theo introduces himself to the high elf and expresses his gratitude for being able to see the renowned master of Basque Workshop. Kurson remembers him and praises Cecilia for raising such a child. Kurson asks if he is the only one who used the sword, and the MC answers positively. Cecilia thinks the sword is defective, but Kurson becomes surprised and realizes it's going to be a long conversation, so she invites them inside. As they all walk in, the MC asks if his mother is related to the demon craftsman. She says he is right, and he becomes curious if Kurson is her real mother. Cecilia tells him he wouldn't know since she didn't speak much about it, but even though it was for a short period, Kurson took her in as a foster mother. Cecilia shares that her mother loves anything she finds beautiful, whether it is music, jewels, theater, or even people. She says that is the reason Kurson took her in as a foster child. Kurson tells them to stop talking about the past, calling it pointless. Cecilia thinks she is lying, and her son asks how she ended up getting out of this place. Kurson reveals that Cecilia left because of her desire to marry the Ragnar clan's leader. Kurson never expected her daughter to willingly go to such a miserable place, and is surprised she has survived for so long. Cecilia says she couldn't resist the manliness and handsomeness of the clan leader, who loved her dearly. Kurson is disappointed that despite running away from home, she came back last year and started begging Kurson to forge a sword to gift Theo. Kurson calls her shameless, but Cecilia becomes annoyed to hear her say such things in front of her son. They both start arguing, and the MC smiles, as he has never seen his mother talk like this. He remembers that in his past life, he never tried to learn anything about his mother, and was an extremely ungrateful son. He questions if he was just too obsessed with the clan, and notices that Kurson cares a lot about his mother as well. He wonders why she didn't do anything in his past life. They finally reach their destination, and Kirsten shares that this is the room she lives in. Cecilia asks why her mother brought them so far inside, and demands her to make the best sword for Theo to make up for it. Kirsten suddenly tells Cecilia to wait outside as she grabs Theo and quickly closes the door, leaving Cecilia outside. Inside her room, Kirsten completely ignores Cecilia calling her, and decides to get straight to the point. She asks if the MC has the relic of the primordial dragon. Our boy becomes confused and questions if she is talking about the ancestor of the guardian dragon that protects the clan. He shares that he has heard about the legend that treasure has been distributed across Wintera for the descendants of the Ragnar clan. She makes it clear that it's not a legend and questions if he really doesn't have any relic. Kirsten starts to tear up and becomes frustrated, wondering how he was able to destroy her sword, even though she poured her heart and soul into forging it. She doesn't believe the sword can break against anything other than a relic and questions if our boy has any idea how precious the sword was. He tries to apologize and remembers that the sword got damaged while he was fighting a lesser drake. He doesn't understand anything about relics, but she gives up and decides to show him instead so he can understand faster. She shows him a casket that's completely sealed with chains and asks if he notices something. The MC starts to see the blue glow and questions if it is a quest after recognizing it as the same glow he saw from the door of the dungeon in the palace. Kirsten shares that she doesn't see anything but believes he was able to notice something judging from his actions. She starts dragging the casket and tells him she has tried many times to open the sealed casket and obtain the item inside, but she always fails. She puts down the shield casket and mentions the primordial dragon's relic. Kirsten shares a story of the primordial dragon that removed one of its fangs and forged a blade from it, known as the monster sword, White Moonlight Blade. She tells him that if he tries to break the seal on the casket and is successful, she will hand him the sword known as the White Moonlight Blade. The MC looks a bit confused, and she reveals that if he fails to open it, he might lose his life in the process. She questions if he still wants to try it, and the MC starts smiling out of excitement. He makes it clear that the sword is now his. The system shows that the next scenario for the quest is to be chosen by the primordial dragon's relic, the White Moonlight Blade. The White Moonlight Blade is a sword of the leader of Black Snow, who is one of the 9 dragons known as the Black Dragon. Very few people know about the sword because everyone who has ever seen or talked about it has either died or gone missing. Our boy remembers a mysterious man who noticed him and was surprised he was visible to Theo. The MC ended up seeing the true form of the sword through sheer coincidence and doesn't understand why the Black Dragon let him live. He is surprised to find out that the Black Dragon's White Moonlight sword is here, and it is an actual relic of the primordial dragon. He remembers running into the Black Dragon 4 years ago and realizes Kirsten was in possession of the sword during that time. She asks if he wants to open it, and the MC starts smiling, becoming determined to obtain the sword no matter what. He tells her it's his sword now, and while observing the casket, he realizes it's very similar to the Camellia Palace. He tries to use the blue key to open the casket. Kirsten is confused as our boy unlocks the gasket, and a weird light starts to shine. Suddenly, Kirsten becomes concerned as our boy starts getting pulled inside by a mysterious black fog. The MC tries to free himself but fails and gets dragged into a mysterious place. He opens his eyes and doesn't understand where he is. Theo recognizes the Rose Palace while everything is engulfed in fire. He doesn't understand why he is seeing all of this again, and while watching his past memories, he realizes he completely forgot how weak he used to be. Because of this, he needs more power, enough to defeat Randone and crush the Camellia Palace. A griffin starts messing with his brain and grabs our boy, ready to eat him whole, but the MC wakes up and grabs its beak, catching it off guard. He becomes aware that the monster is trying to take over his mind by using his desire for power against him. The MC realizes this is why it is called a monster sword. The mysterious griffin calls him insolent and tries to free itself, but the boy confidently tells it he has already conquered all the despair it's trying to show him a long time ago. He questions if the monster was hoping he would be tempted by its useless powers, even though he has already seen many quests. The griffin becomes confused, and our MC notices it looks very different from the griffin in his memory. The monster tries to free itself, but our boy doesn't let go and remembers it was at least 10 meters tall, but right now they are both of similar heights. He questions if the griffin became smaller because it was seen for a long time. He decides not to care about it, and makes it clear that the Moonlight Sword is now his as he tries to punch the griffin with an evil look. The monster tries to talk it out with him. Meanwhile, inside Kirsten's room, Cecilia starts screaming after seeing her son knocked unconscious. She tries to wake him up, but nothing works, and Cecilia starts crying as she questions her mother why her son is unconscious like this. Kirsten becomes speechless as Cecilia cries and says she never asked her mother to do this. She just wanted a sword for her son. Kirsten observes that there is a monster's energy linked with Theo's bloodstream, which is something she has never seen or heard about before. She was hoping he would be okay since he already possessed a relic. Cecilia tells her mother that if anything bad happens to her son, she will never forgive Curson for her actions. All of a sudden, the MC grabs the moonlight sword, and a mysterious light starts to form around his chest. Cecilia becomes concerned and tries to wake him up. Theo finally opens his eyes. She hugs her son tightly as she starts to cry. She tells her son she was very worried, but he assures her not to overthink it as he is completely okay. The system congratulates him on hunting a griffin and finishing the quest. As a reward, he becomes the owner of the white moonlight sword. The MC understands that he survived because of his luck. The griffin was easily defeatable because it was just freshly unsealed, and any psychological attacks were of no effect on him. The system notifies him that he has observed the monster energy of the white moonlight sword, so now his magic power has greatly increased. His magic power surpasses 200, and his body starts glowing. Our boy learns that his magic power has started to gain divinity, and has increased to the level of a high-ranking swordsman. He feels disappointed to know he can't use the magic power right away, as he needs to hold himself back until the awakening ceremony. Curson expresses how surprised she was and congratulates him on succeeding. He questions if she is going to keep her promise, and she assures him that elves do not lie. He notices the sword is being rebellious, and questions if the sword still hasn't acknowledged him as its master. He becomes a bit anxious, but the elf assures him the sword is acting this way after being trapped for 400 years. She says since the sword is finally out in the world, it wants to release all the pent-up frustration. Curson suggests he can try taking a swing at the wall with all he has. He questions if it will be okay, but she starts mocking him and thinks he is worrying for no reason because, even if it is the legendary sword, a swing from a brat like him who is inexperienced and hasn't even had his awakening ceremony can't damage the Basque workshop. He becomes unnerved to hear this and decides to give it a try. Our boy understands that he can hide his dragon heart whenever he wants, so this is a nice opportunity for him to test out the new legendary sword he just received. He walks toward the wall and tries using all of his magic power. The MC excuses himself and removes the cover of the legendary moonlight sword as he gets ready to take a swing. Curson observes him and becomes concerned. She tries to stop our boy, but he ends up using an attack known as Single Flash, completely destroying the workshop's wall. Cecilia becomes astonished while Curson's eyes fill with anxious tears at the sight of the destruction. Contrary to what Curson thought, my guy literally split the building wall in half with just one swing of his sword, and he was not even aiming to destroy the wall. Curson couldn't help but sink into despair at yet another costly loss from our boy, especially after the sword he had just broken. Even Theo thinks this is seriously overkill, and he's already running on empty because that sword drained all his magic to pull off that devastating slash. Right at that moment, Curson starts giving him some mana, and she dashed towards him so quickly that he didn't even notice when she reached him. She's startled to see he really has no control over his magic at all. Whatever the case, after looking at this massive crack in the 10-foot thick wall, she's sure this lad is an absolute genius. She starts to feel kind of proud to have a grandson like him, and I can see those dollar signs in her eyes, which clearly show that her greedy mind is cooking up something juicy to profit off our boy. She puts her hand on him and tells him she'll be his patron from now on, and all he has to do is spread his wings and show the world his skills. Well, there you go. She's literally using him as a walking, talking billboard for her workshop, and Theo can clearly see the glint in her eyes. He bluntly tells her he can see those dollar signs shining right back at him. As the night deepens, Theo and his mother prepare to leave Basque's workshop. After exchanging their last goodbyes, they part ways. We see the fangs she's holding, and it turns out Theo gave them to her as wall repair funds. She's thrilled to have this loot from a Drake, and is sure he must have snagged it while obtaining the relic. She's also feeling proud of her daughter, thinking about how she raised such an incredible son. Right at that moment, someone drops by and greets her with her title of Demon Craftsman. Curson freezes for a moment at the sound of this familiar voice. She turns around and asks why he's here, but this mysterious crow of Rober Ragnar just simmers with a red glint in his eyes and doesn't say a word, leaving us hanging in suspense. 5 days pass, and the day of the awakening ceremony has finally arrived. As usual, Evelyn and Theo are in the middle of a sparring session. After exchanging blows with him, she can tell that his swordplay has gotten stronger and faster overall. My guy just flashes a grin, saying he's really glad to hear this because he never thought someone like Evelyn would ever praise him. The onlookers, as usual, are sweating their balls because they feel like weak sauce compared to Theo. You see, it's been half a year since Theo began to change, and Evelyn is amazed that he's already grown strong enough to push her back. If he awakens his magic today, it'll be the birth of a monster. After they spar for a while, the lady gives him props, saying he's done a great job, and that he might even aim to become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony, and her prayers are with him. Theo flashes a big smirk back at her, thanking her for her kind words. He says that if he becomes valedictorian, he'll mention her name during his speech in front of everyone. Of course, Evelyn gives him this worn-out look, wondering if that's even necessary, while his fellows come over, excitedly telling him to mention their names too. Theo couldn't help but feel a bit proud, thinking that being popular is such a drag, while Evelyn just gave him this creeped-out look, clearly thinking how he is getting way too full of himself. The scene then transitions to the central headquarters, where Theo makes his grand entrance, introducing himself to the guards as Theo Ragnar of Camellia Palace. Once inside, he notices the large crowd in attendance, as the awakening ceremony is the most important annual event for the Ragnar clan. Every participant is hoping to get good results, and as swordsmen of Ragnar, this is their first chance to be acknowledged and honored. With everyone from the Ragnar clan watching, including the clan head, Kyle Ragnar, the pressure is high. Even some big shots are present, like the 9 dragons and the former clan head from 2 generations ago, Hilda Ragnar. The more Theo looks at Hilda, the less she seems like someone who's 150 years old. Either way, he is relieved to see her attending again. The conductor then bangs a drum to grab everyone's attention. This guy is Vana Ragnar, the judge of the ceremony, and a Dragon Gate swordsman. He snaps everyone to attention and tells them it's time to begin the preliminary examination. The prelim involves grabbing a sword placed on the ground and leaving a mark on the steel wall on the platform. He reveals that the wall is forged with a mix of white snow steel, so ordinary steel blades won't even scratch it, but that changes if they channel their magic power into their attacks. To help with that, he decides to hand out Soma to everyone. This single Soma pill will provide the power of 10 years worth of magic, an elixir designed to help open their mana halls. He tells them to swallow the Soma, and focus on opening their mana hall in the Dantian, and only then will they be able to cut through the white snow steel wall with their swords. The depth of their cut will determine their results. Vahana screams out that from now on, the participants whose names he calls will have to step forward, grab a Soma, and get on the platform. The first participant is Theo Ragnar, and they tell him to come forth. Of course, my guy steps forward promptly, and as he's taking that pill, he reflects on how, in his past life, Axion was the valedictorian. He then grabs a sword and walks toward the white wall, determined that this time won't be like the past. As he does, a system window pops up with Scenario Quest 3, become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony to clear the quest. We then cut to the 150-year-old Hilda asking Kyle if this boy is the one he mentioned before. Kyle responds positively, and asks if he has caught her attention too. Hilda replies that she's definitely curious after hearing so much about this boy, and wants to see for herself just how competent his descendant really is. My guy stretches his shoulder muscles, while he can't help but to feel nervous. The judge Vana promptly appears and reminds him to swallow the Soma. Theo promptly pops the pill into his mouth, reflecting on how in his past life he had swallowed the Soma but was unable to control the mana, seriously injuring his Dantian. But this time, something like that won't happen. As soon as he swallows the pill, he feels a surge of power, and the mana begins to scatter around the area. Vana finds himself bewildered to see this brat causing a mana wave of this size. He's worried Theo might not be able to properly control it. You see, when someone swallows Soma, they need to handle it with care. In order for the mana hall to settle in the Dantian, the more talented Ragnars, who have loads of mana, need to be extra cautious. If not, they can end up disabled, and Vana is certain this brat is done for. But, as surprising as it is, my guy quickly stabilizes. Theo couldn't help but feel a rush of happiness, realizing he has both a dragon heart and a mana hall. It's almost a bit disheartening how easy it feels this time, unlike in his past life. But anyway, from now on, he's officially allowed to use mana, and he won't have to hold back the vast amount stored in his dragon heart. He prepares himself, leaps into the air, and just unleashes everything. A dragon manifests from his mana, soaring straight toward the wall. In a single flash, it hits the wall, creating a giant crack. Vana is left absolutely boggled, and he announces without a doubt that Theo Ragnar has passed. The spectators are equally bamboozled by such a display of power. A system window promptly pops up before Theo, announcing that the curse of bad luck that's been in effect has ended, and his fame is beginning to spread throughout the world. A genuine joy spreads across our boy's face because he's finally reached the same starting point as the others. The system further reveals that many people have taken an interest in his impressive performance. Osa Ragnar Plunus wishes to take him in as a disciple, while Julius Ragnar is discontent with the amount of attention focused on him. Meanwhile, Rober Ragnar remains cautious about him. And lastly, Hilda Ragnar shows interest as well. My guy is thrilled that not only the Black Dragon and the Sword Dragon are paying attention to him, but the fact that he's also caught Hilda's eye makes him especially happy. After all, she has the heart of Garuda. He thinks to himself how amazing it would be if he could just obtain that. The other contestants also try their luck with the white wall. One of them manages to leave only a tiny scratch, as thin as a hair. He cries out to see that he has a long way to go to even come closer to Master Theo. Ray Ragnar gives it a shot, and so does Hulkus Lanka and Remington Nacrio. They all do their best, but none come anywhere close to the massive cut my guy left in the wall. This poor guy is absolutely devastated that all 4 Hounds of the North had monstrous results, yet not a single one of them made a mark as great as the young Master Theo. It's finally Axion Ragnar's turn, and as he walks forward, people start murmuring among themselves. Some say that at this rate it's a contest between the Luster Tiger and the Dark Tiger, while others doubt even Axion can match that level. The fact that people are talking about Theo like this only angers Axion beyond belief. He strides toward the wall with his sword in hand, and once he swallows the Soma pill, he's fired up. The mana crackles around him, and out pops a giant red dragon that slashes directly at the wall. The sheer power of it leaves Vana utterly speechless because this is the first time he's been surprised so many times in one day. The crack in the wall is massive, and Vana promptly announces that Axion Ragnar has passed as well. The crowd goes absolutely bonkers because Axion's slash has left a crack just as big as Theo's. Now everyone is on edge, knowing that the precision grading will be the deciding factor in who comes out on top. As dusk begins to settle in, Vana announces that with this, the first stage of the awakening ceremony is officially over. This year, he's particularly satisfied to see so many people significantly increase their scores. He says that those who passed should prepare for the second stage of the awakening ceremony in 4 days. Finally, the rankings that everyone has been waiting for will be announced, including the valedictorian for the first stage of the awakening ceremony. Everyone in the arena held their breaths in anticipation as the valedictorian for the first stage of the awakening ceremony was announced. The clear front-runners, Axion and Theo, were locked in as they both hoped to hear their names called. In the end, Theo Ragnar manages to clutch the win for himself. While he is stunned, the arena erupts in booming cheers. Vana Ragnar is pleased to announce that his performance earned him a perfect 10 out of 10 from the judges. Whether it's technique, magic power, control, or speed, every aspect was flawless. While his followers were cheering, most of the candidates found it hard to believe that the Flash Tiger had taken first place instead of Axion. As it turns out, the depth of his sword mark came close to the record held by young Master Thorkel. That little tidbit made the crowd go even wilder. Thorkel Ragnar is an enigma. He is one of the 5 major candidates of Ragnar, and he is speculated to be the closest in the line of succession. The Salutatorian award fell on Axion Ragnar, and his displeasure is apparent. He also got a perfect 10 out of 10 score. However, he has been relegated to second place as his sword mark was a bit shorter than that of Theo's. That fact made his blood boil even more. Remington Narcio snagged 3rd place, Ray Ragnar in 4th place, and Hulkus Lanka in 5th. The Hounds of the North had the top places on lock. Meanwhile, the idiot of the Southern Inspection Post and Theo's first follower, Sybil Drea, eked out the last slot at 87th place. The second stage of the awakening ceremony will start in 4 days at the treacherous Winter Mountains. All 87 examinees who have passed are advised to prepare as best as they can. With that, they are dismissed, and the first day of the ceremony concludes in an unexpected direction. That night, Theo's faction immediately went straight to the tavern for a celebration. The place rumbled with cheers for the first and second placers. Everyone felt vindicated as the true might of Training Ground Number 4 was made known to the world. Praise and applause for their very own Sir Theo and Sir Remington started flowing along with liquor. Theo thanked his men for the support, but he knew better than anyone else that the trials were not over yet. His goal is for every one of them to pass the second stage together. He pulled his buddy Remington closer and confidently announced to everyone that they would be aiming to be the final valedictorian and salutatorian of the batch. Evelyn is also in a festive mood, and she genuinely believes that the two can pull it off somehow. Remington personally congratulated the young master for such a splendid display of power earlier. Seeing Theo's hard work bear fruit filled everyone with pride, but at the same time, Remington cannot help but feel ashamed of himself for falling so far behind his friend. Theo smiled at Remy, assuring him that he just got a little lucky this time. Also, ranks and such things should not matter between friends, right? Hearing that cleared Remington's mind of useless anxieties. They made a toast with their orange juice glasses and promised to try their best in the upcoming second stage. Sometime later, Theo found himself roaming the nearby snowy mountains. Finally, away from the crowd, he processed what it really meant to snag first place in the awakening ceremony. It is an achievement that he would not even dare dream of in his past life. Though it might not have been a real fight, he defeated Axion fair and square. He can hardly believe how far he has gone in such a short time. Clenching his fists in anticipation, Theo proclaimed that this was only the beginning of his story. Defeating and decapitating that traitorous fraud, Randone is far from enough. That guy is just a lackey to the actual players. Theo's true enemies are the psychotic Axion and the tricky Sky Dragon backing him up. Theo is willing to use everything at his disposal to get his ultimate revenge down the line. For now, He has another matter of great importance to take care of concerning the nest compass he got as a reward. The mysterious artifact is actually pointing toward the Winter Mountains, the venue of the next trial. In the second stage, he will have the chance to find out what the compass is steering him into. While he was lost in his own thoughts, he sensed something fishy nearby. His instincts immediately kicked in, ready to defend himself from whatever was hiding nearby. Someone has been tailing him, and Theo hates surveillance. The hooded spy watched in surprise as his target vanished out of thin air, only to feel the cold glint of a blade aimed at his neck from behind. Theo demanded to know who the spy was, and the dude tried his best to convince Theo that he was not Seuss. He introduced himself as Gatsby Yotan of the renowned Gale Sword Platoon. Gatsby insisted that his captain sent him after witnessing such a splendid performance at the first test of the awakening ceremony. Theo had an unreadable poker face as he stared into the man's soul. It seems like the scouting offers are arriving sooner than he expected. Gatsby elaborated that their captain is offering Theo an opportunity to take an admittance qualification test. This offer flabbergasted him. He is offended that the Gale Sword Platoon wanted him to take some useless test rather than a full-on invitation. Gatsby bragged about the illustrious reputation of his platoon, asserting that even a chance to take the test is hard to come by. Before the dude could spout any more bullshit, a fiery voice cut him off, calling the Gale Platoon a bunch of morons. A woman carrying a great sword on her back addressed Theo as a young master and offered a far better deal than the morons of Gale Sword Platoon. This feisty girl is Ayan Sosoli, also known as the Fire Goblin and Vice Commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. She personally came to extend a direct invitation for Theo to join their ranks. Gatsby stumbled on his words as soon as he saw who had just come through. Those that recognize the Fire Goblin's name know not to piss her off. But before Ayan can get close to Theo, multiple scouts from different factions come out of hiding in fear that such a promising candidate might get signed before they can extend their offer. They all ran in, shouting their ridiculous proposals. The Black Sword Platoon is willing to promote him to squad leader within 3 years. The Swords of Law and the Security Bureau also threw their eager hats in the ring. Annoyed at the bidding war unfolding, the Fire Goblin snapped in anger. The scouts were supposed to entice the young master with promises of assisting and advancing his career, only to fight and bicker amongst themselves. Theo just watched from the sidelines as the idiots cursed and jabbed at one another. He figured that he should just quietly slip away before they pester him even more. But his exit plan might have to wait. Pink plum petals slowly filled the area, dancing in the air. A sultry voice silenced everyone with sheer aura. Even though she knows she will be criticized for being too greedy, the newcomer just can't help herself. Slightly sullying her sterling reputation is nothing if it means gaining an exceptionally talented individual to her side. Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, the sword dragon herself, Osa Ragnar Plunis, has joined the scouting war, shocking everyone into silence. Ayan was the only one who dared to question what business the clan head's first wife had in this place. Lady Osa confessed that she came with the same intention as everyone else. She has come all the way out here just to see Theo Ragnar personally. While Theo is dealing with the ridiculous situation he was put in, the salutatorian is relieving some stress by beheading some people. Calling Axion Ragnar a sore loser is an understatement. This dude is wantonly killing his men to get his frustrations out lest he explodes. He weaved, maneuvered, and slashed his way through a number of young swordsmen, treating them like training dummies as he snuffed their lives out one by one. Axion Ragnar is hungry for blood, and blood he shall get. With every dash and slash, he remembers Theo's smug face after leaving a bloody, armless mess back in the Scaled Dragon Society banquet. The image of Theo unleashing so much draconic aura when he took the first slash in the trial has been etched deep into Axion's disturbed mind. Losing by a few inches made the defeat even more infuriating. The only thing running in his mind is the thought of killing and gutting Theo Ragnar. For now, killing his own men will do. By the end of his rampage, he had completely abandoned his blade in favor of using a much more hands-on and brutal approach to venting his anger. By the time he calmed down, the training ground was already filled with lifeless young swordsmen who thought they were just getting a spar with their young master. When another person stepped into the arena, Axion's eyes darted around. Without even looking at who just arrived, he picked his sword back up and motioned to attack. He threw the whole blade with pinpoint accuracy, aiming for the intruder's head. But for someone like the Sky Dragon, stopping such an elementary outburst is simple. He just grabbed the sword's tip out of the air. Ed Troyven cursed his nephew out for being so pathetic when releasing his rage on random people won't change a thing. When Axion got a good look at his uncle, he calmed down a little. The Sky Dragon advised that at times like this, Axion needs to cool his head and come up with a proper plan. Ed Troyven had already put some things in motion, and Axiom only needed to follow. The nefarious uncle and nephew duo are hell-bent on turning the second stage of the awakening ceremony into Theo Ragnar's funeral. Back in the snowy woods, the scouts made way for Lady Plumblossom out of fear and respect. They knew that whatever they tried to offer Theo would be insignificant if she was in the competition. Just as they were about to appeal how unfair that would be, the space between Theo and Lady Osa was severed from the outside world, locking them in her personal domain. Ayan reckoned that setting up an isolation zone could only mean one thing. She might be planning to personally share her teachings with the young Ragnar inside the swirling lump of energy. The inside of the isolation zone was a lot bigger than what it looked like outside, as the space stretched as far as they could see. Theo recognizes this as one of Lady Plumbossom's signature moves. She can freely create a perfectly isolated space severed from the outside. He used to hear stories about the technique, and now he's experiencing it. His popularity is catching up with him. Lady Plumblossom laughed at his reaction. She's certain that Demon Dragon will be furious once he finds out what she's trying to do, but no one can stop her from giving Theo a gift if she wants to. By gift, it can only mean one thing. She slowly unsheathed her blade as she described how intense the clan head's swordsmanship was. It is akin to dragonfire descending from the heavens and destroying everything and incinerating everything in its path. Lady Plumblossom's style cannot be more different than that, for she prefers to embrace countless variations in her sword. Theo looked around to see that the snowy trail he had walked on a minute ago had turned into a tranquil field of vibrant plum trees. Her steps are rhythmic, sending ripples on the surface of the still water floor with each stride. This is the form of the dragon that she pursues, one that contains constant and infinite changes. As the sword dragon began slowly moving forward, she started swinging her sword, making the plum blossom bloom as countless petals gently drifted down. Her blade softly traced through the petals as they danced alongside her blade. She executed a peculiar flow of movement that seemed impossible. She slashed, stabbed, and chopped with a strange tempo. By the end of her demonstration, she slowly lowered her sword, making the petals spiral alongside the blade, beautifully falling on the ground. It was absolute cinema, a feast for Theo's eyes. The ridiculous thing was the entire sequence was performed within just a single breath. What she just showed is the celestial flower rain, the first full bloom technique of the plum blossoms. Opening her eyes, the First Lady's deep gaze turned towards Theo. The young man was speechless as he felt his heart pound loudly. He just witnessed something truly awe-inspiring. Within a single continuous movement, he counted 120 circles and variations. It gave credence to the claims that, in terms of pure swordsmanship, she is above even the clan head. If Theo could absorb and apply even a little bit of what he had just seen into his single flash, his power would undoubtedly skyrocket. He humbly asked her if he's really deserving of such a gift. She laughed lightly and assured him that it was fine as long as he enjoyed watching it. Finally, Lady Plumblossom dissolved the isolation zone. The tranquil field of plum trees vanished, and the snowy woods returned. She asserted that if Theo ever wishes to see what comes after the first technique, he can come to find her whenever after the awakening ceremony. Such a blatant offer shocked the scouts. The First Lady simply wishes for Theo to become a new wind in this desolate place. With that, her body turned into a pile of beautiful plum petals drifting away. Theo knows more than anyone that he just received something far too great. It would be hard even for him to act shamelessly and not show any gratitude to the First Lady. Now he's in a complicated position. He reckoned that it would be way too greedy to become Lady Plumbossom's disciple and join the white-armored dragon cavalry at the same time. 3 days later, the second phase of the trial has finally kicked off into full gear. The 87 eligible candidates have gathered at the Winter Mountains near the northern Great Wall. Such a treacherous venue is perfect for the challenge ahead. Winter Mountains stretch across a ridiculously vast distance, from their home of winter all the way to the Demon Sea. In this place, the Ragnars have shielded humanity with all their might. They have been at war with the cursed land beyond the Great Wall for over a millennium now. They have been culling the Demon Sea, a place where countless demonic fiends lay waste. High-rank swordsman and second-stage exam overseer Jackie Ragnar cautioned everyone that the new generation would inherit that duty one day. This makes Winter Mountain the perfect testing ground. However, as apprentice swordsmen, the examinees are not allowed to cross over to the Demon Sea, and the exam area is restricted to the inner side of the Great Wall. Today, the exam is very simple. They will have 15 days to defeat demonic monsters that roam the Winter Mountains and retrieve the bells that have been placed on their necks. There are 7 different colored bells out there: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, the colors of the rainbow. Each bell increases in point value in the same order. Naturally, higher points mean confronting a more powerful demonic fiend. Overseer Jackie emphasized the danger of violet bell fiends. Those abominations are at a level that no apprentice swordsman can touch, let alone defeat. Yet they are worth a ton of points. The hunting method will be left entirely up to the examinees. Whatever method they choose to use doesn't matter. All they have to do is bring back the bells to be tallied before the exam ends. Everyone picked up on what the overseer implied. Since they can use whatever method they want, snatching someone else's prey or bells is allowed. No, it is encouraged. They are purposely sowing seeds of discord amongst everyone. But that's just another reflection of Ragnar clan's law of the jungle approach to things. As a final note, the overseer taught them about the totems that repel fiends installed across the mountains. Inside these safe zones, supplies have been buried nearby, and everyone's encouraged to utilize them effectively. Finally, Overseer Jackie formally signaled the commencement of the second trial. As soon as he dismissed everyone, several candidates rushed off and scattered without hesitation. Most of them had the same idea as Sybil. Since the exam will stretch for 15 days, supplies are essential. First, they must secure those resources, and then go with their own strategies. It had only started, but Hulkaslanka loved every second of this test. He is in his element. Axion, motivated by revenge, has come into this exam with a malicious goal in mind. His Sky Dragon uncle heavily emphasized that he must move precisely according to plan. All he has to do is play his role, and Theo will fall. As Axion single-mindedly pushed forward at breakneck speeds, he failed to notice someone tailing him from behind. It was none other than the ever-so-mysterious Ray Ragnar. Seeing as everyone was already rolling out, Theo walked towards the woods to get started too. But before he could get far, a familiar voice called to him. Remy ran to his side and asked if Theo remembered how he said they were friends. The Silver Lion has thought long and hard for the past 3 days leading up to the trial, and it seems that he considers Theo both a friend and a rival. With that realization, a desire has taken root inside him. The desire to truly surpass young Master Theo in power. The young dragon was shocked at first, but he eventually grinned with delight. He knows what Remy is feeling all too well. The moment they first crossed swords in that training ground, a mutual respect for one another blossomed. Theo felt the same way as the Silver Lion. He considered him a dear friend and rival too. Remy heartily laughed in relief as he had been stressing if the feeling was one-sided. With renewed clarity, Remy proclaimed that he would try to beat Theo during the second stage. Theo genuinely wished him good luck with that goal. Without wasting another precious second, Remy exploded in speed and headed deep into the Winter Mountain. Theo took a second to soak the feeling in. Someone incredible like Remington has set him as a goal, someone to surpass. It made him feel a thrill he never felt before. He's finally becoming someone that's truly strong, and it is delightful. Opening his inventory, Theo set the mushy feelings aside for after the trial. He retrieves the nest compass and officially starts the search for the dragon's nest. The compass needle pointed him in a general direction, enough to get started. On the side of one of the deadly cliff faces, the familiar blue light of the system shined through a hidden cavern. The nest compass led Theo to the treacherous outskirts of the Winter Mountain. Upon arriving at his supposed destination, he was confused and saw absolutely nothing that stood out. The compass has turned its needle to the ground, so that must mean something, right? Maybe he needs to start digging until he hits the jackpot. If that was the case, he really should have brought a shovel, as using the white moonlight blade to dig in the snowy soil would have been a gross misuse of a legendary blade. As he was considering what to do, Theo's spidey senses started tingling once more. He steadily took his sword out of the scabbard and turned around on a dime, his eyes fixated on the unwelcomed presence. Sometimes, if the wind is not doing its job, then you have to take to the oars. He sent a sweeping attack, the force of the slash mowing everything on its way down. The trees were cleared in a single file and the ground was wrecked. Spilling some killing intent to the presence tailing him secretly, he gravely urged them to come out. Some unsavory characters started coming out of the woods, confused as to how Theo noticed their well-concealed presence. As soon as Theo saw the man's face, he was taken aback. It wasn't just one man, there were 3. In Theo's previous life, he knew these monsters as the 3 scoundrels of Vuk Mountain, Hyde, Cow, and Rune. These aptly named scoundrels are the scum of the earth. They were widely known as the ones who slaughtered civilians under the guise of accidents during missions. They are the cancer that cropped up as a side effect of Ragnar's rule of the strong. Theo especially cannot ever forget the massacre they committed in Vuk village. While he was working in Black Snow, he was assigned to personally pick up after the bastards. He knows the horror that these 3 will inflict upon the world better than anyone else. In public records, the death toll of the single incident was reported at 761, with another 220 people missing. The shocking part was that none of the corpses could be identified at all. It was because their killing method involved absolutely decimating the heads of their targets for fun. He already considered that their terrible nature would get in the way down the line, so he's planning to deal with them at some point. But he never expected to meet them this early. Since they were expertly tailing him, Theo asked if Axion sent them for a hit or something. One of the scoundrels just laughed at his assumption. He cleared up that they cannot be ordered around by kids. Naturally, they were employed by someone so high up that Theo would never even imagine who was behind the hit. But the young dragon quickly narrowed down the culprit to one person for certain. The head counselor. The reaction of the scoundrels gave it away. Theo correctly guessed who the employer was in one try. It wasn't too hard to guess, given how much they were talking about blood and heritage. An exam proctor is nowhere to be found nearby, so they must have been included in the conspiracy too. Theo's sharpness was a big problem, but the scoundrels were confident that they would get this job in the bag no matter what. The leader of the scoundrels asserted that he feels the best when he crushes a good-looking face like Theo's. Bro is just glazing at this point. The Flash Tiger remained unfazed as he refused to let the three out of his sight. He did not even let the mouthy scoundrel continue with the childish trash talk. Theo immediately slashed away, summoning an avatar of an ancient dragon with his force. They hadn't even gotten the chance to close the distance yet, and the scoundrels were already at death's door. Theo chopped his sword thrice in quick succession with perfect precision, and executed his newly formulated technique, Triple Dragon's Claw, each one targeting a scoundrel. The young master never shies away from violence, but he does not want to become like these pieces of trash. So they do it as revenge for a crime that they won't commit until a few years down the line. He will do the opposite of what the scumbags did. Only their heads will remain. The destructive power of the dragon's claw was so potent that it could decimate a human body into a pulp while leaving the head intact. He simply flexed on these criminals, giving them the comeuppance they deserved. Theo was actually surprised at how fast these troublemakers fell by his blade. Maybe that's because they were still young at this point in time. He owed this new skill to the celestial flower rain that Lady Plumblossom imparted upon him briefly. He dissected and reconstructed the style for the past 3 days, and came out finding a way to use 3 single flashes in a row. Using circles and arcs to draw curved lines of slashes was hard. A whole new world of different transformations and applications has opened. Of course, completing those transformations 120 times in a row like the First Lady is still out of reach. Theo quickly grabbed the severed heads with the scoundrels' pained and surprised expressions have been preserved. He simply threw the evidence down the cliff for beasts to feast on, while he went back to thinking about how to get underground. Much to his surprise, he heard a dull thud as soon as the heads reached a couple meters down. Upon further inspection, he ascertained that there was an invisible staircase winding down the cliff. It's now stained with scoundrel blood. The hidden quest to find the unseen stairs and explore the blue cave has officially started. Theo excitedly jumped down from the cliff to head for his treasure. Unbeknownst to him, a strange bird has been keeping an eye from afar. Back in the palace, the officials posted that they were receiving the test's initial results for the first few hours. Currently, Axion Ragnar holds the first position with 41 demon bells collected as he tears through the exam with 20 of his men. Second place is Ray Ragnar. But everyone has been wondering about one thing. How is Theo Ragnar faring? The messenger had to scroll all the way down to the last page of his report for Theo's recorded progress. Currently, the young man has collected 0 demon bells, and he is off on his own without a team. It's safe to assume that he is moving quietly or lying in ambush somewhere. Those assumptions can easily be verified if there are proctors to confirm. Everyone at the table heard Lady Plumblossoms' impatience. The head counselor argued that there are no rules that exceptional performance in the first stage would lead to the same caliber in the second. He even proposed that the kid's heart might not be prepared for real battles, especially considering that he is a so-called natural child and not a pure Ragnar. The head counselor assumed that his goons must have taken care of business quickly, doing their job better than expected. Suddenly, the old councilman received a telephonic transmission from Ed Troyven, asking him if he did anything behind the scenes. The head counselor did not even bother to deny the allegation. He's bummed that he couldn't tell everyone else beforehand, but it looks like things have worked out, so that's good. Even the Sky Dragon was shocked at the geezer's brazen attitude towards an impure child of the throne. It pissed Ed off that some crazy elitist old coot acted without permission or consultation, potentially stifling his plans. After Camellia had been taken from his family, the Sky Dragon campaigned for an opportunity to take over the Rose Palace. However, he could not find the primordial dragon's relic anywhere. Ed Troyven has come to a hypothesis stating that Theo must hold a clue about Rose Palace's relic. Sky Dragon can feel it in his bones. That boy, Theo, has some clues about the relic on him. Grown and shown that he is a threat. Using telepathy again, Ed jacked into a guard's mind with a message to hurry Axion up. Lady Plumblossom can see that the head counselor and the Central Intelligence Director are scheming something, and they're not as sneaky as they think. The pro-Theo group might have to set up some precautions and countermeasures too. It was a reasonable idea, but Julius Ragnar heavily opposed such a thing. The Demon Dragon genuinely believes that Theo is not someone who would crumble on a mere challenge. Julius trusts his gut that Theo is safe and just stuck in his own unknown circumstance. Also, Julius has not gotten over the fact that Lady Plumblossom sneakily met with Theo. The First Lady feigned ignorance and playfully laughed. Back in the Winter Mountain, Theo finally managed to see where the stairs were leading. Inside was a relatively simple cave structure, but there were a lot of pesky skeletons hanging around on the outskirts. They constantly attack with a pretty strong mental attack trap set up inside. Most people will have a breakdown if they happen to get caught in it. However, such low-level mental attacks are nothing after he passed White Moonlight Blade's tough test. More importantly, Theo managed to follow the compass needle and find something. To check on the situation, Theo expanded his senses outwards, making the wildlife scurry for their lives. For times like this, the special divinity skill is just too juicy. He can even see what's lurking behind every corner. Casting those thoughts aside, Theo was the first to arrive and be tested. Finally, he found the hatchling's lair. 3 years from now, things might be a lot different. Black Snow will end up killing the hatchling and discovering a priceless legendary item. Walking deeper into the cavern, Theo quietly apologized for the future of Black Snow as he planned to take one of their historic records. Behind the gate is the Amon Grimoire, a one-of-a-kind game-changer. As soon as Theo entered the gate, he was frozen in place, overwhelmed at the sight before him. There were literal mountains of gold and legendary weapons, gems and trinkets scattered everywhere. One thing is for sure, this place is not a hatchling's nest at all. In the middle of the gigantic room was a sleeping draconic beast and an ancient dragon, using its sea of gold coins as the most expensive bed in the world. Looking a bit closer, he saw that it seemed to be in a deep sleep, uncaring of the outside world. Theo wasn't delusional. He knew that if this thing woke up and attacked, he could forget about the relic and all the riches in this place, and he would surely die. Could the reports from Black Snow be false? Why is there a full-grown dragon in the chamber instead of just a hatchling? Maybe he's a victim of misinformation, or maybe he just came 3 years too early. Either way, he needs to think of his next move in this unexpected situation. He seriously considered just leaving without touching anything. It's unfortunate, but he can always just come back before the Black Snow can get here again a few years later. But that choice left his hands as soon as the dragon opened its eyes. When he turned around, Theo was locked into a staring contest with one of the most archaic beings in the world. Much to his surprise, ancient dragon Roadbroke spoke in human tongue, calling him the first selector that had come in a long time. The giant beast was actually kind of chill. It even introduced itself without a hint of hostility. Roadbroke explained that the Ragnar calls her the guardian dragon and the owner of Winter Mountain. Everyone who grew up around the clan knew the name Roadbroke. Trying not to be rude and disrespectful, Theo crashed down to his knees and paid respect to his ancestor. Roadbroke was quite interested in the fact that the young human called her an ancestor. As far as Theo was taught his whole life, the guardian dragon Roadbroke is the companion of the Ragnar clan's progenitor, Sigurd, and the mother of Friedreif. The beast asserted that Friedreif the bastard must have been spreading nonsense out there. While it's true that she and Sigurd were old companions for a time, she viewed it just as a sign of respect for the contractor who sold his soul to dragons. There wasn't much emotional exchange between them. It is impossible for humans to mate with dragons in the first place. Maybe the humans in this world are not real monster bangers. This led Theo to ask if his family's line really has the blood of the dragon, or if it is just one big propaganda to lift the Ragnar name up. Roadbroke cleared up that the claim was not wrong at all. Through the long-term contract between her and Sigurd, her dragon's blood is shared. Just as Theo was about to ask more questions about his family's history, Roadbroke cut him off as she was done with the pleasantries. She will now begin her duties as a guardian dragon to the selectors. From this point forward, Roadbroke is going to keep the covenant made at the beginning of the clan, and will allow the selector who passes her test to ask 3 questions. He can finally breathe in relief and thank the gods, as this seems like a non-battle situation. Since his goal is to eventually stand at the peak of the clan, deepening his knowledge of the family's lore is crucial. Through these 3 questions, he needs to get as much information as possible. Outside, the second phase of the awakening ceremony is still in full swing. Axion continued dominating the leaderboard and the beasts in the surrounding area. His 1,000 Dragons roar is already powerful enough to one-shot most enemies. As a white tiger beast fell to the snowy ground, bloodied and lifeless, Axion walked closer. He was heading for the green bell dangling on the poor cat's neck. With another bell secured, that makes 57 confirmed kills. He's quickly racking points up. Nevertheless, killing these monsters was secondary. Axion was just itching to find Theo, but his scouts kept on telling him the same report that Theo was nowhere to be seen over and over. One of Axion's lackeys, Orion Gardner, smugly remarked that Theo must be scared now that he has to risk his life and face real monsters. Orion was determined to attach himself to Axion's entourage the whole way through, no matter what. He fears and believes in the maniac's strength. But he might have run his mouth a little too far when he admitted that Theo got stronger, but lived as an idiot for far too long. The next thing you know, Orion's tearing up and gasping for oxygen as Axion's hand slowly crushes his windpipe in a chokehold. Axion reckoned that this pissant of a follower must not know a simple fact because he had never been strong. In the clan, having power means having no need to fear anything. The Dark Leopard is on the brink of mentally breaking at this point, and he's still as cruel and paranoid as ever. Orion tried to eke out an apology between his desperate gasps for air. This little outburst would have continued if not for another messenger coming in with a message from the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, Ed Troyven. The message was simply a reminder to hurry up and carry the plan out. Axion threw the pissant away like garbage and asked the messenger to send a reply to his uncle to stop pestering him. He doesn't need to be reminded of the goal because no one in this world wants to kill that punk, Theo, more than this psychotic half-brother of his. Meanwhile, Theo is just chilling down in the dragon's den, still trying to think of a fitting question that would give him as much information as possible. After a while, he finally came up with his first question. Roadbroke yawned. She was just glad that the young man finally made up his mind as the boredom nearly knocked her back into a deep sleep. So, the first question was why the guardian dragon is still here. He kept it short and sweet. Roadbroke instantly clocked his strategy of asking basic questions to figure out some hidden background knowledge and praised the kid. The reason why she's still hanging around is quite simple. There exists a monster situated at the very edge of the world. Its body is spread across the seas. They call this entity the Nameless Monarch. For the past 1,000 years or so, Roadbroke has been lying in wait and staying in her lair because she was tasked with the mission to protect the world. The Winter Mountain and this dragon's den are just an outpost. Theo fell silent, digesting the bombshell that his ancestor had just revealed. He was certain that he did not feel it wrongly. For a brief moment, he felt what seemed like fear in Roadbroke's eyes. Who would have thought that an almost godlike figure who's as powerful as an ancient dragon is still capable of feeling terror? There is an existence out there that brings fear to a deity who has reigned for over 1,000 years. The Nameless Monarch must be one freaky bastard. Theo desperately wants to ask more questions and dig deeper into the lore, but there are more important things he has to find out first. So, for the second question, he asked what exactly these ancient dragon's relics he kept on hearing about. Roadbroke answered that there are about 3 relics out in the world. Though she doesn't know much about them, she can sense that the young selector has been quite lucky. The 3 that Roadbroke knows of are the dungeon in Camellia Palace and the White Moonlight Blade. As for the last one, it's a bit more complicated. Roadbroke called it the ancient dragon Papnir's relic. It is a result of a great ancient dragon's soul fragmenting into 31 different pieces. These pieces were then bestowed upon humans in hopes of protecting humanity and resisting the Nameless Monarch. The form of these ancient dragon relics is not limited. Some could be an item, some could take the form of an experience, and a rare few even turned into intangible yet strange phenomena. Hearing that last part made the gears in Theo's head turn. He can finally see that he always had the last relic in him. Everything he experienced after regressing in time flashed before his eyes. Going through 20 years of life and being brought back in time to the brink of death is the strangest phenomenon one can ever go through. His regression must have been just another form of the ancient dragon's relic, which means Theo himself contains the relic. He must have been given a fragment of Papnir's soul. But something's not adding up. There's always a dragon protecting the relics, but there was no such thing in his regression. Realizing something, Theo came up with the third and final question. He looked at Roadbroke right into her piercing eyes and asked why he was chosen. Why would the hand of fate choose someone as talentless as Ragnar's imbecile to fight something as powerful as the Nameless Monarch? Roadbroke stared back fiercely, and decided to answer his final question with a question of her own. She asked why Theo would think that he was the only one chosen out there. The simple reply made Theo realize that he had not been looking at the bigger picture. He might not be the only one chosen by these powerful relics. Sky Dragon Ed Troyven, Demon Craftsman Curson, and even the Black Dragon all knew about the existence of relics. They even actively go out of their way to find and collect said relics. Chances are, they were also chosen by some form of Papnir's soul fragment. If that's the case, are they also seeing the same messages he has been seeing? Did they also regress back in time? While these series of questions led Theo one step closer to uncovering the world's truth, it also made things a lot more complicated. To summarize, there is a nameless monarch lurking at the fringes of the planet that even the ancient dragon fears. And it is entirely possible that there are more regressors apart from Theo. Now that Roadbroke has answered his 3 questions, the quest is complete, and Theo will be given his reward. The young man was so engrossed in all the implications of what he just found out that he almost forgot that he came to obtain Amon's grimoire. But now that his horizons have expanded, he had changed his mind. He needs something bigger, a lot bigger. He wanted something that cannot be compared to any item in this treasure trove. As a reward for the quest, he is given the chance to pick and take anything from the ancient dragon's treasures. Roadbroke proudly boasted about the variety and sheer quantity of her treasures collected from all around the world. There were gems, relics, elixirs, skill books, armaments, anything you could think of. She had them in stock. Whatever Theo chooses will be a priceless fortune worth beyond his wildest imagination. Roadbroke urged him to pick wisely, and she said she would deliver. Theo's lips slowly twisted into a sly smile. When prompted by the ancient dragon to state his desire, Theo Ragnar proudly proclaimed that he wanted to have Roadbroke herself. That answer was definitely out of her expectations. Theo's remark comes across as a joke to the ancient dragon king, who responds accordingly. However, she's done with kidding around, and wants the Ragnar descendant to speak his real choice. Standing resolute on his words, Theo declares that he just told him what he wanted. First the dragon pauses, and then asks to confirm if he's really serious. After receiving confirmation, the dragon exerts its menacing aura that makes the ground rumble beneath Theo's feet. Using the tantalizing dragon fear attack, the ancient dragon deems his words disrespectful and lashes at him for overstepping his boundaries. Feeling the sheer weight of the dragon fear attack, Theo does his best to stand his ground. That mere roar of the dragon is powerful enough to make blood come out of every crevice of his face. In response, he counters the roar with a lesser drake's fear of his own. Of course, it's a pointless attack in every sense of the word. Even Lodbrok thinks he's an idiot for challenging an ancient dragon's roar with an incompetent one. Determined on his feet, Theo shouts his request, reminding the guardian dragon that he was told to select any treasure from its nest. According to his own words, there wasn't a condition preventing him from selecting the guardian dragon Lodbrok as his desired treasure. He may be speaking confidently, but even Theo thinks this is a huge risk he's taking, one that he's willing to put his life on the line for. This beast, the guardian dragon Lodbrok, has firmly established the Ragnar clan with the help of the progenitor, Sigurd. Becoming her partner will mean for Theo to have proven himself as a legitimate warrior of the Ragnar clan. In order to prevent the atrocities of the dark past, he's willing to cast his life away for this opportunity. Theo demands the guardian dragon to surrender herself as she promised with her own words. The warrior begs for her aid with his aching voice. Just then, the guardian dragon sees a shadow of the legend of Sigurd. Seeing his image trailing Theo, Lodbrok releases her roar and accepts his request, much to Theo's shock. Seconds later, the dragon materializes into a smaller and more human-like state, her sharp golden eyes peering him down. Lodbrok has been impressed, so she's willing to give him a shot. She stands before him in her majestic beauty, causing him to go speechless for a few seconds. Lodbrok reminds him that she's over 2 millennia old, so there's no point thinking about those thoughts. Addressing the guardian dragon, Theo points to her chest, and he's not talking about the pair of personalities that you horn dogs are probably thinking about. He's referring to the hole which was a result of a battle 50 years ago. Lodbrok lost her heart, and ever since then, awaited her death. She's only got 3 more years in her before she dies. That's why she also can't leave her nest, which means she won't be of his aid in a direct manner. That's why, extending her offer again, she wants to know if he's really in it to select her as the desired treasure. This simpleton smiles and confirms that he hasn't changed his mind, and that he would like to select her as his desired reward. You know guys, under different circumstances, this would sound horrible. The system confirms the selection of the guardian dragon as his reward. Lodbrok deems it a foolish choice, but thinks it's just one of his qualities as the chosen one. The system has granted him the title of the guardian dragon's significant other, as well as the descendant of the progenitor of the clan. Promising to become even stronger and reach greater heights, Theo confesses that he will obtain the rest of the relics of the primordial dragon Fafnir. A soul link between the guardian dragon and the warrior is established as Theo promises to find something that could very well substitute Lodbrok's heart. After all, among the relics of the all-powerful primordial dragon, he believes there has to be something miraculous to help her out. He also levels up after gaining the experience points as a result. Theo thinks it's only right for him to do that much in order to claim the title of the guardian dragon's significant other. You guys see what I'm talking about, right? She gives him a smirk and hopes to be in good care of her new partner. Yeah, this is going on Santa's naughty list. Lodbrok reminds him that she's still incapable of leaving the domain, so he's gonna have to find a solution for himself until she hibernates for the time being. Also, she's got something for him, which appears to be an ancient book. Lodbrok explains that in order for a true soul to synchronize with her, it's necessary for him to read the artifact and awaken one's mind gate. She estimates that he'll be able to pull this off within a month, recommending that he take his time while skimming through. The system informs him about the bonus reward he just received. It's a grimoire called Aemon. Inspecting its properties, Theo is impressed to find that it contains magical principles that date back to the beginning of time. It's a special book containing rich knowledge of everything in the universe. Theo is glad that he was able to get his hands on this baby, but his real concern is the duration she just mentioned. He asks Lodbrok what she means by 1 month. The guardian dragon expresses that it usually takes that long to awaken a person's mind gate, and asks if he's got something more important keeping him busy. Theo is disappointed to express that he's got to deal with the second stage of the awakening ceremony, which is happening as they speak. The problem is, the exam is only 15 days long in duration, which means he's got less than half a month to work things out. That's why Theo wants to wait until the exam is over to get things going. Eyeing him down, Lodbrok unfortunately confesses that while it's possible, she won't allow that to happen. After all, she doesn't want him escaping so soon. That's why, for this dude, she wants him to open the mind gate even before the second stage ends. Until that time, Lodbrok will make sure that he stays here. Now that's a bone-chilling threat. The total time for the exam to conclude is 13 days, or roughly 300 and then hours. So he's got to wrap it up with that. Let's rewind things a little. There were 3 days left before the start of the second stage, when Axion's uncle talked about the details of how totems created anti-fiend safety zones. The cause is due to the fiend summoning marble resting inside the totem. It's a small sphere with amplified fiend energy resting inside of it, making sure that other fiends are repelled from it. Crushing the marble, he demonstrates what would happen. A fiend monster is released immediately after the marble is crushed, allowing for a summoning to occur at any given time or place. We can see multiple fiends surrounding the man, which goes to show how convenient the summoning marbles are. He crushes them with his dragon spirit, claiming that the objective of the second stage exam is to eliminate fiends and collect points. That's why Theo's only option is to hunt for his fiends for his points. Axion is starting to get a big picture of his uncle's strategy, which involves using the marbles to bait Theo into a trap. Though that's a part of the plan, his uncle reminds him that things aren't so simple. They won't just kill the guy with a simple baiting strategy, because they need to obtain further clues about the relics of the Rose Palace. Since Axion has a crazy hate boner against Taegai, he wants to torture Theo and force information out of him. However, his uncle has to humble this guy with a simple yet provocative reminder. He and Theo don't have an enormous gap in between their strengths, which means he's not going to get things his way like he delusionally believes. At the same time, Theo's actions showcase compassion, which means his followers could be used against him. Axion's uncle recommends he use the dropouts who gathered in the 4th training ground for the job. He thinks it will be easier to use them as hostages, and then extract information from Theo regarding the artifact. Since it isn't a direct approach of strength, Axion is pissed, but he accepts anyway. Fast forward to their plan in action in the present. The Dark Leopard internalizes how Theo shocked everyone by keeping himself hidden until the final moments of the exam. After all, only 12 hours were left until the second stage concluded. The Ragnar prodigy had scored first place with a staggering 800 points and 60 points. Still, he thinks that it's a pity for their plan to fail like that. One of his men wonders if the scoundrels of the council got to him first, which seems like the only reasonable explanation for his disappearance. Felix Ragnar is in 7th place and shares his observation. However, Axion fires back, claiming that his observation just now is bordering the line of stupidity. He provokes Felix by reminding him why Lady Plumblossom decided to take an interest in Theo instead of him. The guy is infuriated that he's reacting harshly when all he's trying to do is help him catch Theo. Felix is pissed as hell by his offensive remark, but it's not Axion who could give a damn about his feelings. He gets up and offers a declaration with his sinister smile. If Theo isn't prepared to come out in the open, he's willing to force him out. He's got both the members of the Scaled Dragon Society and the Plum Blossom Palace working under him. And it's time to lead the charge and murder the failure of the 4th training ground. This psychopath intends to maintain his killing spree until Theo is forced to come out. Eavesdropping on this conversation from her hiding spot is Ray Ragnar, who is in 3rd place on the exam. The scene transitions to a frost lizard fiend getting slayed by the warriors. They celebrate having defeated a yellow bell creature, thinking that it's a monumental achievement. These poor guys barely have any points for themselves, and there's only 12 hours until the exam concludes. They're worried for Theo, especially since they prepared a whole bunch of supplies. Maybe he's out to do something more important. That's what one of them thinks at least. After all, survival is just the bare minimum requirement of the exam, since rankings don't matter at all. Still, they wanted to see him top the charts and become the valedictorian once more. As they're carelessly chatting, one bastard impales them with his thrust. Orion Gardner has just killed Sybil in cold blood, while the rest of his friends question the actions of the Scaled Dragon Society. They're scared to learn that they've become the targets for the day in order to bring out Theo. These poor guys are going to eat shit for literally just existing. During the same time, we revisit Lodbrok's nest of gold and treasures. The Guardian Dragon is fervently impressed by Theo's remarkable ability to open his mind's gate in less than half a month. The system confirms his initial grasp on the magical principles. This is all thanks to what he heard in his previous life before regressing. The key factor in learning the Aemon Grimoire is the quantity and quality of the magic power. Since Theo shares both a Mana Hall and the Dragon Heart, the tasks come natural to him, and he can learn twice as fast as the average person. As a result, a lower-ranked skill also manifests called the Hatchling Synchro. It allows mind reading of objects using psychokinesis magic. Lodbrok believes that he's proven himself worthy of becoming her partner. With that, he's got the fundamentals down, and the rest can be finished with training. She also tells him that when the time is right, at the higher level, he will start hearing her voice. Finally, she'll receive the greatest buff by being able to cast Lodbrok's power, gaining him the same ability as the progenitor of the clan. But before that happens, the guardian dragon requires her recovery, since she's only got 3 years left. However, an optimistic Theo is prepared to impress her with his accomplishments. Satisfied, she declares the completion of the primordial covenant. Lodbrok dearly offers him a farewell and hopes to meet him again soon. At last, we saw this guy finally stepping foot outside. It's a good thing he got the pack down, but still, he has no points right now and only 12 hours to go. Even he thinks he's playing life on extra hard difficulty. Theo assesses his options, because if he hunts fiends in the typical manner, it's just going to be an impossible task to score first place in 12 hours. So the only reasonable strategy is to steal bells from other candidates. Remembering how Axion got first place in his past life, he thinks the same would be the case now. So all he has to do is take care of his Ragnar rival and claim the top spot. Of course, that's only easy to say. Behind him, a figure emerges from the woods. They barely made it here with their injuries and immediately caught the hero's attention. This is Rey Ragnar, and she's in really bad shape, which makes our boy wonder if she was attacked by a powerful fiend. Even then, he fails to understand that Rey was bested by a fiend. However, Theo quickly sees a sword slash across her body, realizing that a person was responsible for doing this. He worriedly asks for what happened, but Rey is in no condition to speak and urges him to go west. Before saying anything else, she collapses in Theo's arms. Armed with his latest ability to read minds of objects, Theo learns the memories of the sword's owner. He sees that Rey was secretly spying on the group who were out to hunt Theo's companions. The failures of the 4th training ground were all restrained and brutally beat down. The final decision was left whether to kill them or not. Orion was asked why he ended up bringing 9 of these clowns when only 2 or 3 would have been sufficient in a hostage situation. But before these lunatics ended the lives of the innocent, Rey valiantly stepped forward, exposing herself before Axion. The Dark Leopard reminded him that this is a personal matter, so she wouldn't be interfering. However, Rey refused to let this madness slide and prepared to fight Axion. Axion is disappointed that Rey has been persuaded by Theo and prepares to take her down. Their fight chaotically began with a powerful exchange, but by the end, Rey suffered a brutal slash. Beyond that, the memories are locked because of his low skill level. Theo is infuriated and perplexed as to why Axion went so far as to capture his allies, while Rey is shocked that he managed to uncover the truth without her saying anything at all. He begs her for answers, and in her half-dead state, she explains that Axion's goal has always been to capture Theo from the beginning. However, since he wasn't anywhere to be found, he took matters into his own hands by taking his friends hostage. This strikes a chord with Theo, who is supremely furious. He realizes that his enemies in his previous life aren't willing to back down in this one either. However, this time he's much more capable of taking them on. Theo demands to know Axion's location as well as his intentions. Speaking of which, one of Axion's henchmen reveals Theo's location in the northern cliffside. This information catches him off guard, but his men are more than certain that he's come in contact with Rey Ragnar, which means they'll be coming here soon. Filled with the joy of being able to cut him down, Theo anticipates his arrival with an evil grin. However, he's keenly reminded that there's no requirement to face Theo in a one-on-one confrontation. After all, his main objective is to gather clues of the relics. His men will take care of Theo on the other hand. In the meantime, they want him to activate the summoning marbles to cause a distraction in the surrounding area. Axion is sold on this plan and states that he's willing to follow through. Going back to Rey, she is begging for him not to go. After all, even the Central Intelligence Proctors are a part of this grand scheme to take him down. It's a task beyond his current strength. She advises him about the current state of the exam, which is more of a slaughtering battleground, a trap that was set up purely to kill him. That's why going alone is the riskiest move ever, and it's better to seek the help of proctors. Even so, Theo thinks there's just no time, and while he's grateful for what she did, he can't allow his conscience to ignore the state of his friends. That's why he's willing to go at once after she drops Axion's location. At this point, the girl is convinced that he's gone crazy. The stakes are too high and death is promised if he goes there. She recommends playing it safe this time. In response, Theo lashes out claiming that he has no desire to lose his precious loved ones a second time. They promise to make it out of the second stage together after all. Mouthing the inevitable fate of the Ragnars, Rey reminds him that sacrifices are always on the table. He bites back by pointing out her personal resolve to fight against Axion's cruelty, because not even she could bear to sit around and watch the terror unfold. The scene makes him relive the memories of his original life, where everything he knew went up in flames, all because he was weak in a clan that was meant to foster the strongest. Theo is done with always losing people and being played for a fiddle. He emphasizes how he doesn't want to relive the mistakes of his past. Fueled with his anger and determination, Theo demands to know Axion's location. The scene transitions to Remington Narcio's side of things, who has just come across the abandoned supplies dropped by Sybil and the rest of his friends. There's blood indicating that something is wrong. He turns to confront the two warriors standing in the distance, Holkus Lanka, who is in 5th place, and then Erica Lanka in 4th place. Finally, Remington Narcio is revealed to be trailing behind Axion as the 2nd placer. Going back to Theo's side of things, he's out here fighting a snow fiend. The first few attacks he manages to dodge, before quickly finishing the fight in one move, prioritizing other pressing matters. Theo runs in the direction of Axion, hoping that some of his friends are still alive and well. He knows for a fact that Ed is playing with Axion's feelings, and making sure that Theo is taken out without much outcry from the clan. There's the fact that the Intelligence Bureau proctors are siding with Axion, which is the greatest piece of evidence available. Theo cuts down the creatures with his Triple Dragon's Claw Strike, reflecting that the proctors who are supposed to kill him will likely suppress Axion from lashing out. Still, he prioritizes his speed, knowing how Axion is just easy to provoke and impulsive in his actions. Lunging for an aerial strike against the fiend, Theo thinks that he could very well manipulate this nature of his in his favor. The sword pierces the creature's head, releasing a pool of blood. Let's see how Ray's doing. She collects her thoughts, remembering how Theo has never once changed from when he was a child. Despite her injured state, she wishes to help him out this time. The hostages are getting brutally smacked around under Axion's heel, who is prepared to cut them down for even making the slightest noise. Again, he's reminded by the proctors not to act on his own to cause unnecessary conflicts. That's why Axion stops his blade and patiently waits. He knows that 4 high-ranking swordsmen from the proctors are being sent to silently assassinate Theo. After all, his uncle is of the opinion that Axion isn't powerful enough to take down Theo, which is frustrating for him to accept since he regards Theo like an insect. To everyone's expectations, the devil himself decided to show his face. Axion spots him covered in trails of blood like a killing machine of war. Theo is armed with his determined eyes, seeing the hurt state of his companions all around. He glances at the scumbags who caused such a scene, and then turns back to Axion, who had been waiting for him for a long while. Finally, his eyes turn towards the corpse of his friends, making him clench his weapon. Axion picks out his sword, ready to fight, but he's again reminded to stay put. That's why he releases his weapon. To follow up with the negotiations, Axion asks Theo to simply reveal information about the artifacts if he wants to see his friends live. Shockingly, Theo Ragnar questions if he is afraid of him. This is a calculated approach from him, because he was planning on using Axion's nature against him. Theo arrogantly mocks him for being a coward and taking extreme measures, all for the sake of preventing a crushing defeat. Axion's blood boils, but the other guy's shit talk continues. He claims that the only reason Axion is surrounded by his scumbags is to protect his own name. Then, there's the hostage game going on. To Theo, he thinks it's just an all-out effort to prevent a defeat as a man unworthy of the title of the 4 Hounds. Axion is now royally pissed, which is exactly what Theo wants, as he keeps egging him on, challenging him to a duel like a real Ragnar would. Unless he wants to back out like the coward he is, as Theo puts it. This is the final push for Axion, who can't contain himself anymore. Theo lays out the conditions for the fight. If he loses, he'll give up the information and his life. But if he wins, he will walk away with his friends. The Black Leopard has lost himself to his madness, and arrogantly reminds the imbecile of the Ragnar of his place in the clan. He laughs before peering at him with a murderous glare, mocking his understanding of the situation. The CBI tries to intervene, even though they know he's trying to stir up Axion with his words. They urge him to follow the plan, but this guy is done playing around. He accepts Theo's challenge and walks forward to take him on, just like our boy wanted. The proctors watching the scene realize that things are going the opposite way of what they intended. They're prepared to act accordingly as planned if Axion is nearing a crushing defeat. The brutal warrior reminds his group not to step in to carry out the tradition of honor in a Ragnar duel. He also doesn't want anyone to hurt the hostages for the time being. Their fight begins with Theo taking the first slash and surprising his opponent. With that settled, it's time to get serious as both swordsmen clash on equal grounds. Axion talks down to his opponent and goes on the heavy attacks. He wants to show Theo the difference between their strengths by releasing a Heaven Dragon shout. This roaring attack even has Theo concerned for his life. In response, he prepares a charged slash of his own, and responds with the Triple Dragon's Claw, severing Axion's attack and surprising him greatly. Standing before him is a confident man who can challenge the best of his attacks. Theo returns the trash talk and wonders if his opponent is really on his level to be lecturing him. Seeing this clash go down, Orion is sweating bullets after the aftermath of Theo's recent attack. At first he was doubtful of the warrior's abilities, but now even he's starting to believe in the imbecile's real strength. The situation seems tense, and suddenly Axion is the one who might lose the fight. Concerned for his own life, Orion wonders if he should switch sides when there's still time. He also believes that Axion greatly underestimated his opponent. Ultimately, Orion decides against betraying Axion, as the bastard proctors of the Intelligence Bureau are sharply watching. He thinks they'll still take down Theo regardless. Commanding the rest of his men, Orion tells them to scatter and search for the remaining proctors. They want to avoid getting caught up in their battle. The story explores Axion's past, who was expected to seize the throne of their clan at a young age. Both his mother and uncle sought his success for their prosperity. The Ragnar name is nothing more than a cover, because underneath, they regarded the boy as a Troyvan. Axion can't help but praise his opponent's performance. He lunges forth to strike down Theo. However, his attack is unsurprisingly blocked with a confident smile. He's acting just like Theo intended for him to act. Breaking away from their fight and back at the council, they talk about Theo's resurgence and news of his contact with Axion. His supporters are pumped that he survived safe and sound, while his haters are shocked he wasn't done away with by the scoundrels. Axion's uncle is happy that he survived, and while no one knows what he's planning, their plans could be furthered by extracting information from the guy. He's just waiting for the information to come out, and then he'll send the high-ranking swordsman to destroy Theo. Suddenly, they receive new information regarding the fight taking place between Theo and Axion. As you can imagine, the dude is scared shitless because this is definitely against what he planned. Back to the fight. Theo executes his Jester's footwork secret technique, giving him an edge in mobility and evasion. Axion is trying his best swinging his sword around, but nothing connects. Through their exchange, he has come to understand Theo's strength, which has grown immensely. A serious Axion shoots a sharp glare and remarks that he's not as fast as presumed. Now that he's caught an edge on his movements, he tosses his sword full speed aimed at our boy's head. This technique catches him off guard, because he remembers his previous experience with a sword-throwing technique. While he was caught in his thoughts in the past, Theo was inflicted with a sharp sword impaling body from the side. Axion claims that he may be using a secret technique, but it still has predictable movements, which could easily pinpoint the exact location of where he would next appear. Blood trails down the body of the sword, and it seems like Theo survived the attack by catching the blade with his bare hands. Now, he's also confirmed the identity of the assailant who shot him down in his first life. Axion was one of the people who betrayed him and made the downfall of the Ragnar clan come to light. Filled with hatred, Theo is happy to confirm that he's the bitch who knocked him down last time. The same day he died was the day he couldn't even learn about the perpetrators who caused the downfall of the Rose Palace. He had no strength and ran blindly, but it's only thanks to Randon taking off his mask that he was able to understand what was going on. Evelyn's investigation concluded Randon's connection with the Camellia Palace. The rest of it was just a logical conclusion. The people who led the attack were none other than the ones belonging from the Troyvan clan. Among these bastards, the only person who could use the uncommon sword-throwing technique is none other than the sly bastard Axion Ragnar, who betrayed them. He was so arrogant that he risked losing his weapon. At first, he was only suspecting them. But now, the truth of the situation stands before his eyes. He grips the sword tightly, and in his fury, shatters it with his mere grip. Theo is dying to know what makes them so motivated to kill them that they have to go through such lengths. Seeing his display of physical strength, Axion is left speechless. Unfortunately for his enemies, Theo isn't the same man from his previous life. This time, he's hell-bent on prioritizing his life as well as those of his comrades. Theo releases the blade targeting Axion, who easily dodges it, talking down his aim and pathetic imitation of the throwing technique. All of a sudden, Axion feels a wave of anger and bloodlust emerging from his opponent, a killing intent so monstrous that it draws out an enormous mana level. Axion's eyes widen as he realizes that Theo has been hiding his skills alone. Our hero vanishes in the blink of an eye before appearing right underneath Axion for a devastating strike. The sheer force of the attack sends Axion flying on the back foot. He's the one going defensive against Theo's attacks now, who even manages to graze his face with a precise cut. Smirking at the impulsive warrior, Theo wonders when Axion is going to decide and pull out his full strength, provoking him even more. Surprisingly, Theo's arm is caught as Axion returns the favor by slicing his face. They're fighting each other on equal grounds. Theo chooses to disappear before his eyes again, and ushers a slash so strong that it knocks away Axion's blade. Now he's left wide open without any defenses. Theo quizzes his opponent before preparing his blade to pierce his damn stomach. He's about to take the kill shot and not even Axion can dodge it at this distance. Let's focus on Remington's side of things. He observes that the blood trails are caused by the dragging of an injured body. The only person that comes to mind is Axion, even though it doesn't make sense for him to act recklessly, especially with first place already secured. Remington cleverly deduces their plan to hunt down Theo during the second stage of the exam. Holkus is pissed that he had to take such measures and took the way of a coward. But Erika is unsurprised, stating that things like these are supposed to be within expectations in the awakening ceremony of the clan. Remington knows this, and claims that it's the very reason he despises the Ragnar way of doing things. They blindly believe in raw strength and cross boundaries. A provoked Erika warns him to watch his tongue. Remington doesn't really give a damn and focuses on saving the lives of his friends just like Theo would do. He wants their help and Holkus is all in. For Erika, she doesn't care and turns away. She only wanted to meet Theo and he's nowhere to be found. She has no interest in saving weak men, which prompts her brother to ask if she's really that much of an asshole. Remington understands her intrigue to meet Theo, and he advises her that by helping him now would serve her benefits in the long run. The three warriors bounce to uncover the hostages' location. Remington is hoping they are safe and sound until they arrive. However, they're stopped by a bunch of men. Warriors of the Scaled Dragon Society are confronting them out of the blue, indicating betrayal. Orion is a little upset that the white-haired punk ran away to Theo's side, and now associates himself with meatheads. Holkus is greatly offended while Remington warns his friend to take the easy path and step aside. But this bitch is apparently looking to catch some smoke, so he doesn't want to move. Faced with no other option, he draws his blade. All three of them lunge forward to defeat the Scaled Dragon Society. The scene cuts to the hostages, one of which has grabbed the shattered blade that Theo threw. The purpose of the blade wasn't to attack Axion but to land right next to the hostage. It's an opportunity to escape using the blade. Their only chance of doing so. The man wriggles his knees in an effort to cut the rope. Zooming in on the battle, it turns out that Axion's life was saved at the last second by one of the higher-ranking swordsmen. They finally decided to show up after acknowledging the situation. This man is Liam Troyven, and he's even prepared to accept punishment for his intervention. Liam breaks their clash and suggests his men to take care of Axion. He begins his aggressive attack on Theo, while the rest of the proctors praise the young master for his fight. They even return him his blade. Axion doesn't seem to be furious or anything, just disappointed. Liam's ferocious slashes are really giving our boy a tough time out here. But still, Theo is managing to respond well in a near-equal exchange. Liam launches a forward strike, which Theo blocks handily. From this short encounter, the high-ranking swordsman is rather impressed by his defenses against both Axion and him. Despite this, it's clear as day that he's no match for Liam's sword skill. There aren't any proctors nearby to monitor the fight, making it the best opportunity to kill the swordsman prodigy. So for the sake of the Troyven clan, he takes an aerial strike to finish Theo Ragnar in this one attack. Time for a plot twist. It's not Theo who gets impaled, but rather Liam out of nowhere. The one who impaled him is none other than Axion, who wants to remind his men of the fair warning he issued at the beginning not to interfere. The fight has just experienced a sudden upset by Axion's betrayal to his own men. The other swordsmen confront the young master for lashing out so blindly. Axion turns to them, furious that they thought he was going to lose. He deems it a mockery of his skills as the heir. Theo acknowledges that he's gone completely mad. As for Axion, he finally recognizes the man's skill as Ragnar. His uncle fed the boy the delusions of grandeur from a young age, goading him to climb to the top and sit on the Ragnar throne. Axion claims that while Theo is stronger, he's weaker in comparison to him. He declares himself as the man who is destined to become the strongest warrior to claim the throne, so there's just no shot of him being beaten here in this fight. Axion is prepared to cut down anyone who stands in the way of his ambitions and lunges to initiate a slash. But this sword slash just doesn't catch Theo, who has used his speed to soar to the skies. He manages to shock Axion with an attack that actually connects. Also, turns out Liam is still alive, just gravely injured. He tells his men to go and help Axion no matter the cost. They need to kill Theo while they still have the chance. However, the high-ranking swordsmen are against the idea, seeing how it led to Liam's downfall. Liam doesn't care and orders them to go, since they'll all die if the young master doesn't make it out of the fight. Axion is seriously on the back foot, completely baffled that he's being outclassed right now. He remembers his uncle's words, who told him that the Ragnar clan is a realm of unpredictable outcomes. Anything could overturn the impossible odds. Axion is in denial, inches away from defeat. He always looked down on this guy, called him a worm, an insect, and even an imbecile who didn't know his place. But it turns out his uncle was right about their skill gaps. Still believing in the delusions of his own strength, Axion lashes out despite being brutally injured. He is now blind in his advances as he spouts maniacal beliefs of his destiny and fate. However, Theo thinks very little of such things. He thinks his ambitions led to the very demise of the ones he cherished. That's why, if Axion isn't willing to concede, he's going to forcefully subdue him. Saying that, Theo channels his powers, casting a beautiful blue dragon. One last time he roars Triple Dragon's Claw, declaring to become strong enough to slay anyone in his path. His attack pierces Axion clean. We get a beautiful frame of his body rupturing apart. When the smoke settles, a corpse hits the ground, its head severed from its body. Axion's head descends from the air and plummets to become a paste. Blood trickles down, but nothing can be done now. The victor of this long fight is Theo Ragnar, who stands firmly after exacting his revenge. Lastly, Liam is left dazed at the sight of the young master's headless state, a fitting death for an arrogant man.
The cold, sharp edge of Theo's blade hung in the air like a deadly pendulum, its crimson droplets staining the pure white snow below. Axion lay sprawled on the ground, his lifeless eyes fixed on the unyielding sky. A heavy silence blanketed the battlefield, broken only by the labored breaths of the few who remained alive. Liam's subordinates, their faces pale with a mix of shock and fear, stammered as they referred to him as young Master Axion. Despite his serious injuries, Liam struggled to his feet, his gaze locked onto Axion's motionless body. He rasped out a barely audible command to kill Theo. Theo, his once pristine white coat now soaked in blood, stood still among the group. His sword, though lowered, dripped with the evidence of his victory. Even though Theo was exhausted and wounded, he assessed the situation grimly, realizing he was in trouble. He thought to himself that it would be a gamble from here on out. Even at his best, he couldn't take on 4 senior proctors at once, and in his current state, it was impossible. His stamina was drained, and his mana was nearly depleted from his last attack. Gripping his sword tightly, Theo steadied himself, his mind racing. He thought to himself that the figure should appear any moment now. As he prepared for what was to come, 2 cloaked figures began advancing toward him, their swords drawn. Figures dressed in dark cloaks moved with astonishing speed, their swords glinting in the dim light. A startled grunt was followed by the sickening sound of a body hitting the ground, breaking the stillness. Before anyone could react, more figures joined the fight, their movements fast and precise. Remington, Hulkus, and Erica emerged from the chaos, their faces set with determination as their blades clashed with the attackers in a storm of steel. This was not who Theo had been expecting. Theo shouted at them in a voice mixed with surprise and relief, asking what they were doing there. Remington, his silver hair glinting, responded with a faint smile and calmly stated that it should have been obvious. They could not leave a comrade in trouble, especially not young Master Theo. Momentarily speechless, Theo simply stared at his unexpected allies. Erica, clearly impressed, grinned and remarked that Theo looked even better in person. She added that it was her first time meeting someone as strong as him and that she liked him already. Hulkus, unable to contain his excitement, chuckled and agreed with her, saying Theo was amazing. Sybil, his face bruised but his resolve unshaken, stepped forward to join the fray. He declared with unwavering loyalty that they were there to help Theo and could not simply stand by after all the trouble they had caused. Despite knowing their actions were a direct violation of the rules, as interfering supervisors were strictly forbidden, they had chosen to fight alongside Theo. Remington shouted above the chaos, sarcastically reminding them that supervisors were not allowed to get involved and pointing out that helping a candidate was a serious offense. The question of their defiance hung in the air as the tide of battle shifted. The remaining agents of the Central Intelligence Bureau, now outnumbered and overwhelmed, found themselves pushed onto the defensive. Liam, his face twisted with pain and frustration, watched helplessly as his carefully crafted plans unraveled. One of his subordinates, trembling with fear, stammered as he asked Liam what they should do and whether they should eliminate everyone there. Another subordinate, speaking urgently, pleaded for Liam's decision, emphasizing that the situation had spiraled out of control. Liam's mind raced, filling with dread as he realized the full extent of their failure. He internally listed their shortcomings. They had failed to uncover anything about Rose Palace's artifacts, they had not succeeded in killing Theo, even Sir Axion was dead, and now they had been caught red-handed. Though defeat loomed, a dark smile crept across Liam's face. He announced his plan to cover everything up. When one of his men protested, saying they did not have time, Liam dismissed the objection and calmly explained that the best solution was simple: kill everyone. Liam's gaze swept over the battlefield littered with bodies as he elaborated on his plan. He proposed staging the scene as an internal conflict, claiming there had been an outbreak among the examinees that led to their deaths on sight. Pulling several dark orbs from his coat, he revealed a 5th-grade monster summoning stones and explained that they would create enough chaos to make the situation look like an accident. His men hesitated, but under the weight of his commanding glare, they quickly nodded. One of them, his voice shaky, agreed to the plan. As Liam prepared to unleash the monsters, his twisted plan began to take shape, threatening to turn the battlefield into a scene of carnage. However, a voice suddenly cut through the tense atmosphere, stopping Liam in his tracks. He gasped as a sharp blow struck him. The arrival of 3 supervisors, representing the White Dragon clan, Plum Blossom Palace, abruptly halted the chaos. Their faces reflected concern and suspicion as they scanned the scene of destruction. Supervisors Selford Gardner and Sally Gardner from the White Dragon clan and Plum Blossom Palace stepped forward, demanding answers. Natasha, the supervisor from Plum Blossom Palace, observed the devastation with a grim expression. The remaining members of the Central Intelligence Bureau were confronted by the other supervisors. One of the supervisors commanded the trio to stop and warned them to follow if they wanted to save themselves. Otherwise, the supervisor added, they would end up like Liam. A tense standoff unfolded, thick with unspoken threats. Amid the turmoil, Theo stood silently, watching the events unfold. Though he had survived against impossible odds, the cost of victory weighed heavily on him. He softly mentioned that it was a relief the supervisors had arrived in time. One of the supervisors, her expression a mix of concern and admonishment, reprimanded Theo for being reckless and asked why he had risked so much. Theo silently met her gaze, his eyes conveying what words could not. As the chaos subsided, the snow-covered battlefield, dimly lit by the moonlight, bore witness to the aftermath of the brutal confrontation. Survivors gathered around Theo. Remington, Hulkus, and Erica stood close, their faces showing relief and exhaustion. Sybil and the others from Training Ground Number 4, their eyes filled with tears of gratitude, cried out that Theo had done all this for them and that they had no regrets, even if it cost their lives. Theo looked at them, his heart heavy with the burden of their sacrifices. His gaze shifted to her, her pale face glowing with unbroken determination. She declared aloud that she aspired to have strength like his and extended her hand, telling Theo to give her the bow and that she would take first place. Her faint smile held a glimmer of hope, a rare light amid the desolate scene. The moonlight bathed the stark snowy landscape, casting a somber glow over the unfolding drama. Far away, at the Central Intelligence Bureau headquarters, Ed listened to a subordinate's report. His face turned pale with shock and disbelief as the subordinate informed him of Axian's death. Ed murmured Axian's name in disbelief, his voice barely audible. The news hit like a hammer. The other council members, Wolfgang, OSA, and Julius, sat in stunned silence. Years of planning and manipulation had unraveled in a single night, and their carefully constructed schemes lay in ruins. Everything had come to an end. The announcement reverberated through the air, a formal proclamation marking the conclusion of the second round of the blooming ceremony. In a snow-covered forest clearing, a crowd of figures looked up toward the source of the declaration. A wave of murmurs swept through the gathering, confusion and curiosity evident on their faces. Among them, 2 individuals exchanged stunned glances, their expressions bearing the weariness of their trials. The focus shifted to the deliberate steps of an examiner, their boots crunching against the snow with a soft but resolute thud. A voice rang out, cutting through the stillness as the speaker addressed everyone. The speaker, Pharaoh Ragnar, the Ascendant Dragon, stood with an imposing presence. His long white beard framed a face edged with wisdom, and his tone carried the weight of authority. He informed the candidates that the second round of the blooming ceremony had officially ended. Gasps and whispers rippled through the crowd as some speculated why the Ascendant Dragon himself, who rarely made appearances, was there. Unperturbed by the speculation, Pharaoh continued, stating that 45 out of 87 candidates had passed and noting that this year's talents might be the best yet. He added that even the highest score was astonishing. A subtle energy crackled in the air as Pharaoh moved on to the formalities. He explained that those who passed the second round would be promoted from apprentices to entry-level inspectors of Ragnar and told them to be proud of their achievement. Among the crowd, Remington and Sybil stood side by side. Remington quietly remarked that everyone there qualified. Pharaoh then announced the scores. The atmosphere grew tense as anticipation thickened in the air. When he declared that Theo Ragnar had achieved first place with 1,121 points, the reaction was immediate. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the group, with some expressing disbelief over the fact that Theo had managed to score over 1,000 points, especially since he had none until the last moment. One person exclaimed in surprise, asking if the others had heard that it was because of Axian. Another person's voice trailed off, lost in the noise. Pharaoh continued, announcing that second place had gone to Remington Narcio with 926 points, Third place to Erica with 843 points, fourth place to Ray Ragnar with 789 points, and fifth place to Hulkus. He added that Isla Laman had taken the 45th and final place with 28 points. After pausing to let his words settle, Faro told everyone that they had all worked hard. However, he pointed out that the blooming ceremony was not over and mentioned that the third round was still awaited. A ripple of confusion spread among the candidates as one of them asked another if they had made it. The second candidate responded bitterly, saying they had not collected enough bells. Faro raised his hand and asked those qualified for the third round to raise their hands. Remington raised his hand first, followed by Erica, Hulkus, and Ray. Among the crowd, Theo lifted his hand high, standing out with its dark contrast against the light. Faro explained that the hidden element of the second round, the equality breathing method, had been revealed through collecting bells and deciphering ancient words. He stated that only those who had mastered it during the exam could channel its essence into their magic and earn the right to proceed. Theo's mind drifted back to his past life, recalling how he had been unable to understand the words then. An image of a bell etched with mysterious symbols flashed in his memory, and his bright blue eyes glowed as a system notification appeared, informing him that hatchling synchronization had been activated and that he could read the thoughts of objects. The scene in his memory shifted to a vivid battle filled with brilliant lights and fierce energy. Theo explained to himself that the essence of the words had come to him as images and that this time, he had understood everything. His determination burned brighter as he prepared for the challenges ahead. He chuckled, marveling at how rare it was to see 4 individuals qualify for the third round. In his past life, he recalled, Ray and Remington had been unable to grasp the equality breathing method. He wondered if this was the butterfly effect caused by his actions. Faro, looking stern, told the candidates to step forward one by one and display what they had achieved. He called Theo Ragnar first. Theo, unshaken in his resolve, thought to himself that with Axion gone, the future would be better. As he stepped forward, a faint blue aura enveloped his foot, and he declared aloud what he had gained. The air crackled with latent power as Theo's blue eyes narrowed. A glowing system notification appeared, listing the actions to be taken: grant, express, control, expand, and solidify. Theo muttered to himself, granting the mana a thunder attribute while maintaining a calm expression, although determination gleamed in his gaze. He thought about expressing it next. As the ground trembled violently, brilliant lightning exploded around him, illuminating the area in flashes of raw energy. Some in the crowd shouted in astonishment, unable to believe Theo had reached the level of expression. Others, including Sybil, exclaimed their admiration, declaring that it was as expected of young Master Theo. Lightning coiled around Theo like a living entity, his power leaving those around him in awe and disbelief. Determined to push further, Theo concentrated energy within himself, causing his chest to glow. Suddenly, he unleashed an enormous wave of lightning that tore through the ground, sending bolts raining down from the skies above. Among the crowd, Erica murmured that she liked him, while Hulkus shouted about how amazing Theo was. Faro, observing with a faint smile, broke the stunned silence, remarking that he was impressed and hadn't expected Theo to wield such control. Theo, keeping his expression steady, said nothing as energy swirled around him. With another explosive display of lightning magic, he left the crowd in awe. His red eyes gleamed as he unleashed a powerful spell called Thunder Dragon. The spell stunned the onlookers, and some cried out in disbelief, suggesting that Theo was attacking the supervisor. Faro, however, seemed amused, chuckling as he noted that Theo had already reached the level of expansion. He countered Theo's lightning with water spiraling around him and declared that Theo had the right to test him. Theo met Faro's gaze without wavering, while the spectators gasped at the exchange. Faro complimented Theo, stating that he would grant him an additional 1,000 points. Theo expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. The crowd murmured with admiration, calling Theo the Ascendant Dragon and remarking that Faro rewarded those who rose to challenges. An updated score display appeared, showing Theo Ragnar in first place with 2,121 points, Remington Narcio in second with 1,426 points, Erica Lank in third with 1,143 points, and Ray Ragnar in fourth with 1,089 points. Hulkus exclaimed how insane it was for Theo to have 2,000 points, with another voice crying out that he was nearly on par with Lord Thorkel. Faro chuckled softly, clearly amused. The remaining candidates waited for their turn. First up was Remington Narcio. A system message popped up, Remington Narcio with 500 points. Then Ray Ragnar stepped forward, Ray Ragnar with 300 points. Lastly, Erica went, Erica Lank with 300 points. Faro, holding a scroll, proudly announced that this group was incredibly talented. Normally, anyone with more than 1,000 points would take the top spot, but now there were 4 contenders. The updated rankings showed, first place, Theo Ragnar with 2,121 points. Second place, Remington Narcio with 1,426 points. Third place, Erica Lank with 1,143 points. Fourth place, Ray Ragnar with 1,089 points. With snowy mountains behind him, Faro spoke to the crowd, praising everyone's efforts. He announced that those who didn't advance to the third round could leave and prepare for the nomination ceremony, set for 1 week later. As the crowd dispersed, the 4 remaining candidates stood before Faro, who was on a stone platform. Suddenly, a dark, threatening energy surged from the mountain peak. A red aura spread out, and the ground shook. The candidates stumbled as a blast of energy caught them by surprise. Faro's voice changed, now sounding sinister as he asked, "Shall we begin the third round?" Theo's eyes widened as he felt an unfamiliar energy filling him. His vision blurred, and he thought he could see the faint outline of a dragon, Lodbrok. Faro explained that the third stage of the exam was to meet the clan head. Anything could happen in this meeting, which would decide if they'd be nominated to serve in the clan head's manor. Serving there was considered proof of being a strong successor candidate since the previous 5 clan heads had all served in that role before. Theo assumed the clan head was waiting at the top of the mountain, but he couldn't understand why he was sensing Lodbrok's energy. Then, it hit him. Maybe the one who had taken Lodbrok's heart was his own father. Faro ordered the candidates to overcome the dragon's fear and climb to meet the clan head. The pressure grew so strong that they all dropped to their knees, barely able to stand. Erica asked how they were supposed to climb in such a state. Theo told her to stop trying to use brute force. Instead, he said they needed to match the mana's wavelength. Erica looked confused and had no idea what he meant. Remington stepped in and explained to her that Theo was talking about creating an anti-phase wave to cancel out the pressure. Theo complimented Remington for understanding so quickly, while Erica stood there, still completely lost. Remington explained further. He said Theo's message was that only those who could properly control their magic power were worthy of meeting the clan head. Remington had grasped this right away, but Erica couldn't follow and asked if they were speaking some foreign language. Sighing, Remington simplified it. He explained that magic power is like a wave. The clan head's aura was also made up of waves, and to push through it, they needed to create an opposite wave with their magic power to cancel it out. Even after hearing this, Erica was still shocked because it made no sense to her. Frustrated, she summed it up herself. "So, we just need to make magic power that's opposite to the pressure?" The others agreed it was basically that. Annoyed, Erica called Remington a goody two-shoes and asked why he hadn't just explained it that way from the start. As they bickered, Ray quietly focused on what they were saying, trying to figure it out. Erica teased Remington, asking if he was really only 17 since he sounded like an old man. Meanwhile, Theo concentrated. A powerful blue aura surrounded him, shocking everyone nearby. Theo balanced his mana perfectly, and the huge wave of energy neutralized the pressure. With a cold, sharp voice, he declared, "Of course I can do this. I'm the next clan head." Hearing this, Remington was shocked. The old man stood stiff, and Erica grew serious. Theo spun on his heel and marched forward, his steps echoing purposefully. He declared with confidence as if the outcome was already set, "I'll go ahead." Behind him, the remaining participants shouted after him, their voices filled with frustration and desperation. The Zenith Dragon observed the 3 remaining participants with an amused glint in its eyes. Its deep booming voice carried an unusually cheerful tone as it spoke, "Don't dawdle, little ones. The points depend on the order you arrive." The revelation struck like a thunderclap. The 3 remaining participants exchanged startled looks, the stakes climbing higher yet again. Erica exclaimed, her irritation transforming into determination. Without wasting another moment, all 3 pushed themselves to the limit, breaking through the heavy aura and sprinting toward the next stage. As their hurried footsteps faded, the Zenith Dragon stood alone, laughing softly. "To think I'd start wanting a disciple in my old age. What a time to be alive," it mused. The scene shifted to Camellia Palace. Its grand halls bustled with activity. A voice rang out, "My precious daughter, where are you hiding?" The palace staff exchanged knowing looks as they followed the source of the voice. One maid whispered, "Oh no, the demon craftsman is at it again." The other maid chuckled, Ever since young Master Theo became famous, she's been unstoppable. Inside one of the palace rooms, Cecilia sat talking with a guest. The atmosphere was calm until the door burst open with a loud bang. Grinning widely, Curson strode in. "So here you are, my dear Cecilia," Curson said enthusiastically. Cecilia turned to her mother, her voice sharp but composed. "Mother, please act with decorum inside the palace." But Curson, too excited to care, pulled Cecilia into an enthusiastic hug. "Cecilia, who cares? I'm about to become ridiculously rich," Curson exclaimed. Cecilia raised an eyebrow. "Weren't you already rich?" Curson leaned back, her eyes gleaming. "Yes, but not this rich. Ever since Theo became a star, my workshop has been buried in orders. Weapons, armor, everything's in demand." A soft smile crossed Cecilia's face as she watched her mother's excitement. She thought to herself, "I always believed Theo would succeed, but now that I see him in action, I can't help but worry." Her smile faded, replaced by a worried frown as she clenched her fists. What if he gets hurt? What if the pressure is too much for him, and all I can do is sit here helpless? While Cecilia wrestled with her thoughts, Curson continued rambling, her energy nearly boundless. "The days of just making weapons are over. I'm branching out, bracelets, necklaces, maybe even an entire jewelry line. Can you imagine?" Curson's declaration suddenly sparked an idea in Cecilia. Her expression sharpened as inspiration struck. "Mother, listen," she said. "Have you ever made a prosthetic arm?" The scene shifted again, this time to a quiet windswept field. Kyle Ragnar, the head of the clan, sat amidst the graveyard of swords, his deep laughter resonating through the tranquil space. The clan head perched on his shoulder was a crow, its sharp eyes gleaming with intelligence. The bird cawed softly, delivering updates on Theo's progress. Kyle's grin widened as he listened to the report. "I know what you're worried about," he said, his tone calm yet firm. "But even a parent has no right to stand in the way of their child's dreams." He reached for the hilt of his sword, its blade old but still sturdy. Around him, the sword seemed to whisper of battles fought and aspirations pursued. "It's impossible to extinguish the fire of youth," he reflected. "Even we were like that in our prime, weren't we?" He gestured to the countless swords surrounding him. "This place is proof of that, the graveyard of swords. Each one stands for a dream, a challenge, a legacy." The crow let out a sharp, disapproving squawk, as though questioning Kyle's confidence. He chuckled but remained steadfast. "I told you, don't worry. All I want is the prosperity of the Ragnar clan. Anything that threatens that, I'll handle it." The crow tilted its head, still unconvinced. Kyle's grin faded, replaced by a steely, unyielding expression. "Even if my damn son is a regressor," he said, his words hanging heavy in the air. "Well, Guy's Noble is different from Manhwa. They missed a few things from the novel. There are 6 primary elemental attributes in the world: Thruma, the thunder attribute; Vatten, the water attribute; Fror, the frost attribute; and last but not least, Elder, the fire attribute. There is also Vyre, the wood attribute, and Svik, the poison attribute. You're finally here, my son," the clan head rumbled, his voice a deep growl. The words felt heavy, more like a declaration than a greeting. He stood there, an imposing figure with a massive sword at his side. This was the beginning of it all. The air seemed to challenge Theo, thick and suffocating. He struggled for breath, each inhale ragged. The climb had drained him, and every gasp reminded him of his exhaustion. A dizzying storm of red energy swirled around him, a chaotic tempest that pressed down on his trembling body. "It should have taken me just an hour," Theo thought, "but it took 4. His legs shook under the oppressive weight. "What a suffocating pressure," he murmured. The world pulsed with a sinister energy. The ground was scattered with swords, grim reminders of those who had come before. Blades jutted out like fallen tombstones, surrounded by a crimson haze. "Do you know what this place is?" Kyle's voice broke the silence, echoing through the space. Theo had heard stories, but seeing it was entirely different. "This is the graveyard of broken swords," he said, his voice heavy with realization. "I've been told these are the swords of those you've defeated, my lord." Theo tried to steady his voice, but a tremor betrayed him as he faced the enormity of the scene. Kyle's tone was sharp, cutting like a blade. "Correct. That is the position of the clan head," he said. "It's a role where you must stand alone against endless threats and challenges, a position where you can never truly rely on anyone." He paused, letting the words sink in like a harsh truth. His great sword shimmered with a menacing glow. It's a position that follows the rule of the strong, Kyle continued, his voice ringing with authority. You must rise above everyone else with your power. Do you think you have the right to claim such a position? His tone dropped dangerously low. Yes, Theo replied, the word firm but quiet, a small act of defiance. Kyle's gaze darkened, his displeasure evident. Don't answer lightly, he snapped. I've killed thousands to stand here, he growled, his voice heavy with the weight of bloodshed. Can you do the same? Can you bear their hatred? Before Theo could answer, the air crackled with violent energy. Ghostly blue figures appeared, their voices a mix of rage and sorrow. Kyle, they roared. I curse you for eternity. How dare you commit such atrocities? The spirits of those Kyle had slain materialized, their faces twisted with anger and pain. Their hatred was so intense it felt like a physical force. I'll destroy you, they screamed, their voices filled with venom. Despite the storm of hatred, Theo stood firm. The chaos raged around him, but his resolve was unshaken. His resolve was unchanged, he declared. Kyle asked why that was, his tone sharp. Theo replied to avenge his past life, become the clan head and put an end to this cursed battle for the throne. He clenched his fists around his sword, his determination unwavering. He said he would face any challenge to achieve his mission, but doubt flickered in his mind. He thought he knew that wasn't the answer Kyle wanted. With a sharp movement, Theo raised his sword. His voice rang with determination as he said he would answer with his blade. Kyle's lips curled into a cruel grin, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He said very well, his voice laced with anticipation. From that moment on, he wouldn't see Theo as his son, but as a challenger. His gaze pierced through Theo. He wanted to see what he had learned from her teachings. The mention of her startled Theo, confusion flashing across his face, but there was no time to dwell on it. He exclaimed in surprise, his mind racing as a dark thought began to take shape. He wondered if Kyle had just said her. Drawing his blade, Theo's face hardened with grim understanding. His eyes widened in realization, but there was barely time to react. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as the world around him exploded into chaos. He questioned if he was dead, his vision blurring. He felt disconnected, as though his body no longer belonged to him. Suddenly, a shocking surge of power erupted. His heart raced as Kyle unleashed a devastating attack. Kyle's expression shifted from cruel amusement to one of disinterest. Beside him, a crow appeared. He addressed the crow, asking if it was worried that their little prodigy might die. The crow chirped twice, its glowing eyes locked on the unfolding scene. Kyle nodded at the bird's response, his gaze growing serious. He said only those with an unyielding will and determination could escape the heart sword. His voice carried a strange mix of pride and uncertainty. Kyle's demeanor grew colder. He muttered it was a harsh test for someone so inexperienced, especially in the middle of the awakening ceremony. His voice hardened, turning icy and calculating. If his resolve wasn't strong enough, he said, it was better for him to die there as nothing more than a wandering soul. He clenched his fist, saying he didn't need a regressor who would only bring ruin to the clan. The world around Theo dimmed, consumed by a suffocating darkness that seemed to seep into his very being. Theo thought he was dead, his consciousness slipping away. He reflected it was only natural since he was struck down by his father. His thoughts felt strangely detached, almost clinical, as he observed his demise. He told himself he had no regrets. A strange peace washed over him as he reviewed the events of his life like a series of fragmented memories. He recalled his past deeds, including stealing Camellia Palace and killing Rendon and Axion. His mind was heavy with the weight of his sins. He admitted everything had just been a stroke of luck. His thoughts faded into the growing void. The truth hit Theo like a physical blow as he observed it. As his life flashed before his eyes, a strange calmness settled over him. He realized this life had been happier than his previous one. His face softened into a serene smile. He said softly that his time had come and it was time for him to go now. His thoughts began to fade into nothingness, the edges of his consciousness blurring. A distant hollow voice echoed as his awareness slipped further away. The last thing he saw was a swirling darkness that soon dissolved into oblivion. But then a harsh guttural voice shattered the silence, startling him. It was loud and clear, and it didn't seem to be meant for him. Out of the shadows emerged a magnificent beast, a creature woven from light and darkness. It commanded him to get up, saying that if he was going to sulk like this, he should have just let it devour him. A small spark appeared, faint but powerful. It grew rapidly, flames licking at the edges of the void. Theo thought he was right, thanking the voice as a newfound strength surged through him. He felt alive again, the icy grip of death retreating as his determination rekindled. He resolved he couldn't let it end like this. His consciousness stirred as he recalled his promise. Lifting his head, Theo's eyes shone with a fierce inner light. His mind was sharp and focused. Drawing his sword, he felt a surge of power flow through him. He thought he may break, his body stretched to its limits, but he would never yield. He roared his voice as a raw challenge to the encroaching darkness. His body moved instinctively, a symphony of power and precision. His sword became a blur of light, unleashing a devastating attack that shattered the darkness into countless fragments. As the chaos subsided, Theo stood dazed, his vision clearing. The shattered world around him began to reform. He lunged forward, his sword glowing with a brilliant blue light. The air vibrated with a violent energy. But Theo had survived. Kyle lowered his gaze, his expression unreadable. His eyes were shadowed beneath his dark brows. He declared that Theo passed. His words were starkly different from his earlier cruelty. Though his tone was still sharp, there was an edge of pride. He had been pushed to his absolute limits but had prevailed. 1 week later, the clan headquarters buzzed with activity. The day of the nomination ceremony had arrived, and the air was thick with anticipation. The grand hall was alive with murmurs. The tension is almost tangible. Hulka stood beside Erica, visibly uneasy. He muttered that there were way too many people there, his voice tinged with nervousness. It was making him anxious. Erica rolled her eyes, a teasing smirk playing on her lips. She asked how someone so big could be so timid, her tone mocking yet playful. Hulkus bristled, his voice defensive. He stated that he wasn't timid and insisted that she was just too bold. Erica shrugged, her smirk widening. She pointed out the commanders of every unit, the 9 dragons, the former clan head, and the current one. She noted how many heroes were present, her voice deliberately exaggerated. Hulkus glanced nervously around the room, his voice rising as each name Erica mentioned increased his anxiety. He exclaimed that was exactly the problem. So many important people were there. Erica muttered that he was such a baby. She claimed no one would care about someone who couldn't even master elemental breathing, her voice dripping with mockery. Hulkus sputtered, his eyes wide in disbelief. His face twisted in frustration and embarrassment, his lips pulled into a deep frown. A sudden jolt ran through Hulkus as he began to shake. He demanded to know what she had gotten from the clan head during the 3rd stage. "It's a secret," Erica replied coolly. Hulkus's face twisted into a mask of outrage. He yelled that she was so stingy, recalling how his Theo would have been cool about it and shared it already. Erica raised an eyebrow, her expression a mix of skepticism and amusement. She questioned him again about his Theo. Hulkus turned away, his expression hardening. He explained the life of a Lank was to serve as the sword of Ragnar. They had to stake their lives for a Ragnar. He thought back to the power of a dragon, a majestic creature of bone and fire, surrounded by a horde of bears. He declared that in that case he wanted someone cool and strong, someone who had it all, power, character, and ambition. That was Theo, and he decided to dedicate himself to him. Hulkus spoke firmly, a strange light shining in his eyes. That was why Theo was his. And he agreed to this? Erica asked sharply. Hulkus paused, furrowing his brow. He wondered if Theo needed to agree. He admitted he had only planned to join the same unit as him. He looked away, his fists tightening. His face clouded with uncertainty. He revealed that the clan head said Theo wasn't being taken into the clan head's manor. Clenching his fists, determination flared in his eyes. He resolved to follow Theo. A steady thud of footsteps echoed through the grand hall, followed by the resonant clang of a staff striking stone. The sound carried across the courtyard, silencing the crowd. "Attention!" Vanna Ragnar announced, his voice booming, holding his staff aloft. He continued, stating that the nomination ceremony would now commence. He named Theo Ragnar as the overall valedictorian. The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement filling the air. The sound reverberated through the hall as they chanted Theo's name. Theo stepped forward, his features calm and composed. Behind him was the sprawling headquarters. The crowd cheered, their enthusiasm unwavering. All eyes were on him, young Master Theo. A voice murmured from the crowd, asking where he would choose. The words felt both like a challenge and a plea. Evelyn watched from the sidelines, a hint of longing in her eyes. She wished he would join the white-armored dragon cavalry, but knew it was just wishful thinking. Theo stood alone in the courtyard center. Congratulations on being the overall valedictorian, Theo Ragnar, Vanna declared. He praised his excellence in every category, calling it truly inspiring. A sharp sound interrupted him, drawing everyone's attention. Vanna's face shifted to shock, his eyes wide. Ed, the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, stepped into view. His expression was unreadable, his eyes obscured by shadows. Sky Dragon, someone whispered. The murmurs quickly spread through the crowd. Speculation arose about his intentions, whether he was there to avenge Axion. Vanna's voice was strained as he addressed Ed, commanding him to sit back down. Ignoring the command, Ed spoke with calm authority. Theo Ragnar, he began, his voice cutting through the tense atmosphere. Theo recognized Ed as the Sky Dragon and narrowed his eyes. He reasoned that Ed must still be angry about Axion's death. But even he wouldn't dare disrupt a nomination ceremony. Ed extended a hand, a charming smile on his lips. He offered Theo the position of deputy director. Theo's eyes narrowed further, his face a mask of suspicion. He didn't trust Ed, not even a little.
Theo becoming the valedictorian was a big deal. It showed how far he had come as a Ragnar, starting from nothing. A broken dark egg in a pile of twigs represented his humble beginnings, while the image of a mighty dragon soaring through the bright sky symbolized his success. The crowd murmured in surprise. "I knew he got strong, but I never thought he'd defeat Axion," someone whispered. Another voice added, "I heard he almost killed a proctor before they stopped him." Theo's journey from being mocked to becoming a legend inspired many young swordsmen. People no longer looked down on him. Now they admired him. The fool of Ragnar had turned into someone they respected. Just then, a message popped up in front of Theo. "You have become the overall valedictorian of the awakening ceremony." Another notification followed. "Congratulations, you have completed scenario quest number 3, Victor of the Awakening Ceremony. You have obtained an ether core as a reward." The item was stored in his inventory. Theo stared at the message, confused. "Ether core?" he muttered. Since the quest took so much effort, the reward had to be valuable. His eyes shifted toward Ed Troyvan, who stood among the crowd. Ed was from the Central Intelligence Bureau. Theo narrowed his eyes. Ed smiled and reached out a hand. "I'd like to offer you the position of deputy director," he said. Theo didn't reply. Instead, he activated his skill to check Ed's information. Age, 46, title, Sky Dragon, talent, wolf in sheep's clothing, status, aims to recruit Theo Ragnar as a pawn to uncover the secrets of the primordial dragon's relics. Theo smirked. "So that's his plan. He must know I already have one." His expression darkened. "But I won't let you get what you want, Troyvan. I'll crush you myself." His fingers curled into a fist. "What is the meaning of this?" a voice demanded. It was Julius Ragnar, the central director. His face was tense as he glared at Ed. Ed remained calm. "I'm simply following procedure by offering a position to a talented individual. Is there a problem?" "Don't insult our intelligence," Julius shot back. "This is clearly just revenge for your nephew." Ed let out a soft chuckle. "I understand why you'd think that, but you're wrong," he said with a sly smile. "While I do have personal feelings about it, as central director, my only goal is to recruit the best people." A snake, Julius thought. He only cares about his mission, even after his nephew's death. Before the tension could rise further, Vanna Ragnar stepped forward. "I understand the need for skilled individuals," he said. "But we haven't even started the official selection process. Let's not rush things." He turned to Theo. "Theo Ragnar, have you made your decision?" "Not yet," Theo admitted. "That's why I'd like to hear what offers are available." His sharp eyes scanned the grand hall. After a moment, Osa Ragnar stepped forward. "I offer not only to take Theo Ragnar as my disciple," she announced boldly, "but to appoint him as junior lord of the Plum Blossom Palace." The crowd started murmuring in surprise. "Did she just say junior lord?" someone asked in shock. "But Lady Plum Blossom doesn't have any children," another person whispered, sounding doubtful. "This is like accepting him as her adopted son," a third voice added, astonished. Theo watched Osa Ragnar calmly, fully aware of the importance of her offer. "He'll be the next sword dragon," someone pointed out. Glancing at Theo with admiration, "2 of the 9 dragons have already made their offers," Remington said excitedly. "You really are amazing, young Master Theo," Halkus exclaimed. "Even most commanders and directors can't compete with these offers," Erica noted. Suddenly, a lone figure appeared among the swirling clouds with a bird flying nearby. "I'd like to make my offer as well," a powerful voice announced. A massive force crashed down, shaking the hall with an earth-shattering impact. A figure descended, surrounded by dark energy. As he landed, he stepped forward, revealing himself. A man with long white hair partially hiding his face behind a dark mask. Gasps filled the hall. The Black Dragon, Robert Ragnar, someone shouted in shock. Even he's getting involved. Robert's sharp eyes locked onto Theo. Theo Ragnar, I've been watching you throughout the awakening ceremony, he said. Theo met his gaze without hesitation. So he's been watching me, Theo realized. Come to Black Snow, Robert continued. I'll grant you the rank of Null Snow. Null Snow, the highest position in the Black Snow Intelligence Agency, allowed its agents to live public lives while gaining both fame and honor. Theo remembered that in his past life he had never been able to reach that rank. To think I can achieve it so easily now. Pharaoh Ragnar cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Theo Ragnar, you left a deep impression during the third stage, he said with a warm smile. I hope you won't forget about Zenith Academy. Aaron, the Zenith Dragon, and the supervisor who had once saved Theo spoke in disbelief. That's 4 out of the 9 dragons, Evelyn chimed in. And don't forget, there's still one more. The Demon Dragon, Aaron whispered. Julius Ragnar, the commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, stepped forward. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry will not offer Theo Ragnar any special treatment, Julius declared firmly. He's sticking to his principles, Aaron said in surprise. As expected of our commander, Evelyn added with pride. Julius's face remained serious. Honor is something you must earn yourself. As much as I want to recruit Theo, I cannot give him special privileges. That wouldn't be fair to the other recruits. The only thing I can promise is my full support for his growth and the honor of being a dragon. His unwavering gaze settled on Theo, standing in the center of the hall. Theo took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, they shone with determination. With a confident smirk, he declared, I will choose. Suddenly, a sharp voice filled with a strange power cut through the air. You're a regressor, aren't you? Theo's eyes widened in shock. He quickly turned around, looking for the person who spoke. His gaze landed on a woman sitting like a queen on a throne. Hilda, the former leader of the clan. His throat went dry, and he swallowed hard. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, keeping his voice calm and steady. Hilda smirked, her eyes full of understanding. I don't know what kind of life you lived before, but your acting is flawless, she said, amused. Truly impressive. Before, what does she mean? Does regression have a limit? Theo's mind raced, trying to make sense of her words. Are you okay? You don't look well, Vana Ragnar asked, concern in his voice. Can I have a moment to think? Theo asked, his voice tense. As you wish, Vana said with a nod. This is an important decision, but don't take too long. Hilda leaned back, her smirk deepening. There's no need to hide it. After all, I'm also a regressor, she revealed. But my cycles have come to an end. Theo's mind spun. She said it again. That means she's regressed multiple times. His eyes narrowed as more questions flooded his mind. Are there other regressors? How many? He decided to ask directly. By cycles, do you mean a person can regress more than once? Hilda chuckled, amused. Wait, you don't know? Kyle must not have told you anything. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Kyle hates regressors, she said. I was surprised he let you live. Theo's voice shook with confusion. Is that why he gave me such a harsh challenge? Hilda laughed softly, her eyes glinting with understanding. You have a lot of questions, but we don't have time now. If you want to learn the secrets of this world and our clan, come find me. We'll continue this conversation later. Theo stared at her, his thoughts a mess. During the third stage of the awakening ceremony, Father gave me no answers, only the heart sword. He looked down, remembering the ceremony. So Father hates regressors. But that energy, Lodbrok's essence, I sensed it from him back then. A realization hit him. The stolen heart of Lodbrok, was it really Father who took it? Is it because Lodbrok, the ancient dragon, supports regressors? A human defeating an ancient dragon should be impossible. But maybe not for Father, who's called a demigod. His gaze shifted to Kyle Ragnar, who sat silently on his throne watching everything. To uncover the clan's secrets about regression, I have no choice. Vana Ragnar's voice broke his thoughts. Now then, Theo Ragnar, have you made your decision? Theo took a deep breath, his determination solid. Yes, I have decided, he declared, his voice strong. Remington chooses Zenith Academy and becomes the Zenith Dragon's disciple. Theo thinks he probably made this choice because both he and Remington used the water current breathing technique in their past lives. Remington went back to his Narcio clan to become stronger. Later he started a rebellion against the Ragnar clan, but this time he didn't leave the clan. Theo is sure this is another opportunity created by his own actions. The two friends shake hands as Theo encourages Remington to do his best, promising they will meet again once they are stronger. Remington smiles and says he is looking forward to their reunion. They exchange a respectful glance before parting ways. Just as Theo expected, Ray returned to Daffodil Palace where her mother, the Ice Dragon, lives. It is the best place for her to grow stronger. Some of Theo's followers wanted to go with him, but their grades were too low. He feels it's unfortunate that he has to separate from his friends like this. After the ceremony ends, Theo looks up at the sky, hoping that everyone will work hard to achieve their goals. Just then, a voice calls out to him. It's Hulkus. He says he didn't expect them to end up in the same unit. With him is their strong female companion. As they walk towards Theo, he greets them with a smile, happy to have made new friends. He thanks them for helping him during the second stage. Erica, blushing slightly, tells Theo that he owes her a favor. She secretly thinks that strong guys are the best. Meanwhile, Hulkus, like a sibling, also believes that strong guys are the best. As they playfully argue, Theo wonders why they are suddenly so interested in him. The supervisor interrupts, telling everyone to focus because the commander is arriving. Despite this, Theo feels satisfied. He has accomplished his goal. He has joined the most honorable unit. This is the perfect place for him to begin his journey toward becoming the clan leader. They are now part of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. The commander arrives and congratulates them on becoming new members. Theo plans to meet Hilda later to clear up some of his doubts. The commander then asks the recruits to state their goals. Hulkus, the simple-minded one, loudly declares that he wants to become an awesome dragon. Another recruit shouts that he wants his name to be known everywhere. Erica confidently states that she will become the strongest of her generation. One by one, the recruits share their ambitions. Soon, everyone turns to Theo, waiting for his declaration. Before speaking, Theo thinks about the great war that will happen in 5 years. Determined, he declares that he will become the commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry within 5 years. The supervisor is shocked at his bold statement. Meanwhile, the commander laughs loudly, saying that big dreams are the way to go and that Theo has joined the right place. The commander then speaks. He tells them that no matter their personal reasons for joining this cavalry, they must all remember one thing. Every drop of blood and sweat they shed will be remembered in history. He says that today's hardships will become tomorrow's pride. Their shields will never break, their swords will never waver, and their comrades will always have their backs, just as they must protect their comrades in return. With a smirk, he finishes by saying that at the end of their difficult path, forged through blood and sweat, glory awaits. Finally, he welcomes them as the newest members of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. As the speech ends, a huge dragon lands behind the speaker, destroying the field instantly. This dragon can fly and is the commander's partner. Muscle Turd introduces the dragon, saying its name is Gullah. He explains that Gullah is a flying dragon and represents all dragons. Suddenly, many dragons start falling from the sky. An old man tells the people to get on their senior dragons. He climbs onto his dragon and announces that the admittance test is about to begin. He explains that it's time for them to find their own dragon partners. But Theo already has Lodbrok. As he looks at the flying dragons, he finds them amazing and wonders if he will have one too. Just then, a voice calls out to him, surprising him. It's Evelyn. She is happy to see that Theo has joined the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Theo is shocked and asks if she is back on duty. She smiles and tells him that it just happened that way. However, he is clearly surprised, and Evelyn smiles at him with admiration, showing her new arm. A flashback begins. Theo's mother, along with her own mother, visits Evelyn to thank her. When Evelyn sees Theo's mom, she is shocked but greets her politely. Theo's mom tells her that even if Theo hadn't received help, he would have still grown into a talented person. However, she knows that Evelyn trusts and cares for Theo. She believes Evelyn is someone who would help him without expecting anything in return. Theo's mom then says that Evelyn is one of the most important people to Theo. Evelyn is stunned and replies that she is just a one-armed trainer. Theo's mom continues, explaining that light guides people in darkness, even when they don't realize how bright it shines. She tells Evelyn that she is like that light, leading the way for others. Evelyn is deeply moved by these words. The scene shifts back to the present. Evelyn is riding a dragon, looking determined. She thanks Theo's mom and also thanks Theo. She reveals that Theo wrote everything his mom said in a letter to her. Because of that, she was able to regain confidence, take charge again, and return to her squad. Theo thinks to himself that he should have done this sooner, but his mother took care of it for him. He silently thanks her. Evelyn, in turn, thanks Theo again and swears her loyalty to him as his sword. As they fly through the sky, Theo laughs, enjoying the beautiful view. Eventually, they arrive at a specific location. Evelyn tells him that this is the White Dragon's Nest, home to flying wyverns. She explains that the White Dragon unit uses wyverns for their missions. The introduction ceremony is happening here. She then tells Theo that he must find a partner, otherwise he cannot join the unit. Theo asks if he can still join if he doesn't find a wyvern. Evelyn says it's possible but very rare. Theo wonders if his friends will be okay, but he doubts that wyverns would suit them. Evelyn advises him to explore the area. She explains that usually people can tell right away which wyvern will become their partner. The first dragon is the Opterex, a huge predatory monster with a massive body that has a massive body and can get as big as 15 meters. These large, brown-scaled wyverns are regarded as tyrannical predators. Next is the poison dragon, Aviarii. With their long serpentine bodies, these poison dragons are able to spray out a violet poison mist. The poisonous stinger on the tips of their tails is a lethal weapon. Then comes the blade dragon, Sigia. As docile herbivores, they normally burrow and nest underground. When they sense danger, they will ambush the enemy from below. Finally, speed dragon species Velociraptor. These small and fast dragons have high intelligence, typically hunting in packs. They can breathe fire. Just by visiting them, Theo turns into a deformed Lego figure. Evelyn explains that the wyverns managed by the White Dragon Corp are usually divided into 4 types. She asks Theo if he feels anything. He thinks to himself that he has a good eye for people, but right now, he can't see what he's looking for. 6 years after the Great War, a wyvern suddenly attacked the White Dragon unit. It destroyed over 100 carefully raised wyverns all by itself. Because of this, it was named the Shadow Evil Dragon. This wyvern burned down 8 villages and killed dozens of inspectors. In the end, it was stopped, but it took both the Demon Dragon and the Sword Dragon to defeat it. The wyvern earned the nickname Evil Shadow Dragon, because it could hide in the shadows. Theo thinks this kind of wyvern would be the perfect partner for him, but then he starts searching for the person he was in his past life. That's when he finds the wyvern surrounded by multiple other wyverns. The scene changes to a strong warrior resting. A voice catches his attention, saying that he looks happy. He replies that it would be stupid to feel happy just because a dragon has joined his group. She tells him it's actually great, and curiously asks if he's thinking of making Theo the next captain of his unit. She finds it impressive that he chooses his words carefully, like a leader. He responds that trouble always starts with words. She believes he's planning something bigger than she thought, but he looks confused. He tells her that since Theo has already joined his unit, he can't just hand him over. She explains that she's here to make a suggestion. She wants him to allow Theo to have double enrollment. Hearing this, he is completely shocked. Meanwhile, Theo, feeling nervous, asks her if she knows about the blue and white wyvern. She explains that this wyvern has been bullied for a long time. They tried to stop it, but nothing worked. She suspects that the reason it is being criticized is because it isn't actually a wyvern. Theo is confused and asks Evelyn if it is not a wyvern. She explains that it was born from a male wyvern, which is why it is a viper. Theo is even more confused because vipers are powerful monsters that live deep inside the forest. Evelyn tells him that this is what makes it strange. Normally, it should have been impossible for one to be born. First-class monsters like the viper are treated as natural disasters because they can cause massive destruction, even breaking through the Great Wall. Among these powerful creatures, the viper is one of the strongest, living in the deepest part of the forest. Theo wonders if its strength comes from being a viper. As Theo laughs while thinking about it, Evelyn tells him that when the creature was born, it caused a big problem in the unit. At first, she decided to observe its nest, but she noticed that the other wyverns did not accept it. She was very worried because isolating it completely was not a good solution. Theo feels like this is another reason why he should choose it. It reminds him of his own life. He tells Evelyn that this creature will be his partner. Before she can say anything, he jumps off the wyvern, determined to make it his. Suddenly, a huge explosion of thunder lights up the whole area. Theo shoots into the air with incredible speed, completely surprising Evelyn. She cries out in shock as she watches him soar through the sky, his face showing both excitement and determination. A blue-bordered system notification appears in front of Theo, showing that he is now using his new telekinetic abilities. With just a thought, he summons several swords to his side. The swords glow with a strange blue light, matching the eerie glow in his eyes. Young vipers can also use telekinesis to control certain objects. Theo lands smoothly, the floating sword circling around him for protection. Using controlled bursts of energy, he propels himself upward again, moving quickly and precisely. Evelyn watches in amazement and whispers, "When did he learn telekinesis, and how is he already so skilled with it?" She is both shocked and impressed by his rapid progress. The wyverns in the nest react nervously to Theo's power. Their cries are full of fear and unease. One wyvern, Umbra, lets out a loud roar, its eyes glowing white with intensity. But Theo does not back down. He keeps flying higher, locking his gaze onto Umbra, remembering how he was treated in the past. Ragnar's fool, people had mocked him before, doubting his heritage. Is he really a Ragnar? He's too useless, even for a bastard child. Theo's eyes narrow in anger, and sparks of blue energy crackle around him. His power surges as he activates his Thunder Dragon breathing technique. The air hums with electricity, and a glowing dragon emblem appears on his skin, surrounded by a blue electric aura. The wyverns, sensing Theo's immense power, shrink back in terror. Their cries grow louder. Some panic and try to escape, fleeing the moment they sense his overwhelming strength. Bullies are just cowards hiding behind masks, Theo said, watching the wyvern fly away. Then, noticing Umbra looking uneasy, he called out, "Are you okay?" Umbra let out a low growl, filled with both fear and defiance. "Key," he cried as he started to take off, sensing the wyvern's hesitation. Theo shouted after him, "I'll wait for you," Evelyn, watching from the side, warned him. "Theo, he's nervous. Getting close to him won't be easy. You should wait and try again later." But Theo was determined. "No, that's exactly why I need to be with him now," he insisted, looking back at Umbra. His voice softened. "Why do you think he stays near the nest even though he's been rejected?" He sighed. "Emotional wounds are harder to heal than physical ones." He turned to Evelyn with concern. "He's hurt. He couldn't have gone far. Please help me find him." In the mountains they spotted Umbra, tired and on edge. Theo walked toward a glowing rock that lit up brightly. Many had tried to tame Umbra before, but none had succeeded. The commander, his voice serious, said, "He's extremely cautious around people. In his current state it'll be even harder." Then he turned to Evelyn. "Can you get something for him to eat?" Theo nodded. "I'll try to understand him. This is my entrance test, after all." He activated his ability, Wyvern Fear, while Umbra countered with Drake Fear. The wyvern let out a powerful roar. Theo took a step forward, Umbra did the same. Theo stepped closer again, and Umbra mirrored him. Using his ability, Theo began healing Umbra. He poured a vial of healing potion onto the wyvern. "How's that? The pain should be less now, right?" he asked gently. Umbra looked confused. Theo thought to himself, "Maybe it's because of the dragon heart, but I can feel Umbra's emotions. His anger at the herd that abandoned him, his sadness and longing to still belong, the loneliness he has endured for so long. He feels the same way about me, both suspicious and hopeful. He wonders if I will abandon him too." Theo reached out and touched Umbra's face. "Don't worry. I won't leave you," he said warmly. Then he reached into his inventory. "I know what he likes." A gem appeared in his hand, catching Umbra's attention. The wyvern's eyes gleamed as he stared at it. "You want it?" Theo asked. Umbra, clearly interested, reached out for the gem eagerly. Theo handed it over. "Here, it's a gift. If you come with me, there's plenty more where that came from," he said with a grin. He extended his hand toward Umbra. "What do you say?" Umbra was speechless. Meanwhile, Theo muttered to himself, "Guess I'll have to raid some from Grandma Curson." Far away, Curson shivered. For some reason, she had a bad feeling like she was about to lose a fortune. Back with Theo and Umbra, the wyvern let out a loud roar, and nodded firmly. A blue system message appeared in front of Theo. "New skill acquired. Wyvern Taming Rank C Mastery 1%. Higher mastery increases the dragon's trust when mounted and gives a 10% power boost to both the rider and the mount." With that, Theo flew into the sky on Umbra's back. Evelyn, who had been watching, was shocked. She stood there, holding two bulls behind her, looking confused. How did you do that? He's never let anyone ride him before." Theo smirked while Umbra looked satisfied as they returned. Evelyn watched as the wyvern ate the food she had brought and commented, "It's nice to see him eat so well." Theo nodded and said, "Thanks for the meal." Still curious, Evelyn pressed on. "Seriously, how did you do it?" Theo replied casually. "I just helped heal the wound in his heart. Once his emotions wavered, the gift sealed the deal." Evelyn was speechless. Theo teased her with a laugh. "Ha ha, you wanted him to eat that?" Evelyn, still trying to process everything, thought to herself. "That's so like young Master Theo. He's not just good at winning over people, but even a wyvern." Amazed, she suddenly exclaimed, "Congratulations, young master. He has accepted you as his partner," she explained further. "A wyvern showing its neck and back is a sign of trust." But then panic filled her face. "Wait, what are you doing all of a sudden?" she shouted as Theo got ready to mount Umbra again. Theo remained calm. "It's fine, I've got this." Evelyn tried to stop him. "Even if he trusts you, you've never trained to fly. Riding a dragon without reins or a saddle is way too dangerous." Her face turned frantic as she yelled. "Taking off like this is a disaster waiting to happen." But Theo, confident as ever, just grinned. "Relax. I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve." Just then another system message appeared. activating skill wyvern taming to compensate for insufficient riding skills. With that, Theo and Umbra took off into the sky. Evelyn stood frozen, watching in shock and worry as they flew smoothly. Theo, smiling, spoke to himself. I get it. He wants to show me something, right? Let's go together. As Umbra glided through the air, Theo's thoughts wandered. Something feels off. How did a pure-hearted dragon like him turn into a feared demon, earning the title of Evil Shadow Dragon? The scene shifted to a waterfall where black liquid seeped into the water below. Riding on Umbra, Theo soared through the sky, leaving Evelyn far behind. The wind carried her worried cries. Young master! Theo guided Umbra downward toward a hidden grotto. His movements were smooth and precise. He thought he knew the winter mountains well from his time with the black snow, but as he approached he realized something. A shimmering crystal-like cave was hidden behind a waterfall. As he gently dismounted, he had a surprising realization. He had never known about this secret cave before. Theo turned to Umbra, who loved shiny things, and asked a question with a hint of amusement in his voice. Umbra's eyes sparkled, and a low rumbling sound came from him. Theo suddenly paused. He had noticed something strange in the cave. Footsteps. He moved closer to a group of unusual purple flowers. Then it hit him. Wait, Umbra became the evil shadow dragon, Theo murmured, realization dawning on him. He's been eating these flowers. He knelt beside the plants and examined them carefully. Who would have thought there'd be so many ghost spirit flowers here? A blue-bordered system window popped up, giving more details. Ghost spirit flower, a plant usually found only in the deepest parts of the Demon Sea. These flowers grow by absorbing pure demonic energy mixed with moonlight. They are an extremely valuable resource for demonic fiends, demonic dragons, and demons. However, they also have opposing effects. Theo thought about how he had absorbed this energy. As he considered it, a sudden wave of power surged through him. Either way, these flowers are too dangerous. I'll have to burn them all later. Umbra let out a low hiss beside him as he made his decision. Don't worry, Theo assured him. He won't mess with the crystals. Then something felt off. Theo's eyes shifted to a dark corner of the cave. There, chained to the wall, was a skeletal corpse. It hung eerily, and a strange sound of agony echoed from it. Theo took a cautious step closer. No way, it's a corpse. Looks like it's been dead for at least 10 years. Yet something was strange. The body hasn't decayed much, Theo noted. The cold must have helped preserve it, but more importantly, this person must have had incredible magical power. He circled the remains, deep in thought. A powerful martial expert died while being tied up in a place like this. I'll have to come back and investigate later. But first, he needed to deal with the ghost spirit flowers. Suddenly, the corpse sprang to life. It lunged at Theo and grabbed him. The skeletal figure let out a chilling scream, its movements stiff and unnatural. Theo reacted instantly, jumping back in shock. Did it just say, "Kyle?" he gasped. Umbra roared, stepping in to help. Theo quickly prepared to fight the reanimated corpse. "Umbra," he shouted. The corpse's red eyes glowed and it growled. "Kyle?" Theo's heart pounded. "Umbra's in danger." Acting on instinct, Theo threw his hand between Umbra and the corpse. A thought flashed through his mind. Kyle Robert would never forgive him if something happened. Both he and the corpse shouted in surprise at the same time. "I wasn't imagining it," Theo exclaimed. "It's really saying Father and the Black Dragon's name. Who could this corpse be?" At that moment, Evelyn stepped in. Using a special technique of the white-armored dragon cavalry, she unleashed a rapid series of attacks. "Blade barrage," she shouted, striking with incredible speed. The attack hit the corpse, knocking it down. Evelyn, too weak to stand, collapsed to the ground. "Sorry, I messed up," he said weakly. He clutched his chest in pain. "This pain, I can't take it." Theo's face was filled with worry. "The poison on that corpse is full of demonic energy," he explained. Evelyn could feel his strength fading. "My body, it's getting weaker. If I don't get an antidote soon, I'll take him to headquarters right away. It will hurt, but please hang in there," Evelyn said, trying to lift Theo. Just then, Umbra let out a loud roar. Evelyn's eyes widened in shock. "What are you doing?" "I'm not going to hurt him. I'm trying to save him." Umbra gently nudged Evelyn, trying to get her attention. "Stop it, Umbra, if it doesn't stop, even if it's young master's companion." Theo struggled to speak. "Evelyn, wait. Hold on." He looked at Umbra. "Umbra has a solution." Umbra let out a soft whimper. Theo gave a weak smile. "All right, I'll trust Umbra's method," Evelyn protested. "But young Master Theo, if we don't go back now, you'll be in serious danger. The poison inside you is mixed with corpse toxins and demonic energy. Even with proper treatment, the survival rate is less than 30%. I want to believe in Umbra's method," Theo thought. "Umbra evolved into a Class 2 demon fiend by eating ghost spirit flowers," Theo explained. "That means he might have faced that kind of corpse before. If so, he probably knows how to fight against demonic energy and corpse toxins. With a weak but determined voice, Theo pleaded, "So please, trust Umbra and do as he says." Umbra let out a loud roar, then began tearing the ghost spirit flowers into pieces. He placed the shredded flowers in front of Theo, clearly expecting him to eat them. Evelyn hesitated. "It wants me to blend this and feed it to him." Umbra nodded. Evelyn turned to Theo for confirmation. Tears welled up in Theo's eyes, his face tense with pain. "Fine, I'll do it," Evelyn finally said. She quickly followed Umbra's instructions, mixing the flowers and feeding the remedy to Theo. Soon, Theo started to wake up. Umbra watched him closely, his eyes full of concern. Theo's breathing grew steadier, and his dragon heart began to glow. Evelyn and Umbra stared in shock. They couldn't believe how fast he was recovering. Suddenly, Theo let out a powerful dragon roar, shaking the air around them. Evelyn gasped. "His magic power, it's turning black? I've never seen anything like this before." She looked at him, full of curiosity. "What's happening to him?" Just then, a blue system message appeared, commencing body cleansing purification. Another message followed, obtaining the trait of the evil shadow dragon. Meanwhile, in Julius's office, he sat at his desk, his face dark with worry. "What has Black Snow confirmed?" he demanded. "Is this report true?" a voice responded. "Yes, sir. We carefully checked all the details. We are 89% sure that this information is correct." Julius clenched his fists in frustration. "Damn it," he cursed. "I can't believe this. I knew something bad might happen during our celebration, but this," his voice shook with emotion, "this is far worse than anything I imagined." Then the shocking news was revealed. Trainer Isvin, the captain of Platoon 5 of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, along with 15 of his soldiers, had all been killed in a tragic battle. A strong burst of bright energy spread out. You could see it happening because of the old ritual. It was about cleaning and starting over. The person telling the story spoke slowly, their words important. "It takes bad stuff out of your body and changes it so you can hold more magic easily. It's a secret trick from long ago." But the storyteller went on, "It needs many people who are good at magic, and it hurts for days." The scene changed to Theo. Light was shining from his body. Even then, the explanation finished. "It has only worked for kids younger than 5. It felt like something impossible." We saw a close-up of Theo's face. Now, dark, swirling magic from the phantom dragon was on it. The fact that this cleaning process happened to Theo was because many unlikely things happened at the same time. The first of these strange things, the storyteller said, was the really strong poison from a dead body that got into Theo. A scary skeleton figure with glowing red eyes jumped at Theo, its bony fingers reaching for him. The skeleton was shown tied up with chains. The second important thing, the storyteller continued, was the thick magic that built up from eating ghost shade for many years. We saw pictures of dark purple flowers opening up, showing where this strong magic came from. And Umbra, the storyteller added, had figured out how to stop the poison from working. Crystals, flowers, and leaves were shown. Everything came together in a weird balance, the storyteller explained. A see-through picture of Theo's body appeared, with bright and dark magic swirling together inside him. Instead of the poison destroying him or him getting rid of it, Theo's body took in the powerful part of the poison, the storyteller finished. The picture zoomed in on a swirling circle of dark energy, which showed how Theo had changed. Theo's eyes opened wide with surprise and pain. He gasped as he felt the strong power flowing through him. Evelyn's voice sounded worried, but also relieved. "Are you okay, young master?" she asked. She knelt down next to him, her hand near him, looking very concerned. "Evelyn," Theo whispered weakly. A tear rolled down his cheek as he remembered what his father had said. Theo smiled a little and said, "Sorry for making you worry." He looked around the magical cave. "These shiny rocks in the cave are all pure strong energy. Their power made the ghost shade poison less strong and actually helped me," he said. Theo looked at Umbra. "I'm glad I trusted Umbra. Ragnar was already strong, but now he's been cleaned, reborn, and has phantom dragon abilities too," Theo stated. Theo then clenched his fist and declared, "From now on, how fast he grows will be unbelievable." Evelyn seemed distant but also relieved. Suddenly, a blue see-through window from the system appeared in front of Theo. It showed his updated information. Theo Ragnar, 17 years old, male. Titles: Flash Tiger, the greatest prodigy in 1,000 years. Talents: Ragnar, player, observation, inventory. Guardian dragon partner, purification, rebirth, phantom dragon. Access denied, access denied, access denied. Below this main information, more details were listed. Status: feeling confused because of a lucky but unexpected event. He got the demonic poison that created the first phantom dragon. If he doesn't handle it carefully, he could become the second phantom dragon. Theo stared hard at the system window. The power of the phantom dragon. Another system window popped up with even more details. Current: Lesser Drake, Fear Hatchling. Synchronization: Wyvern Taming. Access denied, a total of 85 extra points to add to his abilities. That's crazy, Theo said, taking a deep breath. He then focused on the more important question. But the main thing is, who is this old man? He wondered, looking at the skeleton still hanging from the chains. Theo and Evelyn walked towards the wall behind the dead body. There were faint writings carved into the stone. What is it, Evelyn? Theo asked. There's something written on the wall. A journal? Theo wondered, squinting at the faded marks. Yes, but for someone to carve such detailed letters onto a cave wall, he must have been a very powerful master. They looked closely at the writing. The words sadly told the story of someone whose life was all about getting revenge. Defeated by Kyle and Robert. I hid here to get ready for my revenge, but my body is all ready. Theo and Evelyn were shocked by the names written on the wall. Evelyn thought to herself, still in shock. Kyle, Robert, Theo was so surprised he couldn't speak. The writing continued, showing a sad picture of the writer getting weaker. My body is getting worse very quickly. Is it because Robert hurt my monocore? The ghost I ate to stay alive might actually be killing me. I'm starting to lose consciousness. The evil power is taking over, damn it. I haven't even started my revenge, so why? You could feel the desperation and sadness in the fading words. I'm losing consciousness more and more often. It's time to make a decision. And I have to admit, there's no hope left for me. I will leave everything behind and melt my precious sword, the Jade Serpent Blade, to bind myself. I hope someone finds this place. I hope they make my wish come true. I hope they finish my revenge. I pray that my successor will be stronger than them. I leave my legacy here. Theo and Evelyn looked at each other, completely stunned. Wait a second, the next part is this phantom sword art and storm thunder god, Evelyn exclaimed, her voice full of surprise. Then that means this man is, the storyteller started talking again, explaining what we didn't know before. There was a famous person who could control the wind perfectly, and then there was the sad hero who 40 years ago fought for the throne against the current leader until the very end. Wind Lord Hector Ragnar, Theo suddenly said, realizing something important and scary. I thought he was dead, but he was here all along? Evelyn's face looked sad and shocked. She knelt down and her voice was shaky. What are you doing? Theo asked, sounding worried. Even though the leader beat him and sent him away, Windlord was still a true family member of the Ragnar line, Evelyn said. Then she added, if someone who serves the Ragnar family hurts a rightful family member, it's a very serious crime, and they should be killed immediately. Then stop talking nonsense, Theo said firmly. The person you killed wasn't Ragnar, but a crazy man. I did it to save my life. Did I have any other choice? But the rules, Evelyn started to argue. Everything that happened here will be our secret, Theo interrupted. Huh? Evelyn asked, confused. Theo reached out to Evelyn. If you're still bothered by it, take Windlord's special skills. Evelyn was surprised. Windlord's special skills are as good as even the 9 dragon skills, Evelyn asked. But why are you giving them to me? Theo answered. Become Windlord's successor and become stronger and keep his memory alive. Evelyn was still on her knees, completely shocked. Theo said, then Windlord can finally rest in peace. Now that you are his student, no one can call it a crime. Evelyn was still confused by this and asked, didn't you say you would be my protector, Evelyn? Then Evelyn understood what was happening. Evelyn Narvel, a high-ranking sword fighter of Ragnar, promised to be loyal to Lord Theo Ragnar as his servant, Evelyn declared. She continued, I humbly ask my great and noble lord to accept the promise of his loyal servant. Theo smiled at this and said, you really follow the rules very strictly. Theo held out his hand to Evelyn. I, Theo Ragnar, accept Evelyn Narvel's promise, and I will remember it in my heart and soul. And for the long journey we have ahead, I promise to make you my most important sword. Theo smiled at Evelyn and Umbra. The sound of wind blowing loudly could be heard. The scene changed and the camera showed a large training area full of activity. It was the main place for the White Armored Dragon Corps, a place where they trained very hard and followed strict rules. Hulkus, with his usual loud and happy voice, shouted, haha, that Theo still hasn't arrived yet. Maybe I'm actually the most talented person in the White Armored Dragon Corps. He grinned and showed off his big muscles. He suddenly stopped moving. His eyes opened wide because he couldn't believe what he was seeing. A person he knew was walking toward him, and with that person was an even more familiar and scary dragon. Ah, he started to say, but he wasn't brave anymore. Theo came closer. Hulkus stuttered, Theo Ragnar, what did you bring with you? Evelyn was walking next to him. The other new soldiers were just as surprised and looked at each other, confused. One of them said, no way, is that Umbra? How did he get that wild animal to be his partner? Another one said, so this is why they say he's the best talent in 1,000 years. Wow, even this is amazing. Someone else just said, what the heck? The supervisor spoke. Senior swordsman Hulkus Narvel and junior swordsman Theo Ragnar. We finished the test and came back. But where's the captain? Theo asked. He noticed their leader wasn't there. A young new soldier answered, sounding a little nervous. He just got an important message and went back to his office. Evelyn looked worried, like something bad was going to happen. An important message, she whispered, looking closely at something. They heard something moving fast. A whoosh of air and sparks of energy like something was moving very quickly. Julius said, "I know you just finished joining, but I'm sorry everyone. You will all be sent to Blanky Fortress." Theo, Evelyn and the others were shocked by this news. "Real fighting?" Theo asked. Theo looked worried and said, "So it's finally happening. The Sarah's Merchant Guild people being held at Blanky Fortress." An image in his mind showed the dragon-slaying sword, Balmung, stuck in the mouth of a huge fiery dragon. He remembered that someone was trying to steal the dragon-slaying sword, Balmung, to start a fight against the government. A plan made by Ed Troyvan. But Commander Julius spoke to the new soldiers in a serious voice. "Everyone here will be sent to Fort Blanky." A quiet murmuring sound went through the group as the new soldiers looked at each other feeling uneasy. One of them asked, sounding like he couldn't believe it, "What's going on, Commander? What mission is so important that you're sending new people who haven't even finished their training?" Julius squeezed his hand into a fist, his voice tight with held-back emotion. "Platoon 5, Captain Trainer Isvan, and 14 soldiers under him are missing." Theo's eyes widened in shock, and a cold feeling of fear started in his heart. Trainer Isvan was the oldest knight in the white-armored dragon cavalry. Even Julius would ask him for advice. He wouldn't be defeated easily. A scary thought came to Theo's mind. Could this be because of something I changed in the past, he wondered. And a drop of sweat ran down his face. Commander Julius spoke, his voice serious and firm. "The Black Snow Group says there's a very high chance, like 89%, that they are dead. Even if they are alive, they won't be able to continue their mission." He looked at all the new soldiers. "The troops we have now will become the new temporary Platoon 5, and they will take over the mission." He stopped and looked at everyone before giving his final order. "Evelyn Narvel will be the leader of this temporary Platoon 5. You will leave for the mission in 3 days. Finish all your basic training by then." Julius clenched his fist. "I don't believe they are dead." The next day he stared at the far-off land and said, "But we still need to get revenge for them." He turned and walked out of the training area smoothly and quickly. The narrator explained what had happened. At first it seemed like the Black Skull bandits just kidnapped the Sarah's Merchant Guild, which was sad but simple. Everyone thought no one was hurt because the white-armored dragon cavalry worked hard. But that wasn't the whole story. The real reason for the kidnapping was to steal the Dragon Slayer sword, Balmung, and move it somewhere else. A mysterious person in a cloak and mask made all this chaos happen. Ed Troyvan used the Balmung that was secretly taken out to start his takeover. Theo looked worried as he thought about what was happening. "Things have changed from what I remember," he thought, and a drop of sweat ran down his face. "If this is all my fault, I need to see what happens myself." Suddenly, a see-through blue window appeared in front of Theo. It showed a new and scary task. New hidden task. The Dragon Slayer sword Balmung. 3 days later, the new soldiers stood in front of the big Fort Blanky. They were wearing thick fur clothes because it was very cold. "It's so cold, I can't get used to this weather," one person complained, and their breath looked like white smoke in the air. "Why does the moon look weird?" another soldier mumbled, looking up at the strangely bent moon. Suddenly, everyone started shouting, "It's the white-armored dragon cavalry!" A guard high up on the fort wall yelled a warning, "Sound the alarms, it's the white—" His words suddenly stopped as dark magical attacks hit the tower, destroying it in a burst of energy and silencing him. Evelyn's voice was loud and clear, "Everyone throw the bombs." The new soldiers looked determined and threw explosive weapons. The air filled with the loud sounds of their dragons and the big booms of the explosions. The ground shook hard from the constant fighting. It sounded like a noisy mess of destruction. "Hide inside the castle, don't die for no reason," someone yelled. You could hear the fear in their voice over all the noise. People were fighting each other in a fast, swirling mix of swords and anger. The real battle had started. Blood landed on the snow, making it look scary. Theo and his friends moved quickly and killed the enemy soldiers they came across. "Kill every single one of them. Show them what happens when they mess with the white-armored dragon cavalry," Evelyn shouted. She was so angry that it made her stronger when she attacked. The castle, which used to be strong and safe, was now on fire. Its walls were falling apart because of the constant attacks. A soldier looked happy in a mean way and said quietly, "I would have died if I had left even 1 minute later." He wiped sweat off his face and smiled proudly. "Whatever, as long as I give this thing, my job is done. Now I can just relax and enjoy the rest of my—" He didn't finish his boast because a dark figure wearing a cloak suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure's eyes glowed with a strange red light. "The stuff?" the cloaked figure asked in a low, threatening voice. "Yes, sir," the soldier answered, his voice shaking a little as he handed over a long package that was wrapped carefully. "Good, it's the right thing," the figure said without any emotion. "We have the person we wanted. Get ready for the next part of the plan," he ordered, his voice echoing in the snowy area. "Yes, sir," many voices answered at once, showing they would do exactly what he said. The figure looked around at everything, a mean kind of happiness in his eyes. "All that's left," he looked at a group of people using strange machines with wheels. They were moving in a careful and organized way. "We've taken over completely," Theo said, sounding pleased. Haha, that was easy, Theo laughed confidently. Evelyn answered his happy comment, you're right, it was too easy. Theo thought to himself, it's hard to believe that the original Platoon 5 was completely destroyed, and also, he used his hatchling synchro power, which let him see the memories of the enemies he had defeated. This guy, well, he knows they stole Balmung, but he hasn't actually seen it himself, Theo thought, looking worried. I would understand if the lower soldiers didn't know, but how can even their important leaders not know? Am I missing something? While Theo was thinking, Erin came up to him. What's wrong, Theo? Is there a problem? She asked, sounding concerned. No, I was just thinking, Theo replied, shaking his head slightly. Safford spoke, trying to get Theo to move. Hey, you might be called the Flash Tiger or whatever, but I guess a newbie is a newbie. You can just say you were nervous for your first mission, Erin said. Now that we've saved the people being held, let's meet up with the rest of our group. With a sigh, Theo replied, Yes, whatever you want. I want to go home soon. Safford walked past him. I smell like gunpowder. Theo scrunched up his nose, looking disgusted, and mumbled something. He quickly jumped into action, moving smoothly and gracefully. His sword shone in the fading light. What's wrong with him? Safford asked, sounding a little amused. Maybe he didn't like how you smelled, Erin said. Theo jumped again. He threw things skillfully, and each one hit exactly where it was supposed to, causing serious damage. I knew it, Theo mumbled, his voice sounding more and more worried. What does this mean, Theo? Erin asked loudly, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. She gasped when she looked around and saw many barrels full of dangerous explosives. Explosives, those jerks, were they planning to blow us up with them? We don't have any time to waste, we need to get out of here right now, Theo ordered, his voice sharp and urgent. Okay, they answered, their voice just as determined. A dark swirling circle appeared. Theo, look at that black ball coming towards us. Theo shouted angrily, his voice full of frustration and despair. The ground shook as the fort was hit by a huge explosion. The force of the blast sent waves of pressure through the air. Reload, someone ordered in a cold, emotionless voice as they got ready to fire again. With a precise, almost robotic movement, he reached out his hand and disappeared into the swirling darkness. Another set of explosions ripped through the fort, making the ground shake under the constant attack. Kill them all. Don't let even one person live, the figure commanded, his voice showing no mercy at all. The scene changed. Now it was a fancy, richly decorated room with a baby's bed. A woman named Emil, her face pale and tired, held a small baby wrapped in blankets. There, Axion, my sweet baby, she whispered, her voice gentle against the loud noise and destruction. Did it hurt a lot, Mommy Will? Her eyes, filled with a scary mix of sadness and craziness, glowed with a strange light. Bring you the head of that disgusting creature, she promised, her voice full of bitter hatred. The group of shadowy figures came down on the fort, moving quickly and silently like ghosts. Evelyn had her sword out and stood firmly, ready to fight the attackers. Don't let anyone get away, she shouted, her voice echoing through the chaos. Yes, many voices answered as they ran into the fight. Evelyn looked at the attackers, her face showing disbelief. Their whole fifth team, led by Trainer, was destroyed by these people, she mumbled quietly. No, it can't be. There has to be. Her eyes got smaller, and for a moment she looked like she didn't trust something. A bad feeling came over her, and she looked scared. Suddenly, many fiery things fell from the sky and exploded all around them, making the air shake. Leader, someone yelled, sounding worried and afraid. Evelyn moved quickly and blocked the things that were coming at them. She quietly said a curse word and looked around the battlefield to see where the attack was coming from. It's a trap, she yelled, her voice loud and urgent. Everyone get down, a soldier who was hit by the explosion screamed in pain as he flew through the air, his body on fire. Ah! Evelyn's face showed pain and worry as she reached out her hand towards the falling soldier as if she could stop him from dying. The soldier's scream suddenly stopped as he hit the ground, his body broken and still. Theo and the others ran to find a safe place. Leader, the soldier shouted. Everyone's here, it's a trap, we need to leave now. I agree, Evelyn said. Theo looked at what was happening. Okay, let's go the opposite way from where they're attacking. A blue box appeared in front of Theo. Thundergate opened. Theo could think faster, see better, and understand things more easily. Theo's eye glowed. Theo quickly figured out the best way to go. Theo's eye went back to normal. Evelyn shouted, Theo, why are you just standing there? You need to get out of here now, so pay attention. Theo grabbed Evelyn's hand. Evelyn got scared. What are you doing? We don't have time. You have to... No, we have to go inside the fort. Evelyn looked at Theo. Theo kept pulling Evelyn as the fort started to fall apart. I can't believe we have to go back to that place that almost burned us. The lives of 21 people depend on you, Theo, Safford yelled. Theo kept going. If we run outside, we'll just get bombed or attacked. It's a trick. Theo used his special ability to see the layout of the fort. He kept explaining. They probably think we can't survive inside the fort. Theo's eyes shone as he added. But right now, with this ability, we definitely will survive. Theo used his abilities to see everything inside. There's gunpowder buried on the left and big metal balls on the right. So we have to go up the stairs ahead. The group ran up the stairs. Evelyn noticed something. It's a dead end. The soldiers looked like they had been lied to. Hey, you told us to trust you and follow you. Theo, what's the plan? We can't even go back now. The fort started to fall down. The group looked scared as they fell with the pieces of the fort. Theo, Hulkus and others watched the rocks fall. Theo landed safely on the ground even though broken pieces were falling all around him. Outside, a soldier said, "The fires are spreading. We've used up all the cannonballs," he went on. "Remember, this is our revenge for young Master Axion. I don't care if he's completely crushed. Just bring back his head." Theo, who was on the ground after the explosion, said, "I thought we were going to die." The others in the group were tired and replied, "That's just like you, Theo. You had a plan. You figured out how to break the floor in a blink of an eye." As they were talking, enemies suddenly appeared behind them. "What's going on? Why are you guys? How did they get here?" Theo asked. "Black Skull, why are they?" Theo then explained, "I only came here because the ground was especially strong." Theo was shocked as he looked through the holes in the walls and saw soldiers. He looked down and saw a man tied up with chains. Fifth team leader, trainer Isvin. He kept looking at him. Evelyn felt relieved. "Thank goodness you're alive, Isvin." She looked at the trainer and said, "But this is unbelievable. I can't believe the one that—" This was Ragnar's intelligence bureau. Isvin's chains fell off. He dropped to the ground and asked, "I figured an ambush like this couldn't happen without someone on the inside. But how can someone point a sword at their own family?" Another person replied. "This is clearly a betrayal." "That's right, we have to get revenge." Isvin stopped him. "Don't even think about it. It's better to take our time. They planned all of this to trap us from the beginning. It will be hard to fight them with the few of us left. We should go outside and tell the Black Pillar." Theo looked down and said, "That's not possible. Since the Black Pillar isn't sending backup right now, it means the Black Pillar members who were ambushing them were also caught. That's why I brought us inside the castle. However, we still have a chance to win. Those guys even buried their own soldiers underground. They must be trying to hide what happened, so they will definitely come to check if we're dead. Once they're sure they've won and come to make sure, we can ambush them while hiding in the ruins and win." Isvin looked at Theo. He opened the Thundergate at that young age. "I've gotten old. I even gave up in this situation." "I think they chose the new people very well this time," said Aizen. He jumped up and exclaimed, "You're right, the White Dragon Squad can't be defeated. The plan is what you just heard. White Dragon Squad, get ready to fight." The battlefield was a destroyed wasteland under a sky that was starting to turn light with the dawn. Dead bodies were scattered like broken toys among the smoking ruins of Fort Blanky. A lonely figure, hidden in the shadows of the fallen fort, walked through the destruction. His boots crunched on broken stones and bones. He stopped next to a body that was barely alive, a soldier holding on to life by a thread. A soft "help me" came quietly from the man, then weaker, he begged. "Please, just this once." The leader in the cloak spoke, his eyes shining a cold, cruel red, like the dying man's last words making them sound like a joke. "Help me." Another person, hidden in a thick cloak, stepped out of the darkness. "Did you find it?" His voice was rough and cold. "No," the first leader answered, sounding annoyed. "We've looked all over the west and now we're searching the east." He stopped, a little unsure. "Also, we haven't heard anything special from the group that was supposed to attack." He looked around at the dead bodies on the ground. "But then how come there isn't a single body from the White Dragon Squad?" "Wait, hold on," the cloaked leader ordered, his voice loud and sharp. "Has anyone seen the White Dragon Squad?" Before anyone could answer, something moved quickly out of the shadows. It was the White Dragon Squad. They attacked suddenly with fast movements and angry sword strikes. The cloaked figure made a surprised low sound as a sword flashed a silver line in the dim morning light. Evelyn was right behind, her sword moving in a deadly dance, accurate and sharp. The fight began, a messy mix of clashing swords and desperate shouts. Evelyn stepped on an enemy's chest to jump away from his attack. Like a dancer, Evelyn leaped, her sword ready to strike a fatal blow. "It's a trap," the leader yelled, his voice a battle cry echoing across the broken fort. "The enemy is the White Dragon Squad. Get ready to fight." Evelyn and Theo fought together perfectly, like one destructive force. Their swords a quick blur of silver death. Theo, full of the powerful energy of the Thundergate, sent out many glowing bluish-white blades, each strike a warning of death. "I hoped it wasn't the Intelligence Bureau," Evelyn said quietly, her face serious and determined. "But according to Ragnar's rule," her voice became firm, showing the importance of the old law, "anyone who betrays us must be killed right away." She and the leader attacked strongly. A constant wave of steel, their swords sounding like a song of revenge. "How did they live through those explosions?" he shouted, his voice full of disbelief and fear. "How?" another person cried, fear making it hard to speak. Evelyn's sword moved quickly, blocking attacks and cutting through enemies. "Cook," the leader made a painful sound as he blocked a desperate attack. His eyes became narrow, focused and dangerous. She attacked back with many quick strikes, each one precise, her sword a silver flash in the growing light. "Intelligence Bureau, fighting anymore is pointless." Evelyn shouted loudly at the enemy, her voice sharp like a whip. "Now that our surprise attack worked," she yelled, sounding happy, "you have no chance left, but if you give up, we will let you live. Everyone use the secret power," their leader ordered desperately. The enemy leader and his friends were shocked by what was happening. The people in cloaks looked serious and determined. They used all the energy they had left, getting ready to use a forbidden power. Secret powers, what are those? Theo asked, not knowing what that meant. Suddenly, there was a very bright flash of light, and a loud booming sound. The air felt full of strong energy. Sparks flew as Theo's sword hit the enemy's weapons, making a bright shower of light. What is this? Theo stammered, stepping back. A backflow explosion, the forbidden powers that use up your own energy, Theo said, sounding horrified. A powerful wave of energy rushed through the battlefield, throwing people and broken pieces of things around like toys. KWA, one of the enemies screamed as the blast hit him hard. The enemy soldiers' bodies now glowed with an evil red light. They charged forward like they wanted to die. They were like living bombs, powered by the dangerous forbidden magic. Their bloody swords were raised, ready to take their enemies down with them. Our new guy, run away, a comrade said weakly as he died, his voice fading. Theo's eyes were wide with shock and excitement as he watched the enemies coming. His face twisted into a mean, knowing smile. You jerks, how dare you? Theo roared. A wild scream of anger and pain, he used every bit of his power, using his strongest move, Dragon's Third Claw. The air tore apart as a series of powerful hits smashed through the battlefield, leaving behind glowing trails of destructive energy. A message appeared. Thunder Gate opened. It almost seemed unimportant at that moment. Theo's body crackled with raw power, and he moved so fast he was a blur, stronger than any human. He used the Dragon's Third Claw again, each hit like a clap of thunder, hitting exactly where it needed to. Erica could only shout in surprise as Theo's attacks landed. Evelyn jumped back in shock and looked at Theo in amazement. The enemies fell down like trees that had been cut, their bodies broken by fast and focused hits. Theo cut through the last of the enemies. How did he stop the backflow explosion so easily? A dying enemy asked, his voice full of disbelief. I can't let that boy live, he growled, ignoring his own injuries, with hate burning in his eyes. The leader moved incredibly fast, appearing in front of the enemy in a blink. Selford and Aaron watched, amazed and impressed. Theo, that weakling, when did he learn to do that? You're right, we should try harder. Theo gritted his teeth. He remembered, I used the Thunder Gate to make my power stronger with force, but I guess it's still too much for me. Theo Ragnar, I will take you to hell with me no matter what. The enemy's eyes, shining with craziness, jumped forward. His power center, it's messed up. No way he's going to blow himself up. Evelyn's loud cry cut through the noise of the fight. Wind, thunder, powerful magic. A blast of wind. The air moved and seemed to glow around her. Evelyn yelled, reacting right away. She used her own power. Wind, thunder, powerful magic, vortex. A spinning circle of green light and wind appeared. The explosion from the enemy's power center stopped. Theo shouted, feeling very relieved. With a final, very strong burst of energy, Evelyn attacked. Her attack was the result of her skill and desperate power. The enemy soldier fell down, his body broken and dead. Theo, very tired but alive, fell heavily to the ground, breathing in short, uneven breaths. You've worked hard, Theo. Evelyn's voice showed both relief and respect. Hulka's cell forward, Aaron and Ray stared, their faces showing a mix of amazement and thankfulness. As I expected, this man I recognized. Don't want to take the position of Lord Theo's first sword, it belongs to me. We lived, thanks to you. Thank you so much. Theo, exhausted and quiet, could only nod weakly. He took a shaky breath, the air making a whistling sound in his lungs. Slowly, with effort, he reached out a hand. Evelyn took it, her grip strong and comforting, helping him stand up. Isvin, his voice full of wonder, asked, Captain survived too. When did you learn those skills? A feeling of great relief spread over the survivors. They gathered together, sharing a moment of weak friendship. Isvin's eyes looked thoughtful and calculating. The sky above was starting to get lighter. The long, scary night finally ending and a new day beginning. The broken remains of Fort Blanky stood dark against the rising sun, showing how brutal the battle had been. And there, among the destruction, was a single shiny sword, a quiet promise of more fights to come. Inside the fancy rooms of the Rose Palace, far away from the smoking ruins of Fort Blanky, a woman moved wildly against unseen ropes, tears and spit on her face showing her pain. Ed Troyvan, the Sky Dragon, stood over her, his face cold and hard. He spoke angrily to the woman, hitting her hard across the face. She cried out. Troyvan coldly asked for an explanation for what she had done, especially for taking his helper, likely talking about the main agent Evelyn had killed. He held up a wrinkled piece of paper with an official mark, the order she had apparently given. Kill that bad person Ragnar and the White Dragon Squad. He questioned her boldness, asking if she even understood how serious it was to give such an unauthorized order. The woman was crawling on the floor and angrily shouted that she had done it for Troyvan. She said it was to protect his important plan, and then she claimed she had messed it all up. Her voice became a loud, wild scream as she demanded that Troyvan cut off the head of the person who killed her Axion. Was that really so hard for you to do? She yelled. Her sadness turned into strong, hateful anger, and she focused all of it on Theo Ragnar. Everything she shouted was about that terrible person. They had to be separated. Everyone connected to him had to be killed. Only then would her heart and Axion's spirit find any peace at all. Hearing Axion's name seemed to bother Troyvan. His face didn't show any emotion, but he bent down, grabbed her hair, and told the foolish woman firmly what she was supposed to do. He asked if she had forgotten. Fear showed in her eyes, replacing the anger. Troyvan's voice was full of dislike. They had lost the dragon's sword, called Balmung, which was the most important part of their whole plan. Also, his nephew, Axion, was dead. Because she had failed, he said she would no longer be called daughter of Troyvan. The woman looked up at him, shaking. The cold anger in his eyes reminded her very much of her own father. Troyvan turned away, thinking she was useless. He told his guards, who were standing nearby without any expression, to take her somewhere he couldn't see her. He also ordered them to get rid of anything connected to her, or any information to stop secrets from getting out. The woman begged her brother desperately to change his mind, promising she would do anything if he would just let her live. Troyvan ignored her cries and walked away as she struggled to breathe among the bodies of other servants lying on the stairs. They were probably victims of her earlier anger that she wasn't supposed to have. All his careful plans were ruined, and Troyvan was very angry inside, all because of one thing, Theo Ragnar. He promised himself right then and there, his eyes burning with cold determination, that he would kill the boy himself. It seemed like this family had problems that were way beyond just needing to talk things out. Meanwhile, back in the quiet of his room at the White Armored Dragon Cavalry headquarters, Theo was looking at the rewards shown on a screen. A beautiful large sword appeared from the system, shining in the light of the room. The screen gave details about it. Dragon sword. Strand of Fate, type, Greatsword, Divine Relic. It said how to use it was unknown. And what it did was also unknown. A note said it was currently locked and needed a special release to be used. Theo quietly said the sword's name, Dragon Sword, and reached out to grab the handle. As his fingers closed around it, a burst of dark, thick energy shot out, pushing his hand away hard, and making the heavy sword fall to the floor with a loud clanging sound against the stone tiles. Theo wiggled his hand, which was still stinging. He knew it held a powerful force. It truly lived up to its name. This energy felt strange, completely different from the natural power that people from the Ragnar family had. It was the total opposite, in fact. And as the system told him, it wouldn't work until he figured out how to break the special lock on it. He remembered that special old objects, like things from myths and legends, often looked very simple, even like trash. They wouldn't just fall into anyone's hands, but if someone could break their locks, they could get power like the heroes in stories, making these objects truly legendary. In his past life, Ed Troyvan had somehow managed to break the lock on this very sword, the Strand of Fate. Thinking about what Troyvan did back then, one important thing stood out to Theo. Until that lock was broken, the sword, even though it had great potential, was just a fancy and very dangerous toy. A gentle knock interrupted his thoughts. Evelyn stood in the doorway saying sorry for being late. She told him that the captain, Commander Julius Ragnar, wanted to see him and asked if he had a moment. Commander Julius sat behind a big desk looking surprisingly relaxed. Julius greeted him with a rough smile, saying he was really relieved that Isvan had come back alive. Then, the commander's face became more serious, and he put his hands together in front of him. He got straight to the point, asking if Captain Isvan was planning to retire. A moment later, Isvan himself walked in looking tired but calm. He nodded, agreeing with Julius's guess, saying it was a shame but he had to. He explained that the last battle had been hard on him. He had lost his dragon partner and his leg. Continuing to work would be too difficult for his aging body. He planned to go back to his hometown and spend the rest of his life remembering the comrades who had died before him. Julius slowly took a sip of tea and nodded in understanding. He agreed that Isvan had earned his rest, and no one could fairly stop him. Isvan thanked his commander with a respectful nod. But before leaving, Isvan offered some information as maybe a final thing he could do. He said it wasn't much, but he could tell Julius about the new recruit, Theo Ragnar. Julius leaned forward very interested and simply said, "Tell me." Isvan then described what Theo had done, highlighting the most amazing thing. Even though he was young, Theo's Thundergate was already open. Julius's visible eye opened wide in shock, and he repeated Thundergate to show his surprise. He wondered out loud what it meant. Could this boy really overcome the limits that separate normal people from superhumans? Isvan said he was just as surprised as the commander when he first saw it, and he put his cup down firmly. He explained that Theo's ability wasn't something he was born with. It felt like a door had been forced open, maybe through a lot of hard work or a strong will pushing past what was normal. He compared it to a bowl. Theo's ability to grow had suddenly become much bigger than what he currently knew. It seemed impossible, but it had happened. A fierce smile spread across Julius's face. He understood. So their job was clear. They needed to fill that big bowl and help Theo's sudden potential grow. He said that this was all the advice he could give as someone more experienced. Julius looked towards the door, where Theo was probably waiting. From now on, the commander announced, Theo would have to learn and find his own way forward. Theo walked fully into the room, understanding the important conversation he had partly heard. Later, under the huge, snowy training area for the cavalry, Julius went up to Theo. He praised Theo again for doing a great job during their mission. Theo humbly said that their success was because of his teammates. Julius chuckled and playfully called him a little rascal before becoming serious. He asked about how Theo's fighting skills were developing. Theo thought about the question, at first thinking Julius meant his general fighting ability. He said he felt more comfortable in fights now. Julius shook his head slightly to make it clear. He wasn't asking about basic fighting. His eyes were sharp, looking at Theo's sword hand. He wanted to know what level of swordsmanship Theo had reached. Surprised, Theo admitted he wasn't sure. He explained that he had just focused on copying the sword techniques of the Ragnar head family. Julius made a neutral sound, saying that everyone says that. He lifted his large training sword, and with a small change in how he stood, the world around Theo seemed to break apart. Reality disappeared, and in its place was a swirling mix of red energy and sharp floating pieces of ruby-like crystal. The air buzzed with power. Theo immediately recognized this. The demon dragon glass domain. He noticed that this looked very different from the calm flower-filled glass domain that Osa Ragnar, the sword dragon, had shown before the nomination ceremony. He started to understand. Was this realm a picture of someone's own fighting style? A flash of understanding appeared in his eyes. Julius nodded seriously, confirming it. This violent red world was how his demon sword looked. Energy glowed around the commander as he got into a low, strong fighting stance. He moved, a fast burst of controlled anger, showing his fighting style. His sword cut through the red space with powerful slashes, each hit filled with raw, wild power and the ability to destroy. Theo watched with wide eyes, a little scared but also amazed. It was like the whole area around them roared along with Julius's movements. He felt strong, wild energy all around, like a storm that Julius was somehow holding back. When it stopped, Julius stood in the middle of the swirling red light, his sword still shaking a little. He looked at Theo and simply asked, "What did you think? How did you see the demon dragon fighting style you just saw?" Theo answered honestly, still feeling the raw power of it. "It was incredibly strong, like it could destroy anything," Julius grunted, agreeing. "That's what the demon is like," he explained. "It's natural and direct. It's like a will that never gives up and breaks through everything. It's a straight path of fighting, destruction, strength, and even death, smashing through anything in its way." After showing his own way of fighting, Julius then changed the subject. He asked Theo to remember the sword of Osa Ragnar, the Lord of Plum Blossom Palace, that he had seen. Theo said it was beautiful, like looking at blooming flowers. Julius nodded. "Osa's sword is about the meaning of life," he said. "It's like a seed growing into a bud and finally blooming into a flower, life showing itself. It's a process that's slow but steady and can't be stopped. Even if it's pushed around, broken, or forced to go a different way, life, like the plum blossom tree, keeps growing." Suddenly, Theo understood what Julius meant by martial arts and the world of the sword. It wasn't just about the moves, but the basic ideas and beliefs behind them, which could be very different even among the 9 dragons. A small smile appeared on Julius's face. He asked Theo a question. "Do you think these two ideas, Osa's life and my demon, which is like death and violence, are completely opposite?" Theo hesitated and stammered. "Aren't they?" Julius stepped closer and leaned in a little. "It wouldn't teach you much or be very interesting if I just gave you the answer," he said. Instead, a thick leather book appeared in Julius's hand, glowing softly. Theo stared, curious. Julius explained what it was. "This book has the records of a discussion about sword-fighting ideas between the master of the Plum Blossom Palace and a sword dragon from the past." Theo's eyes widened in surprise as he realized what this meant. Julius looked straight at Theo. "This is very unusual," he said, as glowing plum blossom petals floated through the fading red light. "But Theo Ragnar, you are now the joint successor to both the demon dragon and the sword dragon." Way up high above the clouds, among pointy mountains with strange blue plants, Commander Julius Ragnar was sitting and thinking quietly across from Osa Ragnar, the plum blossom dragon. She held a book with a leather cover, looking calm and ready, like she was about to write the last thing in it. Julius didn't say anything, and you couldn't tell what he was thinking because of the patch over his eye. Finally, Osa spoke, sounding a little amused. She said Julius was being mean. She told him off for wanting to keep Theo all to himself when she had suggested they both teach him together. Julius just made an annoyed noise and looked away as Osa chuckled softly, telling him not to be so jealous. She explained that this plan was best for Theo, and she was sure Julius knew that. Osa went on to say that she was certain Julius already knew that everyone had very high hopes for Theo, much higher than for anyone else who might take over in the future. Theo was so talented that he would improve very quickly, but going up so fast meant he would probably hit a point where he couldn't improve anymore much sooner and much harder than others. If that happened too early, it could stop him from growing or even ruin his potential. This teaching together, this book with different ideas about swords, Osa said holding up the book would give Theo the understanding he needed to get past that problem. But Julius had a deeper worry. A what-if question. What if Theo, with so much power and understanding, didn't just become someone who might take over from the clan leader, but an enemy of the whole Ragnar clan? Osa's face became serious, showing she understood his unspoken fear. She reminded Julius that as they both knew, people who became very powerful very quickly often had bad, often violent, endings. Exactly, Julius replied. If things happen the same way they have before, the very things we want to teach Theo could be used by him to kill people in the Ragnar clan. Osa smiled slightly, surprised by his worry. She had thought he was only focused on being tough with the boy. It seemed he was genuinely worried underneath his rough outside. But after hearing his fears, she felt even more sure of her decision. Julius, she said with a confident smile, was definitely the right person to keep this book for now. She gave him the book and told him exactly what to do: watch over Theo. When Julius was sure that the boy wouldn't become greedy, when he had grown into a true Ragnar who valued every moment and understood how much power he had, only then should he give the book to Theo. Julius took the book, looking determined, and thought about the big responsibility. Theo, still surprised by what he had just learned, held the book close, knowing he was now going to be taught by both the sword dragon and the demon dragon. These two people were known as the best and second best sword fighters in the whole group. It felt unbelievable to Theo. He wondered if he really deserved such an honor. Julius dismissed Theo's shyness, saying firmly that he was only giving Theo this chance because he truly believed Theo was capable. A real rare smile spread across Theo's face. Thinking back, he realized how much Julius and Evelyn had helped him from the Rendon trouble until now. They had helped him grow a lot, and always supported him, even though he hadn't done much for them in return. He looked at Julius, who was standing nearby, and told him how grateful he was, promising sincerely that he would repay their kindness someday. Julius's smile got wider, looking a bit dangerous. He told Theo that there was a way to repay that kindness right now. With a sudden burst of energy, Julius jumped forward, saying it had been too long since he had a fun new student to practice with. He couldn't just be called commander and do nothing, could he? It was time for a fight. The real lessons, he shouted. We're starting now. Theo barely had time to get ready as the commander's strong presence came down on him. A drop of sweat running down his face. The lesson that followed was hard. Hours later, quiet sounds of effort and hitting could be heard from a training room with strong locks. Inside, Theo was probably going through his own tough training, and he could be heard yelling for Evelyn to save him, apologizing a lot to his young master. His cries mixed with loud thumps and the sound of chains. Outside, the sky had become brighter, and heavy chains lay on the ground near the training room door. Evelyn carefully pushed the doors open and found Theo slumped on the steps of the training area, bruised and tired. She quickly went to his side, calling his name and asking if he was okay. Theo managed a weak smile, saying he was fine. Though he joked that he thought the commander might have gone a little too far this time, Evelyn didn't show much emotion. Changing the subject, she told him that as Theo had ordered, she had locked up the captured agent in the underground prison cell. She asked if it was really okay to just leave him there without any treatment or questioning. Theo waved his hand dismissively, explaining that the agent wasn't the type to give away secrets no matter what they did. Not using torture or questioning at all was actually part of his plan. He told Evelyn not to worry. Then he leaned closer and whispered more instructions in her ear. Evelyn's eyes widened slightly as she understood. Later that day, Theo found himself standing in front of the fancy gates of the Plum Blossom Palace, walking across the carefully kept training grounds of the palace. Osa Ragnar was waiting for him. Theo greeted Lady Plum Blossom politely. Osa smiled and said she had been waiting for him. She asked if he liked the book she and the demon dragon had given him. Theo said yes, and that he had already learned a lot from it. As he spoke, the training area around them changed. It filled with glowing plum blossoms, and see-through swords appeared. They moved in beautiful flowing patterns, showing the life Osa had talked about before. Osa was happy he liked it. She said she wanted to keep teaching him about the basic parts of sword fighting that people often ignore. These were the real roots of swordsmanship, and they would start with this display. She pointed to the phantom swords. She said that by the end she looked forward to talking about how to make life bloom with the sword. Then her face became serious. She asked again, "Theo Ragnar, will you become my student?" Theo bowed his head a little. Before answering, he asked if he could ask something first. He wanted to know if Osa was asking him as the Heaven Dragon Sword Master. Osa's eyes opened a little in surprise, and a slow, interested smile spread across her face. She said she was impressed he knew something most people didn't. Standing straight, she put her practice sword firmly on the ground. She simply said she wouldn't deny it. The Heaven Dragon Sword was a secret school, and its teachings were passed down to only one student at a time. She confirmed that she was the only one who had inherited it, the Heaven Dragon Sword Master. Seeing Theo look thoughtful, she asked if he wanted to know her real reasons. Theo quickly said sorry for assuming things. Osa waved her hand saying she wasn't upset and that she had no hidden reasons. She had planned to share everything with him, from the beautiful plum blossoms to the secrets of the Heaven Dragon sword. Just as Theo was thinking about this amazing offer, he heard footsteps coming closer through the courtyard full of blossoms. A voice called out, "Hey you!" A group of men wearing Plum Blossom Palace clothes walked up. Their leader looked at Theo closely and said Theo was the new recruit of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Theo said that was him, and asked rudely, "So what?" The leader got annoyed at his rude reply. He reminded Theo that as a new member of the Plum Blossom Palace and Lady Plum Blossom's student, he should at least be respectful to his seniors. Theo laughed, thinking their behavior was a childish way to protect their pride. Senior this, senior that, ranks only mattered when there was a direct boss, which none of them were. Their titles meant nothing here. The leader was very angry and asked how Theo could say they weren't in charge of him when he was now training at their place. Wasn't he supposed to be below them in rank? Theo just smiled and said they seemed to be very wrong about something. Lady Plum Blossom had kindly offered to make him her student, but he had said no. The Plum Blossom people just stared, completely shocked. Theo knelt down on the training area, where petals had fallen on the ground. He was thinking hard about Osa Ragnar's offer. She wanted to give him both the important history of the Plum Blossoms and the famous Heaven Dragon sword fighting style. Osa looked at him calmly and asked if that didn't sound good to him. Theo hesitated and said that of course it did, but then he looked down and said he really didn't understand why she liked him so much. He hadn't done anything important for her yet. Osa simply told him to stand up. She gently touched his chin, lifted his face, and explained that there was no big reason. It was just that he reminded her of Kyle Ragnar, who was the current head of their group. Theo was surprised and asked if he really looked like the clan head. Osa said yes, he was exactly like Kyle when he was young. And not just how he looked. Like Theo, the young Kyle always strongly followed his dreams and what he believed in. Osa paused, looking like she was remembering something fondly. She added that maybe Kyle was still dreaming of those things even now. That strong determination, she explained, was why Kyle could never become hopeless. He worked very hard, overcoming any difficulty or challenge in his way. Every single day was full of never-ending hardship, battles against terrible enemies in harsh places. But even with all of that, Kyle never gave up or went against his basic beliefs. Osa smiled warmly and said that when she looked at Theo she saw that same strong idealistic side of Kyle that she had fallen in love with. Seeing that spirit alive again in Theo, how could she just stand by and do nothing? Now that she had answered his question, she said it was time for him to give his answer. Theo took a deep breath. He said it was a very attractive offer, even more tempting than an all-you-can-eat meal, but he would have to refuse. Osa asked him why. Theo explained honestly that he already had too many teachers. Besides Lady Plum Blossom herself, who had already taught him a lot, there was the powerful demon dragon leader Julius, his older dragon friends Evelyn and Aaron, his other friends Wellington, Hulkus and Erica, even his friends from the first training grounds. He even considered his rivals, Axion and the Sky Dragon Ed Troyvan, as people who had taught him valuable even if difficult lessons. They were all his teachers in different ways. Osa raised an eyebrow, surprised that Theo would want to include Ed Troyvan, someone she thought they didn't get along with. Theo said yes, that was exactly the reason. The tough times his enemies had created were what had made him the person he was now. Osa's face softened a little. Theo went on to explain that his way of using a sword had learned and completely changed because of everyone who had loved him or done him wrong. Because of this he felt he couldn't just follow one sword fighting style and teach it exactly as it was to the next generation. Osa thought that Theo not being able to pass on tradition because his sword skills kept changing was both sweet and a bit sad. Theo looked at her seriously. He might not be able to be her student, but he would be happy to be her son. Osa's eyes opened wide, showing real surprise, and then her face lit up with joy. Later, in a garden area with blooming plum trees under the moonlight, Osa was leaning back, sipping wine while her servant poured. Osa smiled, enjoying the taste of the wine. The servant said that Lady Osa must really like Theo. Osa agreed right away. She explained that the heavens, or maybe fate, had never let her have a child of her own. And now, here was a young man who reminded her so much of the person she loved, who had just promised to be her son. How could she not be happy? The servant smiled, saying she was happy to see Lady Osa so pleased. Osa felt she should thank Theo for finally making her a mother, in a way. Then she told her servant to prepare a letter for her husband to tell him the news. The servant asked what the letter would say, and Osa said it was about Theo's promotion test. The servant looked very surprised and respectfully pointed out that excuse her for saying so. Theo was still new, and had just finished his awakening ceremony. She worried that if he got too much attention so young it might put him in danger. Surely Lady Osa understood those risks better than anyone. Osa put down her wine glass, her face becoming determined. That, she said, was exactly why she needed to hurry. before the big, strong winds that were gathering arrived to destroy the Ragnar family. She wanted to give Theo as much strength, knowledge, and support as she possibly could. Deep underground, below the cavalry headquarters, in a plain, cold cell, the captured leader of the enemy sat slumped against the wall, heavily chained and bandaged with one arm missing. His one good eye snapped open when he heard footsteps in the hallway. A figure wearing a cloak, chilling mask-like face paint, and sharp claws stood outside the bars. The agent knew who it was. The person wearing a mask told the agent not to be angry with him. He said it was all part of a plan. Probably Ed Troyvan's plan. The agent said he would never question it. With his last bit of strength, the agent told the masked person to kill him right then. The masked person did what he was told and jumped forward. But just as his sharp claws were about to touch the agent's neck, the chains holding the agent suddenly glowed with green light and broke apart. The masked person jumped back in surprise as Evelyn Narvel quietly dropped down from an opening in the ceiling. The masked person made a hissing sound, recognizing her. He realized too late that the whole thing was a trap. Evelyn said she had been waiting and immediately started fighting him. The masked person blocked her quick attacks, surprised by how skilled she was. Had she always been this good? He cursed his bad luck. It was too bad he couldn't kill the agent to get rid of any problems later. Getting caught himself would be much worse. He needed to get away and make a new plan. As the masked person tried to get away, Evelyn used a burst of wind-like energy to stop him. She told him she wasn't going to let him just walk out of there. She used another move that belonged to Hector Ragnar. The secret technique called Squall, which was like a storm. A swirling wind of green light appeared, trapping the masked person. He choked and blood came from behind his mask. Realizing he couldn't be caught like this, he started gathering bright blue energy, getting ready to destroy any proof, including himself. But Evelyn knew what he was going to do. She grabbed his jacket and said it was predictable that they all tried to blow themselves up when they were cornered. Using his own movement against him, she threw him down the hallway, saying that trick wouldn't work on her again. Later, in a hidden safe cabin deep in a snowy forest far away from the main Ragnar place, a meeting was happening. Someone told Commander Julius that earlier that day, at 1:15 in the morning, she had successfully captured a masked person who had sneaked into the underground jail. An intelligence officer, probably Cleve from Black Snow, showed what they had found, pointing to a map. They confirmed that the masked person was from Serpent Season, which was a smaller group within the Eastern Elite clan, the Troyvan clan. This made it very likely that Ed Troyvan was involved. Julius, sitting at the head of the table, said seriously that this pretty much proved their suspicion that there was a traitor within their own group. Cleve agreed, explaining that this meeting was being held in such a secret place to prevent any more information from leaking out. Cleve continued the report. Current information said that Serpent Season's base was in an old castle in the Calhelm area. They thought that within the next 3 hours the people there would realize their masked person's mission, likely to silence Sidra, had failed. They would then burn any evidence that could get them in trouble and run away. So the goal was simple: attack their base before the time ran out, gather all their people and get the information they had. This was the main point of their new team mission. Cleve finished her report and told them her name and rank. Cleve, Null Snow. Theo was interested in her rank and surprised to finally meet one of Black Snow's top agents in person. Julius cleared his throat and added one last thing. He said that this mission would also be Theo Ragnar's test to become an official mid-level swordsman. Cleve and Evelyn were both surprised. Theo wondered if he was good enough for such a test already. Julius sighed and said Theo was qualified, but warned him it wouldn't be easy, or in their line of work, maybe he meant it wouldn't be all about easy victories. The difficulty of Theo's test had been made much harder. Julius explained that usually, the tests get harder as you go up in rank, but giving a mission that could start a war as a test for someone in the middle rank was definitely not normal. Julius leaned forward and said he knew Theo had told Evelyn to watch the prison cells because he thought someone would try to kill someone there. Evelyn coughed slightly to say yes. Julius continued, saying that since Theo started this whole thing, he now had to see it through to the end. Theo apologized for acting on his own. Julius accepted his apology but warned that even though Theo was an heir, it was not okay to act disrespectfully without talking to others first. Since things had gone this far, Theo had to finish the mission perfectly. Julius leaned in, grabbed Theo's shirt and shook him roughly, telling him he had to get promoted to mid-level swordsman and earn the right to go on missions alone. Understood, Theo said, getting his calm back. Yes, sir, he added with a small, knowing smile. He thought to himself that this whole situation was really starting to focus on him. He hadn't expected to become the center of attention like this. A familiar blue screen appeared in front of him. Scenario Quest Number 4, Dark Ties of the Previous Life. The goal: this is your chance to get rid of the bad connections from your past. Stop their secret plan. Theo looked at the message, wondering, as he always did, what invisible link connected him and these people across different times and caused all this trouble. Cleve noticed he was distracted and asked if something was wrong. Theo looked at her, his face becoming serious. No, he replied, there wasn't. He would finish this mission no matter what. Julius slammed his hands on the table, looking pleased. Good, let's get rid of all the sneaky people in the family. Under the cold moonlight, snow lightly covered the thick pine forest around the old Calhelm castle. Cleve, who worked for Null Snow, spoke to Theo and Evelyn. She said that because they knew someone might be a traitor in their group, only the three of them would go on this mission. These were the two who were already involved, and herself. Their target was Serpent Season, a group of killers. Since Theo and Evelyn were trained with swords, they should have an advantage if they fought directly. Cleve said this, her voice a little quiet because of her mask. But she also pointed out that there were many more enemies, and they probably knew the area very well. No matter what happens, she warned them seriously, don't let your guard down even for a second. Theo nodded briefly to show he understood her warning. Inside the castle's big room, 2 members of Serpent Season were looking through papers, getting ready to leave. One of them, who was wearing the same kind of mask as a serpent assassin they had caught before, said that they were almost done getting rid of the documents. They planned to leave as soon as their friend came back. The other one said it had been a little less than 2 hours, so the person returning should be there soon. He casually threw a small round object. It suddenly exploded, filling the room with thick smoke. It was a surprise attack. Before the assassins could react, Cleve moved quickly through the smoke, making fast and precise sword strikes. One assassin made a short, sharp sound as Cleve's sword hit him. He fell down a moment later, cursing his bad luck. Cleve looked around as the smoke cleared, putting her foot down firmly as she announced that the area above them was safe. She told Evelyn to help her secure the main floor while Theo had to go into the basement. Theo was impressed by how fast Cleve had taken down 3 enemies almost instantly. He acknowledged her order, saying, "Yes, ma'am." Theo didn't wait. He jumped down toward the lower levels. If the maps they were given in the briefing were correct, the stairs to the basement should be right in front of him. As he went down, his senses became very sharp, noticing several hidden dangers. Tiny needles, almost impossible to see, shot out from the walls. Theo reacted immediately, dodging them as he continued down. The needles hit the stone around him without harming him. He landed quietly and immediately used his hatchling synchro skill to get information about the area. The system confirmed what he suspected. There were not only traps but also enemy fighters waiting to attack. Without stopping, Theo used his power. Using the system to get swords from where he stored them, he activated Thunder Dragon breathing. Black lightning crackled around him as he used his Dragon Mark technique. The attack rushed forward, hitting the hidden assassins before they could set their trap. One of them, completely surprised, could only say a confused "how?" Before the dark energy surrounded him. Theo kept going forward. The path ahead was clear now, but he could feel the strong resistance. He thought that if the security was this tight even at the entrance, there must be something very important hidden deeper inside the basement. A drop of sweat rolled down the side of his face. He turned a corner and entered a room that was stained red. A person wearing red priest clothes stood in front of a strange altar made of blood and bones. The priest turned his head and sniffed the air, looking disgusted. "Oh my," he said, stating that he could smell Theo's impure presence. He asked if Theo had to interrupt their holy prayer time with violence. The priest made a tut-tut sound, calling Theo an impatient follower. Theo's eyes opened wide with recognition and fear. The Holy Demon Church. He remembered them well from his past life. They were a dangerous group that talked about the world ending soon and a savior coming down. They tricked people who didn't know better. Most importantly, they were the secret cause of the terrible Great War that would eventually destroy the Empire. The Blood Priest smiled slightly, noticing that Theo seemed to know who he was. Theo didn't say anything. He focused his senses and used hatchling synchro again, this time to understand the flow of magical energy around him. He felt a cold feeling. A strange, corrupted magical energy that didn't follow the normal rules was coming from the priest's open mind gate. It was a source of power completely different from anything Theo had ever known. Was this the grace that the blood priests always talked about? The priest chuckled sadly, seeing that Theo still didn't believe. But that was okay, he kindly told Theo, because he would give Theo the special honor of being a sacrifice for the one and only true God. A powerful wave of bloody energy rushed toward Theo. He quickly moved to block it, his sword hitting the priest's outstretched hand. The impact shook him. The priest's hand felt strangely hard, like stone, not flesh. Sparks flew as Theo blocked the priest's next attacks. The strange power behind them pushed Theo backward. Theo dodged another hit and quickly swung his own sword. His blade made contact. The priest's hand only had a small cut. The flesh underneath was strangely tough. House Cadenitz. The priest had stopped Theo's full power attack easily, and his hand was already healing the small wound. Theo frowned, tasting blood in his mouth. This man was supposed to be just a blood priest, one of the lowest members of the Holy Demon Church. Yet he had this much power. And even worse, using the triple dragon's claw here was too risky. The explosion could bury him and the priest alive. But simple magical attacks weren't working either. What could he possibly do? What could he achieve with the sword he was holding? His mind raced, remembering the different sword ideas that Osa and Julius had taught him. Julius taught that swordsmanship's base was strong, destructive power, like death itself. Osa showed that swordsmanship could also bring life, like a flower blooming from a sword. So, violence held both life and death. Julius had asked Theo if he thought these two ideas were completely opposite, like two swords fighting each other. The priest lifted his hands and chanted, "Dear Lord, this young person is wasting precious life." He got ready to attack again with great force, asking his god to accept this poor young person as a sacrifice. The floor cracked from all the energy building up, but at that moment Theo understood something. Life and death weren't truly opposites, they were part of a natural cycle. Death always comes at the end of life, and life grows again using what's left from death. They weren't two separate powers but one. If he could use this idea, gather the power that was being wasted by spreading it out too much, combine the opposite energies of destruction and life from what both his teachers had taught him, and focus it all into a single bright flash of light. The priest smirked and called Theo foolish. He asked if Theo hadn't realized that his sword just didn't work on him. Blocking Theo's attack with his strangely tough hand, Theo rushed forward, his sword aimed carefully, using his new technique called Dragon Flash. The attack, a mix of violent darkness and bright life, hit the priest's hand. The priest noticed the attack was louder, but it didn't seem any different than before. Then his eyes opened wide in shock. The attack wasn't just strong, it felt alive, digging through his defenses and exploding outwards in a powerful burst of black and white energy, leaving behind only scattered remains. The defeated priest, his body fading away, whispered that Theo had gained knowledge through killing. He called Theo a source of evil, saying he couldn't be allowed to ruin the Lord's world any longer. As the priest disappeared, Theo quickly moved forward, placing his hand on the dissolving figure's head. He used hatchling synchro again, this time to read the priest's memories. He needed to use this chance to find out where the Holy Demon Church's strange power came from. Energy rushed into him, twisting and confusing his senses, pulling his mind away. He felt like he was floating in a huge empty space filled with stars. This was completely different from any other time he had read memories. It felt like he had been moved to a different place. He felt a very strong presence. His system information flickered, showing messed up text for his current task, followed by a loud red warning. "Warning, you have encountered an enemy who is much stronger than you. Please run away." What was this? A giant, unclear being stood before him, its voice echoing not in his ears but directly in his soul, asking, "Who are you? What are you that you disturb my peaceful sleep?" The empty space filled with countless sharp blue-green eyes. "My sweet slumber." Floating in the dark emptiness filled with stardust which looked like the dying memories of the blood priest, Theo looked up at the huge thing in front of him. Was this giant, unbelievable shape the creature that the Holy Demon Church worshipped? Many bright blue-green eyes looked at him. The strong pressure around him grew stronger as a voice spoke directly into his mind, asking, "Tell me, who are you?" Theo felt a cold fear mixed with a new understanding. The special favor that the cult members always talked about, it wasn't just crazy talk. This being, the source of their power, was terrifyingly real. Then the biggest eye closest to him seemed to recognize him. Theo saw his own shape reflected in its depths. "Oh, it's you," the voice said, sounding old and tired and also like it knew him. "Theo Ragnar." Theo stepped back suddenly, shocked. This being from space knew his name. "I have been looking for you," the powerful being declared, its dark, thin arms reaching out not just for Theo but also towards the glowing computer screen nearby. It called him something terrible, the blight of this world. Theo quickly got ready as the swirling dark emptiness rushed forward, forming a crushing spiral aimed right at him. Just as the darkness was about to swallow him completely, a bright warm golden light burst out from the center, pushing back the shadows. The light became solid, turning into the grand shape of a golden dragon. "Lodbrok," Theo shouted, feeling very relieved. Lodbrok's voice, full of worry, answered him, calling him her special nickname. "Oh, significant other," appearing, Theo yelled, wondering how Ladbrok, her dragon form, had shown up here. The golden dragon turned its huge head towards Theo's spirit form, warning him that this thing, the nameless sovereign, was not something he was strong enough to fight yet. Ladbrok explained that even if Theo was as strong as the legendary Siegfried, she couldn't promise victory against such a powerful enemy. Theo couldn't speak. The power of this sovereign was almost impossible to understand. "So leave this to me," Lodbrok ordered, using her power. Theo felt a strong force pushing him out of the emptiness, his mind flying back towards reality as he shouted her name one last time. He gasped and fell onto the cold stone floor of the basement, the change feeling sudden and rough. He was back. He touched his face, feeling the little bit of blood from his fight with the priest. His mind was still spinning. What was that? Had Lodbrok really been fighting against a scary monster like that all by herself for centuries? He couldn't imagine how difficult that must have been. A weak, quiet voice got his attention. The blood priest was kneeling close by. He looked like he was fading away, his body shimmering and disappearing. He stared at Theo in total disbelief. "How could someone who doesn't even believe be allowed to see the Lord?" the priest cried out, sadly. He had spent his whole life devoted, but he had never been shown such a thing directly. He screamed in pain and confusion, demanding to know how Theo had done it, before he finally turned into nothing. Theo watched him go. A god like that, he didn't want anything to do with it, but this encounter had given him important information. The thing the Holy Demon Church worshipped, the source of their power, was the nameless sovereign that Lodbrok had warned him about. He remembered Lodbrok's serious words. For 1,000 years she had been trapped, doing her duty to protect the world from its influence, and then came her sad admission. Because she had lost her heart, her power was getting weaker. She wouldn't last more than 3 years. Theo's mind started putting the pieces together. The big war the Holy Demon Church was planning would happen in 5 years. The guardian dragon Lodbrok would die. Ed Troyvan would start his rebellion around the same time. These terrible events weren't just happening at the same time by chance. No, he realized with growing fear, holding his head, they were all connected. A hand touched his shoulder, making him steady. Evelyn helped him stand up, praising his great work, though she looked worried. Cleve came closer, her calm face hiding any surprise she might have felt. She said they had quickly searched the upper floors when they realized one of their targets was a blood priest. She looked closely at Theo, thinking about how he had defeated one all by himself. It was very impressive. Evelyn agreed, calling it incredible. Cleve nodded briefly. By defeating a blood priest alone, Theo had definitely shown what he could do. Back in the main hall, they looked through the documents they had found in the castle. Cleve sighed, saying that most of it was evidence that suggested things, but wasn't direct proof. It was useful, but not enough to openly accuse Ed Troyvan. Theo then showed them the small fancy box he had found deep in the basement. Asking Cleve to look inside, Evelyn gasped quietly, recognizing it right away. It was the lockbox she had kept safe for Theo before his awakening ceremony. It held the secret records of illegal trading between the Sarah's Merchants Guild and the Troyvan family. She wondered out loud why Theo hadn't used this important evidence sooner. Now realizing how much he had planned ahead, Cleve opened the logbook. Her eyes narrowing as she looked through the pages, she pointed to specific entries that showed trades directly involving Ed Troyvan, confirmed with his official, unmistakable stamp. "Great job, Theo," Cleve said, snapping the book shut. "With this clear evidence, we can finally prove Ed Troyvan is planning to betray us and show that the Holy Demon Church is involved. We have enough proof now," Cleve then announced their next plan. "We're going to attack the Sarah's Merchant Guild right away." Theo watched her, a strong cold feeling settling in his eyes. "Just wait, Ed," he thought. "It's finally your turn to be crushed." Meanwhile, in a fancy office at the Ragnar clan's main building, Julius Ragnar slammed a first report down on his desk, his face twisted with anger. He yelled that he knew it, that he always knew that rotten Ed Troyvan would betray them someday. Across from him, Robert Ragnar, the mysterious black dragon, calmly drank his tea. He told Julius not to jump to conclusions, saying that even though things looked suspicious, Ed was only a suspect for now. Julius laughed scornfully, asking if Robert thought he was stupid. Robert replied calmly, pointing out that the fact that he, the head of Black Snow, was sharing this very secret information showed that the situation was much more than just a suspicion. He advised Julius not to waste time guessing. Julius's eyes narrowed as he accused Robert of knowing about these things but letting them get worse. Robert smoothly changed the subject, mentioning Theo Ragnar. Julius immediately became defensive, getting angry as he remembered Cleve's report about Theo defeating a blood priest all by himself. Robert said Theo was very talented and perfect for Black Snow's secret missions, and he demanded that Julius hand the young man over. Julius exploded, asking what nonsense Robert was talking about. "Now," Robert continued calmly, "Theo's ability to see things clearly, figure things out, and put information together, in ways very similar to Black Snow agents, is very impressive. It's almost as if," Robert wondered aloud, "Theo has done this before." Julius strongly interrupted, telling Robert to stop trying to justify stealing Theo. "I already claimed Theo like finding treasure," he warned Robert. "So keep your greedy hands off." Julius called both Robert and Osa thieves. A small smile touched Robert's lips behind his mask. It had been a long time since Julius had called him Big Bro, he said with a hint of warmth in his voice. "It's been too long." A quick picture flashed in his mind. 4 young figures standing together against the setting sun: Kyle, Osa, Robert, and Julius. Robert sighed, remembering how it felt like only yesterday the 4 of them had become like brothers. Julius didn't care at all. He told Robert that his sad story wouldn't work, and that Robert would be sorry for trying to steal Theo. Robert chuckled quietly and said that Julius still didn't get it. He leaned in close and whispered like they were sharing a secret. "It's normal for an older brother to take things from his younger brother." Before Julius could say anything, Robert turned and grabbed a fancy bottle of liquor from Julius's shelf. He told Julius to get something even more expensive next time to make up for it. Then Robert happily skipped away, humming a tune, leaving Julius standing there making confused noises like a cartoon character. Once Robert was out of sight, his happy face changed. He felt relieved. He thought that the dragon cavalry with the white armor seemed to be safe from spies. Not many places had managed to stay free from the sky dragon's sneaky influence. He trusted Theo with the next part of the plan. Attacking the Sarah's guild shouldn't be a problem. Robert disappeared into the shadows, saying, "My people should be here soon." Robert thought with a secret smile that attacking the Sarah's guild today of all days would definitely make things interesting. The scene changed to the fancy main wedding hall of the Sarah's Merchant Guild. Inside, a wedding was happening, joining two powerful families. Navin Bacchus, the groom and the second son of the Bacchus clan, stood proudly. Across from him, Quadric Sarahs, the leader of the Sarah's Merchant Guild, officially asked for the marriage on behalf of his family. He presented his fourth daughter, Lily Sarahs, as the bride. Quadric announced that the marriage was official, connecting the Sarahs and Bacchus families by blood. Quadric's eyes shone with greed. Finally, he was about to get what he wanted. Navin smirked and held his sword tightly. He thought that this was just the beginning. He would become an important noble and make the proud Ragnars pay. Quadric threw his head back and laughed like crazy, saying that soon he would get his great revenge. At the Sarah's Merchant Guild's main wedding hall, the introductions continued. Navin Bacchus, the groom, said he was the second son of the Bacchus family. Quadric Sarahs, the heavy leader of the Sarah's Merchant Group, had officially asked the Bacchus family for a marriage alliance, offering his fourth daughter, Lily Sarahs, as the bride. As Quadric announced that the two families were now joined, one man hidden among the Bacchus servants was boiling with anger inside. How dare a simple merchant say his family name before the Bacchus family, one of the 6 most important families in the empire? He tried hard to control his anger, reminding himself that the money from this marriage was very important for saving his own branch of the family. His father, the head of their less important family branch, didn't care what happened to Navin, an illegitimate child, after the wedding. Navin, though, gave a small, knowing smile. He found it funny how easily he could understand what his supposed family was thinking. He wondered if these merchants, who were known for their careful planning, really meant to help the struggling Bacchus family. He knew the truth. The Sarah's Guild was in so much debt that their main store was used as security for a loan from Ed Troyvin. They wouldn't last much longer anyway. Kneeling down in front of Lily, Navin thought to himself that he had to see the unlucky Bacchus family fail. He greeted Lily in a friendly way, promising to treat her well as both the Sarah's family's son-in-law and her husband. Lily didn't say anything, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Then Lily leaned closer and asked how she could prove what she intended to do. Navin asked what she meant. His smile grew wider. It seemed like she wanted something from him. He explained his own terrible situation. His family was broke, and he was basically being sold off. It was a shame he couldn't start a no-fans to make some quick money. But if Lily, his future wife, wanted it, he could give her the Bacchus family seal. This made his father very angry, and he silently cursed Navin, calling him that damned illegitimate child. Lily thought about the offer, then suddenly screamed, demanding that Navin bring her the head of Theo Ragnar, the one who had scarred her arms. Navin watched her outburst and thought that for her to publicly demand the murder of a noble heir, she was clearly not an ordinary woman. A quiet buzz went through the wedding guests. Quadric hurried to his daughter, scolding her for saying such things in public, but then quietly agreed to her request. The fake sadness on Lily's face disappeared, and a hungry smile appeared instead, which greatly surprised her father. Navin, seeing this exchange, thought that since his young bride wanted Theo's head, he guessed he would have to get it for her. Suddenly, the sky outside became dark. Guests looked up, wondering at the sight of dragon-like creatures flying in circles overhead. Then, figures jumped down from the creatures, landing hard in the courtyard. Everything became chaotic. One of the Bacchus guards recognized the symbol on the flag that the newcomers planted. It was the mark of the Ragnar family. Cleve, with Theo and Evelyn beside her, announced that in the name of Ragnar, they would make sure justice was done. She declared that they had found out that the one who attacked Ragnar, meaning Ed Troyvan's people at Blanky, had close connections to the Sarah's Merchant Group. Because of this, they would start a search to look at all signs of betrayal. Anyone who dared to interfere would be considered involved and killed immediately. The guests drew back in fear. Immediate death. Was the Sarah's Merchant Group really plotting treason? Cleve challenged Quadric. If he wanted to claim he was innocent, he would allow the Ragnars to carry out their investigation. Quadric turned pale, wondering if the others already knew what he was planning. One of his helpers whispered quickly, asking what they should do. Another person nearby said worriedly that Quadric had to look strong. Quadric stumbled over his words, pretending to be angry and asking what this talk about betraying them was. Cleve looked at Quadric seriously, her eyes firm. She gave him one last chance to give up and work with them now. One of Quadric's people asked him nervously what they should do. Quadric suddenly got angry and shouted at them not to joke around, talking about a small piece of paper. He said the record of trades could easily be faked. He insisted that someone was trying to set them up, no matter how unfair the Ragnars played. He encouraged his own men, saying the Sarah's family would prove they were loyal to Ragnar and that they were innocent. He told the Sarah's soldiers to move forward, yelling for them to kill those who looked down on Ragnar. It was a clear order to attack Theo's group. Navan's helper grabbed Quadrak's arm, pointing out that fighting back meant he wouldn't be helping with the investigation. Quadrak pushed his hand away, angrily saying the wedding was off. The helper called him stupid, asking if he thought they would be let go after this. He said their crime was betraying them. Quadrak replied that the helper, as one of the important members, knew what betraying them meant. Did he think Quadrak would die alone? Then Quadrak thought out loud that if the Ragnars really had solid proof, they would have sent a whole army, not just 3 people. He urged his men on, saying the Ragnars didn't really believe in their own evidence. If they stopped them just this once, they could get through this difficult time. Navan walked up to Quadrak, making fun of him by asking what he was saying to an old man who even had trouble going to the bathroom by himself. Then he quietly tapped the older helper of Bacchus and called him Elder. The helper cursed Navan quietly. Navan, not bothered, said this was better, a chance to bring a wedding gift to his future wife quickly. He jumped onto a nearby balcony before the Bacchus helper could react, then leaped down into the courtyard, his sword shining. The helper cursed the illegitimate fool. Realizing that the moment Navan picked up his sword, the Bacchus group became involved in Sarah's fight against them. He reluctantly ordered his men to join Sarah's and help them. Spears flew toward the 3 people from Ragnar, who were ready to fight. Cleve gave a final warning. If they didn't move, they would all be killed for betraying them. The Sarah's and Bacchus soldiers hesitated, sweating nervously, before running forward to attack. Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve faced the attack directly. Navan watched the chaos unfold, a small smile on his face. People from Ragnar, he thought, really seemed to enjoy killing people. The 3 warriors with Ragnar became alert as Navan spoke to them. He moved so fast it was hard to see as he stopped their attack. Navan greeted Ragnar's group, especially Theo. He said he never thought he'd say this when they first met. Theo was very surprised to see him there. It was Navan Bacchus, the ghost sword. Theo remembered him from the Great War as someone who caused big problems for Ragnar, working with Sarah's and Troyvan. Navan smiled widely and said he was going to cut off Theo's head. He jumped forward, his sword a flash of silver aimed at Theo's neck. Theo just barely blocked the very fast attack, but Theo was already thinking about what to do. He realized that if he used what he knew from his past life, this could be a chance to become much stronger. He said he would fight Navan himself. Evelyn shouted to warn Theo, but Cleve stopped her, saying it was okay to trust Theo. Cleve pointed out that the others were probably getting rid of evidence and they didn't have much time. They needed to finish quickly. Evelyn hesitated but agreed to do her best. Navan was happy they wouldn't interfere. He asked Theo if he would be all right, bragging that even though he might not look it, he was quite strong. Theo smiled confidently back and said that he had to say the same. Then Theo asked if he could ask one question first. Navan was curious and told him to ask whatever he wanted. Theo pointed out that holding a sword at Ragnar was clearly an act of betrayal. Did this mean Navan was a traitor? Was he trying to ruin the Bacchus family? Or maybe, Theo asked, was this revenge for Navan's mother? Navan's smile disappeared. He said that the great young leader of Ragnar was bringing up a sad memory that just gave him another reason to take Theo's head, and he would chop it off well. Just listen to me until I'm finished, Theo said, looking serious. Let me help you get your revenge. As the Bacchus family fell, a message appeared in Theo's mind. Secret task, get Ghost Sword Navan to become your ally. Navan Bacchus is the family's unofficial strongest sword. The reason he didn't receive any recognition from his family was that, despite having abilities comparable to Thorkel, it's because he's an illegitimate child born in a brothel. Because of this exceptional talent, his mother was killed as he cried in deep agony. Because of that, he must also have the intention of taking his revenge against the Bacchus family. If he can make use of this information, he can come to his side. Theo says he will help him with his revenge and the downfall of the Bacchus family. He holds his head, telling Theo that he is not aware where he got this information about his mom. But one thing is certain, that in that instant, he launches an extremely strong attack, which Theo blocks. As Navan says that he has no reason to accept his offer, even without working with Theo, the Bacchus family is going to fall because of treason. Theo says that he is right, that without his help the Bacchus family is going to disappear together with him. That is this lazy ass size telling him that there is no need to worry since he doesn't have any regrets in life anyway, so he doesn't mind disappearing with that useless family. He remains quite the second. Theo says that it is because of the ether fever, an illness he got because his young body couldn't bear his talent. If he received intensive treatment in the early stages, it would be curable. But if one misses the time, it becomes an incurable disease and dramatically shortens his lifespan. The Bacchus family didn't treat his illness on time, so his remaining life expectancy was reduced. Navan says that he has 5 years at max and elaborates that, as expected from a young master of a noble clan, he must have done a dirty investigation on his background. As he gets ready to attack Theo, saying that nothing is going to change anyway, since the Bacchus clan will disappear today, and he will meet his demise. Theo blocks his sword, smirking and telling him that he can cure his disease, but Navin cannot accept that Theo pushes him back, thinking to himself that in his past life the cure was found just after his death. So now only he knows the cure for the disease. Theo assured him that the cure can be cured 100%. Hearing this, he instantly loses his composure. Theo says that just like he said that the Bacchus family will disappear even without him working with them. But if he takes his side even after the Bacchus family disappears, he can live as a hero who helped the Ragnar family, telling him to trust him this once. Moving to the Sarah's Guild main building, they are throwing cannons at the ladies, but they are easily deflecting them. Evelyn thinks they are very annoying. Cleve agrees but wonders if Theo is done. Looking at them from afar, they are having in conversation. Cleve throws aside the spear and thinks it too much for her and wonders if she should kill everyone. In a flashback we see the Black Dragon ordering her not to act up since their priority is to analyze his potential and they should recruit him soon. She asks him if what he means is for her to observe him. He agrees, saying that although he caught the priest she didn't witness it directly. She agrees, and he says that is why they will have to confirm it. The mission of the Black Pillar is to accurately analyze the individuals who will lead the future of Ragnar's. She should keep that in mind. Securing additional evidence is Theo's mission in this operation. So she should focus on assessing Theo's capabilities. She says that she will keep that in mind. But what is the limit beyond which she can intervene? He thinks for a second, and since it is related to the demonic sect, he will let him interfere at the level of bishop and above. Moving to the present, she thinks that the leader is going to nag him a lot if she interferes only at this level. But if the mission is delayed, her time off will also be delayed. That's when a figure rushes forward at blazing speeds at none other than Navin Bacchus. Evelyn is worried that Theo has lost to him, but he is rushing behind him. Seeing all this, she gets shocked as he blazes through all the arrows, telling the ladies that if they will forgive him for the discourtesy with this. Since now they are on the same side, the hidden quest of making the ghost sword Navin an ally has succeeded. The three of them charge towards the minions, with Navin being overexcited. As he leaps in the air, one of the turds says that they can shoot him down since he won't be able to avoid the arrows mid-air. But he is no ordinary fighter, as he jumps over them and lands on top of one of the weapons. Then he proceeds to destroy the weapons along with the people operating them. The clan leader curses him, saying that he dares to betray the family that raised him, telling him how he could point his sword towards his family. Hearing the word family, Navin charges towards him. With cold-blooded eyes he says that for an illegitimate child there is no family. Then in a heartbeat he splits him in half. In a matter of seconds he finishes them off. Seeing the display of power, she is surprised that he lives up to his reputation if being able to fight equally with young Lord Thorkel. She wonders how he managed to convince him. Hearing this, Theo says that he just promised him what he wanted, telling them not to stay still and follow him. As Theo leads the group, he tells them to capture Quadrek Sarah's. Moving to the Quadrek, one of his minions informs him that they are getting pushed back. Quadrek is aware of all this, so he tells them that they must destroy all documents. At first, they must burn documents related to the Troyvan clan. He tells the minions that they cannot burn those documents. He tells Quadrek to think rationally, or else there will be unnecessary casualties. Quadrek says that if they burn those, how will they get back their investment, asking him if he is going to give up on that money just because of these turds. A figure enters the scene, telling Quadrek that he cannot think far because he is drunk on his greed. With a frightened look he says that he is here and requires his help. There are two shadowy figures. As for Theo, he is charging straight towards the castle. In an instant he neutralizes the minions guarding the door. But the door opened by itself, and a huge figure, followed by his minions, said that it was time for his believers to rejoice. A turd chants religious terms, saying that mortal beings have been blinded by greed and failed to see the bigger picture. Quadrek says that he requires his help right now. As the two evil worshippers walk towards him, he says that they have come at the perfect time. As fat rapidly burns from his body, he says that the universe wouldn't let him die in vain. Telling them to think the Holy Demon Church sent their bishop since they came, a bit of help would suffice. This blabbering dog claims that since they are in the same bed with the Troyvan clan, they are all in the same boat, and he is sincerely asking for their help. One of them turds says that they will be needing him on the day of the judgment, so they will lend a hand. But before all that, they want all the documents related to Troyvan. He asks them why they are looking for it. He has hidden them since they are his cash cow. He blabbers about money. But before he could finish, one of them grabs Quadrek by his mouth, calling him another fool. He called Quadrek a worthless non-believer, asking him if he is trying to defile the Great Lord's grand plan. The bishop tells his minion to just kill him since they have people standing in line to fund them. Anyways, as Fatty was getting crushed, he apologized, telling him that he had committed a great sin by showing discourtesy. He says that if he dies now, Troyvan will continue to be under suspicion. He tells him to stop, so the mini cosplayer throws him to the side. He tells Quadrek to burn all documents related to Troyvan right away. The priest then warns him, telling him not to even think about running away, which will be the best for him because their lord is watching everything. Moving back to Theo, he breaks through the armed forces. As the door opens, the bishop is leading his huge force. Seeing that Theo is ready as if he were waiting for this moment, the bishop of the demon church tells his followers that with their blood, the god shall descend and worship their lord. As these crazy lunatics charge towards him as they come face to face with each other, Theo slashes through them as he says to himself that he had suspected that the holy demon church would be hiding here, but he never expected them to send someone as high-ranking as a bishop. As Theo continues to charge through the pile of turds, everyone on their side is getting overwhelmed because of their sheer number. Cleve stands still as she thinks to herself that the bishop has come. So, this is going to be way more of a hassle than she had thought. Or maybe this is a good thing as she puts her hand on her swords and draws two at the same time. After all, this is more than enough reason for her to step in. As Theo is serious, he says that if they go back to where they started. As Cleve enters the battle with a single strike of her sword, she eliminates hundreds of them. As she tells Theo that she will take it from this point, as she won't allow those standing in Ragnar's way to head away with it. She will annihilate them all here. Theo tells her to stop saying that they must not forget why they are here, since they have to secure the documents before they destroy them. She sides, telling Theo that she seems to have overestimated him. As she continues to chop them up like slicing butter, she says, since the demon turds have intervened, they don't need any more evidence. Theo runs with her as he disagrees with her, telling her that they are currently trying to stop them right now, which means the documents are much more important than they thought. Cleve understands and asks him what his plans are. Theo says that no matter what happens, they need to go through here before anything else. As Theo kills more of them, he says that he has a solution to this. For the first time, he opens his mind gate and uses the hatching synchronous to scan the surroundings. As Cleve continues to kill them, he says that he doesn't have any solid proof, but considering the black dragon said she will wait and watch. One of the turds tries to act up in front of her. She is so quick that she instantly finishes him off, telling her that she will trust him just this once. As Theo leaps forward, hundreds of the turds surround him. A strong gust of wind rips through them, but Navin interferes, killing more of them, as he tells him that his humble self has cleared the way ahead for him. Hearing this, Evelyn gets pissed as she asks him when he started calling him Lord. Theo uses the dragon's footwork to leap through them as he thanks them before leaving. It's called the Thunder Dragon breathing the Dark Mark. He swiftly travels through them in a matter of seconds, since they wouldn't leave the task of destroying classified documents to someone else. The right person for this job would be Quadrek. Moving to him, he stares at the documents. As for Theo, he is pissed. The status window says that he can resolve an ill-fated relationship from a past life and stop his evil scheme. As they both land on the ground, blood drips from the sky like rainfall. Then, like a savage, he says that he is the Lord's first sword, Navin Bacchus. Hearing this, Evelyn says that the joke is too much for him. Navin says that judging by her reaction, she is the first sword, so he doesn't have to worry too much. But if it were Cleve, he would gladly be the second sword. As she continues to chop them up like cutting vegetables, Evelyn asks him if he thinks he is better than her. Hearing this, he charges towards her and uses his sword, but instead of attacking her, he chops multiple of them who tried to attack her as he points his swords towards her neck. She says that it just so happens that they are on the same side, so they can decide it here, and the one who catches the most believers becomes the first sword. She says that they are on a mission, and she has no time to participate in trivial stuff. Evelyn gets pissed because he taunts her by saying that she is scared to lose. Evelyn charges towards him, shocking him, as he thinks he might have said too much, but he gets surprised as she kills multiple of them behind this chatterbox. I mean, she will be the wife so he can take the first sword. As she goes past him, she says she will clearly show him why she is the first sword. Even Navin gets motivated as he rushes towards her direction. Moving to Quadrek, he goes past multiple hidden passages to reach the place where the documents are stored. Seeing the documents, the turd is nervous because this is the evidence to collect money from Troyvan. He will just have to burn this, and they can escape from being charged with treason to some point. He says that he needs to burn this since all of this is worth so much, and it will not be easy to recover this. Furthermore, if he counts the business they have given to the Sky Dragon, he must get it back no matter what. As he lets go of the torch, thinking he has no other choice, but before it could land, Theo barges into the room, grabbing onto the lamp in the last moment. Quadrax asks Theo how he managed to reach here. Theo tells him that it seems his fourth daughter was not enough, as the fatty leaks blood. He apologizes, telling him that he will do anything if he spares him. Without any hesitation, Theo uses a simple strike, finishing him off instantly, saying that a traitor of Ragnar must be executed. As Theo is done with the task, a system panel says that the fourth quest has been completed. Theo wonders if this is worth mobilizing the demon forces. The secret ledger given to Cleve is more than enough to take him down. But with this, they can take down the Troyvan clan, since the Sky Dragon is just a tail. But he must go for the Troyvan itself. With the documents presented, all ties to them. Every document is important evidence. So he is not sure what to take first. As he looks around, he finds the Rose Palace investigation report. Theo gets shocked as he sees the opening that warns about the Black Dragon's surveillance when trying to acquire relics. It is Ed Troyvan's handwritten document, and they have acquired 2 relics so far. It says he has found 2 relics and the rest are in the Rose Palace. Theo gets pissed as he realizes that it means that the discrimination, false accusations and miserable ending happened for no reason in his past life. As such, Theo and his mom shall be removed. All this just because a relic might exist. He tears the paper and says that nothing will change even if he opens it. He will need to slowly take revenge, and as a first step he will take away the relics he has acquired with effort. A system information pops up saying that he has discovered 2 relics of the ancient dragon. It's already night, and the duo is fighting non-stop. Evelyn says that he remembers him now. As they continue to charge towards him, they continue their attacks. Evelyn says that he is the lunatic who passed the awakening ceremony 7 years ago as the runner-up and vanished afterwards. As he continues to kill them, he says that he is honored that she remembers someone like him. As he continues his assault, he asks her if she has time for this, since at this rate he is going to take her place as the first sword. But he gets shocked when a strong wind forms a tornado. Evelyn used the God Tempest's secret manual squall tug, instantly killing hundreds of them, telling him that it's a tie now, and he has no choice but to agree on this. A huge man tries to attack him, but he manages to dodge the attack. Moving back to the unknown man who just appeared, he says that our duo is a bunch of insolence for interfering with God's plan. Navin tells Evelyn to end the comet with this guy, and Evelyn agrees, telling him to settle this wager with this guy. As they both charge towards him with full power, a figure appears behind him, instantly crushing him to death. It's Evelyn's subordinate, as he asks her how his performance was, telling her that he showed up at the perfect time. But both of them are extremely pissed, asking him why he touched him. As for him, he is turned into a donkey, thinking about what they are talking about. Soon enough, hundreds of drakes surround the place. As one of the squad leaders, he orders the platoon to annihilate the Ceres Merchant Guild and Holy Demon forces. As their battle continues from inside the church, a voice echoes. It's the bishop, as he says that he deeply yearns as the blood sky heralds a new sun that never draws its end. And their faith shall not falter, and their sacred guide shall bring in peace. As for Cleve, she is exhausted after her battle. She sighed, saying that being calculative doesn't sit right with her as she went all out for this battle. As for the bishop, he has been turned into a pile driver, as she says that it feels like weight has been lifted off her chest. After the battle, Evelyn sits with townspeople and tells them to show their trade association ID, and they are free to go. She orders the damage control people to move over to another desk. As for the guy helping her, he has gone mad, telling her why she even needs this information. Everyone has gone crazy as rumors mention that someone ate Flying Dragon's cargo horse. Another turd asks if they will get a special allowance for this commission. Their voice floods her ears as she cannot control her temper. As she loses her control, she throws them away, telling them to figure it out themselves since she sucks at paperwork herself. She then starts looking for Black Snow, since they dumped their work onto them and ran away. Theo reports that the files he has submitted are the ones they try to destroy. It contains evidence of stealing property and intel from Ragnar, and even a detailed treason plot. Cleve shocks Theo as she praises him, calling him a mid-rank swordsman. She says that he works well like someone who has been with Black Snow, so it might not be bad to accept the Black Dragon's offer. Theo acts like a turd, so she says that she was only acting joking, so there is no need to get flustered. He says he cannot figure out if he is joking. She tells him that she has good news for him. The Sky Dragon operation is underway, as the ledger from last time was enough to prove their treason after all. She says that Black Snow's elite arrest team is on the way. They are likely taking them to the capital. Somewhere else, another masked dude enters the scene, telling them that Ed Troyvan has been hiding his power all this time. As he slaughters them, only a fool reveals all his cards. As he is done with the elite force, he congratulates Theo, saying that he has destroyed everything he has worked hard to build, and he is tearing it all down this time. As he laughs like crazy, saying that he will go crazy if that is what he wants because the Troyvan's plan is still in motion. Although they might have lost the Dragon Slayer's sword, he got his hands on this, which is more than enough. He says to his father that the time is coming, and he will need to call him forth. At the Camellia Palace, which is filled with people, everyone is busy making clothes, and it seems that they are serving customers. The blacksmith is surprised because this place is getting busier day by day. Cecilia greets her mother as she asks her what it is with the tailor. With enthusiasm, she says that they are starting a new business, a high-end brand dealing with luxury fabrics and accessories. How did she get prettier, her mother thought. She laughs, telling herself that it has been ages since she saw her smile like that. Cecilia tells her mother that she does not have to worry about payment anymore. Before she could say anything, she told her that she must be here for money, and Elf tells herself that she catches on way too fast. She agrees, but that is not the only reason she is here. Hearing this, Cecilia asks what news it is about, but hearing that it is about the Rose Palace, fear struck her face. With a worried look, she asks her if anything has gone wrong with her son, then says that wicked Emil did something to hurt him again. Looking at her face, she wonders how worried her daughter has been all this time. She holds her head, telling her to calm down since it's the opposite of what she is wondering. She tells Cecilia not to be surprised, but her information shocks her to the core. Back at the Rose Palace, everyone is shocked to the core, since what they are witnessing is her at the top of the gates. Just the sight of this is enough to shock everyone present. Back at the place, she fell to the ground saying that she had thought about all this, and her legs gave out. She continues to cry, telling her mother if it happened, and she asks her if she has ever seen a lying elf. As she cries, she tells her that all this time she didn't let it show since she felt like she was walking on a blade's edge. There have been constant plots, false accusations, and even assassination attempts. She has never told anyone, but she almost died many times, and every time she prayed and begged that her son would be spared. As tears pour down her face, she asks if all this is over. Elf gets shocked by her answers, so she calmed her down, saying that it's all over and she has endured a lot on her own all this time. Moving to Navin, he tells Theo that he has turned into quite the celebrity. As for Theo, he is making tea, telling him that it took him long enough. Asking him if he has wrapped things up, Navin says that he told Black Snows not to let it out, but he already knows about it. He says that the Bacchus clan will be dissolved from the head of the clan to anyone who has signed the merchant receipts. They will all be stripped of their titles at least. He laughs, saying that they are reaping what they have sown. With this, the Bacchus clan will be done for. Theo asks him if this is enough. Hearing this, Navin cannot figure this out, so Theo proposes something to him. He gets shocked because he says that he will become the head of the Bacchus clan. With a focused look, he says that if everyone besides him loses their title, he will be the only one who can become the head. Also, he should join hands with him for the coming war with Troyvan. Navin laughs, realizing what is happening, and thinks to himself that he was aiming for this from the start. The power struggles between them are in the open, and a war with the Troyvan is inevitable. The involvement between the Holy Demon Church and Troyvan has been confirmed in the Sky Dragon Rebellion. Outside, this information is available on the notice board, and the people of Ragnar think that it is a declaration of war between the clans. Since they have been exposed, the Holy Demon and the Troyvan won't stay silent. Navin says that these mean nothing to him since he has no time left. He also needs to be getting something in return. Theo laughs, saying he has done something about it, and he drops something on the table. It's a device, as he says, that is the cure to his disease. He hands him the recipe for the cure of the ether fever, and the main ingredients of an ether core. Although it is not publicly known yet, ether fever is caused by disrupted internal mana flow. The core will stabilize his mana flow, saying he didn't expect this. Theo gets shocked when he says that he had figured Theo would treat him just enough and he wouldn't, and keep him on a leash. Then suggests that he take what he wants and then run away. Theo says he wouldn't mind if he did. Right now, the way Ragnar's obsession with power has a lot of problems. Both of them are victims of that culture after all, and he doesn't want to dominate all this through strength but trust alone. Hearing all this, Navin remains quiet. What Theo wants to build is not oppression or pressure but trust. As he picks up the teacup, he says that he tried not to look down on Theo for being young but not an immature romantic. After drinking his tea, he took out his sword, saying that he was Navin Bacchus of the Bacchus clan. Swears to serve him as the sword of Theo Ragnar. He says if this is enough for him, and Theo says that it is more than enough. After dealing with him, Theo gets up, wondering that the war with the Troyvan is unfolding quicker than he had thought. But he is not worried since everything is going smoothly so far and it's time for him to open the treasure box. The second he touches one of them, a sub-quest pops up telling him to conquer the 2 relics. As Theo touches the artifact, he says that till the relics he has absorbed are of the Lesser Drake and the Griffin, which have been very effective. As he opens the box, he comes across a ring, which, according to Theo, is the relic. As he wears the ring, a system panel pops up. It says that the primordial dragon relic, the Thirsted Ring, has been equipped. As such, the entire space distorts and he gets teleported to a desert. All Theo can see is sand and rock, and if this is the desert he talked about, it is hotter than he had expected. As he sweats crazily, he wonders what he is supposed to do here. The system panel informs him that he has entered the Guardian's territory, and he must survive for 72 hours. Theo continues to sweat. He cannot believe that he has to survive for 72 hours, as he feels like he will have a heat stroke. All of a sudden the ground starts shaking, and from the ground something bursts out. Seeing the entity, Theo has a face of déjà vu. A huge worm which is the boss has appeared. In front of it, Theo looks like an ant. Seeing Theo, it recognizes Theo as an intruder and opens its smelly mouth to eat him. As Theo creates distance, he summons his sword and instantly uses the Thunder Dragon breathing mark. Although the strike looks strong and heavy, it just left a small mark. Theo is shocked that his dragon mark did nothing to it. That is when an attack shocks Theo, turning him into a white-faced turd. Huge waves of thunder are emitted from it as Theo realizes it's a thunderworm. His earlier attack was not effective because they possess the same element. This ugly worm continues to blabber intruder die as it spams its thunder attack. Although it is stupid, it knocks the mountain in front of Theo, blocking his escape route, and then opens its ugly mouth and tries to eat Theo, but he manages to escape in the nick of time. He was so fast that he used his footwork to create some space. Theo checked his timer, just to see that all of this happened in a span of 5 minutes, and with the time left, he cannot survive. This worm travels underground, so it is hard to attack this as it blasts out again from the ground, releasing immense thunder, and since they are from the same element, it's ineffective. Moreover, even the terrain is on its side. Thinking about this, he generates an idea, putting a smile on his face. He then takes something out from his inventory, and it's another relic he got from his last mission. As he continues to barely dodge this ugly worm, he gambles and equips the beautiful earring. Since it might be worth a try, the system window pops saying that he has equipped the primordial butterfly, saying that Theo is about to enter the 3rd dungeon. An error occurs, and the system says that he is currently in the middle of another mission, so he may not enter another mission. Theo already expected this, but to his surprise, the space starts cracking, ripping open, and from an extreme amount of cold is released. The system pops up and says that the 2 dungeons are attempting to invade each other from the portal. And it says that the ice bloom as the huge creature arrives. It has a unique design as it is a dragon with butterfly wings. It tells Theo that it has been a while since he saw a chosen one. This guardian is the fairy dragon. As it starts raining ice shards, it says that Theo has to pay for his arrogance. Theo manages to save himself in the nick of time, saying that this is not what he had expected. Theo realized that from both sides he has been surrounded, and he has no way to escape, so for the next 72 hours all he can do is defend himself. So he should survive on his own, getting ready to kill them. That is when a huge wave of energy ignores Theo and instead is aimed towards the dragon, which it manages to block by curling itself into a ball. He asks the guardian, and it says what this worm is doing, and the response is intruder should die. The dragon agrees, saying there cannot be 2 guardians. Seeing all this, Theo is flabbergasted. Meanwhile, a huge fight between the 2 turkeys starts. The system window pops up, saying that 2 guardians are fighting for priority. As the 2 colossal guardians turned their rage upon each other, their temporary truce shattered in an instant. Theo watched the unfolding chaos from a safe distance. The sheer power on display sent a shiver down his spine. He felt his weapon tremble. The spirit of the white moonlight blade, the griffin, was itching for a fight. Theo smirked, patting the blade and telling it to hold on a little longer. He had a feeling this glorious mess would be over soon. The battlefield became a storm of elemental fury as lightning met ice. The fairy dragon's crystalline form was battered by the worm's electrical assault, while the worm writhed in pain from the dragon's frost attacks. The fairy dragon pierced the worm's hide with a shard of ice, but the worm simply coiled around its foe, its massive jaw preparing to crush the elegant beast. The fairy dragon retaliated, unleashing a beam of pure frost that froze a section of the worm's body. The ground was littered with shattered ice and scorched sand. The worm howled as its flesh was torn by the dragon's ice. The 2 beasts mauled each other relentlessly. A flurry of scales and teeth. The worm chomped down hard, its teeth scraping against the dragon's icy armor. The impact sent the fairy dragon reeling. Though both were bloodied and bruised, the fairy dragon found an opening. Tearing at the worm's side with a furious counterattack, it ripped and clawed, finally managing to tear one of the worm's limbs clean off. Seeing his opportunity, Theo decided it was time to crash the party. He shot forward like a dark arrow, spinning his blade as it glowed with power. He declared that the worm was first on his list. His attack, amplified by the chaotic energy, struck the wounded dragon. The beast shrieked in pain. Theo then gave his blade permission to run wild. With a surge of power, he unleashed the spectral form of the griffin. The ethereal beast dove towards the shocked desert worm, its phantom claws tearing through the monster's spiritual essence. The fairy dragon could only watch in stunned horror. The battlefield fell silent. Theo landed softly on the now frozen ground. A pair of system notifications confirmed his success, congratulating him on hunting the desert worm and updating his sub-quest progress to 1 of 2. As he suspected, hunting the boss was the same as conquering the relic. He turned his cold gaze to the last one standing. Panicked, the fairy dragon pleaded for him to wait, asking for a moment to talk. Theo calmly asked what it wanted to discuss, as the dragon insisted this was not the proper way to conquer a relic. It claimed to be the most knowledgeable of the guardians, there to test his wisdom. It offered to spare him if he could solve its riddle, a proposition Theo found amusingly timed. He simply stated that he had proven his wisdom already, much to the dragon's confusion. He explained that his wisdom was making them fight each other, a revelation that made the dragon tremble in terror. He told the so-called most knowledgeable guardian that if it were truly wise it would accept the outcome. Defeated, the dragon stammered that they could have the riddle anyway. A final flash of light consumed the creature. Another system message congratulated him on hunting the fairy dragon. He was back in his room, the 2 relic boxes now sitting open before him. He focused on the ring on his finger. Letting out a long shaky breath, a triumphant exhausted grin spread across his face. He had cleared them both. The system confirmed the completion of his subquest. Now he could finally sense a malevolent energy pulsing from the white moonlight blade. He felt a present stir calling out to the griffin. A dark spectral eye formed from shadows, its voice echoing in his mind. It addressed him by name, Theo Ragnar. The entity declared its desire to eat his heart, lunging at him with shadowy claws. He instinctively grabbed the manifestation, wrestling against its power. He cursed himself for forgetting. The blade was constantly craving flesh. He realized with dawning horror that before returning the blade must have consumed the guardian's powers. The dark energy grew exponentially, erupting from his arm. It had eaten both souls and now it was far stronger than before. If this continued he was going to be consumed. The griffin's voice boomed in his head, promising to swallow him whole and chase the moonlight once more. The darkness closed in. The darkness closed in around Theo, a prison of shadows. His world condensed into a black sphere suspended in nothingness, woven together by ethereal threads. He snapped back to awareness with a gasp. He found himself standing in a rippling, colorless void, wondering where he was. Shadows coalesced around him, revealing the spectral forms of the guardians he had defeated. It became clear he was inside the griffin's stomach. The fairy dragon informed him that the griffin had finally swallowed him. Having waited for such an opportunity, it warned him that the beast would soon consume his heart, a fate Theo seemed grimly prepared to accept. The guardians called him a foolish chosen one for desiring their power when he couldn't even control a single griffin. He calmly asked what would happen when his heart was eaten. The fairy dragon stated the obvious: he would die. The desert worm added that they as guardians do not die. He was the only one facing oblivion. The fairy dragon confirmed this, noting they would simply revert to relics and wait for the next chosen one, though it would be quite boring. Theo remained silent for a moment, letting their words hang in the air. Then he asked if they had forgotten their mission from the ancient dragon, which caught them completely off guard. He reminded them of their duty to aid the chosen one against the nameless monarch, warning that if he died, the world would collapse again. He chided them for their irresponsibility, leaving the fairy dragon speechless. With a smirk, he questioned whether they only cared for their interests just like the griffin. The fairy dragon erupted in fury, accusing him of bluffing by invoking their master's name. It threatened him, saying it seemed he truly wanted to die. It reminded him that they could simply wait for a new chosen one. Theo looked the dragon dead in the eye and toned it to kill him. He dared it to stop the empty threats and just do it. He added that they should if they truly wanted to see the world ruined by their failure. The guardians fell silent, their threats deflated. The worm was the first to speak again. Its crystal prison shattered. Both guardians conceded. The worm called him brave while the fairy dragon admitted he was good. The fairy dragon confessed it liked his confidence. It announced it would open a door for him to escape. The worm declared it was opening the way as well. A portal began to swirl into existence before him. They explained that opening the door was all they could do. The rest was up to him. They urged him to get in. Theo didn't hesitate. He leapt toward the portal. He vowed to teach the griffin a lesson once he was out. He shot through the swirling void, emerging into a different part of the internal space. The griffin spirit had finally found Theo's core consciousness. It was prepared to swallow the orb of light, certain that Theo's body would soon be its. Suddenly it let out a choked cry. Theo burst out from within, impaling the spirit with his essence. The griffin writhed in agony. As Theo stood over it victorious, he had escaped. The griffin's physical form collapsed, stunned at how he got out of its stomach. It looked around wildly, accusing the other guardians of helping him and having no pride. Theo promptly grabbed its beak, shutting it up. He reminded the talkative creature that they had first met through subjugation, not discussion. The griffin stammered, asking to be let go so they could talk. Theo stated he wasn't expecting cooperation, pointing out that if they all kept fighting for dominance, they would just exhaust each other. The guardians considered this. The griffin's glowing eyes dimmed slightly. Theo simply told them to be sensible. As the griffin relented, Theo noted it was a wise choice, but he was interrupted by another presence. The lesser drake, his first relic, materialized. greeting the chosen one and asking if the others had forgotten it. The Drake explained that pitting the spirits against each other to control their power was a method used by past chosen ones. When Theo asked about these others, the Drake dismissed the question as something he didn't need to know yet. It simply promised that they would all help him grow. Now they would be looking forward to what he did from now on. Back in his room, system notifications confirmed new buffs. The fairy buff granted enhanced immunity, while the worm eater provided resistance and increased attack power. The dark corrupting energy receded from view. Theo staggered slightly. The ordeal is finally over. He was surprised to find that the guardians were not dead, but living inside of him. His eyes narrowed. The white moonlight blade lay still on his desk, its malevolent aura gone. It was finally calm. He walked over and asked if it had finally settled down. He mused that things had turned out for the better, as he now had a deeper understanding of the ancient dragon's power. He picked up his relic boxes. Whether they liked it or not, he would be in their hands. Meanwhile, in a desolate, snow-covered graveyard of swords, two powerful figures stood. Robert Ragnar, the Black Dragon, asked Kyle if he was truly going to recognize Theo as a successor candidate. Kyle confirmed it, but asked if Robert was worried because Theo was a regressor. Robert admitted he was, and Kyle noted his well-known loathing for them. Robert recalled that Kyle had killed every last Ragnar regressor with his own hands. Kyle confirmed this without emotion. He stated that was precisely why he would take this chance to test Theo himself. Robert was taken aback. Kyle explained that to be an official candidate, Theo must follow the proper procedure. His eyes fell to the sword in Kyle's grasp, noting its dangerous aura. Kyle agreed but said there was no sword more suitable for the task. He revealed it was the sword of the previous family head, the crazy dragon whom he had also killed. At that moment, Julia summoned Theo, announcing that the family head had summoned him. He was to go to the sword grave immediately, a command that left him utterly shocked. The air in the sword grave was thin and cold. Each snowflake is a frozen whisper. Theo's boots crunched on the icy ground, the only sound in the desolate field of blades. He walked with a grim purpose past the countless monuments to fallen warriors. A crushing weight pressed down on him, far heavier than the last time he had stood here. He understood now. The spectral resentment clinging to this place felt heavier because he now had more burdens to bear. He recalled his father's words from their last meeting. A grim smile touched his lips as their meaning finally clicked into place. A voice cut through the wind, announcing his arrival. Theo immediately dropped to one knee, formally greeting the great family head. Kyle Ragnar stood before him, dismissing the formalities with a wave. He began to list Theo's recent accomplishments with cold precision, from the instructor to his brother Axion. Then came the master of the Rose Palace, whose execution was a direct result of Theo's actions. He continued, stating that it wasn't all. The Sarah's merchant group was exterminated, and the Central Intelligence Bureau was mostly executed. He finished by saying he heard they all cried Theo's name in their final moments. A statement that struck Theo with the force of a physical blow. Before Theo could stammer out an explanation, he commanded Theo not to make excuses. A family head, he explained, must carry such weight silently. With that lesson delivered, he presented Theo with a massive, wicked-looking great sword, the Crazy Dragon Sword. Theo stared in shock, recognizing the name of a tyrannical former family head who had massacred thousands, an enemy the current head himself had killed. Kyle noted his reaction, seeing that he knew something. Theo chose his words carefully, stating he was only aware of the name, knowing all information on the man was confidential. Kyle was silent for a moment. Then he asked if the information about the crazy dragon was lacking in Theo's past life, a question that shattered Theo's composure. He had been found out. Kyle's eyes glowed with an intensity that promised death. An immense pressure washed over Theo. The family had admitted he loathed regressors. He saw them as greedy and foolish individuals who could change the world as they pleased, treating it like a chessboard they could flip over at any time. That was why he had resolved to kill any he discovered personally. Theo felt the pure, undiluted killing intent. This wasn't a test. This was an execution. He was stunned by the sheer power emanating from his father, who wasn't even a regressor. Kyle ordered him to wield the sword. If he could stand against its resentment, he would be acknowledged. However, Kyle would only admit the human Theo Ragnar and would completely erase the regressor from existence. Theo asked what that meant, his voice tight. Kyle explained that everyone he met, saved, or earned through his regression would be erased. They would cease to exist. Theo clenched his fist, the shadow of his past life's failure looming over him. He would refuse such conditions, but he informed him he could not. He repeated his vow to kill every regressor. Theo had two choices: die for rejecting the offer or survive as the sixth successor after cleansing himself of his past. The choice was his. Theo admitted he wanted his father's acknowledgement. However, if he had to earn it that way, then he would refuse with every fiber of his being. Kyle attacked, asking if Theo took this position so lightly. Did he think he could reach this point without sacrifice, without determination? The blow sent Theo flying, the world painted in crimson. The gap in their power was still immense. Kyle declared that by being swayed by emotion, Theo was no different from the other aggressors. He struck him down again. He asked if Theo thought he could just regress again and escape. Theo pushed himself up, telling Kyle not to misunderstand. The reason he had come this far was to take responsibility and protect everything that was ruined because of him. If he had to throw everything away to be acknowledged, he would do it right now. The swords in the grave began to resonate with his power. He vowed to surpass his father. He launched himself forward in a desperate assault. Kyle effortlessly blocked the attack, his power flaring. The sky itself seemed to crack under the pressure of their combined might. Kyle caught Theo's arm, but Theo used his new guardian's powers to maneuver through the storm of blades, landing a shallow but meaningful cut on his father. As the dust settled, Theo stood before a silent, colossal dragon spirit. But Kyle's sword flew at him, piercing him. He grunted, the impact rattling him to the bone. He landed on the ground, battered but standing. He was alive. His will had not broken. Robert admitted he hadn't expected Theo to fight back. Kyle noted that Theo was unique. Every other regressor they had fought used others as disposable tools. Kyle agreed this one was different. A faint smile appeared on his face. A regressor who wielded his sword to protect. He admitted that he was interested in Theo's way. He then formally acknowledged regressor Theo Ragnar. He declared Theo the sixth successor. As a token, he bestowed upon him the crazy dragon's sword, which had belonged to his father, a regressor like Theo. He remarked that they were both regressors but walked different paths. He was eager to see how different Theo's path would be. A brilliant light enveloped Theo. He was absorbed into a pillar of energy. He found himself in darkness, wondering where he was. The darkness gave way to a modern cityscape at night. He saw people at a bus stop, a completely alien sight. The view was utterly unfamiliar. He reached out with his hand, touching a glass window. His reflection stared back, the face of his pathetic past self. Now he thought with dawning horror, everything was truly over. He woke with a start, sunlight streaming into a lavish room. He sat up, groaning, wondering what that vision had been. A familiar voice asked if he was awake. It was his mother smiling warmly at him. She noted he must have been tired from waking up so late. He asked if she was all right, a question Cecilia felt she should be asking him. She explained that the family head had carried him in unconscious last night, which had shocked her immensely. Theo realized with a jolt that the entire ordeal, the life or death ultimatum, had been a test. Just then, Evelyn entered the room, asking if the young master was awake. Captain Julius was with her, and he congratulated Theo on passing the family head's test. Theo was still processing it all when Evelyn cheerfully informed him that everyone outside was talking about him. Indeed, newsboys were shouting the headlines. Ragnar's sixth official successor had been announced. The news sent ripples through the other successor candidates. One found a new competition to be fun. Another, a woman standing at the top of a roof against a full moon, seemed intrigued. A shadowy figure in a wide-brimmed hat crumpled the news in her hand. In another snowy wasteland, a warrior in a tattered cloak stood alone. His subordinate Ian ran up to him, crying that the punk Theo had become the next successor. She lamented that she should have brought him to the Black Iron Cavalry. Her captain Thorkel told her not to blame herself. His gaze was fixed on the horizon as he spoke Theo's name. The Black Iron Cavalry captain, Thorkel Ragnar, decided it was time he met this newcomer. Since Troyvan failed to make an appeal within the allowed time, war was declared. At the Nine Dragons Council Chamber, an important meeting was taking place. The members talked among themselves, some saying that the warlords of the northern continent were moving suspiciously, while others argued that a rebel gathering made no difference. One of them laughed even though there was now an empty seat in the council. The family head remained silent, but everyone knew the discussion about succession could not be delayed forever. When a member asked if it was too soon to bring up the topic, the White Dragon said it was the perfect time because a conflict among the heirs before a war would be disastrous. Another dragon told the White Dragon to watch his blasphemous words. The White Dragon insisted that variables must be minimized and asked if he was wrong. Another member stepped in and told both of them to stop, saying a proper meeting with everyone involved was needed. He promised to arrange it soon and said they would make decisions after observing the upcoming event. The scene then moved to Lord Brock's lair, where Theo was training hard, swinging his sword again and again. The half-sword his father had given him whispered darkly in his mind, urging him to kill and take whatever he desired. After the intense training, Theo stopped and his guardian dragon, Lord Brock, appeared. She asked if the grudge of the Mad Dragon Emperor was still bothering him. Theo looked troubled and admitted that it was. Even though a long time had passed since his father had given him the sword, the grudge inside it still tried to interfere with him. It was not unbearable, but the fact that it had once belonged to the Mad Dragon Emperor troubled him. Theo added that because of the sword he had caught a glimpse of the Mad Dragon Emperor's realm. Lord Brock said she could never forget that name because the Mad Dragon Emperor had once stolen her heart. Theo replied that she had told him that before, which made him even more confused about why his father had entrusted him with this sword. Calling him her contractor, Lord Brock advised him not to be impatient, warning that if he rushed ahead again he might face something beyond his strength like before. She then asked if his severed arm had healed completely. Theo said it had, thanks to the high priest who treated him right away. When Lord Brock touched the spot where the arm had been severed, Theo was surprised and wondered if she was worried about him. After checking, Lord Brock said it looked fine. She then asked why he was staring at her and told him that was enough for the day, saying he could go because someone else was looking for him. Before he left, she scolded him for making a mess in her lair every time he came. When Theo asked what she meant, she irritably said that one made the mess and another had to clean it. Theo admitted he had no excuse. At the Chimelia Palace, Theo looked at a messenger and a letter and realized it was from one of his squad members. The squad member respectfully called him young Lord Theo and asked what he was saying. Theo replied that it was nothing and that he was just talking to himself. After opening the letter, Theo cursed softly and wondered why he had received an invitation. The squad member saw that it was for a banquet at Daffodil Palace celebrating Lady Ray Ragnar's 18th birthday. The squad member found it strange that such a grand event would be held when war was so close and asked if it was necessary. Theo explained that it was precisely because of the turmoil that the banquet had to be extravagant. Troyvan's betrayal had shaken Ragnar's internal balance. Instead of Axion, whom Troyvan supported, Theo had become the sixth successor. To make matters worse, one of the 9 dragons had lost his seat because of Ed's treason. The banquet, he said, was more than a birthday party. It was a political show to prove that Ragnar still stood strong and a chance for the successors and dragons to measure each other's strength. Impressed by Theo's insight, the squad member praised him and eagerly asked if he planned to attend. Theo said that since everyone wanted to see him, he had no choice but to go. The scene then shifted to Daffodil Palace. In the grand banquet hall, the guests whispered among themselves that the new heir, young Lord Theo Ragnar, had finally arrived. Seeing the crowd and hearing their murmurs, Theo thought that, as expected, all eyes were on him. He knew the birthday celebration was only an excuse. Everyone was there to judge the new heir. If he wanted to make an impression, he had to act boldly. Navin approached from behind and said Theo had caused quite a stir because he couldn't sit still. Addressing Theo respectfully as his lord, Navin said he had been waiting for him. Theo smiled pleasantly and said he almost didn't recognize Navin. Joking that even at the wedding he hadn't shaved his beard, Navin became flustered and said that day had been too hectic. As the two talked, the guests whispered again, recognizing Navin as the sole survivor of the Bacchus family purge. Some remarked that even though the family had once fallen, it was still one of the 6 great pillars, and now its new head was addressing the 6th successor as lord. The crowd found it unbelievable. Hearing the murmurs around them, Navin said that everyone was talking about them thanks to Theo's well-timed appearance. Theo replied that it seemed they had managed to set the right mood and told Navin that the important part was about to begin. Just then, someone approached and remarked that this must be Theo Ragnar. Both Theo and Navin were surprised. The man said it was their first meeting and introduced himself as the 5th successor. Theo thought that this man had come sooner than expected. The man introduced himself as Thorkel Ragnar, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, and extended his hand to Theo. People at the banquet murmured that the former leading heir and the new rising successor were finally meeting. Thorkel told Theo not to be so tense, saying he had only come to see the 6th heir in person and was glad it was not the childish Axion. Theo thought Thorkel's impression was good and proper, but wondered if in a family like Ragnar, where only strength mattered, anyone could truly welcome a rival. He then shook Thorkel's hand and said it was an honor to meet him, introducing himself as Theo Ragnar of the White Dragon Squad. Thorkel laughed, released his heavy aura and remarked that Theo was very formal, saying there was no need for such manners and that Theo could call him brother. Theo thought this attitude was more fitting for a Ragnar. He then released his own aura, surprising Thorkel. Regaining his footing, Theo smiled devilishly and said that if Thorkel wanted him to speak comfortably, then he would call him brother. Thus began a silent power struggle between the 2 brothers and successors. The Lanka siblings arrived at the banquet. The brother complained about how uncomfortable his collar was and said he wanted to take it off, but his sister told him to endure it, saying he was the reason people called their clan a bunch of savages. From behind them, someone said that everyone seemed to be present already. Seeing Remington, the siblings were delighted. Remy asked how they had been, and one of the siblings called him the famous nerd from the West, saying he had heard Remy was as good as the Zenith Dragon. Remy laughed and said rumors were often exaggerated. Looking around, he asked if they had seen Theo, since he wanted to ask him about the white-armored dragon cavalry. Then Ray Ragnar appeared behind Remy and asked if he was looking for Theo. Startled, Remy apologized, saying he would never look for someone else in front of the star of the banquet. Ray told him it was fine and said she knew what kind of event this was. She noticed her wine glass shaking, then realized it was because of the confrontation between the 2 brothers. One of the Lanka siblings asked if that was Theo, and Remy replied that no one else would dare pull something like that here. The clash of power between the 2 heirs continued for a while until Thorkel admitted defeat, saying he could not keep up. Laughing, Theo teased him, asking what he meant. Addressing Thorkel as brother, Theo said he let him win. Thorkel admitted it, saying that while too much modesty could sound like mockery, he meant what he said. If he were Theo's age again, he would have lost to him without question. Theo said Thorkel was flattering him. Then Thorkel told everyone that seeing his impressive younger brother filled him with joy, which surprised Theo. Thorkel raised his glass and proposed a toast to a new era for Ragnar, and the guests followed, all raising their glasses to Ragnar. Thorkel told Theo that his debut as a new heir candidate was a great success. Theo thanked him but thought to himself that Thorkel's praise had a reason behind it. Thorkel had shown his strength to reinforce his position while publicly recognizing his rival to win over the crowd, shifting the mood Navin helped Theo create in his own favor. Theo realized that Thorkel Ragnar was not someone to underestimate despite his friendly appearance. One of the Lanka siblings reminded Theo not to forget his vow to become Theo's sword. Behind him, guests whispered in awe, wondering how Theo had reached such strength at such a young age. Someone asked if he was still unmarried and said he wanted to introduce his daughter to him. Meanwhile, on the second floor, an elder dragon grew angry, thinking he had planned to criticize that half-breed's behavior and get him expelled. Calling Theo a clueless brat, he raged that Theo dared to stir up the family like it was his playground. Then the elder dragon noticed someone outside the banquet hall. It was Evelyn. Furious, he muttered about her daring to come here. Nearby, Aaron, addressing Evelyn as platoon leader, told her she looked amazing. Surprised, Evelyn asked if he really meant it. Aaron assured her he never said anything he didn't mean and told her she looked absolutely beautiful and adorable. Blushing, Evelyn tried to leave, saying she would change into her uniform, but Aaron stopped her, saying she couldn't wear that to a banquet and insisted she come with her instead. At that moment, someone threw a wine glass at Evelyn's face. The man said that just dealing with that one person was already making his blood boil. Evelyn recognized the voice and became terrified, trembling in fear. The elder dragon asked why she had come out here at all. Hearing that, Aaron got angry and protested that even as one of the 9 dragons, the elder dragon had no right to treat Evelyn that way. But Evelyn stopped Aaron, insisting she was fine. She gritted her teeth and kept repeating that she was fine, begging Aaron not to do anything for her sake. Aaron could see how scared Evelyn was and thought she had never seen her leader this terrified before. She wondered what the elder dragon had done to make Evelyn like this. The elder dragon approached Evelyn and said he had warned her never to show her face to him again. Noticing her mechanical arm, he asked what it was, then violently tore it off and threw it on the ground. He asked if she really believed that wearing such a pathetic toy would make things return to how they once were. He said that if she was trash, she should live like trash, crushed and crawling on the ground. He warned that if he ever saw her again, he would tear her apart. Evelyn ran away, trembling, while the elder dragon laughed and said the stench was finally starting to fade. Aaron shouted that she would report this to the tribunal. The elder dragon told her to do whatever she wanted. As he walked toward the banquet hall, he said she would soon learn again what Ragnar's law of the jungle truly was. Evelyn, while leaving, thought she had known she shouldn't have come here. She had tried so hard to overcome the past. The scene shifted to Evelyn's childhood. The elder dragon had thrown her to the ground, making her bleed. He warned her that if she ever called him father again with that filthy mouth, he would tear her apart. He ordered her to leave and never show her face to him again. Evelyn thought that nothing had changed since that day. As Evelyn cried, the demon dragon stopped her and calmly asked where she was rushing to, since the banquet was in the other direction. She looked up at him silently. Back in the banquet hall, while everyone was chatting happily, a scream suddenly rang out. The demon dragon had broken the elder dragon's arm. The elder dragon screamed in pain and demanded if the demon dragon understood what he had just done. It was revealed that this demon dragon was Julius Ragnar, commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry. The demon dragon released the elder dragon's broken arm, making him retreat. Furious, the demon dragon said he had warned the elder dragon that he would do the same to him. The elder dragon shouted in anger that the demon dragon was truly turning his back on Ragnar and ordered the tribunal to restrain him immediately. The tribunal surrounded the demon dragon, shocking the banquet guests. The tribunal commander announced that Julius Ragnar was to be detained for injuring the head counselor and asked him to cooperate. The demon dragon replied coldly, asking what would happen if he refused. The commander grew frightened. The demon dragon reminded them that even Ragnar's clan code required oaths made upon the sword to be honored. He said that years ago, he had sworn before the elders that if they ever laid a hand on Evelyn again, he would do the same to them. A terrifying aura filled the hall, and everyone felt his murderous intent. When Theo arrived, he heard that the demon dragon had shattered the elder dragon's arm. He realized that the tribunal would not be able to handle this. He thought this event had never happened in his previous life and wondered what had changed. Then, as he looked at Evelyn, he understood. Evelyn Narival was Wolfgang Ragnar's illegitimate daughter. To Wolfgang, who valued pure bloodlines, her existence was a shame he wanted to erase. He had planned to exile her from Ragnar, but the demon dragon had seen her potential and recruited her into the white-armored dragon cavalry, ruining Wolfgang's plans. After Evelyn rose to prominence and became vice-commander, Wolfgang, afraid his disgrace would be exposed, tried to kill his own daughter under the excuse of punishing her for a mistake. Evelyn barely survived but lost her left arm, forcing her to retire. Since then, she had been managing Training Ground 4, and Wolfgang had likely not known she would be here. In the end, Theo realized that all of this chaos was a result of his actions after returning to the past, and it was his responsibility to fix it. Seeing the demon dragon's murderous aura, the elder dragon shouted for everyone to see how the demon dragon mocked the elders who had protected Ragnar. He accused him of using the authority of the 9 dragons to intimidate his own kin and called it treason. The demon dragon grew furious and insulted the elder dragon, demanding how he dared to speak of authority. Then Theo stepped between them, saying they were both far too worked up and that their fight was turning what was supposed to be his sister's joyful banquet into a night of terror. When Theo spoke, the demon dragon calmed down, but the elder dragon looked shocked. Theo then suggested that they settle the matter in the traditional Ragnar way, with a dual trial. The elder dragon became nervous and said it was nonsense. He claimed that the demon dragon had clearly attacked him, and that there was no need for a trial since the demon dragon was obviously guilty. Theo agreed that the elder dragon was right, but said they shouldn't let the situation get worse. Then, respectfully addressing Lady Daffodil, he asked if she agreed. At that moment, the master of the Daffodil Palace appeared in the banquet hall, releasing a chilling aura that frightened the elder dragon. Lady Daffodil said it was her daughter's birthday celebration, and demanded to know what they thought they were doing. She was introduced as the Ice Dragon, Lady Neil Ragnar Tun of the Daffodil Palace. The elder dragon addressed her as Lady Daffodil and asked if she could not see his injured arm, but she interrupted him, saying she didn't want to hear any more. She had no interest in petty quarrels and said that as Theo had suggested, they should reach a quick conclusion. Speaking with anger, she added that it was the last courtesy her patience would allow. Whispers spread through the crowd about the dual trial. Some wondered if the counselors would have an unfair advantage, since even retired ones were above the level of a Dragon Gate swordsman. Others agreed and said only the demon dragon might have a chance. Hearing the whispers, the elder dragon felt confident that he had the upper hand. The dual trial rules were simple. 3 versus 3, best of 2 wins, with the final fight between the plaintiff and the defendant. The first 2 battles had to be fought by their chosen representatives. The elder dragon thought the demon dragon had only a one-armed weakling and that annoying man as allies. Feeling confident, he decided the match would never reach his turn. He would win in the first 2 rounds. He then accepted the challenge and declared that the purity of the sword would decide what was right and wrong. Thorkel thought Theo had surpassed his expectations. Knowing the demon dragon's temper, the situation could have easily gone out of control. If Theo hadn't intervened, the elder dragon might have used it to destroy the demon dragon politically. In such a short time, Theo had found a way that satisfied everyone. Thorkel thought this would be interesting to watch. Outside the Daffodil Palace at the duel ground, the tribunal hall commander announced that under the tribunal's supervision, the duel trial would now begin. To ensure fairness, all use of magic was forbidden, and everything that happened in the duel would be protected under Ragnar's law. The commander then asked both sides to swear that there would be no revenge or grudges afterward. Both the demon dragon and the elder dragon took the oath. Then the commander called for the first duelist to step forward. Theo Ragnar stepped out from the demon dragon's side. One of the Lonka siblings wondered if Theo would be okay, and Remy agreed, saying that Theo's opponent didn't seem like an easy one. When asked if the elder dragon's duelist was really that strong, Remy explained that the elder dragon's aide, Gale Sword Beta, was an elite even among high-ranked swordsmen, though it was still better than having the counselors fight. The elder dragon told Beta not to hold back any deadly moves. Beta asked if that meant he should kill Theo Ragnar, since Theo was now an heir candidate. The elder dragon told him not to worry, as everything that happened in a duel trial was pardoned, but at the very least Beta should take one of Theo's arms. The demon dragon worried if Theo would be alright and felt guilty for dragging him into this because of his reckless actions. When he apologized, Theo assured him that he was fine and told him to trust him. He promised that through this duel he would resolve their long-standing feud. Then Theo took his fighting stance, ready to face Beta. Beta also prepared himself. When the tribunal hall commander blew the whistle, both of them rushed forward at incredible speed. Beta swung his sword fiercely, but Theo blocked it with ease. The clash of their blades echoed through the hall, forcing both of them a step back. Without losing focus, Beta narrowed his eyes and attacked again, his blade slicing through the air. The real duel began as steel met steel. Blow after blow, sparks flew from their swords while the crowd held its breath. Beta grew increasingly shocked. He had thought Theo would fall quickly, but Theo was keeping up with him. Even while exchanging rapid strikes, Beta couldn't believe what he was seeing. He realized that this was what it meant to be an heir candidate. Then, trying to gain an advantage, Beta kicked a small rock toward Theo's eyes, making Theo raise his hand to block it. Beta took advantage of the brief moment, smirked, and rushed in, convinced that Theo's lack of combat experience would betray him. He angled his blade toward Theo's neck and told himself that out of respect for Theo's status as an heir candidate, he would make the death painless. The blade shone as it came toward Theo's throat, but Theo simply tilted his body and dodged easily. His movements so smooth that Beta felt as if Theo had never taken him seriously. Beta stared in shock, wondering if Theo had shown him an opening on purpose, and while his thoughts raced, he barely noticed Theo preparing another strike. When Theo's blade arced down, Beta scrambled to raise his sword and block. The collision shoved him backward and his arms shook, and then he realized Theo had stopped his sword at the last moment. If Theo had not restrained himself, Beta would already be dead, and a chill ran down his spine as he asked himself why Theo had stopped. Before he could recover, a terrifying change began. A blood-red aura started to wrap around Theo, swirling like angry flames, and the half-sword in his hand began to whisper into his mind, its dark, insistent voice urging him to kill everyone who had mocked and humiliated him. Beta noticed Theo's odd behavior, his stance loosened and his defense opened, and for a moment Beta suspected another trick. Anger rose in him at what he saw as Theo's casual contempt, and he resolved not to be fooled again, charging forward determined to cut Theo's neck before anything else could happen. At the last moment Theo deflected the strike, then shouting in fury he spoke back to the half-sword, rejecting its commands and saying he did not need it, telling him to kill. His voice boomed through the hall and the blood-red aura crackled more fiercely as he tried to wrest control from the cursed blade. Before Beta could understand what had happened, Theo moved with terrifying precision. His blade cut through and severed Beta's arms and legs in a single devastating motion, and the strike sent a shockwave toward the audience. The ice dragon in the stands reacted instantly, using huge power to intercept the attack just before anyone could be hurt, then stood very still, staring at Theo with narrowed eyes and thinking that the boy was truly exceptional to have such raw power without using magic. Beta lay on the ground, limbs gone, writhing in pain, his confident eyes now only fear and despair. The tribunal hall commander was stunned into silence, but after several seconds cleared his throat and loudly announced that the winner of the first round was Theo Ragnar, which sent gasps through the crowd and whispers spreading like wildfire while Theo stood in the middle, his presence terrifying and his aura strong enough to silence even the bravest voices. As the half-sword's influence faded, Theo finally exhaled and wondered about the strange feeling he had just experienced. It felt different from the usual grudge whispers that haunted him. This time it had been as if someone or something guided him, and when he surrendered to that feeling he had unleashed power at a new level. So he let his lips curl into a faint smile and admitted to himself that trusting those grudge thoughts was dangerous, but if he could control them would make him far stronger. The commander cleared his throat again and said the second round would begin, calling both duelists forward. Theo raised his hand and firmly declared a consecutive match, and the commander announced that the defendant had declared a consecutive match and that the defendant's second-round duelist would again be Theo Ragnar. The elder dragon grit his teeth in fury, vowing to kill Theo for good, and at that moment a new figure entered the arena. The tribunal introduced him as Page Grayson, the Mystique Sword and former Dragon Gate swordsman, whose very presence made the air heavier. Page Grayson stepped forward with a massive sword on his shoulder and addressed Theo in a calm, intimidating voice, saying he looked forward to the fight. In the stands the Lanka siblings leaned forward in excitement. The brother admired how the Mystique Sword could wield such a huge blade without magic and spoke with sparkling eyes, while the sister smirked and teased Remington for looking so serious. Remy frowned and said he was worried, and when the sister asked what he was worried about and suggested Theo would not die, Remington said the worry came from the fact that while Theo might not win, he also might not die, and that was precisely what troubled him. He explained that unlike the first round where the council had only sent a high-ranked swordsman to protect their honor, this time a counselor himself had stepped into the arena. The duel was no longer just about pride, it was an attempt to kill Theo. The air grew tense. The tribunal hall commander was about to blow the whistle when Theo suddenly raised his hand and casually announced that he surrendered. His words shocked everyone. Page Grayson, known as the Mystic Sword, froze in disbelief, his jaw dropping. Theo smirked and mocked that it was obvious a mid-rank swordsman could never defeat a counselor, that even a child could tell the outcome without seeing the fight. Burning with anger and humiliation, Page Grayson withdrew from the field while the hall commander declared him the winner of the second round. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Everyone realized the elder council had been tricked. Theo's clever move had left them dishonored and exposed. The spectators whispered that Sir Theo was a brilliant strategist and that the council now had no honor left to lose. They wondered how the elder dragon could possibly win the third round, especially in his weakened state. The elder dragon began to panic inside. He cursed Theo, realizing he must have planned everything from the start. Fear slowly gripped his chest. From the stands, Evelyn noticed his shaken expression and smiled faintly. Having never seen him look so rattled, she turned to Theo and whispered an apology, saying it was all because of her. Theo firmly told her not to be sorry, saying comrades should help each other. The demon dragon beside them nodded in agreement and told her to watch carefully, saying he would crush the demon dragon in this fight. Evelyn smiled slightly, lost in memories. She remembered when the demon dragon had begged her to join the white-armored dragon cavalry, saying she was too talented to waste her life away. She also remembered his harsh words, that she could not simply retire just because she could no longer ride a dragon, that she had to take responsibility for the one she had recruited. Then she recalled Theo asking her if she had not promised to become his sword and his vow to settle both Rosalind's and the demon dragon's grudges. Her heart ached. Both Theo and the demon dragon cared deeply for her, yet she had been trapped in regret. She shook her head, determination filling her eyes. She resolved to end this cursed relationship once and for all. With resolve burning in her chest, she called out to the demon dragon, saying she had something to say. The hall commander's voice echoed through the chamber, announcing the start of the third round of the duel. Both duelists were summoned to step forward. The elder dragon strode onto the ground, fury in his steps. His thoughts burned with hatred. Because of Theo, his honor was ruined, and even if he died, he wanted to take one of Julius's arms with him. But before he could fully prepare, the commander made a shocking announcement. The court had accepted the defendant's request to change the third-round duelist. The elder dragon's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw Evelyn step forward, her rapier gleaming. His face twisted with rage, and he let out a bitter laugh, calling the situation ridiculous and accusing her of reckless bravado, wondering if she intended to beg for mercy. Evelyn took her stance gracefully and said that if anyone should beg, it should be him. Then mockingly called him father. The hall erupted in shock. No one could believe what they had heard. The air grew heavy with disbelief as whispers spread. Could the elder dragon really be Evelyn's father? They looked nothing alike. Some in the audience dared to suggest she might be his illegitimate child. The murmurs filled the hall, creating unease and tension. The elder dragon was enraged beyond control. His cold eyes burned with fury, his fists clenched, and his body trembled. He shouted at Evelyn, calling her a wench and demanding to know what nonsense she was speaking. Evelyn, still wearing her mocking smile, tilted her head and said that if she had known he enjoyed being called father so much she would have done so long ago. Her words cut deep. She then added that since he loved to talk about the past, perhaps she should share some stories of her own. The elder dragon's face darkened, but Evelyn continued. She spoke of the cruel memories she had buried for years, how he used to scream at her for calling him father and would beat her nearly to death when she was just a child. Her voice trembled slightly, but her eyes stayed cold. She went on to reveal that he had even tried to have her killed after she joined the white-armored dragon cavalry, just to hide that she was his illegitimate daughter. The crowd gasped in shock. The elder dragon's rage boiled over, veins bulging on his forehead as he screamed for her to shut up. He shouted that there was nothing wrong with what he had done, saying that in the Ragnar clan only the strongest survived. But in his rage he didn't realize what he had just admitted in front of everyone. The crowd began whispering again, now certain of the truth. They muttered that she really was his illegitimate child and mocked the elder dragon for always boasting about pure bloodlines. The audience sneered, calling him a disgrace. Even the council members began to whisper among themselves in low, disappointed voices. They say that the elder dragon had always been too reckless and arrogant, and now he had caused a terrible mess. Some murmur that they had warned him many times that such a day would come. One member even quietly wonders why the elder dragon allowed his illegitimate daughter to live in the first place. Their hushed voices are full of judgment and disapproval. The demon dragon, who has been silently watching, finally speaks and tells Evelyn that she does not need to push herself any further. He says that if this is what she truly wants, he can step in to help her. But Theo, standing nearby, shakes his head slightly and tells the demon dragon not to worry too much. He softly says that they should just trust her and watch, because this is Evelyn's determination. His words linger in the air like a promise. Then, without another word, both Evelyn and the elder dragon charge forward. Their blades collide with a thunderous clash that echoes through the arena. Sparks fly as the fierce and violent duel between the estranged father and daughter begins. The atmosphere trembles with their killing intent. The demon dragon watches closely, his eyes widening in surprise as he recognizes Evelyn's sword technique. It comes from the secret manual of the god of Tempest. The council members notice it too and are shocked beyond belief. One whispers that it looks like the swordsmanship of the Wind Baron, while another gasps and wonders how Evelyn could have learned such a long-lost and legendary technique. As Evelyn's movements become more fluid and sharp, the crowd starts cheering in spite of themselves. Her sword cuts through the air like a storm, graceful yet deadly. The whispers grow more excited as they realize she is not only blocking the elder dragon's attacks, but actually pushing him back. The audience can hardly contain their amazement. Some wonder how she managed to master the Wind Baron's lost swordsmanship, while others say that a swordsman of her level, rivaling one of the 9 dragons, is unbelievable. Compared to her, the elder dragon's swordplay seems lacking and clumsy. Hearing the growing admiration from the crowd, Theo watches silently and thinks that it all makes sense. Since mana cannot be used in the duel trial, any advantage from magical power is meaningless here. He also reflects on the elder dragon, realizing that without the strength of his pure bloodline, the man's actual skill would never have been enough to make him one of the 9 dragons. The battle grows more intense. The elder dragon, breathing heavily, feels his pride being crushed. Enraged, he shouts at Evelyn, demanding how she dares to challenge him. He charges forward with renewed fury, swinging his blade violently and snarling that she should think carefully, asking if she really believes she can escape his grasp and threatening that she would only understand after he beat her until she begged for her life. His words are full of hatred and arrogance. Evelyn, however, remains calm and unshaken. Her eyes are fierce and steady. Gathering her strength, she blocks his attacks and replies coldly that she would like to see him try. The elder dragon's eyes widen when he realizes she is pushing him back. His attacks grow weaker, his balance falters. Evelyn's voice rings out clearly across the arena as she tells him that when she was a child he had been her whole world, and that was why she had feared him. But now, she says, she has many people she can trust and who trust her in return. So she is no longer the weak little girl she once was. Her words strike deep into the elder dragon's pride. Then, in one decisive moment, Evelyn breaks the stalemate. Her sword flashes like lightning, slicing through his defense, and she strikes him down with tremendous force. The elder dragon is thrown backward, blood spilling as one of his arms is cut off. The hall falls silent. Overwhelmed with emotion, Evelyn shouts in anguish that no one would ever cling to him. With that final cry, Evelyn Nerval defeats the elder dragon. The once proud warrior who stood among the 9 dragons now lies beaten, trembling and humiliated. Gritting his teeth, he tries to rise, his face twisted with rage and disbelief, shouting hoarsely that the duel is not over yet. But as he attempts to stand, his hand freezes solid. The ice dragon steps forward, her cold voice sharp as frost, telling him that if he truly is one of the 9 dragons, he should stop this disgraceful behavior and accept defeat. Her words pierce through his arrogance like a blade of ice. Then the tribunal hall commander raises his voice and firmly announces that the winner of the 3rd round of the duel trial is Evelyn Nerval. His words echo clearly through the arena. Evelyn Nerval not guilty. Cheers erupt from the audience. Evelyn lowers her blade, catching her breath, and walks toward the demon dragon and Theo with a bright, beautiful smile. She proudly says that she, Evelyn Nerval, is back on duty. The demon dragon nods gently and tells her she did a great job. Hearing that, Evelyn smiles warmly and says that it was all thanks to him, her voice soft but filled with gratitude. Several members of the Elder Dragon's faction rushed to the Elder Dragon's side. One of them knelt and said he would take care of the Elder Dragon's sword, adding that the Elder's injuries were serious and needed treatment first. But the Elder Dragon did not hear them. His mind was filled with anger and humiliation. He grabbed his sword again, his eyes burning with hatred, and declared that he would kill Evelyn no matter what. Without warning, he charged at her in blind rage. Before he could reach her, the demon dragon stepped in front of him and blocked his path with ease. His expression darkened as he asked in a low, threatening voice if the Elder Dragon wanted to lose his remaining arm too. The power in his tone made the Elder Dragon freeze in fear. Just then, a loud horn sounded outside, cutting through the tense silence. A soldier ran in and shouted that they were under attack. Though Ivan had launched an assault, he ordered everyone to return to their posts at once. The demon dragon let go of the Elder Dragon and turned to Theo and Evelyn, his face serious, telling them they were now under wartime conditions and must return to the white-armored dragon cavalry immediately. His commanding tone left no room for argument. Still consumed by madness, the Elder Dragon called them bastards and screamed that they could not stop because the duel was not over. His voice was hoarse and desperate as he kept shouting that the duel must continue. The Ice Dragon finally lost her patience. Seeing his disgraceful behavior, she raised her hand and countless ice swords appeared above him, their sharp edges shining coldly. She warned in a freezing tone that she would not say it again and told him not to disgrace the 9 dragons any further. The Elder Dragon, shaken, stared at her in disbelief and asked if she did not care that they had humiliated him and the council. But the Ice Dragon's expression stayed calm as she said she doubted anyone else felt differently. The Elder Dragon looked around and saw that the other council members were already leaving. One of them said bitterly that no matter how much their honor had fallen, they could not allow someone who swung his sword just because he could not accept a duel's result to represent the council. These words struck the Elder Dragon harder than any weapon ever could. His pride shattered, and it felt as if the sky itself had collapsed on him. The demon dragon watched quietly and thought that it was finally over. The disgrace of a greedy old man had reached its end. The scene then shifted to Ed Troyvan, who sat calmly while his commanders stood before him. They reported that they had successfully occupied the Central Highlands, and that Harmon Castle would soon fall. Ed Troyvan asked how the Ragnar forces were moving. A soldier replied that the clan head's personal cavalry and the 6 Sword Clan soldiers were expected to meet at the Central Highlands soon. Ed Troyvan laughed darkly and said the Ragnar fools were acting exactly as he expected. He added that it was time to show them this war was only part of a much larger plan. His eyes gleamed with ambition as he smirked and declared that while the Ragnar clan focused on the Highlands, they would seize another target, 6 noble houses within the Bacchus family's territory. In the Bacchus territory, the mood was heavy and bleak. Outside the castle walls, one soldier told another that ever since the new lord had arrived he had done nothing but lock himself inside and drink all day. The soldier sighed and wondered if the man even realized he was the head of the house. The other soldier shook his head and said that everyone who could leave had already done so. He added bitterly that there was no point in having a lord in a debt-ridden land. Even the knights and vassals who had served House Bacchus for generations had walked away. He gave a dry laugh and said sarcastically that the lord should at least be glad he could still afford to drink. The other soldier chuckled and agreed, then asked quietly if Ragnar had sent any reinforcements. Hearing this, the first soldier scoffed and mocked the idea of reinforcements, saying that those so-called helpers were nothing but freeloaders. At that moment, the Ragnar support squad appeared, led by Sybil Dre, with Eod Naren among its members. Another soldier complained that the squad claimed to handle night patrols but was always found passed out drunk near the walls. The soldiers muttered among themselves that Ragnar had probably sent these people just to push the Bacchus forces out of the picture entirely. After hearing all this, one of the soldiers laughed and said that it all made sense. Far away, deep in the forest outside Bacchus's castle, the soldier who had been secretly gathering information knelt before the Troyvan forces and reported everything he had learned. The Troyvan commander, a cold and calculating man, asked if the information about the Bacchus soldiers' morale was true. The spy confidently confirmed it, saying that morale in the territory was already at its lowest point. With a smirk, he said the operation was as good as complete. The Troyvan commander let out a cruel laugh after hearing the report. He raised his voice so all his soldiers could hear and told them that the enemy was already broken and they should finish quickly so they could return. The soldiers cheered, and soon the Troyvan army began marching toward Bacchus's castle under the darkening sky. On the castle walls, Sybil Dre, leader of the Ragnar support squad, sighed and stretched lazily, still drowsy from drinking earlier. The air was calm and the night was unnaturally quiet. Then a sudden gust of wind swept over the wall. Out of the shadows, a Troyvan soldier climbed silently up the stone wall, his dagger glinting in the moonlight. He saw Sybil sitting idly and smirked, thinking that the guard had passed out drunk on duty. He muttered that it worked perfectly for him and raised his dagger, whispering that Sybil could finish his drink in the afterlife. Just as he was about to stab Sybil in the chest, the scene shifted to a memory of a conversation between the demon dragon and Theo Ragnar. The demon dragon sat behind his desk watching Theo with sharp eyes. He asked if Theo wanted to invoke independent operation rights as a mid-tier swordsman, his tone strict and serious. Before Theo could respond, the demon dragon immediately refused, saying that during wartime combat operations took priority and there would be no special treatment. Theo remained calm and handed him a sealed envelope, explaining that it was related to the war and asking him to read it. When the demon dragon opened it and read the contents, his expression changed and his brows furrowed in disbelief. He asked if what was written was true, and Theo confirmed it. Theo explained that Troyvan's main invasion targets, Harmon Castle in the Central Plateau, were just distractions, while their real goals were the floating archipelago and Bacchus territory. The demon dragon paused to think and admitted that it made sense. Theo continued, saying that during the series' guild hostage incident, Black Skull's actions showed clear cooperation with Troyvan, and since Black Skull's predecessor was the Archipelago's Shipping Federation, which handled all Imperial funds, that explained Troyvan's vast war resources. The demon dragon agreed, saying that this clarified the source of Troyvan's war funds. Theo said that because the archipelago's location was strategically important, it would become a greater threat as the war went on, and that reinforcing the neglected Bacchus territory should be their top priority. However, Troyvan had concentrated a large force at the Central Plateau and Harmon Castle, making it look like an all-out attack. Ragnar had responded by deploying troops, leaving no soldiers to spare. Theo admitted that they could not abandon such key locations, which was why he had requested independent command, to both reinforce Bacchus territory and investigate the archipelago suspected of funding Troyvan. He assured the demon dragon that he could handle everything himself. The demon dragon looked at him in surprise, and asked if Theo had predicted this outcome from the very beginning of his request. Theo smiled faintly but gave no reply. The demon dragon chuckled and finally agreed, granting him permission but warning him not to overextend himself. Theo nodded and said he would remember that. As Theo left, the demon dragon thought that the information Theo provided was of excellent quality, and since Theo had chosen to report directly to him instead of to the black dragon who specialized in intelligence, it meant Theo planned to act on it personally. The demon dragon quietly concluded that his permission was merely a formality, as Theo had already made his preparations. In the present, just as the Troyvan soldier was about to stab Sybil, the supposedly drunk leader suddenly moved. Sybil threw his bottle straight at the attacker's face, splashing liquid over his eyes. The soldier stumbled back and wiped his face, realizing in shock that it wasn't alcohol but orange juice. Sybil grinned and mockingly said he didn't usually drink alcohol. Before the enemy could react, Sybil moved with lightning speed and killed him instantly. Another support squad member rushed up and reported that they had already taken care of the infiltrating Vanguard soldiers. Sybil nodded sharply and ordered them to light the beacon. His subordinates spoke with excitement and confidence, saying that their swords would cut through Troyvan's forces, something unimaginable during the blooming ceremony. Another soldier laughed and said they hadn't been idle either. As Sybil prepared to light the beacon, he teased them for never listening to their leader. To that moment, one Troyvan soldier who had been pretending to be dead suddenly lunged at Sybil with a dagger. The squad noticed too late and the blade was already swinging toward Sybil. But before it could strike, a flash of steel cut through the air and the Troyvan soldier's head fell to the ground. Standing behind the corpse was a calm, confident man with a faint smile. Navin Bacchus, the head of House Bacchus, lowered his sword slowly and told them to be careful. He added that if anyone got hurt, he wouldn't know how to face their lord. His tone was light but firm. Sybil, flustered by his presence, quickly bowed and promised to correct himself. Navin laughed warmly and waved his hand, saying he was just joking and that Sybil should make himself comfortable. As Sybil began to relax, Navin's expression suddenly grew serious. He said sharply that if Sybil wanted to be comfortable, there was something the Lord should handle, and asked if he was all right with that. Sybil stiffened and said he would light the beacon immediately. Navin laughed again, saying he was joking, but by then the beacon was already lit. One by one, all the beacons along the castle walls burst into flames, casting light across the dark night. Soldiers rushed to their positions, shields raised and bows drawn, ready for the attack. Navin stepped up to the wall and looked down. His sharp gaze caught the Troyvan forces climbing the stone walls. He wondered quietly how their lord could have foreseen all this and how he could see through everything. Down below, the Troyvan forces froze when they saw the blazing beacons. Fear spread among them as they realized their ambush had failed and that they had walked into a trap. Sybil shouted in a commanding voice filled with fury that Troyvan's forces had attacked and ordered the soldiers to hold the castle and eliminate the raiders. His command echoed through the courtyard, and then the one-sided slaughter began. Castle soldiers rained arrows and spells down from the walls, cutting through the invading Troyvan troops mercilessly. Later, under a stormy sky, Theo finally arrived in the farthest territory. He gazed into the distance, seeing faint smoke rising from the battlefield, and murmured to himself, wondering if the fighting had already started. He realized he had arrived just in time. With determination in his eyes, he leapt onto his dragon's back and dove toward the castle. The wind roared around him, and he smiled faintly, thinking that after a long time he would finally see some familiar faces again. As the morning light shines outside the Bacchus castle, we see a gruesome scene. All the Troyvan forces are massacred, their bodies lying powdered across the ground, weapons fallen from their lifeless hands. The faint smell of blood mixes with the cool morning air, a silent reminder of the fierce battle that has just ended. Sybil screams, his voice echoing through the stone walls, saying that as Lord Theo commanded, the mission to defend the back territory has been completed. His tone carries a strange mix of pride and exhaustion. Theo, standing calmly amid the aftermath, casually tells Sybil that he doesn't have to shout like that. Theo approaches Sybil and tells him he has done well this time. Unable to contain his emotions, Sybil cries, his shoulders trembling slightly, thinking Theo acknowledged him for real this time. It was not just an order followed or a duty fulfilled, it was recognition from the man he respected most. Navin steps forward and tells Theo he didn't expect him to come here in person. Theo, with his usual composed tone, says he dropped by just in case, but seeing it for himself, it seems Navin didn't need his help after all. Navin smiles faintly and says it's all thanks to those lads. He gestures toward the group of men who stand proudly, their armor still dusted with battle dirt. He asks Theo where on earth he found people like them. Theo answers simply that they are the ones he trained with back when he was an apprentice inspector. They wanted to serve him, so they joined the Chemelia Palace Guard. Theo tells Navin that it looks like they have earned his approval. Navin nods slowly, admitting honestly that he didn't expect much at first. They were only intermediate inspectors with no remarkable experience after all. But after a few days of operating together, though their skills are still rough, Navin realized they are people he can trust. With a satisfying smile, Theo says, hearing that makes him proud. His eyes soften, and for a moment the tension of command fades into something warmer. Theo then says that in that case he has a request for Navin. Now that the vassals and knights have left, the position for the Bacchus family's knight order remains vacant. How about Navin train those friends of his to become the Bacchus Knight Order? Hearing the name Bacchus Knight Order, Navin pauses. He looks distant, almost nostalgic. It's been a long time since he has felt this kind of anticipation. The memories of his youth, the days of glory and discipline, briefly return to his mind. Seeing Navin's expression, Theo stays silent, understanding that some memories are better left unspoken. Saying he will count on Navin, Theo turns to leave. Seeing Theo leaving so early, Navin asks why. Theo simply replies that he has seen what he came to see. This was just a stop on the way. He has another purpose. Navin tilts his head and asks what the purpose is. With a scheming smile, Theo says it's an investigation of the floating archipelago. Navin gets flustered hearing Theo say that. Addressing him as my lord, Navin says one would think he'd be used to it by now, but Theo's boldness still catches him off guard. Navin asks Theo if that isn't the place where they are notoriously hostile to outsiders, where it's hard to even get in. With a small, knowing smile, Theo says he's got his ways. The scene shifts to the port city of Dion. The sound of seagulls echoes across the harbor mixed with the creaking of ships and the chatter of sailors. In a certain bar filled with smoke and noise, Theo enters quietly, blending in with the crowd. While entering, Theo accidentally bumps into someone. The big guy he bumps into glares down at him and calls him Shorty, asking if he can't open his damn eyes when he walks. Theo, mocking and calm, says it's his bad. He guesses he didn't see him down there. While holding a beer mug, Theo adds that he'll make the big guy lower himself to Theo's level. The big guy grits his teeth in anger, his hand tightening around his drink. The crowd senses the tension rising, and thus, slowly a bar fight begins. People start cheering them on, some banging their mugs on the tables. Others shout for more drinks, turning the brawl into entertainment. The barmaid runs around frantically, unable to keep up with all the orders. In a certain room inside the bar, far from the chaos, a voice speaks coldly. Starting from the 15th, the floating archipelago shall regularly offer gunpowder and steel to Troyvan as tribute. The cost shall count as the rental fee for the dragon's sword. After hearing the report, someone slams his fist on the desk in anger. We are introduced to the Spinola family's next head, Antonio Spinola. His face twists in rage. A request, my ass, he growls. That's a bloody threat. Antonia turns to the girl standing beside him and says, and what, a rental fee? The Troyvans steal it, then say they'll lend it back for money. What a load of, the girl replies softly. Still, they've got no choice, do they? Antonio clenches his jaw. Without the dragon's sword, the floating archipelago will sink. He frowns deeply. Damn it, if we hadn't lost the dragon sword, we wouldn't be at Troyvan's mercy. His voice lowers, almost breaking. Is there truly no hope left for our archipelago? At that moment, Antonia hears fighting sounds coming from outside. He grits his teeth again, frustration rising. Kicking the door open, he shouts, bastards, my head's already about to explode, and now this. Why the hell are you kicking off again? Everyone in the bar freezes when they hear Antonio's voice. The room goes silent. He points around, furious. When did I say you couldn't drink? Just drink quietly, for God's sake. Theo, standing nearby, smiles faintly. So he finally decided to show himself. Antonio Spinola, the next head of the Spinola family. Theo enters the room with Antonio while two guards stand at attention outside the door. Antonio looks at him suspiciously and says, so what you're saying is you want to go to the floating archipelago and you want me to take you aboard my ship as a combatant? Theo nods. That's right, I heard sea monsters have been appearing more often on that route lately. And as for my skill, Theo smirked slightly. That little scene back there proved it well enough, didn't it? You're short on manpower anyway. It's a win-win, isn't it? Antonio scratches his chin thoughtfully and tells Theo, well, you're not wrong. We were looking for crew, but you're not getting on my ship. He narrows his eyes for a mercenary looking for work. Your gear's too clean, no signs of wear at all. That scuffle you caused just happened to be right where I was, and you just conveniently know I've got a ship bound for the archipelago. If you were me, would you let me aboard? After hearing Antonio, Theo chuckles lightly. I'd have been disappointed if you hadn't seen through it, he admits. Good. Let's get straight into it then. Placing a badge on the desk, Theo says, the armed resistance fighting for the liberation of the floating archipelago. The Black Skull's leader, Antonio Spinola. How about we make a deal? Hearing Theo's words, Antonio's eyes widen. He goes stiff, nervous, and shocked. How do you know that I'm the Black Skull? Theo smiles faintly. Come now, that's not the important part, is it? It's not about how I know, it's about what I know. For example, that dragon sword you're so desperate for. After Theo says those words, Antonio's eyes widen even more. In anger, he kicks his chair back and yells, "Bastard. So you're a dog of Troyvan after all." Theo remains calm. Calm down. The basis of any deal is composure, isn't it? Hearing the noise, one of the guards peeks in and asks, "Sir Antonio, is everything all right?" Antonio gestures for the guard to go back. He faces Theo again, even thinking calmly, "It's nonsense. If you're not with Troyvan, there's no reason you'd mention the dragon sword." Theo leans forward slightly. "What if I told you I have the dragon sword?" Antonio picks up his chair slowly, scoffing. "That's ridiculous. It's a fact that Troyvan stole it and now you're claiming you have it. Absurd." Theo tilts his head. "Why is that absurd? Like me, the Troyvans probably only said they had it too." Hearing that, Antonio freezes, his mind races. Come to think of it, the Troyvan have never shown the real thing. Could it be possible to think their judgment has grown so clouded, even with the archipelago's fate at stake? Theo says, "You've got nothing to lose, right? Why not just hear me out?" Antonio exhales slowly. "Fine, I'll hear you out," Theo begins, his tone calm but serious. "The legend and mystery of the floating archipelago. It all begins with the tale of the hero Krimha." Antonio frowns slightly, flustered. "Looks like you already know the story." Theo nods. Krimha drove his sword into the head of the sea dragon that once ravaged the ocean, sealing it beneath the waves. The hero of legend, Krimha, that fairy tale, Theo continues, is real. The floating archipelago is said to float above the sea thanks to mysterious currents. But that's not true. The dragon Krimha's sealed lies deep under the sea, and the immense mana it releases creates an updraft that holds the islands aloft. The dragon sword is the device that maintains that seal, a medium that keeps the mana flow stable. He pauses briefly before continuing. But ever since Troyvan stole it, the mana currents have grown unstable. If the dragon sword isn't returned soon, the archipelago will sink back into the sea. Antonio leans forward. "You're not joking. The lives of our people are at stake. If you truly have the dragon sword and you return it to us, we'll grant you anything you wish." Theo thinks quietly for a moment. Returning the dragon sword isn't a real solution. Troyvan could steal it again at any time. More than that, it would mean giving it up forever. Most importantly, it means he would have to abandon it. The very thing he's fought for. Antonio looks at him seriously. "Let's continue with the deal. Then what do you want? If it's money, we can pay any amount." Theo shakes his head. "I don't need money." His voice is calm but resolute. "I've already prepared for this, a way to keep the dragon sword and save the archipelago." With a faint scheming smile, Theo tells Antonio, "All you have to do is take me to the floating archipelago." Hearing that, Antonio grits his teeth in frustration, but deep down he knows he doesn't have much choice. The fate of his people might depend on trusting this man who seems to know too much and hides even more behind his calm smile. Heading toward the floating archipelago on Antonio's ship with the sea breeze on his face, he says, "Finally, I see it. The floating archipelago." Theo explains that the floating archipelago is a merchant federation with its own unique history and traditions, so much so that even the emperor recognized their autonomy. However, with the Great War as a turning point, it was occupied by Troyvan and reduced to a mere production base for their war supplies. Toward the end of the war, the entire archipelago sank and vanished from the map, he continues. "For the sake of both Ragnar and the floating archipelago, I must drive Troyvan out of the floating archipelago," Antonius says. "You're not just bluffing, are you? You're promised that saving this archipelago will stop it from sinking any further." "The part about moving the entire archipelago," Theo smiles and replies, "Yeah, it's possible." Then he explains that the sea dragon at the bottom of the ocean here is the guardian of an ancient dragon's relic. The scene shifts to Theo asking his dragons, "What do you guys think of this sword?" The dragons reply, "Oh, it's a relic." Another says, "An ancient dragon's relic. When he touches the sword, it emits lightning toward his finger." Theo declares, "So it really is a relic. Then why is it so incompatible with the Ragnars?" The other dragon explains, "Well, I don't know the specifics, but it seems the guardian of the Dragon Slayer sword abandoned its duty and escaped the relic." Theo is surprised, and the dragon adds, "There's precedent for that. So we can overlook it for forgetting its duty." But Theo says, "It escaped from the relic, you say. Can you guys get out too if you pay the price?" The dragon answers, "Don't be ridiculous. Only because it was that guy could it escape and continue to live," Theo says, "so it's not something just anyone can do. Of course it's a being with enough power to keep this archipelago afloat just with the mana it radiates." Then he says, "Wait a second. If that's the case and I can subdue it, does that mean I can move the archipelago with my own power?" The dragon replies, "Theoretically yes, but you'll have to seal it again first. Think you can handle it?" Theo stares silently. Then another dragon adds, "It may have lost most of its power when it escaped the relic, but it's still one of the most powerful guardians." Another asked, "First of all, do you even have a way to get to the bottom of the ocean?" Theo replies, "Of course I have a plan for everything from how to get to the seafloor to how I'm going to seal it." The scene returns to the ship where Antonio says, "Does that colossal statue really hold the power to save our home, a power that even we who were born and raised in the floating archipelago don't know about?" Theo replies, "Even after I showed you the Dragon Slayer sword, you're still not convinced." Antonio answers, "It's not that I doubt you. I'm just worried. The fate of my home is at stake, so I hope you can understand." Theo says, "Yeah, whatever. Just get me there. I'll make sure to save it." A sub-quest screen appears for Theo. The Dragon Slayer's sword Bong wishes to return to its rightful place. Find its location, subdue the guardian, and prove your worth as its master. They arrive on the island. It's already dark, and inside a workshop, the mercenaries of Antonio and Theo are gathered. Antonio explains, "Our mission is simple. We are to guide this man to the Cream Hill statue. After that, he will take care of the rest," he continues. "As you all know, the heads of the major families have all been bribed by Troyvan. Security around the statue is extremely tight. We'll use our usual infiltration route," everyone yells. "Understood." Antonio continues for the floating archipelago, then turns toward Theo and says, "Well then, I'm counting on you." Among the mercenaries, there's a suspicious young man. The soldiers are watching the Cream Hill statue, and below them, through a small door, Theo emerges with Antonio's mercenaries. Through a secret passage, they reach the statue. One of the mercenaries says we're inside. The sound of the waterfall makes it hard for us to get caught, but please be careful. Theo summons the Dragon Slayer sword and says, "Thank you for your hard work. I can take it from here." One of the mercenaries watching it says the real Dragon Slayer sword. The mercenary behind him seems surprised to see it. As Theo observes, he thinks the reaction is definitely getting stronger the closer I get to the statue. Is it up there? Then immediately after, Theo jumps onto the head of the statue. The mercenary says, "Really? You had the Dragon Slayer sword all along?" and looks happy. He continues, "Finally, there's hope for the floating archipelago," but another mercenary cuts off his head. He says, "From now on I will retake the stolen Dragon Slayer sword." Bao Meng, the infiltrators, spring into action. Above the dragon's head there is also a statue of a man with a sword driven into the stone dragon's head. As Theo looks at the statue of the man, he thinks the reaction is strongest here. That's for sure. The problem is what to do next. Theo also tries to drive the sword in like the man in the statue and is repelled, injuring his hand. Then he says there's no reaction even when I try putting it in a similar spot. "Let me think," the system message definitely said. And in the meantime he drinks a potion. Immediately after, a mercenary attacks him, trying to catch him by surprise, but Theo dodges, leaving the attacker speechless. Then he kicks him in the stomach, making him bleed. The surprised mercenary thinks, "When did he get behind me?" Other mercenaries arrive and ask him how he is, and we discover his name is Gray. He replies, "I'm fine, but he's incredibly skilled. Don't engage him recklessly." Theo laughs and watches them. The guards around the dragon statue hear noises coming from above and say, "Did you just hear something? It sounded like something shattering." A soldier yells, "Look over there." The statue, the Cream Hill statue. They are shocked to see the statue collapse.
At the foot of the giant colossus, Antonio wondered why everything was taking so long and grew impatient as he questioned inwardly what Theo was doing. One of his soldiers soon approached with urgent news, reporting that the gray man and his brothers who had entered with them had suddenly attacked the guest. Antonio was taken aback and could hardly believe it, muttering in disbelief that Trovan lacked the ability to infiltrate this deeply. Meanwhile, Theo's fight with the Trovan men continued to rage. Despite his efforts, he found himself steadily pushed back, frustration building as he realized that even when he created an opening, they refused to advance. It became clear to him that they were stalling for time, having already seized the third harbor zone and choosing to hold their position while waiting for reinforcements. Realizing this, Theo's anger flared, and he told himself that he would never let them get away with such a tactic. Charging forward, he struck the ground hard enough to make the earth tremble. To everyone's surprise, the ground collapsed, exposing the location where the Dragon Slayer sword had once been hidden. Gray, seeing the lockbox revealed, grew nervous and sharply ordered his men to stop Theo. Theo approached the lockbox with his heart racing. As he examined it, he recalled the system's instruction to return the sword to its original place and concluded that this must be the correct location. With renewed resolve, he opened the box and placed the sword inside. For a brief moment, both he and Gray paused, sensing that something significant was about to happen. A deafening roar then erupted as a massive shockwave burst out from the lockbox, throwing the Trovan men off their feet. The blast was so intense that the giant colossus itself began to break apart, its massive structure crumbling piece by piece. The soldiers guarding it were alarmed, shouting to one another in confusion as they demanded to know what was happening. Horrified, they watched the colossal structure shatter. Amid the chaos, Theo lost consciousness. When he awakened, he found himself in a strange, ancient-looking place. Disoriented, he wondered if he had passed out and questioned whether he was still alive. It soon became clear that he had arrived in the relic dungeon as he had expected. One of his relic guardians appeared in its smaller form and remarked that this was indeed the dungeon's domain. Surprised by their appearance, Theo asked himself what was going on with their unusual forms. The guardian explained that they had manifested directly through his mana as a medium, adding that because his mana was insufficient, their forms appeared ridiculous, though still fascinating. The relic guardian appeared to hold an unusual longing and pity for a human, a notion that took Theo by surprise. At the mention of a human, he wondered in disbelief whether the guardian might be referring to Kriemhild. The Griffin, one of his guardians, replied that they did not know and that they merely read lingering thoughts. Theo considered this and concluded that context suggested it was probably Kriemhild. Since there was no immediate need for his guardians to intervene, Theo decided to take his time exploring the area. The scene shifted to the interior of one of the giant trees. Without warning, a skeleton archer raised its bow and released an arrow at him with blinding speed. The projectile shot toward him, yet he remained still and unafraid. At the last second, he stepped aside, avoiding it, and caught the arrow in one hand. Examining the skeleton archer, he quietly wondered to himself how an empty home could contain something like this. Within moments, numerous skeletons gathered and surrounded him, hissing that an intruder had arrived and insisting that the gale belonged to Cream Hilt, declaring that the intruder must be eliminated for Cream Hilt's sake. Observing the scene, the griffin remarked that this was what they believed, and that all of this was being done to protect the ownership of someone called Cream Hilt. Hearing this, Theo's irritation flared. He hurled the arrow toward the griffin in anger, and although the guardian barely dodged it, the arrow struck the skeleton that had fired it, shattering its skull. Theo noted that there were many of them, though none particularly impressive, and thought that defeating them should be simple. One of his guardians, however, warned him that the fight would not be as easy as he assumed. Startled by the sudden caution, Theo asked what the guardian meant, and the guardian explained that these were not ordinary skeletons, but immortal soldiers, dragon knights. As the skeletons charged him, Theo braced himself, muttering that the battle would certainly not be easy. The fight began in earnest. Theo cut down one skeleton after another, but each one simply regenerated. From afar, the griffin called out that Theo could not keep fighting endlessly. Gritting his teeth, Theo demanded to know if the guardian had a better idea. The griffin, speaking with arrogant disdain, claimed he had a piece of advice, even if it would be wasted on Theo. He suggested that since Cream Hilt was supposedly a human like Theo should tell him to relinquish ownership. Theo's expression twisted in fury at the suggestion. In his mind, Cream Hilt was a legendary hero, and if such a man were still alive, Theo doubted anyone could still call him human. The griffin, clearly irritated, retorted that Theo was an arrogant and foolish human and insisted that his advice was wasted on him. Unable to contain his rage, Theo seized the griffin. At that exact moment, a system notification appeared, stating that the dungeon was Leviathan's final gift left for Creamhilt and instructing Theo to take ownership of the gift from Creamhilt. The message stunned him, and he began to consider the possibility that the griffin might actually have been right. While Theo was deep in thought, the Dragon Knight seized the opportunity to launch a coordinated attack, but he reacted quickly, vanishing from their sight. Using the vines stretched between the massive trees, he moved with speed and agility while activating hatchling synchronization. His eyes sharpened as he scanned the skeletons, searching for something, or someone. After a brief moment, he noticed a single skeleton that appeared different from the rest. Theo told himself that this was it, feeling his excitement steadily grow. As the Dragon Knights charged at him, the special skeleton turned its back and began to flee. Realizing that his suspicion was correct, he rushed toward the escaping skeleton, closing the distance in an instant. The skeleton, noticing his approach, appeared visibly terrified. In a desperate attempt to finish the fight quickly, Theo unleashed the Thunder Dragon Rapid Fang technique. Lightning bolts crashed down onto the skeleton, electrocuting it with overwhelming force, and with one final blow, he destroyed it completely. A system message then appeared, indicating Thunder Needle and confirming that Creamhilt's remains were secured. It instructed him to gather the remaining bones and confront Creamhilt, showing a progress of 1 out of 256. Theo picked up the bone fragments, and the system identified them as Creamhilt's cervical vertebrae number 3. His excitement deepened as he realized things were proceeding exactly as he had hoped. Convinced he had found the correct approach, he resolved to continue collecting the bones one by one. The scene then shifted to a harbor on the floating archipelago. A masked man descended from a ship, and another man approached him, asking why he had arrived later than expected and whether something had happened. The masked man responded that nothing unusual had occurred. As they continued walking, he added that at the very least, the rain would be helpful. Their exchange abruptly ended when they noticed something horrifying ahead of them. All the passengers from the ship lay dead. Blood mixed with rainwater and streamed across the ground. The masked man stared at the scene with a frightening gleam in his eyes, muttering under his breath that the fools of the floating archipelago had been ignorant. The Dragon Slayer sword had walked right into their hands, yet they had still allowed it to slip away. He went on to remark that whoever possessed the sword no longer mattered because the floating archipelago was already under Troven's control. With that ominous statement, the narrative revealed his identity. Number 9, Noel, the 9th pillar of Troven. As heavy rain poured across the floating archipelago, the residents reacted in shock to the scene unfolding before them. Dark clouds swirled overhead like a furious beast, and thunder rumbled across the sky, its echoes rolling against the cliffs. Raindrops shattered against rooftops and flooded the pathways. People clung to one another, pointing with trembling fingers as they witnessed something they had never imagined possible in their lifetimes. The 100-year-old guardian colossus of the archipelago, the ancient protector that had stood for generations like a silent deity carved from stone, was collapsing before their eyes. They found themselves unable to believe it. Mothers held their children tightly, elders gasped and muttered desperate prayers, and the young stared wide-eyed as the ground quaked beneath them. Panic mixed with disbelief, and the heavy rain only deepened the apocalyptic weight of the moment. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the relic's trial. Deep within the mystical chamber where Theo was fighting the skeleton dragon knights, the air vibrated with energy. Ancient bones rattled and spectral blades clashed through the darkness. A system message appeared before Theo in brilliant blue letters, informing him that he had recovered all of Cream Hill's remains. Theo froze for a heartbeat before erupting into joy. His expression brightened, his eyes gleamed, and his heart swelled with accomplishment as he thought that he had finally done it. Immediately afterward, another system message appeared, asking whether he wished to view Cream Hill's memories engraved within the remains. Theo did not hesitate for even a moment. He selected yes, thinking that he had no reason to refuse and feeling his curiosity surge. He wondered what the mythical hero had truly looked like and what kind of person she had been. As the system glowed faintly, it announced that it was now playing Cream Hill's memories engraved within the remains. Everything around him shifted into a warm and nostalgic atmosphere. A gentle wind blew and soft sunlight filled the scene. A little girl appeared, running towards someone with a basket in her hand while calling the name Levy. Her footsteps echoed against the rocks as she reached a seaside cave. Waves crashed rhythmically outside, and the salty breeze drifted in. Announcing excitedly that she had arrived, she entered the cave, her young eyes sparkling with anticipation. Inside the cave rested a magnificent dragon slayer sword embedded in stone, glowing faintly. Calling Leviathan's name again and touching the sword with her fingertip, the little girl cheerfully urged the guardian to wake up. The sword began to glow more brightly, and in a dramatic burst of light, the relic's guardian, the mighty Leviathan, emerged before her. The guardian grew furious, his deep voice shaking the cave walls. He addressed the little girl as a young human and shouted repeatedly, demanding to know how many times he needed to say it before she understood that he was Leviathan, the guardian of the primordial dragon's relic. He reminded her that she was not even a Ragnar, wondering indignantly how she dared to call him by that nickname. His massive form loomed over her, his scales shimmering with ancient power and his eyes burning with irritation. Yet the little girl simply held up the breadbasket with a warm smile and explained that his full name was too difficult to pronounce, insisting she would call him Levy instead. Her innocence momentarily disarmed him. Realizing it was pointless to argue, Leviathan calmed down with a weary sigh and remarked that she could call him whatever she wanted, adding that speaking to a foolish human like her would only tire his mouth. When he saw the bread again, he frowned and questioned why the innkeeper kept giving it to her so often. The girl giggled and told him that something very amusing had happened that day. While chewing the bread, Leviathan frowned once more and muttered that she was starting again. She then continued rambling happily, sharing her daily stories, her small joys and frustrations, as if the world belonged to her voice. Time passed in that manner. Days blended into years. The girl grew from a child into a young woman, yet she continued to visit Leviathan with a basket of bread, still talking endlessly about her life, and Leviathan, despite his constant complaints, listened in silence every time. Years slipped by. On a moonlit night in the same cave, Leviathan waited for the girl to arrive. The waves outside shimmered silver beneath the moonlight, and the wind hummed a quiet tune. His massive form leaned against the stone wall as he pretended to be uninterested, though in truth he was waiting, expecting her footsteps, her stories, her bright presence. Suddenly he heard sounds outside the cave, footsteps, rough and unfamiliar. He emerged quickly, acting arrogant as usual, and declared that he had told her repeatedly not to come, insisting she never listened. He then began to ask what had happened that day, but he paused when he noticed drops of blood on the ground. His eyes widened. The girl, injured and bleeding, came running toward him and pleaded for his help. She cried that strange men had suddenly barged into the town and started hurting people, her voice trembling with fear. Before she could finish, someone grabbed her hair from behind. An imperial soldier yanked her backward, calling her a foolish wench. He mocked her and said that the mighty emperor was extending his care to these rural waters, claiming she should feel grateful, while adding that he would get to enjoy himself as well. Leviathan's fury erupted like a volcano. In a rage, he called out for Cream Hill. His roar shook the cave, and his eyes blazed like molten lava. As his anger surged, he unleashed destruction upon the entire cavern. Rocks shattered, waves rose in violent upheaval, and fire swept across the floating archipelago, consuming everything in its path. The imperial soldiers continued burning the natives, killing, pillaging, and destroying everything in their path. Suddenly, they heard a terrifying commotion, bones cracking, stone breaking, wind screaming, and when they turned, they froze. All the Imperial soldiers were cut down like tofu. Chaos erupted among them as Leviathan tore through their ranks. Limbs flew, armor shattered, and blood stained the sand. While one soldier tried to flee, he looked back and saw something unimaginable. Kriemhild sitting on Leviathan's back, holding the dragon-slaying sword. He could not believe that some woman was riding a monster and immediately assumed she must have been the one controlling it. In panic, he shouted to his comrades that they should kill the woman first, but Leviathan shielded her and the natives, slaughtering every soldier. As Leviathan finished off the invaders and the chaos faded, Kriemhild bowed and apologized to him. Trembling and crying, she explained that he was supposed to wait for the Chosen One, but because of her, he had been forced into this. She shook with guilt, gripping the sword tightly. Leviathan told her gently that she should not weep so sorrowfully and asked whether everything had not turned out all right in the end. When she tried to argue, he enclosed her in a protective bubble of magic, insisting that she did not need to be sorry. The natives, seeing their savior, began cheering for her. They shouted her name with joy, and as Leviathan set her down, they recognized her fully. It truly had been her who had brought the sea dragon. Their joy spread like wildfire, their cheers echoing into the sky. Leviathan then told Kriemhild that she had been right. He admitted that he might have abandoned his duty, but somehow he felt at peace, because it had been by his own will rather than the will of the primordial dragons. By acting as he did, he had been able to protect her smile. When the news reached the Emperor, he became furious. The idea that the great Imperial army had been defeated by a barbarian girl who controlled a sea dragon was unacceptable to him. Realizing he had been complacent about the remote region, he ordered his royal guard to reclaim the land swiftly. The royal guards arrived with brutality and merciless resolve. They took the natives hostage and cornered Leviathan. The commander, intrigued by the creature that refused to die, mockingly remarked that if Kriemhild was Leviathan's master, she should surely know how to kill him. Leviathan reassured her that it was all right, explaining that as a guardian, he would not truly die but would instead fall into a deep slumber. With the magic remaining inside the relic, he believed that when he emerged, she would certainly be able to put him back to sleep. However, when the commander ordered the execution of the natives, Leviathan realized the situation had become hopeless. He whispered to Kriemhild that they had not been granted much time together, leaving her devastated. She felt unable to do it, but Levi forced her hand. She begged him not to make her seal him away. With a heavy heart, he told her that perhaps their fate had been sealed the moment he broke the rules, and that she should not feel guilty for protecting her people. He said he would help her one last time. He smiled and added in a soft tone that he had enjoyed their time together. Those final words shattered her completely. In a final act of sorrow and courage, Kriemhild sealed Leviathan. The commander let out a loud laugh, but it quickly twisted into horror as a massive tsunami rose behind him. The wave engulfed only the Imperial soldiers, sparing the natives entirely. With that, Leviathan fulfilled his last promise to Kriemhild. Theo watched the memories with trembling hands, his chest tightening. He realized that Kriemhild had never been the fairy tale hero everyone spoke of. She had simply been an unfortunate girl who wanted to befriend a guardian. As the memories ended, Kriemhild appeared before him holding the dragon-slaying sword. She told him that he was the chosen one Levi had waited for. Becoming emotional, she admitted that Levi had been unable to fulfill his duty because of her, and that the guilt must have weighed on him deeply. Presenting the sword to Theo, she asked him to make Levi happy in her stead. Theo held the sword gently and replied that he did not think he needed to do anything of the sort. Confused, Kriemhild looked at him until he explained warmly that Levi had already seemed happy enough to him. She paused in surprise, and then understanding slowly spread across her face. Tears of joy filled her eyes. Back in the real world, the natives of the floating archipelago arrived at the collapsed Colossus. Soldiers attempted to stop them, warning that the ruins might collapse further. But then the people noticed a figure among the debris. Gasps spread through the crowd when they recognized Theo holding the dragon-slaying sword, and they erupted into cheers. Kriemhild had appeared once more. Their hope ignited anew. In the floating archipelago's underground meeting hall, Noel, number 9 of the 9 noble servitors of Trovan, finally arrived. The moment he stepped inside, he noticed that every family had gathered in haste. The air felt dense, thick with anxiety and whispered dread, and the dim lanterns hanging along the stone walls flickered as if echoing the unsteady breath of the crowd. Even Noel, usually calm and cold by nature, could see the way their eyes darted around, restless, desperate. One of the heads of the 3 maritime families stepped forward. His voice cracked as he asked Noel why he remained so calm. The man trembled slightly, swallowing waves of panic, and insisted that their plan was already falling apart, something everyone in the hall felt in their bones. He demanded to know why the Dragon Slayer sword was not in Troven, as it was supposed to be. Noel gave no verbal answer, he only nodded, his expression unreadable. The family head continued, frustration spilling out of him as he demanded to know what the outsider had been carrying then. His voice rose in agitation as he claimed that because of that outsider, everyone in the archipelago had rushed to the Colossus, shouting that he was the legendary hero Kriemhild. At that moment, it seemed inevitable that the power of the three maritime families would eventually fall into his hands, something far from what they had originally agreed upon. The family head appeared not only upset, but visibly anxious. Sweat rolled down his face and dripped onto the stone floor as his breathing grew heavier with every word. No then addressed him, stating that Troven had indeed promised the maritime families the preservation of their status in exchange for the Dragon Slayer sword. His tone remained flat and controlled. However, his expression soon darkened, and he added in anger that the family head had caused a commotion over something he considered trivial, which he found extremely irritating. Another member of the maritime families strode toward No with palpable hostility, his footsteps echoing sharply through the hall. He placed a hand on No's shoulder and questioned aggressively what No thought of their three maritime families if he called such a matter trivial. Yet, before he could even finish speaking, No suddenly cut him in half. The strike was so swift and precise that even the sound of it came late, a sickening, wet noise as the man's body split apart. Silence fell instantly. Fear rippled through everyone as the two halves of the body hit the cold floor. No then calmly asked what they thought now, making it clear that to him they were nothing more than insects he could crush at any moment. The family head gasped in horror, his legs weakening as he instinctively stepped backward. Shock, fear, and confusion blended on his face as he struggled to speak. He eventually managed to ask what No was doing. No slowly turned to him, his gaze cold and blade sharp, and stated that they were traitors, people who had sold out their own country for personal gain. He said they should simply obey Troven's orders, yet they complained about ruling the floating isles even as those lands were sinking. He added that greed needed limits if they expected any tolerance. The family head swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice whether No was serious, insisting that without the archipelago's capital, even Troven would fall. In an instant, No grabbed him by the collar and pulled him close, his eyes gleaming with icy menace. No called him a fool and warned that if he did not want to be slaughtered on the spot, he needed to stay silent and follow No's instructions exactly. The family head began trembling violently, his voice faded entirely, swallowed by fear, while sweat streamed down his temples. No went on to call the three maritime family members pieces of trash and told them that if they wanted to live, they would have to bring him the Dragon Slayer sword. At that moment, one of Troven's soldiers knelt before No, his armor scraping against the stone floor. Bowing deeply, the soldier respectfully asked for permission to pose a question to the ninth noble servitor. No granted him permission with a subtle nod. After a brief hesitation, the soldier asked whether No truly intended to entrust the retrieval of the sword to the three maritime families. No answered calmly, saying he knew exactly what the soldier was worried about. He stated that although he would prefer to retrieve the sword himself, the current situation made that impossible. One of Ragnar's 9 dragons, the Overlord dragon, had appeared, and restraining it was their highest priority. The scene then shifted to the colossal giant, now lying in ruins after the recent turmoil. Large chunks of stone lay scattered across the ground, the dust settling slowly in the air. A crowd had gathered around the massive statue, buzzing with awe and excitement. They were cheering Theo's name, calling him Kriemhild. Hearing their enthusiastic cries left Theo slightly flustered. He had known they worshipped Kriemhild like a god, but he had not expected the devotion to be so overwhelming. Voices from every corner praised him, hailed him, and reached out to him. Yet, in Theo's memory, the Kriemhild he had seen had been neither a god nor a hero, but simply a loving and ordinary girl. Even the Dragon Slayer sword had always been a relic of the primordial dragon meant only for a Ragnar. It had never been intended as a holy artifact for anyone else. From within the crowd, someone addressed Theo as Kriemhild and begged him for a favor. The man cried out in desperation, saying that because of the Troven scoundrels, the entire archipelago was on the verge of sinking and many people had no way to escape. He pleaded that if Theo pitied them, he should save the floating archipelago. Theo paused and observed them carefully. Their desperation was unmistakable, their hopes clinging to him like vines. A scheming smile curled on his lips as he considered that it might be useful to play along for a while, seeing the leverage and opportunity hidden within their belief. He then lifted the Dragon Slayer sword high and declared that he would do whatever it took to save the archipelago. The crowd's cheering erupted with even greater force, thundering across the square. Some referred to him as their long-awaited hero, insisting they had waited for him their entire lives. At that moment, the high priestess of the Cream Hill Temple stepped forward gracefully, her robes flowing like water. She introduced herself as Marty and told Theo with a warm smile that they would attend to him from that moment on. The scene shifted to the Cream Hill Temple. Inside, the atmosphere felt sacred. Ancient inscriptions marked the walls, faint blue lights glimmered, and the air itself seemed filled with quiet reverence. Marty walked ahead, guiding Theo through the corridors. She explained that they had long believed the prophecy foretelling his appearance would one day come true, and that their priests had maintained the temple for generations in preparation. As Marty led him deeper inside, they eventually reached a particular chamber. Theo's eyes widened in surprise when he saw what awaited him. Before him rested a necklace displayed like a sacred treasure. Marty explained softly that the necklace was said to have been worn by the hero Kriemhild. A system panel appeared, identifying the object as Kriemhild's pearl-type magical enchanted accessory, a gate-link key. Marty continued explaining that it was the only keepsake of the hero Kriemhild and that it also served as a key, an essential item required to reach the sea dragon of the deep seas. Theo took the key, feeling a twist of guilt forming in his chest. As he gripped the necklace gently, the weight of guilt and pressure mixed within him. Marty then asked whether they should continue now that he had the key, but Theo hesitated. The guilt pressed heavily on him, and he told her that there was something he needed to confess before they left. Before he could say anything, however, Marty addressed him as Lord Ragnar and reassured him that he did not need to worry so much. Her words shocked him. His eyes widened as disbelief washed over his face. He had not expected her to know. He asked how she had discovered the truth, and Marty explained that the Dragon Slayer sword was the primordial dragon's relic, making it natural for a Ragnar to be the one to awaken it. Theo then asked why she had referred to the situation as Kriemhild's comeback. Marty calmly explained that after generations of protecting this place, she could sense certain things, the sorrow of having no choice but to harm a friend, and the pain the hero Kriemhild had endured while trying to protect the island. She told Theo that Kriemhild had acknowledged him, and for that reason, it was only right for him to receive the treatment he deserved. They soon arrived at the designated location, a chamber with ancient stairs descending deep underground. Marty informed Theo that if he descended to the bottom of the stairs and threw the necklace, a gate linked to the sea dragon would open. She handed him a ring, explaining that it would allow him to breathe and move underwater as long as he kept it with him. She added that she would pray for his success in saving the floating archipelago. Meanwhile, outside the Cream Hill Temple, people were praying to Cream Hill, chanting with a mixture of hope and fear. Suddenly, the three maritime families arrived and ordered them to stop. The atmosphere shifted instantly as confusion rippled through the gathered crowd. The families announced that their investigation was complete and declared that the man who had appeared earlier, Theo, was actually a terrorist falsely impersonating the hero Kriemhild. The people gasped, their shock echoing across the temple courtyard. One of the three families, represented by the Spinola family head, Umberto Spinola, stepped forward with grim authority and announced that an operation to reclaim the Dragon Slayer sword, which Theo had allegedly stolen, was already underway. He requested that the citizens disperse immediately. Soldiers from the three families surrounded the people and began pushing them back. Privately, Umberto reflected that even if his reputation suffered because of this action, he had no choice. Without the Dragon Slayer sword, he would lose his head. It was a choice between disgrace and death, and, he thought, when a man stood on the brink of death, reputation hardly mattered at all. He felt certain that even if it meant killing everyone present, he would have to retrieve the Dragon Slayer sword at any cost. Umberto then announced that from that moment onward, regardless of the reason, anyone who stood in their way would be eliminated. Following that order, the soldiers charged forward. Inside the temple, Theo descended the ancient stairs at a slow pace. The deeper he went, the colder and darker the stone steps became. When he finally reached the bottom, he found himself in an underground water chamber where the water lay still, dark, and unnervingly silent. He quietly wondered whether he had reached the right place. Taking out the key, he dropped it into the water. The liquid began to twist, swirling fiercely until it opened a gateway, a portal that rippled like liquid glass. Without hesitation, he leapt inside. He soon discovered himself submerged in an unfamiliar underwater world, unsure of where to go. Everything around him appeared distorted, immense, and strangely quiet. Then he sensed that something was wrong. His instincts sharpened as he scanned the surroundings for movement, though he saw nothing at first. Still, he could feel a presence. His eyes widened when he realized he was surrounded. Sea serpents, the guardians of the deep sea, were coiling around him from every direction, their glowing eyes fixed on him, their massive bodies rippling through the darkness. One of the serpents suddenly lunged at him with ferocious force, yet instead of fear, something else surged within him: excitement. A wild, strange exhilaration rose as the sea serpents closed in from all sides. The commander's rough voice shattered the sacred silence as he ordered his men to secure the perimeter, insisting that no one be allowed to escape the purge. Panic spread through the civilians as fearful whispers rippled across the plaza. Many struggled to understand why the three maritime families, sworn to protect the archipelago, had turned against their own people. Rumors flew. Some wondered if talk of a terrorist plot was true, while others argued the real reason was greed and the stolen Dragonslayer sword. Then the priestess stepped forward, her ceremonial robes fluttering as she confronted the soldiers with fierce indignation. She demanded they halt and accused them of abusing their authority on holy ground. She rejected their claims about Theo, insisting he could not be a terrorist and declaring with unwavering certainty that he was the reincarnation of Kriemhild, swearing this upon the honor of the temple priests. Standing alone against the dark wall of armor, she demanded an explanation before any harm was done. Her defiance emboldened the crowd, and scattered whispers became shouts as people realized the mercenaries had not merely arrived but had ambushed the maritime families to steal the sword. A man cried out in horror when he understood the invaders planned to capture Kriemhild and hand him over to the enemy, betraying the very one meant to save them. The truth struck a nerve in Antonio's father, Sir Spinola, an aging mercenary leader whose stern, lined face tightened with rising irritation. His unruly white hair and twitching mustache framed a vein at his temple that pulsed as his restraint faded. His expression hardened into a cold, unyielding mask. Even when a female subordinate urgently warned that they had gone too far and begged for a retreat, he ignored her. Having crossed the point of no return, he let his gaze go flat as he issued the final order for the Trovan mercenaries to eliminate anyone who stood in their way. Chaos followed instantly. The white tiles turned red as weapons were drawn, steel clashed, and bodies fell. Civilians screamed as they were cut down, the scene dissolving into a blur of frantic movement and blood. Seeing the disaster unfold, Sir Roland grabbed Spinola's arm in panic, urging him to regain control and warning that such brutality would destroy his reputation and bring ruin to their house. Spinola shoved him away, his expression fixed in grim finality. He insisted that since they had already betrayed the archipelago, there was no turning back, and that their only path was complete obedience to Trovan. He doubled down on the order to kill anyone who resisted. The soldiers forced down their doubts and charged, shouting that they would take responsibility. Driven by the obsession to reclaim the Dragonslayer sword, the mercenaries pressed their assault, deepening the carnage. The air filled with screams, steel, and the weight of collapsing bodies. At the rear, a guard pleaded for Priestess Marie to flee, tugging at her arm, but she stood firm within her glowing magic shields. She insisted she was unharmed and needed to fight with her people. Her guards tightened their formation around her, shouting to hold the line and protect her with their lives. The battle reached its peak as a defender charged the enemy line, only to be overwhelmed. Just as hope seemed gone, a violent blur struck the battlefield, shattering the ground. Antonio Spinola crashed into the fray like a meteor. Sparks flew as his weapon slammed against his father's blade, the force cracking the stone beneath them. The elder Spinola stared up at him in shock, barely able to voice his son's name. Antonio, straining against the weapon lock, greeted him with cold disappointment, noting that it had been a long time. The shock on the old man's face twisted into contempt as he mocked Antonio for returning after abandoning his position years ago and suggested he had come back only to make another foolish choice. Antonio's patience finally breaks. Veins strain along his neck as he pushes his father back and demands to know what his father finds pathetic about his choice. He presses further, asking whether betraying their country and slaughtering civilians is what his father calls strength. Sir Spinola is unable to answer, stunned by the accusation. Antonio then orders the Black Skull members to restrain the mercenaries and protect the innocent, but beneath his authoritative exterior, his thoughts are spiraling. He knows his squad is outmatched and won't last long. Inwardly, he prays for Theo to hurry. The narrative cuts from the chaos above to the silent depths of the ocean, washed in indigos and bioluminescent blue. Theo drifts downward into the trench, his cape trailing behind him. He scans the darkness and realizes with unease that instead of resistance, hundreds of massive sea serpents are watching him, their eyes glowing like distant stars. They wait in perfect stillness. Theo immediately understands the cause, the Leviathan's energy coming from the sword on his back. A system window appears, confirming that the serpents recognize him as their master. As wyvern taming activates, their collective instincts touch his mind: curiosity, fear, awe. His confidence steadies, and he speaks through the enchanted water, acknowledging they were drawn by Leviathan's power and assuring them he shares it. He asks for their trust. He approaches the largest serpent and instructs it to take him to the Leviathan. It obeys at once, and he grips its dorsal fin as it rockets downward. As they descend deeper, the mana grows distorted, twisting the water unnaturally. A turquoise alert signals hatchling synchro's activation. Then Leviathan appears, an immense form curled on the seabed like a fallen mountain range. Theo senses its overwhelming magic, but something feels wrong. The energy is chaotic and vile, nothing like the purity recalled from Cream Hill's memories. The spirits beside him whisper that the dragon is gone and dangerously corrupted. When he asks if it is truly that severe, they insist he should already feel it. Focusing his senses, he finally perceives the full, unsettling truth. A dark, jagged purple aura leaked from the dragon's scales, tainting the water like oil. Theo recognized it instantly as demon shadow toxin. When Leviathan opened its eyes, there was no reason left. Only madness. It released a warped roar, its maw opening like an abyss lined with serrated, toxin-dripping teeth. Theo understood with sinking dread that the guardian deity had become a mindless beast he now had to face in the crushing depths. Far away on a lone cliff in the drifting archipelago, wind slid through ruined stone. Inside a cracked, desolate hall marked by ancient battles, Trovin's ninth noble servitor, Noil, arrived. His footsteps carried the weight of a mission that could not fail. Stepping into the dim chamber, he addressed the figure hidden in the dark, saying that although their nations were at war, there was an urgent matter that transcended the distant bloodshed. As the shadows thinned, the imposing form of the overlord dragon, Dante Rowe, emerged, lounging with predatory arrogance and a smile that never reached his cold eyes. Ignoring Noil's words, he greeted him casually, remarking that it had been a long time. The dismissal snapped Noil's patience. He demanded to know whether Dante truly believed this was a moment for casual greetings. The dragon's indifference infuriated him. Noil's voice dropped as he reminded Dante of their agreement. Dante would claim the northern lands while Trovin held Ragnar in check, and in return, Trovin's takeover of the archipelago would remain concealed. Yet Dante only rubbed his chin in feigned innocence, saying he didn't recall breaking anything and asking what the problem was. Noil's fury spiked. The air shook around him as the floor cracked beneath his feet. Stepping forward, he demanded to know whether Dante intended to act unaware, especially concerning Theo Ragnar. The outsider's name hung heavily. Noil insisted the dragon could not be ignorant of the sixth heir candidate's movements. He demanded honesty and stated plainly that if Dante refused, their pact would end immediately. The scene plunged back underwater. In the dark, pressurized depths, Theo hovered before the corrupted Leviathan. A chill ran through him. The creature looked entirely wrong, twisted beyond recognition. He wondered if demon shadow toxin had truly consumed it. The dark corruption pulsing beneath the dragon's scales looked disturbingly familiar. One of Theo's guardians spoke in his mind, confirming that the creature had lost all reason to the demon shadow toxin. The diagnosis was bleak. Theo struggled to understand how such a mighty being could fall so easily and wondered if Trovin was responsible. The guardian immediately confirmed it, the weight of the truth settling heavily on him. The guardian then explained the ancient lore. Once the dragon slayer sword was drawn and the seal lifted, Leviathan was meant to protect the archipelago. What troubled him more was how anyone could poison a guardian at all, beings nearly untouchable by mortal means. Some twisted method must have been used. Regardless, the toxin had completely overwhelmed Leviathan, pushing him toward madness. The massive dragon thrashed violently, sending walls of water surging. Another guardian urgently warned Theo that Leviathan hadn't noticed him yet and urged him to retreat. Theo ignored the caution and rushed forward, convinced this brief window was his only chance. A fierce magical glow filled his eyes as hatchling Synchro activated, letting him merge with the currents as he closed the distance. He saw the toxin spreading from Leviathan's forehead, the dark patch pulsing like a second heart. Determined to destroy the source, he drove forward with his sword, only for the water around the wound to ripple violently as a trap triggered. A shockwave blasted him back. Regaining control, he realized Trovin had prepared defenses, and frustration tightened inside him. Leviathan then lost all remaining reason. Its eyes rolled back into pure madness as it charged. A guardian shouted that escape was impossible now. Theo had to strike the forehead again. Theo braced himself, but struggled to see any path through the dragon's violent thrashing. As he searched for an opening, he noticed energy forming in Leviathan's mouth, a massive spear of power boiling the surrounding water. The dragon released it, sending a beam of destruction tearing through the ocean. Theo barely evaded it, the passing heat scorching the water around him. Still exposed in the wake of the blast, with the next strike moments away, he saw movement in the deep. The sea serpent that had carried him here was racing toward him, cutting through the currents like living lightning. The sea serpent intercepted Leviathan's attack just in time, allowing Theo to grab its scales. Moving underwater had been difficult, but with the serpent's support, his speed returned. He signaled his intent to strike the wound on Leviathan's head. As they advanced, he sensed the demonic energy intensifying around the forehead crystal. He launched himself from the serpent like a torpedo, recalling the harsh lesson he learned from fighting the griffin. Equal force must answer equal force. With renewed focus, he activated all his abilities. The water trembled as system panels flashed. Griffin Talon boosting his odds, the fairy buff shielding him from corruption, Worm Eater heightening his attacks. Surrounded by layered buffs, he pushed through the demonic pressure. Theo executed the quintuple dragon's claw, 5 arcs of energy tearing through the sea. The impact shattered the dark crystal completely. For a moment, he thought he saw Kriemhild's silhouette flicker over Leviathan's form. Leviathan roared as the demonic influence dissolved. Clarity returned to his ancient eyes, though he briefly mistook Theo for Kriemhild. Theo gently corrected him, introducing himself as Theo Ragnar, the Chosen One, and delivered Kriemhild's final message. A quiet sorrow ran through Leviathan's voice as he realized she had never abandoned him. One of Theo's guardians interrupted, urging Leviathan to return to the relic and lend his strength, warning that time was running out. Leviathan admitted that he could not obey. He explained that by leaving the relic long ago, he had broken the bond of a guardian. The demonic corruption had also damaged him beyond recovery. His life force was fading. Before the end came, he told Theo he would give him all the power he had left. He warned that the transfer would bring great pain and questioned whether Theo could withstand it. Theo answered with calm confidence, which Leviathan seemed to appreciate. The ancient being added one last condition, asking whether Theo would use this power to protect those Cream had wanted to shield. Theo gripped his weapon and vowed on his sword that he would. Leviathan thanked him sincerely, saying that thanks to Theo, he could finally return to his friend and end his long wait. The power transfer began as Leviathan's body dissolved into drifting particles of light. Theo watched the scene, briefly thinking about the long bond between Leviathan and Kriemhild. The beauty and sadness of it held him still until one of his guardians snapped him back, warning that Leviathan's sea currents were fading and the archipelago would sink without its buoyancy. The guardian urged him to absorb the power immediately. As Theo began taking in the ancient energy, he reassured the fading spirit and vowed once more that he would use this strength to move the entire archipelago. Above, the islands trembled as Leviathan's power ebbed, awaiting its new master. As soon as Levi's physical form disintegrated, the currents that once held the floating archipelago afloat weakened. At this rate, the whole damn place will sink. There is no time to dawdle. Theo must absorb the Leviathan's final gift quickly. He dove straight into the vortex that housed the crystallized form of the sea dragon's power. He grabbed onto the gift and held on as his life depended on it. Once he receives this power, Theo Ragnar intends to move that entire floating archipelago by his damn self. His confidence was sky high after freeing Levi from the clutches of demonic poison. He was quickly humbled as soon as he tried absorbing the sea dragon's remnants. Theo's flesh started to tear from the sheer force he tried to take in. He had been arrogant. His guardians warned him that the Leviathan stood on a different tier compared to other relic guardians, but he did not expect something this overwhelmingly mighty. The vortex produced by Levi's power dwarfed his body. At the rate he's going now, he could not possibly absorb all of it. His body will give in before he can house a fraction of it. Suddenly, Levi's thunderous voice echoed in his head with a tip to use the sword. He drew Balmung and used the blade instead of raw dogging the absorption process. Because of the inherent link between the sea dragon and the relic, it dampened the damage in Theo's body. This time, the giant vortex of pure power seemed a little more manageable. Theo held his position and slurped it all up. The griffin reluctantly praised its master for using his head for once. Fairy concurred. By passing the overwhelming force through the dragon-slaying sword, the strain on the flesh was heavily reduced. Even in death, the Leviathan still rendered assistance at the final moment. After what felt like forever, Theo finally seized the sea dragon's gift completely. He sensed an overwhelming mana coursing through his veins, as if the Leviathan itself was within his grasp. The initial pain and hardship were definitely worth it. Fairy had to rain on his parade, though. This is not the moment to relax. If he wishes to move the archipelago to safety, now is the chance to do so while he has a firm grasp on the sea dragon's power in its entirety. Following her advice, Theo commanded the sea itself to move according to his will. He tamed the wild currents and made them lift the massive landmass up above. Theo had already decided upon a destination. There is no location more perfectly suited than the one he had picked. The floating archipelago must return to the northeastern region of Ragnar, the very place where it once rested. With the power of a dragon, god, and anime by his side, he made the sea his servant. In front of the hero temple, the war between the three clans' army and the Black Skull was still raging on. The fighting only ceased when gigantic tidal waves started crashing into the bloodbath. The citizens who were caught in the crossfire looked and prayed to their hero, afraid that their homeland would sink into oblivion. No matter which side they were on, everyone in the archipelago was struck with the same fear. Finally, one of the soldiers noticed that instead of sinking, the coastline was actually moving. With the help of the tidal waves, the entire landmass was inching away from the position it held for all their lives. The mountains, cities, and everything within were being transported to the northeastern region. As the archipelago moved, the dilapidated place of worship housing Noel and Barian had started crumbling. The ninth vassal felt the movement under his feet and was plunged into confusion. He reckoned that the outsider had finally absorbed the power of the dragon-slaying sword. Barian kept the mischievous grin on his face as he offered his apology for cutting their meeting short. This is not the time to be loitering around these parts. Noel refused to let go, still fuming at Barian's obvious lack of commitment. The heir reasoned that even he failed to foresee the actions of Theo Ragnar. Nevertheless, the plan is nearing its conclusion. He reframed Theo's taming of the sword as a good thing, a convenient thing. With Balmung unlocked, all they have to do is kill the guy and reclaim the blade. In essence, Barian wants to use Noel to eliminate a rising political adversary. He wants to blow his nose without touching the snot with his hands. Homeless muscle guy ignored Noel's constant bitching and implored him to get to work instead of wasting time. Besides, this could be immensely profitable for the Troivans. Back in the front lines, Antonio Spinola immediately attributed the island's movement to Theo. The little bastard actually succeeded and fulfilled his promise. He commanded his men to cease the fighting now that the real danger of the archipelago sinking has been eliminated. Now everyone can be safe and there's no point in shedding more blood. His reasonable command was taken advantage of. A blade coming from behind tried to sneakily cut the head of the Black Skull. Thankfully, the hero's successor surfaced just in time to save Antonio's ass one more time. As for the soldier who tried to kill the man trying to end the war, Theo didn't have any love for the guy. He cut that bastard cleanly in half with his shiny new sword. The believers rejoiced that Kriemhild had returned to stand with them after sealing the sea dragon and saving their homeland. Antonio confirmed if the issue was dealt with, if the archipelago and his people are safe now. Once Theo gave him the word, the weight on his shoulders was lifted. He wholeheartedly thanked the unlikely savior, before shamelessly asking for one more favor. Theo didn't even wait to hear him out. He already knew what Antonio wanted. Looking around the battlefield, the corpses of civilians and severely injured survivors can be seen all around. It's easy to understand what went down in this supposedly sacred place. The Black Skull and the citizens went to bat for him to protect the archipelago and their hero. It's only fitting that he pays them back. As soon as the three clans' army saw him closing in on them, they seriously contemplated tossing their weapons away in terror. On the contrary, their master, Umberto Spinola, sees this as the dragon-slaying sword, walking towards their grasp on its own legs. He forced his men to stop hesitating and seize the prize. Afraid of the Spinola patriarch, they did as they were told and charged at Theo. Before their weapons could reach the target, an absolute menace rejoined the battlefield, covering it with thick killing intent. In the short time he was away, his useless pawns turned the place into a complete mess. Theo's instincts gave him a jolt. Someone monstrous just joined the fray. As loudly as he could, he implored everyone around him, friend and foe, to lie face down. A single slash traveled across the bridge in a clean and unbroken line. Those who fell victim to the terrifying attack never saw it coming. It was as though time stood still. The first one to fall was the banisters of the bridge, cleanly cut by the base. Next were the scalps of every soldier who didn't listen to Theo's warning. At least they get to keep half their brains. The already bloody battlefield was painted with a deeper and thicker shade of crimson. In a split second, the entirety of the three-clan coalition was wiped out. Those behind Theo only survived due to his meddling and their trust in his warning. Nobles and soldiers were massacred in the most helpless way possible. The culprit was, of course, Noel, the ninth vassal of Troivan. He cursed the worm-like pirate bastards for failing to dispose of a single brat and letting the situation get out of hand. Among the victims was Umberto Spinola. Like everyone else, he died with his head sliced open. He got to keep his mustache, though. Antonio hated his father with passion, but seeing his old man's corpse like that still filled him with dread. Theo had to snap him back to reality. The Black Skull leader needs to pull himself together to evacuate the citizens. The floating archipelago will need him for the rebuild. Casting his emotions aside for the meantime, Antonio sprang into action. While everyone retreated into the temple, Theo bravely stood his ground to size up the slaughterer. Noel's displeasure with the Ragnars ignited. He wants to cut down the insolent whelp meddling with Troivan's grand plans. He is itching to shred the young lord as thoroughly as possible so that even the father won't recognize his bastard son. You know it's serious when the art style turns diabolical. Noel descended to the ground, releasing an overwhelming surge of pressure that shook the surroundings. At that moment, Theo also grasped the severity of the situation. Gritting his teeth, he reasoned internally that a warrior of such caliber would never appear without cause, and that if this were the case, then the most plausible explanation could only be Troivan's 9 vassals, enhanced humans created specifically to counter Ragnar's 9 dragons. He recalled that during the Great War, these beings had demonstrated power comparable to the 9 dragons themselves, making them a threat that could not be underestimated. As Noel's gaze locked onto him, Theo launched into an attack, though a lingering doubt still occupied his mind. He wondered whether this meant that the project had already been completed. Raising his sword, he flew straight toward his opponent. However, before he could reach Noel, Theo abruptly halted in shock, quickly realizing that Noel had already leapt above him. At that instant, only one thought crossed Theo's mind. He realized that Noel's speed was extraordinary. Theo retreated just as Noel's sword slashed downward, narrowly grazing the ground and carving a devastating line through it. Witnessing the sheer destructive power of the strike, Theo was deeply shaken and concluded that this truly was a strategic weapon designed to counter the 9 dragons. Noel then slammed down onto the floor, shattering it into countless fragments. Seeing the murderous intent flashing within Noel's eyes, Theo began to lose heart, realizing that if this opponent truly was one of the 9 vassals, then at this rate, victory was impossible. Before Theo could organize his thoughts, Noel launched another assault. The direct blow forced Theo to raise his sword defensively, yet he was still sent flying backward. Clenching his teeth, Theo struggled to endure the pain coursing through his body. Before he could recover, Noel emerged from the thick cloud of dust and smoke, attacking while demanding to know how Ragnar had managed to absorb that power. Noel then leapt high into the air, raising his sword with absolute confidence as he declared that it was achieved through the power of dragon slaying. Facing the blade poised to cleave straight into him, Theo could only grit his teeth and swing his own sword in resistance. At the same time, Noel brought his weapon crashing down, obliterating everything in its path, asserting that even merely wielding such power should have been unbearably taxing. After delivering that vicious strike, Noel sprang back from the massive cloud of smoke and urged Theo to give up, warning that continuing would only result in greater pain. Immediately after his words ended, 3 daggers were silently hurled toward him. Noel casually caught all of them with a single motion of his hand, without even looking. While Theo stealthily approached from behind, Noel remained unaware, and instead raised the 3 daggers mockingly, ridiculing the attack as absurd and dismissing it as nothing more than childish play. Moments later, he glanced downward with scorn and questioned whether Theo had not already passed the age of toying with such tricks. Completely caught off guard by the situation, Theo froze. Noel struck directly toward the oncoming Theo, causing dust and debris to explode outward and obscure all visibility. When the dust finally settled, Noel stood revealed, now acting with heightened caution as he reflected that after exchanging blows directly, he finally understood the meaning behind Lord Ed's warning. He recalled how Ed had solemnly stated that among Ragnar's new generation, Theo Ragnar was someone they must be especially wary of, and that if a clash ever became unavoidable, they had to ensure his complete elimination. Returning to the present, Noel swept his sword horizontally, dispersing everything around him. The surrounding earth and stone shattered under the immense pressure. Noel's eyes grew cold and calculating as he concluded that if Theo were left unchecked, that brat would undoubtedly become a major variable in the coming war. The blood seeping onto the tip of Noel's blade proved that he had successfully struck Theo. Filled with killing intent, Noel steeled himself, convinced that Theo had to be eliminated at this very opportunity. On Theo's side, as he fled, drops of blood slowly trickled down from his forehead. From behind him, the fairy dragon expressed its concern, asking what he intended to do now and reminding him that more time was still required before it could provide assistance. At that very moment, the system displayed a notification stating that he had failed to activate the fairy buff and that the cooldown time was still in effect. While continuing to run, Theo reassured himself inwardly that it was not as though there was absolutely no chance left. The system then issued another notification, informing him that the remaining time until the stabilization of the dragon sword, Strand of Fate, was 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Staring at the information, Theo began calculating, wondering if he could borrow the power of Leviathan just one more time. Suddenly, as he dashed past a body of water, Theo caught sight of Noel's reflection, revealing that Noel was preparing to attack him from the side. The village, which had been deathly quiet until then, was shattered in the next instant by a single sword strike from Noel. Theo hurriedly retreated to a safer distance as fresh blood spilled onto the ground. His eyes, filled with rage, turned toward Noel, who was calmly steadying himself after the previous attack. Seizing the opportunity, Theo immediately grabbed a chair and turned to flee, while Noel hastily pursued him from behind. Theo spun around and hurled the chair at his pursuer. Noel stepped back, triggering another powerful shockwave that shattered the metal barrels nearby. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, Theo gathered all his strength and launched an attack. His sword strike surged forward with tremendous force, cutting through everything in its path. Thick clouds of dust rose into the air after the series of violent exchanges. Theo clenched his teeth and waited anxiously for the outcome. However, once the white smoke finally dissipated, Noel was still standing there unharmed and utterly composed. In the blink of an eye, Noel stamped his foot and leapt high into the air. Witnessing this, Theo was momentarily left stunned. Almost instantly, Noel swung his sword, the blade grazing past Theo's face. He then unleashed a relentless barrage of sword energy attacks, forcing Theo into a desperate struggle. With no other option, Theo made use of the water's surface to escape. Even so, Noel quickly caught up, leaping into the air and continuously firing powerful arcs of sword energy at Theo's back. Unwilling to waste any more time, Noel began channeling his power, remarking coldly that the fight was starting to bore him, and that it was time to end things. Upon seeing Noel's movements, Theo's eyes widened with alarm, realizing that the technique was extremely dangerous. Glancing down at the dragon sword in his hand, Theo hurriedly calculated, thinking that if he could divert Noel's attention for even a brief moment, he might still have a chance. Acting on impulse, Theo immediately threw the dragon sword toward Noel and asked whether this had not been Noel's objective all along. With a calm expression, he added that he would give it to him and told him to take it if he could. At that moment, the system displayed a notification indicating that wyvern taming was being activated and that communion with a sea serpent was being established. Theo's gaze overflowed with killing intent as he coldly challenged Noel, implying that taking the sword would only be possible if Noel truly had the ability to do so. A dragon suddenly emerged from the water and caught the sword in its jaws, leaving Noel utterly shocked. He realized with fury that the cursed brat had been toying with them until the very end. Immediately afterward, numerous other dragons surfaced and lined up behind Theo. Noel began to feel confused, his eyes widening as he struggled to understand what was happening. The surface of the water started to churn violently. At that moment, Theo leapt high into the air, flipped once, and landed firmly atop the water's surface. By then, he was completely exhausted, his breathing growing rapid and strained. He kept urging himself internally that he only needed to endure a little longer. When he glanced at the system panel, he saw that the countdown for the stabilization of the dragon sword, Strand of Fate, had reached 17 seconds. At the same time, the water dragons began firing streams of power toward Noel. While defending himself, Noel shouted mockingly, questioning whether Theo truly believed the situation would change just because a few insignificant creatures had joined the battle. In a single decisive motion, he slashed through all the attacks and dismissed the situation as utterly absurd. His expression hardened as his gaze locked onto Theo, who was charging straight toward him. Slightly caught off guard, Noel ridiculed him, remarking that a coward who had done nothing but flee now dared to confront him head-on, regardless of whatever scheme he was plotting. Noel then unleashed his full power and provoked Theo, demanding that he use everything he possibly could, while vowing that he himself would personally grant Theo a spectacular end. Just as Theo was about to reach him, his eyes suddenly froze. The system had displayed another notification stating that the remaining time until the stabilization of the dragon sword, Strand of Fate, had reached 0 seconds, and that the dragon sword, Strand of Fate, had fully stabilized. Voices echoed repeatedly in Theo's ears, thanking him as the chosen one and informing him that the final power was being entrusted to him, with the hope that he would use it to protect himself. Only then did Noel realize that something was terribly wrong. The system continued to announce that Theo had acquired the skill Nibelung embedded within the item. A massive dragon rose from the depths of the sea, and with a single move known as dragon slaying, the sword was shattered cleanly into 2 pieces. The ocean roared and surged forward as Theo sat calmly atop the dragon's back, activating Nibelung without hesitation. After countless attempts, Theo finally managed to land a decisive hit on Noel. Noel's body plunged freely into the water below, sending up a massive column of spray as an extremely powerful whirlpool began to churn violently. Theo leapt onto the shore in a single motion. At that moment, an arm suddenly emerged from beneath the surface. Noel burst into laughter as he dragged himself out, mockingly remarking that it was truly a shame and guessing that what Theo had used was his trump card. He then roared in fury, declaring that such an attack was nowhere near enough to kill him. After hearing this, Theo responded coldly, saying that he had expected as much. Without showing the slightest surprise, he stated that there was no way one of the 9 retainers, figures said to rival the 9 dragons, would fall so easily. However, Theo then raised his sword high and added that even relying solely on his own strength, he could still finish the fight. Behind Noel, towering pillars of water began to rise, throwing him into panic. Theo swung his sword decisively and asserted that he could still slam Noel into the ocean floor. Witnessing the violent current forming behind him, Noel became frantic and shouted in alarm about the flow of water. The current twisted violently before wrapping itself tightly around him. Theo ferociously swung his sword forward, declaring that he would bury Noel at the bottom of the sea. Even as he was being dragged away, Noel remained unable to process what was happening and cried out in denial. As the whirlpool swallowed him completely, Noel could only curse helplessly in rage. After dealing with Noel, Theo's body was left severely worn down. Exhausted, he collapsed on the spot. Lying on his back and staring up at the sky, Theo shouted that he had kept his promise to Leviathan. Spreading his arms weakly, he lamented that his body would not hold up if he had to make any more promises. Sometime later, Antonio observed the breathtaking scene through his binoculars. Hesitating slightly, he admitted that it was his first time doing something like this, so he was unsure whether his calculations were correct. After doing the math, he stated that the speed appeared to be around 2 knots, adding that at that rate it should be fine even if it reached the shore, and concluded by saying that the job had been well done. Antonio was still visibly shaken as he admitted that when he had first heard about the plan to move the entire floating archipelago, he had been unable to believe his ears, and that even after witnessing it with his own eyes, he still found it difficult to fully comprehend. At that moment, a local resident stepped forward and asked why they had gone through so much trouble to move the islands, remarking that it would have been far easier for Lady Creamhild to simply seal the sea dragon instead. Hearing this, Theo immediately smiled and replied that while sealing the sea dragon would indeed have been easier, doing so would only cause history to repeat itself. With great confidence, he explained to everyone that even if the sea dragon were sealed and peace were achieved for the time being, people like Troyvon would continue to appear, coveting the Dragon Slayer sword. However, if the risk of the archipelago sinking were completely removed, there would no longer be any reason to worry about such threats. The townspeople were filled with joy at Theo's assurance as he promised that the floating archipelago would settle in the shallow waters of Ragnar's northeast bay and regain its stability. A serene and peaceful scene took shape in his mind. Then, as if casually, Theo closed his eyes and added that they might have to change the name Floating Archipelago now. Standing behind him, Antonio could only stare in silence. Feeling a deep sense of shame, he lowered his head, unable to say a word. After a moment, as though he had finally made up his mind, Antonio bent deeply at the waist and shouted an apology. He quickly went on to explain that during the recent Ceres merchant group hostage crisis caused by his Black Skulls, the White Dragon Squad had suffered massive casualties. Antonio, overwhelmed with remorse, admitted that even if they had been coerced by Troyvon, they could not claim to be blameless and acknowledged that they should bear responsibility for their actions. Before he could finish expressing this, Theo stepped forward, placed a hand on Antonio's shoulder, and firmly stated that taking responsibility should be done immediately. Antonio froze for a moment as he listened to Theo's demand. After a brief silence, he declared that Theo should name his price, insisting that he was willing to give anything, even his own life, if necessary. In response, Theo smiled faintly and revealed his true request, stating that he wanted Antonio to become the president of the Northern Shipping Union. Hearing this, Antonio was thrown into confusion and asked what Theo meant by such a proposal. Theo then patiently explained that the North currently lacked an organization capable of handling large-scale logistics due to Ragnar's purge of the Ceres merchant group, and that the Floating Archipelago's shipping union was the most suitable force to fill that vacuum. After listening to the explanation, Antonio hesitated and said that he did not believe he had the right to take such a position. At that moment, Theo turned toward the crowd and loudly announced that Sir Antonio himself claimed he did not have the right, repeatedly asking everyone present what they thought about it. As soon as Theo finished speaking, a hand was raised from the crowd. Marty calmly voiced his support, saying that he agreed and that everyone had witnessed how sincere Lord Antonio truly was. Soon after, another citizen stepped forward and expressed agreement as well. One by one, more hands rose into the air as people declared their support, stating that they owed their lives to Antonio, that they had seen him stand up to protect the citizens, and that they fully supported this decision. Theo then turned back toward Antonio with a gentle smile. Standing firm, he placed his clenched fist against his chest, silently affirming his resolve. Theo spoke with unwavering resolve, stating that on the condition that the new Northern Shipping Union's resources and capital were prioritized for investment in Ragnar, he would assume full responsibility for the floating archipelago's autonomy and security. He then made a solemn vow, declaring that he, Theo Ragnar, swore it upon his own name. At that point, Antonio was left momentarily speechless. After a period of silent contemplation, he finally responded that he felt he was being supported right up until the very end. He straightened his posture, placed a hand over his chest, and proclaimed that, as a representative of the shipping union, he, Antonio Spinola, swore to cooperate with Ragnar. The two men then clasped hands in place of further words, sealing their promise. The people gathered around them were filled with joy at the decision. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the surroundings, throwing Antonio into confusion, while Theo merely smiled calmly and announced that they had finally arrived. He confirmed once more that they were standing at the floating archipelago's new home, with the shore now right before them. As night slowly descended, the waves grew increasingly violent. From the depths of the sea, a massive hand emerged. Noel surfaced once again, clinging desperately to a large rock as he coughed uncontrollably. Overwhelmed with rage, he screamed that cursed Ragnar, vowing to tear his limbs apart and devour his entrails. At that moment, a voice rang out from above, causing Noel to freeze in place. The speaker remarked that Noel had been meant to rival the 9 dragons. From his position high above, Dante questioned how Noel could have turned out to be so disappointing. Noel looked up in disbelief and hesitantly asked whether the one before him was the tyrant dragon. Almost immediately, he forced himself to regain composure and insisted that this was exactly the situation Dante himself had warned about, that it would become troublesome for him as well if their plan were to fail. Noel demanded to know what Dante wanted, desperately pleading that if Dante would help them just this once, they could still... Before Noel could finish, Dante leapt down, rebuking him coldly for his foolishness. A thunderous impact echoed as he landed. With a darkened expression, Dante explained that since Noel still appeared utterly clueless about what he truly desired, he would enlighten him. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he revealed that what he wanted was the floating archipelago, after Noel had already conquered it. This revelation filled Noel with terror, and he muttered in disbelief, realizing that Dante had planned to seize the archipelago from them after they had taken it for themselves. Without the slightest hesitation, Dante replied that it was exactly so, adding that reclaiming what was stolen sounded far more pleasant, and asking mockingly whether that was not the case. He went on to say that he had at least expected the other party to be capable of dealing with that irritating brat on his behalf, but it seemed he had miscalculated. Wearing a sinister, taunting smile, he remarked with clear disdain that he had not expected such vermin, creatures so pathetic that they could not even handle a single child. At that moment, Noel suddenly lost control and charged forward in a frenzy, shouting that Dante was becoming far too full of himself and declaring that the era of the 9 dragons was over. He proclaimed that he would demonstrate the true power of the 9 retainers. In an instant, his arm grotesquely swelled before violently exploding in a horrifying display. Amid his screams, he ranted about Dante's arrogance and his habit of looking down on Noel. However, before Noel could finish his outburst, Dante eliminated him outright. Dante's expression darkened as he coldly questioned why Easterners always preferred to fight with their mouths. He remarked that although the 9 dragon elders might have passed their prime, it was absurd to believe that such power could rival them. When the dust settled, only Noel's legs remained intact, the rest of his body having been completely obliterated. As Dante turned and walked away, he muttered to himself that such an attack might have worked against that old man, or perhaps the lizard-like fellow. His face then grew even darker, yet a glint of excitement surfaced in his eyes as he wondered whether Theo Ragnar might be worth sampling, if only for a brief taste. The battlefield had become drenched in blood. The defeated side was tightly bound, and swords lay scattered across the ground. Ed led his ferocious troops forward. On the opposite side, one man began to resist, hurling curses and angrily shouting that they were nothing but disgusting fools. He raged that they truly believed they could defeat the Ragnars this way and threatened that their throats would be slit in retaliation. However, before he could finish his outburst, a sharp blade cut straight across him. Ed's eyes were filled with killing intent as he mercilessly struck down the man before him. Annoyed, he muttered to himself that he was sick of hearing such words and wondered why they all seemed to die saying the same things. At that moment, a subordinate rushed over to report an emergency, urgently informing Ed that there was trouble and that the floating archipelago operation had failed. Ed calmly turned and asked what had happened to Noel. The subordinate quickly replied that all contact had been lost. Upon hearing this, Ed lowered his gaze slightly, clearly displeased. Suddenly, Ain approached from a distance and coldly remarked that the defective piece of trash had failed. He took the opportunity to provoke further, pointing out that the floating archipelago was their main distribution hub and that losing it could change the tide of the war. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Ain requested permission to handle the situation himself. As one of Troyvon's 9 servitors, he was confident in his ability to fix the problem. However, Ed turned away and refused outright, stating that they were abandoning the archipelago. He explained that they had already secured its vast capital and reminded Ain that, while it was regrettable, he should not let sentiment blind him or make him forget their priorities. As Ed walked away, he calmly ordered that the remaining forces be concentrated at the center, explaining that the war itself was merely a ploy to distract their enemies. A sharp light flickered in his eyes as he emphasized that they must remember they had only one goal and that everything they were doing was for him alone. Ain was left stunned and speechless. Ed then added in a low voice that all of this was for the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor. The blood-soaked scene soon shifted to a peaceful village. Inside an office, Antonio sat exhausted, overwhelmed by the problems before him. He spoke to himself about using the Ceres Merchant Guild's railways and questioned whether there was still no news from the Southern Guild. Holding his head and spinning his pen, he focused intensely, yet failed to come up with any good solutions. At that moment, Theo entered from outside and noted that Antonio seemed troubled. Approaching the desk, he asked whether Ragnar's supply distribution was causing him difficulties. Antonio immediately waved his hand in denial, insisting that it was far simpler without the unpredictable variables of the sea. Looking at Theo with tension in his eyes, Antonio decided to be honest. He admitted that he was afraid of Theo and afraid of Ragnar, explaining that although he was grateful for being freed from Troyvon, nothing in this world came without a price. He confessed that with a mere flick of their finger, they could end up in the same position as before, only under a different master. Avoiding Theo's gaze, Antonio added that he should not be saying this directly, but he could not help wondering whether they had been safer when they were still at sea. After listening to everything, Theo simply smiled gently. He said he understood, acknowledging that a leader should always be wary of a takeover. However, he explained that he held the opposite view. According to Theo, the floating archipelago had been at its most vulnerable precisely because it was on water. Antonio listened with a puzzled expression, prompting Theo to continue. He explained that isolation had meant there were no enemies, which led them to grow unaccustomed to battle, leaving them unable to resist even the recent incident. Theo then tossed something toward Antonio and firmly reminded him that national defense could not be solved by relying on others. Even if it carried risks, he emphasized, a nation ultimately had to protect itself. As he stared at the object resting neatly in his palm, Antonio remained momentarily stunned. He tightened his fist and continued listening as Theo pressed him further, remarking that it was a good thing Antonio had been concerned about the matter and asking whether he knew of Ragnar's white-armored dragon cavalry. Antonio promptly affirmed that he did, explaining that they were the famous airborne unit that rode wyverns. Hearing this, Theo burst into laughter and went on to say that the archipelago also possessed creatures similar to wyverns. At that moment, realization struck Antonio. Lowering his voice, he asked whether Theo was referring to sea serpents, then immediately launched into a grim description, saying that they swarmed in groups and smashed everything in their path, and that every time they appeared, it became an emergency situation. Before Theo could even respond, loud alarms erupted outside in rapid succession. Shouts rang out declaring an emergency, announcing that sea serpents had appeared at the docks, ordering civilians to evacuate and combatants to prepare for battle. Antonio leapt to his feet in fury, slamming his hand against the table and cursing that they had appeared the moment he mentioned them. In contrast, Theo calmly turned around and waved his hand in reassurance, telling him there was no need to worry so much. Theo then flung the door open and stepped outside, which immediately threw Antonio into a panic as he hurried after him, calling out an alarm. Standing before the two of them was a massive sea serpent. Theo calmly explained that he himself was the one who had summoned them. Antonio was left nearly speechless and exclaimed in disbelief, questioning whether Theo had truly summoned those sea monsters on his own and asking if he had lost his mind. Theo merely smiled, gently stroking the creature's head as he remarked that he would teach Antonio how to tame them. He then gestured outward toward the many sea serpents waiting beyond and proposed that, just like the white-armored dragon cavalry, they could create the archipelago's very own dragon riders. Witnessing this scene, Antonio broke into a cold sweat and muttered in disbelief that actually riding and fighting alongside such creatures was something that only happened in fairy tales. Theo, unfazed, rested his hands on his hips and teased that fairy tales sounded perfect, adding that Kriemhild had also ridden and fought a sea serpent in a fairy tale, and suggesting that they name the group the Kriemhild Knight Order. No sooner had Theo finished speaking than a sea serpent approached Antonio directly, leaving him frozen in shock. Theo noticed this and remarked with amusement that the creature seemed to like him. Antonio, however, was still too frightened to move and could only stand there stiffly. Nearby, someone stepped forward and called out to Theo, addressing him formally and informing him that a guest was waiting. Theo turned toward the speaker to assess the situation before heading back inside. Inside, Cleve leaned against the table and voiced her disbelief, remarking on how absurd it all was, and asking whether Theo had truly accomplished everything alone in just a few days. Theo scratched his chin awkwardly and explained that things had somehow turned out that way. Hearing this only made Cleve more flustered, and she clutched her head while accusing him of having no idea what he had done, adding that only those with a null snow rank within Black Snow were aware of the matter, and that it was top secret, which was why he naturally would not have known. Theo, now confused, asked what she meant by it being top secret. In response, Cleve explained that Black Snow had been investigating the floating archipelago, as it was suspected to be Toyvon's distribution hub and primary source of revenue. Theo's gaze froze instantly. He lowered his head in worry, thinking to himself that Black Snow had already been investigating the matter, that they surely knew losing the archipelago would be disastrous for the war, and yet they had remained motionless and done nothing. At that moment, Dante stepped forward from behind and asked whether Theo was Theo Ragnar. He laughed casually, remarking that the great 9 dragon lords would not stop talking about Theo and that he had therefore held high expectations. Turning away with a flick of his sleeve, Dante mockingly added that Theo merely looked like a useless dandy, incapable of doing anything. After moving closer, he smiled again and casually stated that it was nice to meet him anyway. The instant Theo saw him, he immediately realized that the man before him was the Overlord Dragon, Dante Roll, and he could not understand why such a being would be present at the floating archipelago. While confusion still churned within him, Dante spoke again, saying there was no need for greetings and telling everyone to remain at ease and relax. From behind, Cleve cautiously addressed him, referring to him as Overlord Dragon Nim. Dante responded with an apologetic tone, saying that he was late and asking whether that was the case. Cleve, her brows tightly furrowed with tension, muttered that Dante had allowed the archipelago's situation to deteriorate to such an extent. She angrily questioned why he had not reported anything to Black Snow. Standing between them, Theo grew even more unsettled. He realized that Black Snow had not been investigating the matter themselves, and that this was the reason everything had been classified as top secret. Cleve continued her reprimand, stating that Dante had placed them all in an extremely difficult position. That accusation caused Dante to interrupt her with visible irritation, saying that he was sorry, but that he would speak frankly. The pressure emanating from him shook Cleve to her core, and even Theo, standing nearby, felt fear grip his body. Dante's expression darkened as he aggressively questioned whether she was truly certain she could handle the situation. The aura he released was so overwhelming that cracks spread across the ceiling itself. Gritting his teeth, Theo endured the pressure while cursing inwardly, acknowledging that he had known Dante was strong, but had never imagined anything like this. His eyes locked firmly onto Dante as realization dawned upon him, and he finally understood why Ragnar had failed. At that moment, Dante appeared like a demon driven into madness, determined to stop the floating archipelago from being colonized at any cost. After smashing the room to pieces, Dante finally came to a stop. His surging aura gradually subsided, leaving Theo somewhat astonished. In stark contrast to the grave expression he had worn moments earlier, Dante suddenly burst into hearty laughter, claiming that he had only been joking, that there was no serious reason behind it, and that he had merely missed the right timing to report the matter. Despite the cautious gazes from the two partners, Dante continued casually, explaining that he had, of course, been observing their movements all along. He added confidently that the 9 dragons had no need to bother with trivial matters, stating that he had intended to let the situation grow before wiping it out in one decisive move. Stepping forward, he delivered a forceful slap to Theo's back and remarked that everything had changed because someone else had appeared and resolved the matter first. Judging from Dante's rough behavior, Theo silently evaluated him, concluding that although Dante appeared calm on the surface, he must be deeply irritated at that very moment. Dante was widely known by countless grand titles of praise, such as the Overlord Dragon, a man considered powerful even among the 9 dragons, yet one who constantly yearned for greater strength. It was precisely for that ambition that he had joined Ragnar, seeking to exploit its authority to obtain even more power. Growing increasingly vigilant, Theo reassessed the situation and recalled how, in his past life, he had always been suspicious of Dante's overwhelming financial resources, now realizing that they clearly originated from the floating archipelago. Faced with Dante's immense influence, Theo understood that compromise was unavoidable. He concluded that while he now grasped the general situation, Dante was one of the most cunning opponents among the 9 dragons, making it wisest to play along with him for the time being. Theo then took the initiative to lower his head and directly express goodwill, apologizing for daring to act against Dante's will. Dante was visibly pleased and laughed loudly, saying that he had never even told Theo about it in the first place and questioning how Theo could have known, reassuring him not to worry. Theo's prudent response clearly earned Dante's approval, as Dante acknowledged him as the 6th heir candidate, Theo Ragnar, praising his outstanding personality in person. Dante then extended his hand openly, expressing his desire to cooperate and remarking that it was no wonder Theo deserved his position, proposing that they get along well from then on. Internally, Theo became even more confused about Dante's true intentions, though he still responded politely by returning the handshake and humbly deflecting the praise. Dante laughed again, enthusiastically noting Theo's humility and expressing hope that his own people could learn from him. At that moment, Cleve approached while holding a parchment scroll, apologizing for the interruption and asking whether these were new orders. She swiftly read the contents aloud, announcing that with the archipelago mission concluded and deployment no longer required, all deployed forces were ordered to immediately join the central front line. While Theo was still taken aback by the sudden directive, Dante nodded in agreement and commented that it made sense, remarking that they now needed to return and protect their base. He then continued seriously, stating that there was something that needed to be settled first. Curling his lips, Dante slowly and deliberately brought up the orders to interrogate him regarding the archipelago scouting mission, asking whether they had come from the Black Dragon. In an instant, an overwhelming killing intent erupted from him as he clarified that he meant Robert Ragnar. Clave immediately trembled in fear and struggled to confirm the order. Before she could finish speaking, Dante angrily declared that if that black bastard wanted to interrogate him, he should come in person. The scene then shifted to a brutal, decisive battle unfolding atop a frozen mountain. This was the central main battleground of Ragnar versus Troyvon, the central plateau of the Blade Mountain Range. A valiant warrior swiftly guided a flying dragon and descended directly onto a critical point of the front line. With a light push of his feet to gather momentum, he leapt high into the air. The enemy was utterly terrified. Before they could even see clearly what was happening, they were unable to react. A group of elite warriors led by Hulkus moved with extreme efficiency, rapidly wiping out an entire enemy squad. Reinforcements soon appeared from the sky as well. Evelyn raised her voice and issued a clear command to the knights, declaring that the effects of the Great Fear had worn off. Acting as the vanguard, she decisively charged into battle and ordered the white-armored dragon cavalry to descend, commanding all units to engage. Before the chaotic clash fully unfolded, two familiar figures had already arrived at the scene. Thorkel humorously remarked that Evelyn's flying unit actually looked impressive after all. Aya immediately reprimanded him for his loose tongue, warning that he would hurt their soldiers' feelings if he kept talking like that. Thorkel only burst into hearty laughter and apologized casually, explaining that he simply found it too amusing to tease them. After putting on his helmet, he spoke with sudden seriousness, reassuring Aya that she did not need to worry so much because their soldiers understood better than anyone else. As he swung his spear in a magnificent arc, he added confidently that their troops were far superior to those so-called flying sparrows. Standing before the entirety of the Black Iron Cavalry, Thorkel issued a forceful order to commence the assault. He commanded everyone to crush anything that stood in their way and declared that they would destroy their enemies today in order to step into tomorrow. Spurring his horse forward, he charged like an arrow into the heart of the battlefield, leading the Black Iron Cavalry in a full assault. The enemy knights were only able to remain stunned for a few seconds before meeting their deaths on the blood-soaked battlefield. Thorkel tore through the enemy ranks with extraordinarily precise spear strikes. As the battle gradually came to an end, silence slowly settled over the land. At Theo's temporary military camp, everyone was busy treating the wounded from the battle. Laughter echoed from inside Theo's tent as someone exclaimed that it was a tremendous victory for their side. Thorkel strode in cheerfully and grasped Theo's hand, laughing loudly as he praised Theo for the remarkable achievement on the battlefield and called him his little brother. Theo responded with humility, insisting that it was not his own achievement but the collective accomplishment of the entire white-armored dragon cavalry. Thorkel laughed again and teased him for always being so modest. As he opened the tent flap to leave, Thorkel reminded Theo once more to simply call him Hyung, then praised his hard work and suggested they share drinks together next time. Theo bowed respectfully to his close senior and replied that he would look forward to it, addressing him politely as Hyung Nim. Behind Theo, Selpert and Aaron remained standing in silence. After the tent flap closed, Selpert finally broke into laughter. Slipping an arm around Theo's shoulders, he endlessly teased him, joking that Theo was acting all brotherly with the commander of the Black Iron Cavalry and boasting that Theo had truly made it. Theo coldly corrected him, stating that they were not that close. Distracted by his chatter, Selpert failed to notice Aaron approaching from behind. He continued speaking, asking what Theo had done on the archipelago and mentioning that he had heard rumors about it. Before he could finish, Aaron struck him hard enough to leave him reeling and shouted for him to stop. Aaron sternly scolded Selpert, pointing out that Theo had only just joined them on the battlefield and questioning whether Selpert was serious, telling him to let Theo take a moment to breathe. The blow was so forceful that Theo had to step in to stop her, hurriedly assuring her that he was fine and respectfully addressing her as Aaron Sunbaenim. Selpert was the only one left teary-eyed, complaining that they had finally reunited after so long and questioning why he was not even allowed to ask a simple question, lamenting that Aaron was being far too harsh. Theo returned his attention to the critical matter of governance, asking about the current state of the war and admitting that he did not know much because he had joined so suddenly. Aaron quickly reported to him that the overall flow of the war was stable and could even be considered favorable, though she added that something continued to trouble her. As she studied the deployment map, she summarized that their forces were already close to Troyvon's base, yet the enemy showed no signs of movement, behaving as if they were waiting for something. Theo's eyes sharpened with his usual vigilance as he acknowledged her assessment. Silently, he began calculating countermeasures. At the time, everyone had shared the same conclusion as Aaron. with enemy camps surrounding the plateau and relying solely on consistent counterattacks. The general consensus was that Troyvon had set a trap and was waiting for them to fall into it. However, drawing from the experience of his previous life, Theo quickly identified the true strategic pivot. He knew, based on information from that past life, that Troyvon's real objective was the White Tower ruins, where the primordial dragon lay dormant. Somewhere else on this blood-soaked battlefield, an unknown figure mercilessly executed his target, completely ignoring the victim's desperate pleas for mercy. Afterward, the mysterious man tilted his head back toward the sky and muttered with amusement, wondering aloud about the so-called 9 servitors and questioning where they had gone, while complaining that fighting insignificant foes for so many days had become unbearably dull. He and his companion had already wiped out the remaining stragglers. These two were none other than Ragnar heir candidates number 3 and number 4, Anshio Ragnar and Gishar Ragnar. Gishar coldly called Anshio out, stating that he should not lie and that he had clearly enjoyed the slaughter. Anshio responded with a deceitful laugh, openly admitting that this was indeed the case. From afar, a sharp and authoritative voice rang out, remarking that Gishar's way of speaking had not changed and reminding him that he had been warned to think carefully before wielding his sword. Dante followed this by sternly questioning whether Gishar still had not rid himself of his reckless habits. Anshio then spoke up, greeting Dante respectfully and remarking that it had been quite some time. He mentioned that he had heard about the archipelago incident and mockingly noted that someone else had taken all the credit for Dante's work. Dante replied with a contemptuous smirk, telling him to consider it the admission price for an entertaining spectacle. He added that now was not the time for Anshio to act arrogant either, because someone from below would soon rise. Growing visibly impatient, Anshio removed his hood and stood up to confront him, questioning who Dante meant and suggesting that if it was Thorkel, they could handle him. Gishar calmly corrected him, stating that Dante was referring to heir candidate number 6 instead. A feral grin spread across Anshio's face as he exclaimed in excitement about the new heir candidate, scoffing that, as Dante's disciples, there was no way such a brat could ever surpass them. Dante cut him off firmly and posed a chilling possibility, that if the brat were the chosen one, then everything would change. The words of the great Dragon Lord left both Anshio and Gishar frozen in shock. It was then made clear that Dante was the one manipulating everything from behind the scenes. He ordered them to be prepared, declaring that when the opportunity came, they would have to crush that individual completely. A few hours before Theo arrived at the battlefield, he was carefully examining a map and questioned whether the White Tower was also a relic of the primordial dragon. The fairy dragon immediately confirmed that it was. Theo then recalled that in his previous life, the first region Troyvon had occupied was also the White Tower area. The fairy dragon added that guardians were able to roughly sense one another's locations and revealed that the guardian of the White Tower was the one who had received the greatest share of the primordial dragon's power. Theo could not hide his surprise at this revelation. Umbra manifested and quickly voiced agreement, explaining that not all relics were the same, even among relics themselves. Each was granted different power and roles, and some were entrusted with far greater authority and responsibility. The Guardian of the White Tower was one such exceptional existence. As Umbra looked at the map, he stated with certainty that this very Guardian was now within Troyvon's territory. Theo smiled confidently as he reached the same conclusion, which Umbra affirmed as correct. The fairy dragon then reminded Theo that he had already witnessed this phenomenon with Leviathan, noting that it was possible to poison a Guardian and steal the power of the primordial dragon. It emphasized this point with caution, warning that regardless of the circumstances, the relic must be secured. Theo's gaze gradually hardened with unwavering resolve as he concluded that they had to seize it before it fell into the enemy's hands. The narration then returned to the present, inside the camp of the magic dragon in the Central Highlands. After listening to Theo's explanation, Julius showed clear skepticism and questioned whether they truly had to head to that rocky mountain. Theo lowered his head and firmly confirmed that they did, adding that, strangely enough, it was precisely where Troyvon's troops were most heavily concentrated. He tried to persuade Julius further, reasoning that the enemy would never deploy forces there without a reason, and that there had to be something hidden behind it. However, Julius cut him off sharply, stating that there was no need to hear any more. Julius then angrily criticized Theo, accusing him of wanting to leave the front line to carry out an independent operation. He remarked that becoming a successor had clearly made Theo arrogant and questioned whether Theo truly thought he would be allowed to go without facing any protest. Realizing that Julius had misunderstood him, Theo hurriedly explained that this was not what he meant and that his absence from the operation did not imply abandonment. At the height of the tension, Julius suddenly burst into laughter. With a broad and hearty tone, he approved Theo's plan, revealing that he had only been joking and that he trusted Theo's judgment, telling him to go without worry. Julius then added humorously that Theo's absence would not make the white-armored dragon knights any weaker. This unspoken support deeply moved Theo, who addressed Julius respectfully as his captain. Julius smirked and teased him further, warning that when Theo returned, he had better come back with full hands, because if he returned empty-handed, he would not even be given soup. Performing a knight's salute, Theo confidently declared that he would not disappoint Julius. Immediately afterward, he mounted Umbra and headed toward enemy territory, cautiously noting that the situation was extremely serious and that if they moved any closer, they would be discovered. After carefully selecting a secluded location, Theo guided Umbra to land. He gently stroked Umbra and expressed his amazement, marveling that Umbra could freely change its body color to blend into the night, concluding that it must be a trait of a spirit dragon mixed with a viper. Lowering his voice, Theo thanked Umbra, saying that thanks to it, they had arrived so easily, but from that point onward, Umbra could not accompany him and had to return to the base. Umbra responded affectionately by rubbing its head against Theo's face, conveying that it would return soon and that Theo should not worry. After Umbra disappeared from sight, Theo swiftly advanced alone, using his exceptional agility to move silently forward. He hid behind a rock and carefully observed his surroundings. Seeing countless figures ahead, he nodded to himself, acknowledging that the security was indeed tight. Suddenly, a guard shouted loudly, demanding to know who was there. Another guard, still calm, asked what was going on. The first guard stated that he had sensed something there just moments ago and decided to check it out. Drawing his sword, the guard approached the rock and cautiously peeked around to verify his suspicion. Fortunately, Theo had already slipped away. Finding nothing, the guard sheathed his sword and apologized, assuming it had merely been his imagination. Before he could finish speaking, however, he noticed that his companion had been taken down. He let out a startled sound and shouted about an intruder, only to fall silent immediately afterward, presumably dealt with by Theo. At that moment, the mysterious figure stood before a grotesque mass of crimson flesh. Suddenly, a bishop of the demon cult appeared, praising the scene with amusement. He approached Ed and arrogantly remarked that he had never expected Troyvin to oppose Ragnar to such an extent, even going so far as to join forces with the Holy Demon Church in pursuit of the revival of the deposed Dragon Emperor. Within the dark red sphere of flesh was the silhouette of a human form. However, it was still incomplete, its body continuing to be nurtured by blood and flesh. Ed growled a warning at the bishop, telling him to watch his words. His killing intent surged as he emphasized that this being was the true master of Ragnar at present, and that while a false one might be acting as lord for now, the true master would soon reclaim the throne. Ed coldly declared that those who served the true master were the true Ragnar and ordered the bishop to remember that. The bishop of the demon cult merely nodded in agreement, stating that he would remember. With a cunning tone, he then added that, more importantly, the preparations for the resurrection ritual Ed had requested were nearing completion. The heretical ritual of the demon cult was described by him as a process that required materials befitting the one to be retrieved from the underworld, namely Ragnar's body and the power of the primordial dragon. Ed concluded with firm conviction that Ragnar's body could be obtained at any time, and therefore the true key lay in the conquest of the White Tower. Stepping forward, he coldly questioned his subordinate about the current state of the White Tower's conquest. The subordinate respectfully reported that the power residing within the White Tower was immense and that it was fiercely resisting the effects of demon venom. He further explained in detail that even the high priests of the Holy Demon Church were already involved, yet it still seemed impossible to conquer the tower within the limited time required for the resurrection. Before the subordinate could finish speaking, an overwhelming pressure suddenly crushed down upon his body. This was the manifestation of Ed Troyvon's towering rage. Releasing his power, Ed growled an order, asserting that the power of the primordial dragon was the key and that there was no such thing as impossibility. He coldly emphasized that it had to be made possible, regardless of the means. Panicking, the subordinate hastily begged for forgiveness, stammering apologies as he admitted that his thinking had been shallow and pleaded to be pardoned. Only after receiving this response did Ed finally withdraw his hand. Though the subordinate survived the outburst, his nose had been broken in the process. Soon after, another guard rushed in with an urgent report, declaring that an emergency had arisen at the White Tower. It was soon discovered that one of the guards had been completely stripped of his clothes. The entire unit immediately initiated a thorough search, announcing that an intruder was present and ordering the entire area to be searched meticulously. The guards promptly acknowledged the command and scattered to carry out the search. Meanwhile, from a distance, another individual was silently observing the commotion below. The image blurred as he shifted his focus, turning his gaze to another scene. He quickly discovered that Theo had disguised himself as one of the guards. A twisted gleam of interest flared in his eyes. Anchio curled his lips in amusement, remarking that one should kill only as much as necessary and disguise oneself as the enemy without hesitation. Another voice responded that this approach was just like black snow, to which Anchio replied with delight that perhaps, in a previous life, he truly had worked for Black Snow. Unable to hide his excitement, he admitted that Theo was far more interesting than he had initially thought, and expressed a desire to test him at least once. Guichard, maintaining a detached tone, reminded him to stop indulging in useless thoughts and to simply follow Theo, warning him not to get caught again as he had with Torkel. In response, Anchio savagely licked his lips and answered her teasingly that he would do exactly as ordered. Just as Ed had barely finished venting his fury, one of his subordinates rushed in urgently to report that an emergency had occurred and addressed him as the young lord. Ed's expression changed instantly when he was informed that an intruder had appeared at the White Tower at that very moment. With a mind as calculating as his, Ed immediately reached a conclusion of his own, thinking that it could not be possible since only a very small number of people knew the true nature of the White Tower, and even the troop deployment had been disguised so thoroughly that no one should have noticed. His eyes widened as a single name surfaced in his thoughts, and he wondered if it could truly be that person. Rage surged violently within him as he became convinced that it might once again be Theo Ragnar. However, Ed abruptly shifted his line of thinking. A subordinate cautiously suggested that if they increased the guards and strengthened the search, they would be able to capture the intruder soon. In response, Ed coldly issued a decisive order, instructing them to abandon that idea, change the plan, leave only the minimum forces at the White Tower, and withdraw all remaining troops. The subordinate revealed his doubt and concern, pointing out that such a move might result in the loss of the primordial dragon's power. To his surprise, Ed revealed that this outcome was precisely what he intended. With an arrogant tone, Ed speculated that the intruder was most likely Theo Ragnar. He reasoned that Theo would surely conquer the White Tower and return holding the primordial dragon's power in his hands. In the end, Ed raised his hand to signal a summons. A three-man assassination squad appeared immediately before him. With a chilling calm, Ed declared that if conquering the White Tower proved impossible, then they would simply take the power from the one who obtained it. He fixed his gaze on each assassin in turn, calling out their names one by one. Ain, then Zwei, the one wielding a massive warhammer, and finally Dre, a woman armed with razor-sharp claws. Ed's commanding voice rang out as he ordered them that the moment it was confirmed that the target had acquired the primordial dragon's power, they were to kill him and seize it. The three assassins bowed respectfully and affirmed that they would carry out his orders without fail. Meanwhile, back in the territory Theo had just infiltrated, the soldiers were frantically searching everywhere, shouting that they were to find him no matter what, while angrily questioning where he could have disappeared to. Some of them hesitated, suspecting that he might have headed toward the tower. The squad captain hurriedly issued orders, instructing one group to search around the tower while the rest were to head south with him. As they departed, Theo silently emerged from behind them and turned to walk in the opposite direction. This unusually smooth infiltration made him uneasy. He found it strange that being deceived so easily made things simpler, yet something felt off. A massive question mark formed in his mind as he realized there had been no password to identify friend from foe, nor any additional reinforcements dispatched. Relying on his sharp instincts, Theo quickly grasped the core of the issue, realizing that, from the very beginning, the security itself had become looser than before. By now, he had reached the domain of the White Tower. A sudden suspicion struck him, as if they were deliberately trying to lure him there. At that very moment, the system displayed a confirmation message announcing that the primordial dragon relic, the White Tower, had been discovered. Standing alone before the towering structure, Theo concluded that even so, it did not matter. He raised his hand and placed it against the wall of the White Tower. Theo had already steeled his resolve early on. Relying on his own power, he formally activated the gate and, after discarding the torch in his hand, stepped inside with unwavering determination, firmly believing that what truly mattered was that he had to obtain the primordial dragon's power before anyone else, and that this resolve had never changed. The system immediately registered his entry into the trial, announcing that he was entering the primordial dragon relic, White Tower. The moment he passed through, the gate shut tightly behind him. The torch Theo had thrown aside was soon trampled underfoot by an unknown figure seething with anger. Anchio appeared shortly after, commenting excitedly that he had heard about such a relic from his master, yet had never imagined that the primordial dragon's relic would be hidden in a place like this. Guichard coldly followed up, stating that this was precisely the reason Theo had infiltrated Troyvon. Anchio ran a hand through his hair and burst into delighted laughter, remarking that this was exactly what one would expect from the Chosen One. Guichard then declared with malicious certainty that being the Chosen One was indeed tempting, but regardless of that title, Theo would have no way out this time. Fixating on the cloak she was holding, Anchio responded with disappointed sarcasm, noting that while they had secured Theo's uniform as evidence, it had been left far too conspicuously, making it seem as though Theo was deliberately trying to bait them, especially since he had not even been wearing it in the first place. Guichard dismissed his remarks outright, stating that it did not matter what Theo was truly aiming for, as they only needed a justification. She decisively turned away, telling Anchio that they should return and prepare the stage before Theo came back. Suddenly, Anchio flatly refused. Drawing his sword, he concluded with a chilling grin that he would wait for Theo to come out of the relic. His reckless arrogance visibly irritated Guichard, who reacted in disbelief. By then, however, Anchio cared about only one thing. He asked whether she was not curious about what kind of expression Theo would make when he died, his face twisting into a grotesque grin as he fixated on that thought alone. Back inside the relic, Theo was suddenly bathed in a blinding light. He hurriedly raised a hand to shield his eyes and clicked his tongue in irritation. The scenery within completely overwhelmed him, leaving him momentarily stunned by the sheer scale of the place. Quickly regaining his composure, Theo decisively drew his sword, warning himself not to let his guard down, as the being within was the one who had received the greatest portion of the primordial dragon's power. Fixing his gaze on the archway opposite him, he cautiously reasoned that such an enemy must be enormous and ferocious. At that moment, a pair of blazing eyes appeared from within. Bracing himself for combat, Theo tightened his grip on his sword in extreme tension. To his shock, however, what emerged was a small dragon, which enthusiastically greeted him, declaring that the chosen one had finally arrived. The little dragon immediately began complaining, tearfully explaining that a short while ago some strange individuals had attempted to inject it with demon poison, and that it had been extremely irritated while blocking them. Its whining left Theo momentarily dumbfounded. He began to seriously question the creature's identity, wondering whether this small being could truly be the guardian with the greatest power. Ignoring the incredulous look on Theo's face, the little dragon continued chattering non-stop. In a state of confusion, Theo even summoned the fairy dragon and Umbra to confirm his doubts, asking whether this was really the being they had been referring to, as it looked far too underwhelming. The sea serpent immediately snapped at him, warning him not to judge by appearances and addressing him as the chosen one. Although the sea serpent itself was trembling, it still stubbornly talked back, mockingly pointing out that Theo looked like a pretty boy himself while constantly bragging about being a successor. Finding this unbearable, Theo directly shut the sea serpent up and pointed out that it had previously claimed that all guardians feared this being. The little dragon, meanwhile, excitedly wagged its tail and suddenly realized that it had forgotten to introduce itself. It proudly proclaimed to Theo's group that it was Keratosuchus, the most loyal subordinate of the great primordial dragon, the one who had inherited the greatest power, and the guardian protecting the gate of the pantheon that connected different worlds, casually instructing them to call it Karato. Theo immediately latched onto a particular term and questioned the mention of the pantheon. Karato cheerfully confirmed that it was indeed the pantheon, explaining that it was the place where the gods resided. It then elaborated in detail that the primordial dragon's relics were fragments of his power, and that in the past, the primordial dragon had held many responsibilities. With pride, Karato explained that guarding the gate connecting the pantheon and the mortal world had been one of the primordial dragon's roles, and that the one who inherited that duty was none other than the primordial dragon's most loyal subordinate, the upright retainer who had fully preserved his power, Keratosuchus itself. Theo openly voiced his skepticism, stating that he had only ever seen gods mentioned in old books and asking whether they truly existed. The little dragon responded with a prolonged silence before mechanically repeating its own exalted name. Left with no choice, Theo awkwardly attempted to pronounce it as well. Upon hearing its full name spoken correctly, Karato's eyes lit up with excitement as it enthusiastically acknowledged the call. Theo rubbed his aching head inwardly, thinking that this creature did not seem entirely sane either, especially since it had said to address it casually. He then repeated his earlier question, directly asking Keratosuchus whether gods truly existed. Karato affirmed this without hesitation, asserting that of course they did, and asked whether Theo did not find it familiar as well. It then prompted him to recall something specific, asking whether the mention of messages that only Theo could see did not bring something to mind. Karato's expression shifted drastically as it emphasized what it meant. Through the events he had experienced in his life, Theo gradually realized that Karato's words were entirely true. It was referring to a message that had been sent to him by a god. Outside the central plateau, Ragnar War Council Hall, the atmosphere was oppressively gloomy, with guards stationed on both sides. Inside the hall, Robert stood at the front with a stern expression and asked whether everyone understood why they had been gathered at the front line. Opposite him, numerous figures listened in silence. Using a long spike to point at the map, Robert explained that the war had been dragged out due to the emergence of Troyban's 9 enforcers, which had forced even the 9 dragons to engage in direct military operations. After pausing briefly, he frowned and emphasized that this was an important briefing regarding the current war, adding that questions and suggestions would be taken later, before addressing the Overlord Dragon directly. At that moment, Dante suddenly spoke up in opposition, stating that such an approach was unacceptable and that the matter at hand was just as important as the war itself. Turning toward the door, he gestured with his hand and ordered that they be let in. Following Dante's command, Gishar bowed and entered the hall. She lowered herself respectfully and apologized in advance for the rudeness, explaining that the matter was extremely urgent. She then picked up a set of clothing and asked everyone to take a look at it. Her expression darkened as she reported that they had witnessed Theo Ragnar's defection and that what the 9 dragons were seeing now was the proof. With that, she placed the cloak on the table. After hearing this, Wolfgang slammed his hand on the table, stood up in fury, and shouted that during wartime, a Ragnar soldier discarding his uniform was the clearest possible proof of betrayal. His outburst caused the entire hall to fall into silence. Julius swept his gaze across the room and silently cursed Theo, calling him a bastard. Deep down, he felt uneasy and wondered what Theo had been doing all this time. Meanwhile, on Theo's side, he was utterly confused, his eyes wide open. He raised his head and questioned Corrado, asking whether the blue message window that only he could see was truly a message sent by a god. Corrado casually shrugged and confirmed that it was, adding that he could not explain it in detail since Theo was the only one who could see it. Still bewildered, Theo asked whether all chosen ones could see that window. Corrado quickly replied that they could not, stating that among all the chosen ones, Theo was the only exception. Shocked by this revelation, Theo asked why it had to be him of all people. Corrado's face darkened, and with a mysterious expression, he began to answer that it was because Theo was something specific, only for the rest of the answer to be cut off. A piercing noise suddenly rang out, causing Theo to clutch his head in pain. Corrado scratched his head awkwardly and remarked that it seemed the information had been filtered. Even more confused, Theo asked what filtered meant and how much Corrado truly knew. Corrado's gaze turned dangerous as he smiled and said that he had been waiting for Theo to ask that very question. Suddenly, a massive wall rose directly in front of Theo, leaving him stunned. Corrado appeared sitting atop the wall and asked in a probing tone whether Theo wanted to know the truth. He then declared that he would grant Theo, as the chosen one, the trial of the Pantheon. Theo, growing increasingly unsettled, repeated the name of the trial aloud in disbelief. At that exact moment, a system notification appeared stating that Guardian Keratosuchus was proposing the trial of the Pantheon to him. Fixing Theo with a dangerous stare, Corrado affirmed that it was a trial meant to explore one's own soul and discover one's true self. He explained that Theo would trace his past lives within his subconscious, warning him not to take the subconscious lightly, as it was another world within him that he did not yet know. Corrado further cautioned that if Theo failed the trial or sank too deeply into the subconscious, he could become shut in and be trapped there forever. However, if he succeeded, he would gain the right to face the truth, that is, the chance to stand before the gods. These words left Theo utterly shaken, his eyes widening in shock. Corrado then grasped a glowing object and held it out toward him, explaining that the tower consisted of a total of 12 floors, before asking whether Theo would accept the challenge. Immediately afterward, a system selection window appeared before Theo, asking whether he would enter the trial of the Pantheon, Floor 1, with the options presented as yes or no. He tightened his grip around the sword in his hand, his gaze unwavering as Theo stared straight ahead. Raising his hand toward the system screen, he selected yes on the prompt, asking whether he wished to enter the trial Floor 1 of the Pantheon. With firm resolve, he turned around and left. Theo pressed his sword against the wall as if questioning it, recalling that it had claimed everything it said was the truth. Summoning his courage, he forcefully opened the gate, allowing blinding light to pour over his body. He declared that he was burdened with countless questions about what the nameless monarch truly was, whether the Great War would occur once more this time, and above all, why he himself had been chosen. Even as these thoughts surged through him, Theo charged aggressively forward into the light. The radiance was so intense that it nearly blinded him. A system notification appeared, announcing that he was entering the trial of the Pantheon, Floor 1. The surrounding space was a vast crimson expanse covered in massive rocks, with only a single spectator platform standing at its center. The main objective was revealed as uncovering the contents of the Floor 1 trial. Theo scanned the area in confusion, muttering to himself in disbelief as he wondered whether this place was truly the inside of the tower. The system promptly explained the conditions, stating that in order to fully enter the subconscious world, he needed to suppress his consciousness and open the entrance. At that moment, black bubbles began emerging from the ground. They rose upward, merging into a towering column of liquid that gradually took shape, forming a complete entity that slowly stood upright. Theo frowned deeply as he stared at it, feeling tense, and questioned whether this was what the system referred to as his consciousness. He noted that despite all the intimidation tactics Kurado had used, the being did not seem particularly impressive. Before he could think further, a sharp blade suddenly shot toward him. Reacting swiftly, Theo tilted his head and narrowly avoided the surprise attack. Regaining his composure, he fixed his gaze forward and assessed the situation, remarking inwardly that the enemy had opened with a throwing knife right from the start. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm as another system message appeared, indicating that the entity before him was guarding the gate leading to the subconscious. At that very moment, a sword fully manifested. What truly shocked Theo was the realization that the figure standing before him was another version of himself. The system then issued a command ordering him to eliminate himself. Theo stood frozen in disbelief. Staring at his duplicate, he felt deeply conflicted and questioned whether facing an opponent who was himself was actually a good thing. His eyes soon hardened with determination as he reassured himself that, rather than fighting an unknown enemy with no prior information, battling someone he knew intimately, himself, might be preferable. A powerful surge of energy suddenly erupted around him, leaving him shaken. The duplicate Theo swung his arm, gathering energy before unleashing a barrage of lightning bolts toward him. Theo was caught off guard and recognized the technique as the Thunder Dragon Inner Art. Nevertheless, he quickly regained control, continuously evading the attacks and countering them in rapid succession. The instant Theo landed, he sensed imminent danger from behind. Numerous sharp blades came flying toward him once again. He leaped high into the air, his eyes sharp and focused, as 5 swords before him shot forward simultaneously. He unleashed Dragon's 5 claws, an attack of immense destructive power that tore the ground apart. A massive crater formed as dust and smoke billowed in all directions. Planting his sword into the ground, Theo panted heavily, releasing a breath of relief. His pupils suddenly contracted once more. Then, unexpectedly, Theo broke into a smile, raised his sword into a guard stance, and murmured with amusement. At that moment, the duplicate Theo swung his sword through the air and charged straight at him. Meeting the murderous intent in his opponent's eyes, Theo calmly assessed the situation and concluded that he truly had become much stronger than before. A pillar of energy erupted and tore through the ground. Theo stood amid the ruined battlefield, sweat dripping as he regained his breath. His gaze suddenly tensed as he sensed his opponent. He bared a grim smile, lowered his voice, and remarked that it seemed things were getting interesting. From the opposite side, the white-haired clone of Theo silently observed him with a calm yet intrigued expression. Theo smirked and stated that it looked like he had truly become much stronger. The clone then turned, preparing to launch the next attack. It swung its arm and readied a downward sword strike, the weapon in its hand dragging along a dazzling stream of blue light. The air was torn apart along the blade's path as it unleashed what it called Dragon's 5 claws, Dragon Flash. The enormous wave of sword energy slammed into the ground, violently shaking the surrounding space. Theo looked ahead and saw the path torn apart by the lingering shockwaves, smoke still rising, and the trace of the attack stretching onward, but the target had vanished. Startled, he exclaimed that it had disappeared. Suddenly, a figure dropped from above into a vortex of pressure. Theo snapped his head back and stiffened in immediate alert, shouting in surprise that it was coming from above. The clone flipped in midair, its blade flashing as it struck down with overwhelming force, again executing Dragon's 5 claws. A burst of blue energy exploded in the sky as it unleashed Rampage Strike. The surging blue power clashed violently, and the ground exploded in blinding light. Theo charged through the smoke, lowering his body while locking his gaze onto his opponent. The two closed in, their swords colliding repeatedly, sparks scattering at an extremely close distance. Their exchange of blows continued in the blink of an eye, their figures intertwining, each strike carrying devastating weight. The ground cracked into a spiderweb pattern as both were forced downward into the epicenter of the shock. Their blades clashed again, sparks and flashes bursting during the tense close-quarters combat. Pressing in on his opponent, Theo observed every minute movement with icy precision. He reflected that they had said this was a fight against himself, yet from the sword paths to even the smallest habits, the resemblance was terrifyingly identical. The clone twisted its body to defend at the last possible moment, its movements and breathing nearly perfectly synchronized with his own. Theo observed that it dodged most attacks effortlessly, and even nullified major techniques with the same techniques. He retreated into the rubble, breathing heavily, but keeping his eyes locked onto his opponent. He thought that, unlike himself, that figure did not appear to tire, and he wondered how he was supposed to deal with something like that. Theo suddenly froze, his eyes flashing as though he had realized something. Just then, a pillar of energy exploded before him, light tearing through the night while he was still deep in thought. He reasoned that if the clone truly was the same as him, then there had to be a pattern. Amid splashing debris and colliding pressure, he smiled resolutely and declared that it was not even giving him time to think. He affirmed that if it really were himself, then that was exactly how he would behave. A blinding explosion swallowed the battlefield, earth and light merging in a thunderous roar. As the smoke gradually cleared, the ground lay shattered, and the marks of battle remained deeply carved into the ruins. A sword suddenly shot straight down from above, lightning crackling around its tip. The clone looked up, its eyes widening in alarm as it saw the blade descending toward it. It twisted and slashed, knocking the sword away. At that very moment, Theo took advantage of the distraction and ambushed from behind, affirming that he had predicted that if it were truly himself, it would panic. As the two figures clashed amid blazing light, Theo reflected that if he were not as arrogant as that version of himself, he would almost never throw away his sword since losing one's weapon was reckless. Therefore, he reasoned that he would never expect such a move to be used as a moonwhite sword tactic. The clone was struck and sent flying, its body twisting in midair. Theo's blade pierced through the clone as he concluded that, as expected, there was always something to learn from anyone. Theo stood upright in the middle of the battlefield, his body covered in wounds yet wearing a confident smile, and remarked that it had been a good match with his past self. The system displayed a notification stating that he had won the battle against his ego and had passed the trial of the first floor. Theo then landed on the cracked ground as debris and dust fell around him while the battle came to an end. The system displayed another message asking whether he would enter the trial of the Pantheon's final floor. Theo smiled through his injuries with unwavering eyes and told himself that since he had started, he obviously had to see it through to the end. Wolfgang burst into laughter in the grand hall, his voice filled with excitement at the news he had just heard, and exclaimed that a Ragnar soldier throwing away his uniform in the middle of wartime could not possibly have clearer evidence of treason. The full view of the council chamber appeared, and the others stirred in agitation at the shocking information. Julius turned and asked with a serious expression whether it was true that Theo Ragnar had deserted and gone to Troyban, then called out Anchio Ragnar's name. Gishar stepped forward to confirm, her eyes calm yet resolute, and stated that it was true and that she had witnessed it herself, adding that she had seen Theo Ragnar walk into enemy territory of his own will. She continued presenting her case before the generals, saying that she believed the uniform that had just been presented was sufficient proof. Osa frowned, clearly unwilling to accept the conclusion, and argued that there was no way Theo would do something like that. The two powerful figures sat side by side in the tense atmosphere as Osa asked Julius whether Theo had said anything to him. Julius responded mockingly that it seemed the sword dragon had not heard about it. He glanced toward Osa with a meaningful look and thought that it seemed Theo trusted him more. A fleeting smile crossed Julius's face, tinged with slight surprise, as he thought that he had not expected Theo to stir things up to such an extent. Julius then spoke sternly, issuing a warning that when Theo returned, he had better come back with his hands full, and that if he returned empty-handed, he would receive nothing. Theo smiled confidently with cold, sharp eyes and stated that he would not disappoint him. Theo then secretly transmitted his voice to Julius and said that before that, there was something he needed to tell him in advance. Julius was surprised and thought that it was voice transmission. The scene shifted to a camp in a wasteland, with firelight flickering in the night, as Theo's voice sounded through the transmission, stating that currently ranked 3rd and 4th among the successors were Gishar Ragnar and Anchio Ragnar. A distant view of the camp revealed that it was surrounded by darkness and suspicious silence. Two figures wearing white cloaks stood on higher ground observing the entire area below, as Theo explained that those two were tailing him. Julius's face turned cold as he thought with hostility about those twin bastards. Theo spoke in a low, sharper tone, confirming that they had been sticking to him ever since he had returned from the archipelago and that their aim was probably to make him fall from power. Theo stared straight ahead with calculating eyes and explained that he planned to use that against them. Julius paused in surprise at Theo's intention, as Theo further explained that he would create an opening in the twins through this operation and instructed Julius to do exactly what they wanted him to do. Julius smiled meaningfully while Osa beside him appeared confused. Julius commented that he did not think there was much need to worry about Theo, referring to him as that ill-mannered punk, and inwardly thought that it looked like Theo was confident he could shake up the whole board. He then rose energetically and declared that he, the demon dragon, agreed with Anchio Ragnar's opinion. Gishar slowly bowed and cautiously stated that it was truly reassuring to have the demon dragon support her view. Julius issued an urgent command, stating that they must form a pursuit squad and chase him at once. Meanwhile, Robert stood at a distance, silently observing the situation. He calmly analyzed that Teo's departure had already been confirmed, but there was no way the demon dragon had not already known, concluding that it was highly likely this was Teo's operation. Robert's gaze darkened as he decided that he would go along with the demon dragon and observe how things would unfold. He then announced his decision, stating that Black Snow had also confirmed Teo's departure. The meeting chamber came into view as everyone quickly reached a consensus, concluding that with solid reasoning and physical evidence, they would accept it, and that Black Snow would quickly form a pursuit squad. Two pairs of eyes met in silence as the situation had already spiraled beyond control. Theo smiled confidently while murderous intent radiated around him and thought that things had become quite complicated but that he had orchestrated it, concluding that there was probably no need to worry too much. The system then displayed a message announcing that he was entering the trial of the Pantheon's second floor. Theo widened his eyes in shock as he sensed the change around him and exclaimed in astonishment at what he was seeing. The scene before him transformed into a burning, ruined palace, and Theo thought in shock that it was the Rose Palace raid from his past life. The system displayed another message revealing the contents of the second-floor trial, and then stated that it was on the path leading into the unconscious. Theo frowned, his gaze turning cold as he looked forward when a voice suddenly echoed, expressing surprise at being there. Amid the ruins, Rendon appeared wearing a cloak, speaking with contempt as he mockingly addressed Theo as Ragnar's foolish idiot. The system issued a warning stating that Theo's trauma was blocking the way, while Rendon's face displayed a malicious grin. Another figure also looked toward Theo with determined eyes. The system displayed another instruction telling him to overcome the trauma that had tormented him. Theo's face was illuminated by the flames as the corner of his mouth curled upward with interest. He chuckled softly and remarked that this trial was somewhat unusual before throwing his head back in manic laughter and provocatively stated that he thought they had set the question wrong. Theo stood opposite two familiar figures amid the sea of flames, his gaze cold and mocking, as he sarcastically remarked that it was a joke and that he remembered them as his trauma from the past. One of the two cloaked figures tightened his grip on his weapon and, with a contemptuous and warning glare, asked whether Theo had lost his mind because he was about to die, calling him Ragnar's imbecile. In response, Theo instantly lunged forward and slashed without hesitation, expressing his thanks as he struck. The violent strike sent his opponent flying through the air in shock. As the enemy reeled in pain, covered in blood and ash, Theo covered his face with his hand and revealed a twisted smile of pleasure, his eyes glowing red as he admitted that he had truly wanted to kill him while he wore that exact expression. A cold notification then announced that he had triumphed in the second tier's fight with his trauma and was proceeding to the next tier. The battle scene blurred as though it were being observed through the eye of a colossal being. Meanwhile, Karato stood in a magnificent hall, his eyes gleaming with interest as he remarked that it was highly intriguing and that Theo might actually reach the Pantheon. Folding his arms and looking upward, Karato teasingly and expectantly asked whether someone must be looking forward to it. A burst of white light erupted, resembling the descent of a supreme entity, as the title of the god of causality echoed throughout space. System panels then appeared in succession, declaring the next trials. The trial of the third tier required victory over the persona. The trial of the fourth tier required victory over the shadow self, and the trial of the fifth tier required victory over the collective unconscious. A monstrous body was violently thrown to the ground amid a raging storm of energy, followed by another notification announcing that the trial of the 10th tier required victory over the ID. Standing above and looking down at the system panel, Theo calmly declared that he was already past the 10th tier. From afar, he continued advancing across the devastated battlefield, coldly yet confidently stating that it was taking less time each time and that it somehow felt easier after the first tier. As he placed his hand on a stone door, he growled suspiciously, telling Karatosikus not to say that it would end like that. A blue interface then appeared, informing him that he was entering the 11th tier of the Pantheon's trial. Karato bared his teeth in a grin and reassured him in a tone mixed with threat and encouragement, saying there was no need to worry because the real challenge was about to begin. The system then explained that the space was the cave of origin, which imitated the process of the birth of life, instructing him to ascend against the flow through the cave. A long stone tunnel stretched ahead, with water flowing backward toward a distant light. Standing within the current, Theo observed his surroundings and wondered internally whether he simply needed to follow the passage, noting that the atmosphere felt different from the previous tiers. A fissure opened ahead, splitting the water, and Theo walked upstream as water splashed around his feet. The system interfaces appeared densely, stating that to reach the source, he had to return to the void before birth, and that as he retraced his birth, the senses he gained at birth would vanish one by one. Frowning at the notification panel, Theo muttered in confusion, questioning what it meant. The system then announced that he was losing his sense of smell and could no longer perceive the sense of the world. Reflexively touching his nose, Theo tried to reason through it, repeating that he could no longer perceive the scent of the world while wondering what that implied. As he prepared to step forward, he suddenly widened his eyes upon realizing something. He froze in the cave, momentarily panicked as he realized a familiar sensation had vanished, internally recognizing that the fishy smell of the cave water from moments before had disappeared. The space then sank into absolute silence, with droplets of water falling without sound, as the system displayed that he was losing his sense of hearing and could no longer perceive the sounds of the world. The system continued by stating that he was losing his sense of touch and could no longer perceive the feel of the world. Sweat slid down his tense face as he realized he had lost almost everything, thinking in alarm that 4 of his 5 senses were gone and fearing what would come next. The world before him then shattered into darkness as his vision was completely stripped away, with the system announcing that he was losing his sense of sight and could no longer perceive the appearance of the world. The system further declared that with all 5 senses blocked, mana usage was restricted. Floating in the endless void, Theo was shaken internally by the desperate situation as he admitted that he had not expected even his mana to be cut off and that there was no way he could make it through the cave like that. Clenching his fist in the darkness, he refused to collapse and resolved that overcoming this must be the trial of the 11th tier. Old memories resurfaced, blending steel and blood into a familiar moment, and he recalled that it was not the first time such a situation had happened, remembering when his father's heart sword had injured him in the same way. Struggling to maintain consciousness in the void, Theo comforted himself with memories of overcoming past trials and speculated that he might overcome this in the same way. As his body drifted deeper into the darkness, familiar names burst from him as a survival instinct as he called out to Griffin, Fairy Dragon, Desert Worm, and Lesser Drake. However, he sank further into the void, his body glowing faintly while receiving no response. His face tightened as his consciousness began fracturing with the loss of his senses, and he realized in fear that his consciousness was scattering frighteningly fast. Placing his hand over his chest, where a faint red light flickered, his eyes grew resolute as he concluded that the Guardians would not answer him either, and that the only way was to find the answer within himself, resolving to proceed on that path. Elsewhere within the cave, the spirit beasts silently observed Theo. Griffin anxiously called out, asking what was wrong with the Chosen One. Fairy Dragon responded by asking how he could trip over his own feet and urged him to get up. Corrado glanced toward the center of the cave and immediately dismissed the idea of interfering, stating that there was no point in calling him. Theo gently clenched his hand, his gaze darkening as he received the next notification that as a reward, he was now entering the Pantheon. As Theo stepped onto a stair, he straightened his posture and lifted his head to face the endless starry sky with a vigilant yet resolute expression. The majestic gate of the Pantheon opened in the void, and golden steps formed the only path forward, while the system concluded with a decisive notification that he had reached the Pantheon. Corrado stood upright with an unusually serious gaze as if drawing a conclusion, stating that Theo's senses and mana were blocked and that his voice would not reach him no matter how loud it was. As Theo lay face down on the cold stone, his body nearly motionless, Corrado explained that all living beings used their senses to perceive space and time, but ironically, only when all senses were gone did one thing become clear, which was the primordial fear of being abandoned by the world one belonged to. Inside the primordial cave, as Theo's body remained still and the cold emptiness engulfed the surroundings, Corrado continued by saying that for humans in the Cave of Origin, the self and the world were the same, and at that rate, Theo's self would scatter apart, leaving him in a state no different from death. Standing before the dark cave entrance, Corrado glanced back inside as if mocking his own choice, and remarked that he had thought the Chosen One would be different, but guessed that disappointment grew greater when expectations were too high. Suddenly, a twisted smile appeared within the surging crimson light as a voice muttered to kill, while Theo's body convulsed violently, blood and pressure erupting around him as he declared that he would kill all of them. Theo then sprang to his feet amidst the raging red energy. Griffin panicked and questioned what had suddenly gotten into him, while the fairy dragon exclaimed that he was suffering from madness. The fairy dragon then calmed itself and observed carefully, realizing that it was the remaining ego of the mad dragon emperor inside Theo that had always clawed toward Berserk, and with the Chosen One gone and no longer controlling it, the outcome had become inevitable. At that moment, Corrado seemed to discover something and stared toward a distant light source in astonishment, wondering if Theo was using madness to gather his scattered consciousness. Theo floated within the shattered space as his body reformed in crimson radiance, with the name Theo Ragnar engraved like a declaration of identity. The entity before Theo proposed a deal in a confident tone, saying it would accept his terms and grant him the power to overcome the situation. As the space cracked violently, the persuasion turned into a coercive command, ordering him to steal, violate, and destroy everything for it, and finally demanded that he offer the world up to it. Theo suddenly reached out and grabbed the offered hand with a decisive motion, as though cutting off the binding, firmly refusing and stating that he wanted to cancel their deal. The entity immediately protested angrily, claiming that it was nonsense because it had already given him its power. Theo responded with a cold smile and unwavering eyes, asserting control and demanding that the entity go through with their deal immediately. The entity within the red crystal trembled and exclaimed in shock upon realizing that all the power it had given Theo had been returned. Theo calmly confirmed with confidence that he had already given it all back, every last bit. The entity shouted furiously that Theo had tricked it, while Theo stood calmly amid the shattered light and explained that it should be considered a kindness to its grandson. The red entity chuckled and mocked Theo's defiance, stating that it would remember him. The system then illuminated around Theo and notified him that his self-awareness was expanding, all senses had been restored, and he could use mana again. As Theo walked through the red energy stream, the system displayed another notification that he had overcome the 11th tier's trial. Theo lifted his head and inhaled deeply, reflecting that he was unsure whether inventing the Mad Dragon Emperor had been a good idea, but he supposed it was acceptable since everything had worked out fine. Suddenly, a voice called out to the Chosen One, interrupting Theo's thoughts. Startled, Theo turned back in confusion as he saw everyone gathered unexpectedly. When he collapsed to the ground, he anxiously demanded to know why they were all acting that way. The four creatures surrounded him as the desert worm reassured him that it had been worried, while the lesser drake joyfully said it was glad he was fine. Griffin glanced at him with a warning and said that if Theo was going to behave like an idiot, he should hand over his body, and the fairy dragon added that he should stop making them worry. Theo stood frozen, his eyes wavering before the unexpected warmth, unable to utter a word. Turning toward the end of the cave where a white light opened into an escape path, he held his breath slightly. Supporting himself against the ground, Theo struggled to lift his body after the harsh ordeal. As he sat leaning against the rock wall while the creatures gathered around him and the path ahead fully opened, he let out a relieved sigh and remarked that it was finally the end. A notification echoed as the scenery distorted, and Theo raised his head cautiously as the system announced that he was entering the 12th tier of the Pantheon's trial. Theo's bare feet touched an unfamiliar floor, causing him to pause at the surprisingly vivid sensation. Standing inside a closed room, he scanned the strangely familiar space and hesitantly wondered if it was a bedroom. As Theo looked into the mirror before him, an indescribable feeling rose within him, and he pondered that although it was clearly his first time there, the place still felt familiar. Reaching out to touch the mirror's surface, his fingertips trembled slightly as if brushing against an old memory. He raised his eyes to his reflection and cautiously questioned who it was, asking why it kept appearing before him, adding that he had first experienced that strange dream earlier, and now this. Theo's face twisted in dizziness as his breathing became rapid while his consciousness was violently pulled away. Finally, the system delivered its cold verdict that he had cleared the 12th tier's trial and conquered the primordial dragon's relic, White Tower. The system announced that, as a conquest reward for the primordial dragon relic, White Tower, the Thundergate had been strengthened. Against the silent, star-filled sky, an indistinct voice remarked that he had finally reached that place. Amid the sea of stars, Lodbrok floated with her black skirt swirling in pale golden light, and she smiled softly as she addressed him as her companion. Theo froze and exclaimed in shock, asking if it was Lodbrok. Gripping the hilt of his sword and fixing her with a sharp gaze, he demanded to know how she had gotten there, reminding her that the last time she had said she could not leave her nest. Tilting her head with a meaningful curve to her lips, Lodbrok explained slowly that, strictly speaking, it was not truly her who was there but merely her thought form. She lightly touched her chest and, with shimmering eyes, continued that as his Thundergate had been strengthened, she had become able to walk outside, even if only as a thought form. The system then notified him that the strengthening of the Thundergate had enhanced his connection with the Guardian Dragon. It further added that he could now hear the Guardian Dragon's counsel regardless of time or place. As the two of them walked along luminous steps suspended in endless space, Lodbrok stated that if his Thundergate had strengthened, it meant his rank had risen greatly, and even so, she had never expected him to reach the Pantheon. Glancing back at him with a calculating look, she admitted quietly that he must have worked very hard all this time. With a faint smile as the wind stirred his coat, Theo calmly replied that it had been nothing and that he had only done what a companion should. Standing beside a stone wall with a half-teasing smile, Lodbrok mocked him lightly, remarking that he spoke such flattering words without changing his expression, and that his boldness had not changed. Pressing her hand against the cold surface, she felt a strange vibration. In the swirling depths of space, Lodbrok suddenly halted and murmured thoughtfully about the Pantheon, adding that surely Sigurd had also. Abruptly, her eyes widened and her expression changed as space cracked open. Streams of black energy burst forth along with countless blue eyes opening amid piercing shrieks. A distorted voice echoed everywhere, and Lodbrok screamed at her companion not to leave her side no matter what happened. Theo's face turned pale with alarm as he wondered what that presence was. Staring at the violently trembling gigantic pupils, he gasped and questioned whether it was the nameless monarch. Chaotic cries overlapped within the sea of blue eyes, protesting that it was not fair, vowing to smash everything, begging for the pain to stop, and demanding to be left alone. Standing motionless beneath the countless grotesque gazes, his pupils reflecting the enormous eyes, Theo denied in a low voice that although it was still dangerous, it was definitely different. Lodbrok stepped forward to shield him, erecting a glowing hexagonal barrier. From behind her, Theo urgently asked what those things were. In a stern tone, Lodbrok warned that they were beings called outer gods. Gritting her teeth as sweat ran down her temple and the hexagonal barrier cracked behind her, she insisted that explanations would come later and that for now they had to leave that place first. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared behind Lodbrok, prompting her to turn in surprise. A pillar of light exploded amid the sea of blue eyes, tearing space apart with a deafening roar. At the end of the radiant stairway, a golden gate emerged in midair. Lodbrok stood stunned, her pupils shrinking. From beyond the gate, a low voice greeted her, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. She stiffened and spun around, her violet hair swaying, as a man stepped out of the light, cloaked in white fur and standing firm like a statue. In shock, she called out his name, Sigurd. Seeing this, Theo wondered if that meant the man was Sigurd, and, therefore, the founder of Ragnar. Yet even within the brilliance, distorted whispers continued to echo that it hurt and that it had said it hurt. A violent attack descended from the grotesque mass of flesh, twisting space around the gate as it raged that it would kill him, and that it was him again. Theo thought in horror that even after taking such a blow it was still attacking. Amid the chaos, the name Sigurd rang out once more. Sigurd raised one hand, blue light wrapping around his arm like a pure blade, and blocked the assault that was tearing space apart. A gigantic eye trembled violently, its pupil contracting as the light passed over it. Within the torn universe, a scream echoed as the enormous mass of flesh was split in two, revealing a star-filled void behind it where the golden gate still hovered. Lowering his hand, Sigurd said calmly that Theo had finally made it that far, standing before the intricately carved gate with countless blue gazes lurking in the darkness behind him. He observed that Theo looked as though he had many questions and told him to ask, adding that if it was something he could answer, he would. Theo lifted his head, his chest still marked by wounds, his red eyes fixed on the man before him, and asked about the man he had seen in the final trial, saying that he had seen him in dreams before and wanting to know whether Sigurd knew anything about him. Sigurd fell silent for a moment before replying that Theo Ragnar had regressed. Theo's pupils contracted when he heard Sigurd continue by asking whether he also thought that he had regressed. Theo stepped forward, clenched his fist, and shouted in panic, stammering as he demanded to know what he meant by that. Amid the chaotic light and the twisting eyes behind them, Sigurd gently closed his eyes and slowly explained that this was all he could tell him for now. However, he gathered energy into the hand before his chest. Instantly, numerous great golden swords condensed in the air, their tips pointing downward like a falling meteor shower. They plunged down, their light piercing through layers of writhing flesh and pinning the screaming blue eyes in place, while distorted shrieks echoed across the cosmos. Tilting his head slightly, his voice still calm within the chaos, Sigurd told Theo that he must still have many questions, but he could not give him all those answers now, adding that one day, when he stepped there again, he would learn them. Lodbrok ground her teeth and rushed forward a step, shouting at Sigurd and demanding to know where he was going, accusing him of leaving her without a single word again. Suddenly, the space behind Sigurd split apart and a gigantic, pale hand carrying an irrationally cold aura reached down. Lodbrok froze. Seeing this, she panicked inwardly, realizing that it was the god of causality. Sigurd turned his back as radiant golden patterns blossomed behind him like a divine seal, and he left behind a final apology to Lodbrok, saying that he was sorry and that this was not yet a place she could come. The gate gradually closed, and the blue eyes behind it hissed in fury as Sigurd was dragged back into the distorted void. When the door slammed shut, Lodbrok stood alone in the silent expanse, starlight wind blowing through her purple hair, and she screamed his name, her voice breaking apart in the emptiness. A deep blue eye opened within the universe, its pupils spiraling as though devouring the galaxy, and a glowing notification appeared stating that the god of causality had noticed him. Theo flinched, his red eyes shrinking. The massive gate before him closed completely, and the stairway of light faded. System notifications rang out one after another, congratulating him on successfully completing scenario quest number 7. Theo looked around, still breathing heavily, and asked Lodbrok what all of this was. Turning her back to the now closed gate, she explained that those monsters, like the nameless monarch, were beings from outside this world. She continued by telling him that they were also what he would face in the future. The scene shifted to a small image of Earth in space, surrounded by distorted entities and countless blue eyes, and it was explained that they were beings to whom this world's rules did not apply and who constantly sought to destroy it. Theo clenched his hand over his aching heart as Lodbrok approached him, her gaze softening. She gently told him to go and become stronger, then smiled faintly and added that he must do so to protect the world he loved. New notifications appeared, blue light flickering among the stars, announcing that additional rewards were granted for witnessing the Pantheon. Theo's pupils suddenly shimmered with an unusual blue hue as the system continued, informing him that as a reward he could now freely wield Nirvana, that he had obtained ownership of the primordial dragon relic, the White Tower, and that dragonization had been activated. The colossal gate towered before Theo, its dark patterns resembling the veins of an ancient living being, and a blue notification appeared in midair, wishing him a wonderful journey ahead. Another message followed, addressing him as the one blessed by causality. The scene shifted once more to a vast circular hall with a soaring ceiling and white pillars stretching upward to the roof, gentle light shining down at the center. A familiar voice welcomed him back, addressing him as the Chosen One. Corrado, small and round, floated in the air with sparkling eyes as he remarked that it seemed Theo was pleased with his new abilities. Theo frowned slightly and asked what he meant. He then raised his hand to his chest and realized that his skin was no longer the same as before. Glossy black armor fragments like dragon scales covered his shoulders and arms, and his fingernails had lengthened into sharp metallic claws gleaming with a cold sheen. Theo stared intently at his hand, which had transformed with black scales, and muttered that then it meant so. He expressed astonishment at the change in his appearance under the influence of the new skill, wondering if he had changed like that because of dragonization. At that moment, Corrado hovered beside him and excitedly explained that it was indeed so, adding that thanks to all the primordial dragon relics he had steadily collected, his dragon blood talent had suddenly powered up. Theo clenched his fist, feeling the surging strength within him, and confidently stated that his stamina and physical strength had definitely increased after transforming, adding that it felt as if he had been reborn. Closing his eyes to sense the flow of energy within his body, he further observed that his magical power had increased as well, and that controlling mana had become as natural as breathing. To verify his control, he gently adjusted his dragonized state and affirmed that he could adjust it freely too. After grasping the extent of his physical power, he decided to test the next skill, saying that the next thing to check was Nirvana, which he had obtained along with it. As soon as he activated it, a system notification appeared before his eyes asking whether he would like to use Nirvana. Theo did not hesitate and declared that he was using Nirvana, upon which the mental domain expanded. Within the expanded state of consciousness, Theo observed all things from above and marveled that the expansion of the mental domain was something else entirely, remarking that it felt as though the entire area was sitting in the palm of his hand. Nevertheless, he remained calm and reminded himself that he would need more practice to use it properly, though he should at least think about how to utilize it. In a stream of recollection, Theo was stunned as he witnessed the radiance of his forefather and exclaimed in amazement that the legend that the founder Sigurd had reached the realm of the gods and ascended had always been well known, but he had never thought it was actually true. Standing within the sacred space, Sigurd calmly told him that he must still have many questions, but he could not give him all those answers now, and that one day, when he stepped there again, he would learn them. Theo pondered the trials ahead in order to uncover the truth, wondering whether solving those mysteries ultimately meant that he himself had to ascend as a god of the Pantheon. He ran a hand through his hair in confusion at the tangled connections and questioned why the god of causality had been there with his ancestors. Returning to the present, Theo reasoned about the nature of this world and concluded that Ragnar was not merely the ruler of the north, but something like a great force protecting the world. Corrado circled around him and nodded in confirmation, saying that he had noticed, and that fighting to protect the world was Ragnar's duty, describing it as a noble sacrifice. Theo narrowed his eyes in suspicion, trying to connect the fragments of information, and wondered whether the reason a chosen one was born in Ragnar was to ascend and fight the outer gods alongside the god of causality. He then turned his gaze toward Karato to question further about what he had seen, asking whether the world where that mysterious man existed was also related, clarifying that he meant the trial of the 12th layer. Karato closed his eyes and replied vaguely that it had certainly been a strange sight, but he was not sure, though he did know that the world was connected to Theo's trial. Theo gave a faint, meaningful smile, as if he had found a direction, and remarked that it made sense. He then awkwardly noted to himself that even the Guardian did not know anything about it. Recalling the moment when he had stared pensively at his own reflection in the water, he wondered what on earth that place had been. Karato released a dark blue spiritual aura and declared firmly that he had given Theo everything he could for now, that it was time for him to leave, as he needed to clock out as well. However, he then lowered his voice to warn that there was an uninvited guest outside the tower. Theo's eyes widened in surprise, but he curled his lips in a knowing smile and admitted that, as expected, they had followed him. Cracking his knuckles, he calmly suggested that since it was rude to keep guests waiting, they should go greet them. Stepping out from the ancient tower into the snow-covered night, Theo, his body covered in scars and a black sword in hand, came into the sight of the stranger. Ancio, who had long been waiting, mocked that he had finally crawled his way out. Theo remained silent and observed his opponent. The man smiled wickedly and questioned whether it made sense for the elder brother to wait for the younger, suggesting that it should be the other way around and asking if he did not think so, addressing him as Theo. Gripping a massive weapon, Ancio growled as he called him his younger brother. Faced with such arrogance, Theo calmly lowered his head and apologized, saying that he had spoken out of turn without thinking and offering his apologies to Gishar, whom he addressed as Big Brother. The man looked briefly surprised yet pleased and remarked that Theo knew him, adding that not many people were still alive who could recognize his face. Theo's gaze dimmed as he reflected that, of course, he knew him. Once, in his previous life, he had seen him at a friendly sparring match between top successors. Recalling the past, Theo remembered someone stepping forward with a mocking voice, saying that the opponent was not even worth being faced. Another person beside him had nodded in agreement, saying that it was exactly so. The figure standing above the arena had swept a sharp gaze across the battleground, clenched his fist, and declared that even among successors, there were bound to be ranks. Looking down at his fallen opponent with cold eyes, the same person had continued that he had held high hopes for a newly risen top successor after so long, but that the opponent was not even worth drawing a sword for. Theo remembered that Axion from his previous life, Ancio, had stood beneath a darkened sky with 2 swords at his waist and, in a deep and contemptuous tone, had called the situation a disappointment. He had also recalled the younger Axion, the one who had subdued him barehanded. Returning to the present, Theo stepped into the center of the arena with resolute eyes and said that, of course, as fellow successors, he should know him. More importantly, he added that he would like to thank him first. Ancio paused in surprise and questioned what he meant. Holding his weapon with a stunned expression, he listened as Theo stated that Ancio had come all that way to save him, had he not. Standing opposite him, Ancio's gaze turned manic as he burst into laughter that echoed throughout the arena. With an overbearing presence and a disdainful tone, he commented that this successor brat certainly talked in a cute way. Muttering mockingly, he said that it was unlike that bastard local. Then he cut himself off and declared that he had come to kill Theo. Theo's eyes flashed when Ancio vanished in an instant and reappeared behind him. Unshaken, Theo replied in a low and challenging voice that he knew Ancio had come to kill him and suggested that they drop the pointless act. Staring at Theo, Ancio showed a hint of panic when Theo asked whether the traces he had left behind had helped him track him. Theo lifted his head toward the White Tower and calmly speculated that if he had to guess, Troyban's forces would arrive there soon to capture him for conquering the White Tower. Thinking of familiar figures, Theo added that if that happened, he would not be able to escape alone, so he had made use of his twin elder siblings. As his white cloak shone brightly in the air, he explained casually that since Ancio had been tailing him, he had figured Ancio would bring a pursuit force if he left his uniform behind. Recalling the time he had been with Gishar, Ancio laughed mockingly and said that it had been left far too obviously, asking whether Theo had been trying to bait them instead. He laughed loudly and declared that he had been right, calling Theo a foolish idiot. As Theo blocked Ancio's strike, he admitted in a guarded tone that he had not expected Ancio to come alone first. The clash erupted instantly, and Ancio swung his weapon without hesitation, sending Theo flying back. Yet Theo swiftly regained his footing and maintained his defensive stance. Looking at his opponent with disdain, he muttered that he had figured as much. Ancio charged forward again at terrifying speed and challenged him by asking what it would matter even if he had. Theo was momentarily taken aback by the pressure. With a twisted, murderous smile, Ancio threatened that once Theo's head rolled off, it would all be over. Theo firmly responded that he had never expected reason to work on Ancio anyway. He reflected that, if anything, someone like Torkel was the odd one. As successors of Ragnar, where the strong were revered, each of them held firm to their own beliefs. Roaring with determination, Theo declared that the same applied to him as well. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Ancio, shocking them both. They collided, unleashing tremendous shockwaves that shook the very space around them. The ground shattered, debris flew everywhere, and thick dust obscured all sight. A catastrophic explosion swept across the battlefield, causing even Ancio to shout in alarm, demanding to know what the hell that was all of a sudden. Amid the dense smoke, strangers exuding overwhelming malice gradually revealed themselves. A woman's mocking voice remarked that it was such a shame, as she could have caught two at once. Theo cautiously stepped back and observed that it seemed bigger players had appeared than he had expected. A figure wearing an iron mask with glowing red eyes stepped forward and confirmed whether he was Theo Ragnar, adding that he was quite sharp. Looking at the devastated surroundings, she taunted that he had even noticed they had deliberately pulled their forces back, though she admitted it hurt her pride a little. As two more figures emerged behind her, she continued that he had believed he could face Troyban's 9 dukes with just the 2 of them. The woman was revealed to be Dre, the 3rd Duke of Troyban, and she disdainfully stated that he had thought so with only the 2 of them. Beside her stood a giant clad in full armor, Zwei, the 2nd Duke of Troyban. Dry appeared arrogantly in her black outfit and sharp gloves, and smugly remarked that they were pretty lucky since 2 successors had walked right to them on their own. Standing under the suffocating pressure, Theo was drenched in sweat but forced himself to stay calm as he analyzed that they were 2 of the 9 dukes, created to oppose the 9 dragons. Dre continued mockingly, saying that the 2 of them would make fine sacrifices and that he would be pleased, wouldn't he? Hearing that, Theo muttered in confusion, questioning what she meant by sacrifices. Zwei stood behind like an immovable mountain and warned her in a low voice that he had told her to watch her tongue. Dre showed no fear and challengingly asked what his problem was, adding that they were going to kill them anyway, weren't they? As their quarrel continued, Dre glanced at the giant and sarcastically added that if it had bothered him that much, he should have finished him with that last strike. Zwei growled that she always knew how to get on his nerves. A deadly silence followed as Zwei hoisted his massive weapon onto his shoulder, clearly preparing for a true massacre. From behind Dre, the 2 sides stood facing each other on the desolate land. Noticing the rift between his opponents, Theo calculated inwardly that just from the pressure of their mana it was already this intense, and that fortunately they did not seem very cooperative with each other. He thought that if he made good use of this opening, he might stand a chance. Seizing that very moment, Dre suddenly shot forward like a black lightning bolt and cried out that then she would make her move. With terrifying speed, she launched a venomous opening attack and excitedly declared that it was first come, first served. Blood splattered as Theo failed to completely evade, and he exclaimed in shock that she was so fast. He then grimly realized that there had been over 30 slashes in that brief instant, and that the final strike aimed at his neck had been even stronger. Dry licked the blood from her claws and, laughing, praised him mockingly, saying that he was not bad and that although she had been planning to take his head off. She then recalled that he was the one who had beaten Noyle, who had been sent to the archipelago. Hearing the familiar name, Theo froze and asked whether she meant the one he had met in the floating archipelago. Dre scoffed and cruelly questioned why their lord would send such a failure, adding that if it had been her, she would have handled it cleanly. Theo fell silent in thought, reflecting that he had been a failure, yet he had been the first opponent in a while who had made him feel a wall before him. Dre stepped closer with a twisted expression and teased that even his flustered face was cute, telling him not to worry since he was handsome after all. Suddenly releasing a surge of killing intent, she leapt into the air and promised cruelly that she would at least leave his head intact. Bracing himself, Theo focused intensely and warned himself that she was coming. Sparks burst brightly as Theo's sword clashed violently with Dre's razor-sharp claws. At that moment, Ancio did not remain idle. He split into multiple after-images and unleashed the yin-killing sword, following it with the flying yin-cleaving strike, launching simultaneous finishing blows from all directions. Clicking his tongue in irritation upon sensing interference, Ancio and Theo stood motionless below amid the ruined battlefield. Dre suddenly descended from the sky like a black phantom and mockingly remarked that that was unexpected, adding that she had thought he was dying to kill her darling. She landed heavily while the man stood blocking the rock ledge with eyes blazing with killing intent and questioned whether the two were closer than he had thought. Ancio glared down menacingly and impatiently warned her to shut up and not to eye someone else's prey before he killed her first. In the vast space, Dre laughed provocatively and said that that would not be so bad, but love triangles were not really her thing, as she would rather be alone with her darling. She abruptly lunged at Ancio from above and coldly asked whether he minded stepping aside. Ancio's expression darkened as he clenched his teeth, revealing his ferocity while the battle spiraled out of control. A tremendous collision followed, carving a deep crater into the ground as smoke and debris scattered from the overwhelming force. Zwei stood amid the Genhan scene, grinding his armored teeth while Dry landed lightly behind him. Furious at having her prey snatched away, she slashed her sharp claws toward the one who had interfered, none other than Zwei. Maintaining a calm yet murderous expression, she coldly called him a brainless brute and reminded him that she had been attacking first, asking whether she should kill him first instead. Zwei gritted his teeth and challenged her back, reminding her that she had said it was first come, first served, and warning that if she did not want to die, she should step aside like she had earlier. Dre's expression hardened as she cursed under her breath, calling him a bastard. Watching the enemies turn on each other, Theo coldly remarked that infighting in that situation made them unpredictable, then cast a doubtful glance at his teammates behind him and admitted that he doubted they were much different. Ancio tilted his head, revealing a crazed and bloodthirsty expression before beginning the massacre. As a surge of dark power erupted, he unleashed his devastating technique, Yin-killing sword, Black Thousand Daggers. Charging straight ahead through the rain of blades, he declared that he would take the big one. Dre covered her mouth with feigned delicacy and mockingly observed that he looked truly angry, then coldly told her ally that he was now dead to him, while Zwei below could only sigh in resignation. Ancio descended like an arrow from above, slashing through space toward his opponent. At the same time, Dre leapt into the air with a delighted laugh, looked down at Theo in triumph, and teasingly asked if it was just the two of them again, leaving him momentarily speechless. Drawing close with dangerously gleaming eyes, she flirtatiously suggested that they continue what they had been doing, calling him darling. Theo began analyzing her abilities, noting that she was quite confident in her speed. As he braced himself against her direct downward thrust, which shattered the surrounding ground, he struggled to evade and admitted to himself that she was certainly more troublesome than a brute force fighter. Observing the sharp claw marks aimed at him, he judged that high speed was tricky to deal with. He further assessed that she was even faster than Nabon and precise enough to target only vital points, but then considered another perspective. Deliberately exposing an opening at his neck, he calculated that if he left a vital point unguarded, her body would react first. Dre immediately took the bait, pouring killing intent into her blazing eyes, only to recoil in shock as Theo gambled on her reflexes and unleashed a powerful technique, Dragon Claw. Dre was horrified to realize that lightning attributes surrounded the sword aura. As pitch-black bolts struck the ground and triggered a massive explosion in a move called Dark Thunder, Theo's wide-area attack completely suppressed her within a storm of sword strikes. Paralyzed by the current, she trembled and realized in alarm that the sword aura had carried lightning attributes, which was why dodging had not worked. Gritting her teeth in astonishment, she found herself buried among the massive rocks destroyed by Theo's power. Surveying the devastated terrain, she mockingly remarked that he had even destroyed the landscape to restrict her swift legs, calling it a desperate move, but admitting it was not bad. Smiling behind her mask, she added that it was unfortunate. She then shot across the battlefield at tremendous speed, ravaging the air as her claws shredded everything in their path. Brilliant red streaks collided violently, creating successive explosions, and she confidently asserted that it would not be enough to stop her. The earth trembled as smoke and crimson light billowed from the bases of the Rocky Mountains. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure wearing a beaked mask diligently took notes in a book. Ein murmured that although still incomplete, Theo had reached about 30% of the Black Dragon's level. Pausing his pen, his red eyes revealed surprise as he commented that not only had Theo blocked Dre's strike, but he had countered it, which he found interesting. Realizing something unusual, he exclaimed in astonishment before his eyes gleamed with excitement, and he remarked that the show should be quite entertaining. Amid drifting white smoke, Dre glanced over the battlefield and taunted that even when she openly left an opening, he did not take it, suggesting that he was wary of stepping into the smoke. Flipping arrogantly in midair, she impatiently questioned how long he intended to hide like that, adding that what she hated most was a man who made a woman wait. Suddenly, an enormous surge of energy in the shape of a blazing blue dragon's head lunged at her, catching her off guard and hurling her high into the air under the overwhelming pressure of the roaring dragon spirit. Staring down at the manifested entity in shock, she muttered that the form was the one their lord had mentioned. Theo then appeared clad in majestic dragon armor, wearing a proud smile as he mockingly remarked that it was a shame, since he had thought she would not be able to dodge in midair. Regaining her composure, Dre's eyes turned sharp and intrigued as she observed that he had become quite wild, hadn't he, darling? Amid the desolate mountains, a series of violent explosions tore through the ground as rocks and dust were hurled everywhere while two terrifying forces clashed. Dre tilted her head while observing Theo and curiously remarked that the Ragnars were called the descendants of dragons, wondering aloud whether they also dabbled in shady experiments. As she dashed forward through blazing red slashes, Dre teasingly told Theo that he looked much better than before and that he was far more her type now. Theo shot forward like lightning and coldly replied that he was glad she liked it, adding that things were about to become even more fun. Theo's speed erupted as he launched straight into the sky and unleashed a gigantic bolt of lightning that crashed down onto the battlefield. Pursuing his target at terrifying speed, he filled the air with crisscrossing lightning strikes that blasted Dre away. Theo smiled with intense excitement as his power surged, while far away Dre was startled by the sudden overwhelming force. Standing atop a rocky outcrop, Ein observed the battle and exclaimed that it was impressive. Watching Theo in his dragon form, he realized that it was dragonization, noting that earlier, Theo could barely react to Dre's speed but was now clearly overpowering her. The eyes behind Ein's mask reflected the battle as he seriously concluded that with dragonization, Theo was stronger than the 9 servitors as they currently were. He quietly added that it was very dangerous, yet also incredibly beautiful. Dre suddenly appeared above Theo and swung her weapon down from the sky, the blade tearing through the air toward him. Feeling the opponent's power clearly through her weapon, she admitted to herself with irritation that he was definitely dangerous and that she could not take things lightly anymore. As the 3 metal claws on her weapon flared with blazing red energy, she resolved that she needed to end him in a single strike while he could not move. A massive pillar of red energy slammed straight into the ground, triggering a violent explosion that blasted rocks and snow across the battlefield. From the rocky ledge, Ein stood with his arms folded while calmly observing and muttering that Theo Ragnar had surpassed expectations, adding that he wanted to see what Zwei would do next. Amid the chaotic battlefield, many surrounding warriors witnessed the fierce clash as attacks collided violently. Ein continued watching and commented that Theo clearly had not received the air candidate title for nothing, noting that he was competitively skilled as well. Ancio suddenly leapt into the air, gripping his weapon tightly as he prepared to strike at Zwei, a battle-hungry grin visible on his face. Zwei roared amid the tremors of the battlefield as overwhelming pressure descended upon him. The eyes behind Ein's mask flashed as he coldly concluded that Ancio had picked the wrong opponent. Behind his armor, Zwei's eyes glinted with killing intent as he locked onto his target. Ancio suddenly rushed forward at extreme speed, but Zwei instantly teleported behind him. Startled, Ancio exclaimed in disbelief that there was no way, wondering if Zwei had just dodged. Turning back to counterattack, he still could not believe his eyes and questioned how his attack could have been evaded despite that huge body. Continuous impacts erupted across the ground, blasting rocks and dust throughout the battlefield. Standing far away, Ian calmly flipped through the notebook in his hand while evaluating the situation, remarking that although Ancio was an heir candidate, he wondered if that was truly all he had. He then reasoned that Ancio had been created to fight the demon dragon, but was currently only at around 20% power, concluding that it could not be helped. Closing the notebook, Ein revealed a strangely excited expression and said that he was delighted to discover so many ways they could improve things. Meanwhile, Ancio was blasted away and landed atop a high, rocky ledge. Gritting his teeth, he assessed the situation and cursed, admitting that this was far beyond what he had imagined. As Zwei stood amid the smoke-filled battlefield, Ancio spoke in a low voice about Troyvon's strongest force, the 9 servitors, saying that he had heard they were counterfeits created to fight the 9 dragons. Tightening his grip on his weapon, his eyes turned cold as he reacted to those evaluations, asking bitterly whether that meant he was not even good enough to be considered a counterfeit. Spinning the scythe in his hand, the blade whistled through the air as he prepared to attack. Lowering his stance, his gaze became fierce as he forced himself forward, swearing that if his power was not enough, then so be it. Laughing madly as his strength surged, Ancio shouted that he would have to use every card he had. He then shot upward into the sky as enormous black sword trails spiraled across the heavens. Unleashing his ultimate technique, he declared Shadow Sword Slay, Ink Orchid, sending countless shadow blades crashing down towards Zwei and triggering a barrage of violent explosions across the battlefield. Amid the storm of attacks, Zwei remained standing firmly within the smoke and dust, gripping his weapon tightly while a savage smile appeared beneath his armor. Tilting his head in contempt, he mockingly remarked that it was pathetic and asked whether that was all his opponent had. Ancio immediately reacted. As countless shadow chains erupted throughout the space, he shouted that there was no way and declared that the real attack was only starting now. The chains tightened around the battlefield, binding Zwei from every direction as Ancio controlled them to lock onto their target. The dark chains interwove across the sky like a gigantic net surrounding Zwei as Anshio unleashed his technique, announcing it as Shadow Sword Slay, Cosmic Web. Even while restrained within the web of black chains, Zwei still bared his fangs ferociously behind his helmet, his crimson eyes blazing with hostility. He laughed in disdain at the trap tightening around him and ridiculed his opponent, saying it was ridiculous and asking whether Anshio truly thought such a tiny toy web could stop him. In the distance, Anshio licked the blood from his face and smiled with calculation, explaining that he knew it could not stop Zwei, but that Zwei was not his actual target. Startled, Zwei exclaimed in confusion, asking what he meant. Immediately afterward, the ground trembled violently as enormous boulders were dragged upward by the chains. Realizing that he had been used as bait, Zwei roared in anger and lunged forward amid the chaos, beginning to curse Anshio's petty tricks. At that moment, the massive stones and the pressure from above crashed down onto the battlefield, creating a terrifying explosion that shattered the ground. Within the swirling dust, Theo appeared in a semi-draconic form, silently observing the battlefield with a calm expression. Standing opposite Dry amid the ruins while electricity still coursed across her body, Theo coldly declared that he would let her live for now, explaining that he had promised to return with full hands. Although her body was wrapped in electric chains, Dre gazed at Theo with fascination and teasingly admitted that he was both strong and sweet, playfully wondering whether she should fall for him. Theo glanced toward the distant battlefield and coldly wondered whether Gishar was still not finished. Suddenly, an armored arm thrust upward from the rubble, revealing that Zwei had not been defeated. Rising from the broken stones, his enormous figure stood firmly in the middle of the battlefield. From above, Anshio suddenly descended like lightning, aiming directly at the standing Zwei. Zwei tilted his head and observed him with a cold gaze behind his helmet as a savage smile slowly formed. Anshio unleashed a relentless barrage of fierce slashes, sword trails tearing through the air as he pressured Zwei. However, the strikes still failed to injure him due to the protection of his armor. Grinding his teeth, Anshio assessed the situation and muttered that he needed an attack capable of breaking that armor. Leaping high into the air, Anshio then came crashing down with a devastating strike aimed directly at Zwei. A violent explosion erupted across the battlefield, and clouds of dust surged everywhere. Amid the shockwave, Theo stood firm with his sword in hand and calmly stated that he had come to help. Anshio bent forward slightly and looked toward him with irritation, gruffly replying by calling him a cocky rascal and asking whether he had requested any help. Inwardly, however, he evaluated Theo, realizing that the dragonization meant he truly was the chosen one after all, and cursed under his breath. Anshio then challenged him openly, saying that Theo would be next after Zwei was finished. Theo responded with eager eyes that he would look forward to it. Standing side by side on the battlefield, covered in snow and shattered stone, Theo looked toward their enemies and suggested that they should deal with those traitors first. Anshio immediately showed annoyance and curtly replied that Theo should not order him around. Turning his back as he began to walk away, Anshio spoke in a cold voice that sounded like a warning, stating that Theo's complacency would get him killed and emphasizing that Zwei was on a completely different level from the opponent Theo had faced before. The final scene captured Anshio's tense gaze, the savage grin of Zwei behind his helmet at the center, and Theo's cold stare below as all three prepared themselves for the next battle. Thorkel led the cavalry through the darkness and advanced into the battlefield, where he solemnly declared that under the military law of Ragnar, he was moving to arrest Theo Ragnar on suspicion of treason. He then admitted that he did not believe Theo had betrayed Ragnar, but emphasized that the clan's law represented their father's will and that Theo's current actions went against both the clan and their father. He firmly warned that if Theo did not submit peacefully, immediate execution would be permitted under Ragnar's martial code, and he insisted that he would not allow that to happen. Raising his voice, he ordered the black-armed iron cavalry to follow him, prompting a thunderous response across the battlefield. The subordinates began to murmur anxiously, questioning whether Theo had truly committed treason and expressing disbelief that he could be doubted so easily after they had sworn loyalty to him. They urged their platoon leader to tell them the truth. Evelyn shook her head and apologized, saying that she did not know the details either. Julius then told everyone to move out if they were ready. Evelyn hesitated and called out to him, protesting that the situation made no sense and insisting that he knew it as well, questioning why he had not spoken up. Julius looked straight at her, called her by name, and explained that their white-armored dragon cavalry had never concerned themselves with such matters, and that they only needed to trust their comrade. As the full moon shone brightly in the sky, Julius set off first, stating that it was as always. Evelyn agreed, affirming that the commander was right and that she trusted young Master Theo. She then ordered everyone to follow the commander, and the warriors responded in unison with their affirmation. Elsewhere under the moonlit night, Dante stood silently observing the scene, which drew the attention of his subordinate. She asked what was wrong, and he frowned, replying that he did not like the situation at all. He analyzed that the man in question had broken the Elder Dragon's arm to protect his subordinate, yet was now accepting a treason charge and leading a pursuit squad over something as trivial as a uniform, concluding that it was absurd. The female subordinate inferred that this meant something deeper was happening, and Dante agreed that they were plotting something. Growing angry, he decided that he would step in personally and moved forward with determination. In another scene, beneath a sky filled with falling snow, Theo gripped his sword and decisively ordered that they should eliminate the traitors first. Standing behind him, Anchio planted his weapon into the ground and expressed his displeasure, telling Theo not to order him around. He glared at the distant opponent and warned that Theo's complacency would get him killed, adding that their enemy was on an entirely different level. When Theo calmly told him to just follow his plan, Anchio cut him off, shouting that he had already said not to order him around. Theo fell silent in surprise, and Anchio coldly threatened that Theo would be next after their opponent and told him to wait quietly. Theo smirked, thinking that the heir candidates truly were different and that he had worried for no reason, before agreeing to wait quietly. Anchio then began to gather power. As dark energy surged around his body, he dashed forward and unleashed a swift attack, executing a technique he called Shadow Sword Slay, followed by another move in which he released countless black daggers raining down on the opponent, which he named Thousand Ink Daggers. Zwei retaliated with a thunderous strike using his massive weapon, but Anchio narrowly evaded with remarkable agility. The battle intensified as rapid exchanges of blows followed. Standing firmly on the cracked ground, Zwei watched Anchio retreat, his eyes glowing as he declared that it was now his turn. He leapt into the air, preparing a decisive downward strike. Struggling to defend against Zwei's overwhelming strength, Anchio internally complained that it was unfair for such a massive opponent to be so fast. He realized that facing the attacks head-on was too dangerous and that merely deflecting would not be enough to win. Maintaining his focus, he resolved to wait for an opportunity, telling himself that his chance would come and that he would keep deflecting until Zwei lost balance, at which point he would strike back. As the fierce battle continued, Zwei unleashed another overwhelming attack, creating a powerful shockwave, and coldly stated that Anchio could no longer rely on his petty tricks. From behind, Anchio mocked him, telling him not to act cocky just because he had broken a weapon. Nearby, Theo thought to himself that the fight would take longer than expected, and that he should at least interrogate the servitor he had captured. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts, expressing fascination at seeing the scene up close. Ein appeared from a distance and continued analyzing that the thruma flowing through the daggers continuously restrained the target, and that the daggers resonated with one another to amplify the restricting force, calling it ingenious. Shocked, Theo wondered when Ein had arrived and concluded that he must be one of the 9 servitors, though something felt off. Ein's eyes gleamed with determination as he greeted Theo and addressed him by name. Theo, alarmed, realized that the real issue was not Ein's strength, but the overwhelmingly ominous and alien nature of his mana. Ein then declared that dragonization was indeed remarkable, and that even 30% of the Black Dragon had stood no chance. Startled, Theo demanded to know what he meant by 30% of the Black Dragon. Ein simply replied that it was exactly as he had said, and began to reveal that the modified humans he was developing were... Ein appeared from the darkness, his cold gaze hidden beneath a beaked mask, and he explained in a low voice that the 9 noble servitors were meant to counter Ragnar's 9 dragons, clarifying that he was referring to the experiment's level. Theo stood in a snow-covered space, his body radiating power, while Ein assessed that Dre, the 3rd experimental subject, possessed 30% of the Black Dragon's power, adding that this meant Theo had already surpassed that level since he had won. With a contemptuous look behind his lenses, Ein mocked that 30% was insufficient and questioned whether Theo truly intended to fight Ragnar with such power. Raising a test tube filled with red liquid, Ein's eyes glinted with calculation as he silently prepared. In the next explosive moment, chains shot forward and tightly bound Dry's body, causing her to react violently in shock. Restrained amid cracked ground and covered in blood, Dry desperately begged Ein to stop, pleading that if he released her, she would fight again. As her form roared violently and her energy surged, devouring the surroundings, she bared her teeth with blood pouring out and cried out in pain, questioning why this was happening. A crimson explosion tore through the ground as energy shot into the sky, leaving Theo watching from afar in shock. Realizing something, Theo tensely analyzed that the explosion might have been caused by mana wall reflux, or that Ein had created such a technique by refining the original flow of the excess blood surge technique. Sweating and gritting his teeth, Theo came to understand from Ein's words that the sample had contained exactly 40% of the Black Dragon's power. Standing in the darkness with red eyes gleaming behind his mask, Ein calmly revealed that he had already recreated the Nine Dragons' original strength, though it remained difficult to create a body capable of handling it. Spreading his arms with overwhelming presence, he proposed that Theo join forces with him, claiming that with Theo's body and his own skills surpassing the Ragnar clan head, Kyle Ragnar would no longer be a dream. As a massive pillar of energy erupted behind him and the space trembled, Ein remained still, as if everything were under his control. Nearby, Zwei's muscular body lay motionless among the ruins, his mouth agape in unconsciousness, the scene drenched in death. Charging across the shattered battlefield, Anshio swung his sword confidently and scoffed that the servitors were not much after all. Ein, standing amid swirling red energy around the corpses, admitted calmly that, seeing this, he could not say Anshio was wrong. With a slight gesture of his hand as though controlling everything, Ein coldly declared that the experiment was now over. As the battlefield was engulfed in red energy, Theo and Anshio stood ready at the front while Ein ordered that Zwei should rise and finish it. In a frenzy, Zwei's face twisted as red energy burst around his body. Seeing this, Anshio, battered and wounded, widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed in disbelief at what had been revived. Moments later, Zwei descended from above like a monster, enveloped in red energy, and targeted Anshio at terrifying speed. Struck by the attack, Anshio coughed up blood as his body bent in pain, before being impaled and left suspended in midair with red energy still surging around him. Calling out to his opponent, Ein addressed Theo Ragnar and coldly stated that although his mission had been to kill him and retrieve the primordial dragon's power, he would be satisfied for now and retreat. Bowing his head amid a pool of blood, Theo, though exhausted, maintained a sharp gaze and refused to accept the outcome, reflecting that even though Gishar had been tired, he had been defeated far too easily. Suddenly, a figure shot across the sky at incredible speed, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Ein remarked coldly that there were uninvited guests approaching as well, before returning to the matter of his earlier proposal in a suggestive tone. At that moment, Thorkel descended like a raging storm atop a ferocious beast, his overwhelming presence crushing everything in his path. The impact of his strike created a devastating shockwave, shattering the ground and spreading pressure throughout the space. As snow fell, Ein's form dissipated, yet his calm demeanor still carried a sense of threat as he stated that he hoped Theo would consider his proposal carefully. Furious, Theo shouted for him to wait and demanded that Gishar be returned. As the ruined surroundings fell silent, Theo stood alone among the wreckage and admitted in a low voice that he had lost them. When Thorkel appeared on horseback, Theo rushed forward and urgently reported that he had arrived just in time and that they needed a pursuit squad. However, Thorkel cut him off angrily, addressing him by name. Standing upright with a red aura surrounding him, Thorkel declared that Theo Ragnar was under arrest on charges of treason. Hearing this, Theo reacted in stunned disbelief. On the desolate frozen wasteland, two opposing forces had formed ranks facing each other, the tension in the air seeming ready to erupt at any moment. From above, Selperd descended onto the battlefield riding a dragon, making the already oppressive atmosphere even more intense. Sitting atop his mount, Selperd had momentarily frozen upon recognizing the newly arrived figure, softly calling out to Commander Juliovs. Amid the snow-covered ground littered with corpses and weapons, Theo stood bare-chested facing the opposing side, while Selperd asked whether they would be all right. In the distance, two figures stood quietly in the snow. Gishar turned her head slightly and wondered aloud that she could not see Gishar anywhere, questioning whether something had happened. Dante glanced back impatiently and demanded of Anshio what had occurred. Gishar lowered her hood and reported that it seemed the 9 servitors had interfered and things had gone awry. Looking toward the place where Dre had fallen earlier, she worried that they likely would not have killed Gishar, but in the worst-case scenario, something might have gone terribly wrong. At this, Dante smirked, showing no concern. Instead, he appeared pleased by the news. Sensing something unusual in his reaction, Gishar cast a glance toward him. Dante's face lit up with a frenzied red hue as he sneered that it was even better, and that he would use the opportunity to crush that arrogant brat. The atmosphere on the battlefield shifted abruptly as Thorkel appeared, radiating overwhelming pressure within a crimson glow, coldly declaring that Theo was under arrest on charges of treason. Theo froze in shock. Standing in the snowy expanse, Dante laughed in disdain, remarking that an arrest was unnecessary in wartime and that they should be executed on the spot, adding that Gishar and Anshio had witnessed Theo's treason. Facing Theo directly, Dante challenged him to offer any excuse if he had one. Theo replied firmly that he could explain everything, but insisted that something else was more important at that moment. Dante raised his hand slightly and questioned what could possibly be more important in such a situation before suddenly erupting with killing intent and roaring what could outweigh the gravity of Theo's treason. Theo stood stunned in fear. At that critical moment, a hand suddenly intercepted Dante's strike, stopping it just in time. Julius rushed forward to stand in front of Theo, creating a protective barrier amid the chaos. With a resolute expression, Julius rebuked Dante for twisting uncertain circumstances to accuse Theo, pointing out that they even had the corpse of a noble servitor whom Theo had killed as evidence. As a body lay collapsed on the cold stone ground with dark red blood spreading across the battlefield, Dante arrogantly questioned whether that could truly be considered sufficient evidence. Julius tightened his grip on Dante's arm and warned him not to be unreasonable. Surrounded by overlapping waves of red and blue killing intent, Julius further threatened that if Dante continued to twist the situation, he would end up just like the Elder Dragon. Standing firm within the crimson aura, Dante sneered that he did not see himself as the unreasonable one, but invited Julius to try if he believed he could take him on. Before the confrontation could escalate into violence, Theo stepped between them and shouted for them to stop immediately, insisting that they did not have time for this. His face flushed with urgency, he cried out that 2 of Troyvon's noble servitors had injured Gishar Hyungnim and taken him, and that they needed to pursue them at once. Hearing this, Gishar was momentarily stunned and questioned whether that was not far more urgent, reasoning that since Theo had killed a noble servitor, it should not be considered treason. From the ranks behind them, others voiced their agreement, protesting that removing a uniform being labeled as treason was ridiculous and merely an excuse. Theo spread his arms beneath the snowy night sky and declared resolutely that he would answer for the charges in court, emphasizing that an heir candidate of the clan had been kidnapped and that rescuing Gishar Hyungnim must come first. Evelyn quietly assessed the situation, stating that Theo was right and that the treason charges were merely part of a political scheme, adding that the Overlord Dragon would likely care more about his disciple than politics. As murmurs spread among the crowd, Dante turned his back in silence, while Evelyn continued to think that even someone like him would surely want to rescue Gishar first. Cornered in terms of reasoning, Dante suddenly exploded in anger, shouting that it was utter nonsense. Gishar tilted her head slightly, silently observing as the balance of opinion within the crowd began to shift. Theo clenched his teeth, sensing the abnormal intensity in Dante's overreaction. Dante leaned in close to Theo with a ferocious gaze and remarked that Theo certainly had quite the mouth. With red killing intent flaring between them, Dante coldly declared that Theo should stop spouting nonsense and prove his innocence, warning that if he failed to do so, he would be executed on the spot. Theo's face fell into a brief silence, as though he were gathering all his resolve for what he was about to do next. Dante narrowed his eyes maliciously and demanded harshly why Theo was remaining silent and whether he had already given up and accepted death. Theo coldly replied that Dante could think whatever he liked. In the next instant, a violent surge of blue light erupted across the battlefield, leaving everyone stunned by the sudden change. Surrounded by the blazing aura, Theo declared firmly that, for him, saving a warrior of Ragnar was far more important than proving his innocence. Standing beside the cold, radiant energy, Thorkel gazed forward without the slightest hesitation. The group behind them froze at Theo's overwhelming presence as he continued, pointing out that they were wasting time fighting there. Seeing Gishar within the intertwining red and blue glow, Theo urged that their time to rescue Gishar Hyungnim was running out. Amid the radiant cold aura, Theo lowered his voice and asked whether Dante intended to protect the Ragnar clan. He then pressed further, questioning if Dante desired the throne so badly that he would abandon his own disciple. Dante, his face twisting with fury, exclaimed in shock and cursed Theo as a brat. Theo remained suspended within the blazing blue sky, leaving Dante behind, choked by rage. Julius narrowed his eyes at Theo and seemed to recognize something familiar in that power, calling out in realization. A massive wave of blue energy swept across the battlefield, tearing through the snow and drawing all attention toward Theo. A mustached commander among the soldiers stood frozen, stammering in shock. From deep within the snowstorm, a gigantic claw suddenly slammed into the icy ground. Julius smirked, both shocked and thrilled, remarking with a low laugh that Theo had not been bluffing about returning with a surprise. Evelyn cried out in disbelief, while the dragon's wings slowly spread, instantly changing the atmosphere of the battlefield. From atop her horse, Ayan widened her eyes in complete astonishment, barely able to form words. Above the swirling snow, the head of a colossal dragon descended. Hulkus clenched his fists, trembling with excitement as he recognized the unmistakable sign, shouting that it was the descendant of the legendary dragon destined to lead Ragnar. Wolfgang's eyes bulged as he broke down in disbelief, shouting frantically that such a thing was impossible and questioning how a half-breed could achieve it. As guardian beasts swirled within the white currents, he exclaimed in shock how Theo could command such beings. The massive beasts, gliding through purple-red light, remarked mockingly that Theo had attempted to use them and acknowledged that initiating the isolation zone with Nirvana was impressive, but incomplete. From above, the enormous Umbra looked down and reminded Theo that, with his current power, he could only manifest their illusions. Standing within a crimson glow, Dante smiled dangerously as he realized Theo's limitations. Umbra coldly added that without their real bodies, they could not harm him. Theo, clad in dragon-like armor, internally confirmed that he had never intended to fight the Overlord Dragon in the first place. He resolved that he only needed to silence Dante and sway public opinion to his side. As the guardian beasts formed layers across the sky like a grand display of power, Theo affirmed to himself that nothing could serve that purpose better. The warriors riding their mounts looked around in shock, and one of them exclaimed that Theo was the true descendant of the legendary dragon who could summon guardians and was the foretold leader of Ragnar. Many raised their arms and shouted that Theo was the true heir of the dragon and would never betray Ragnar, adding that they should have realized it when he prioritized rescuing Gishar. Theo, still in his dragon armor, smiled faintly as he realized events were turning in his favor, while the soldiers continued praising his concern for Ragnar above all else. Thinking to himself, Theo concluded that the tide was turning and that it would not be difficult to convince them to rescue Gishar now. Dante clenched his fists, his face contorted with fury, and dismissed everything as nonsense. Suddenly, a surge of white power exploded, tearing through the battlefield and sweeping everything aside in an instant. Red and white vortexes ravaged the icy ground, leaving chaos in their wake. Theo fell briefly silent, sensing something unusual. The warriors behind him stared forward in shock, and one cried out in horror, questioning how Dante dared to attack the Guardians. Dante spun around, his killing intent surging as he sneered arrogantly, calling Theo a fool and mocking the idea that a few lizard illusions could erase his charges of treason. His face twisted further as he roared that they were all the same vermin. He continued shouting contemptuously that they had been fooled like children by stupid illusions because they believed in legends. Nearly losing control, Dante raged on, ridiculing the notion of a dragon's heir who could command guardians and demanding how they could still believe such nonsense. For a brief moment, however, his expression stiffened as he seemed to realize he had gone too far. The battlefield fell into silence beneath the gray snow, both sides stunned by his outburst. Thorkel stood quietly, staring ahead, while Wolfgang touched his chin and frowned in shock, questioning how Dante could call the guardians lizards. Julius stepped forward through the cold wind and, fixing his gaze on Dante, declared gravely that he had crossed the line as the Overlord Dragon. Theo smirked slightly, realizing Dante had just pushed himself into a corner, and inwardly thanked him. Dante widened his eyes as he finally understood that he had helped Theo turn the entire situation around. Theo then coldly concluded that Dante had just made everything much easier for him. Amid the snow-covered battlefield, both sides fell silent for a brief moment. Theo stood facing Dante with a cold gaze and silently concluded that Dante had dug his own grave, calling him a tyrant dragon. The warriors behind them froze in the howling wind as Theo continued to reason that dismissing the legends related to dragons in Ragnar might indeed reflect Dante's true thoughts. A close-up of Dante's conflicted expression appeared as he gritted his teeth and thought that those Ragnar bastards and their legends meant nothing, yet if he backed down now, things would only worsen. Julius, with blazing red eyes, remained silent as he observed every change without missing a single detail, while Wolfgang, his face as rigid as stone, also watched in silence as the situation drifted in an entirely different direction. Theo then resolved internally that he would push even harder instead. Standing against Theo in the gray snow, Dante coldly accepted the challenge, saying that they should test it, and that if it was such an amazing legend, it should not fall to an attack like that. A crimson killing intent erupted around him as he charged forward like a madman, roaring fiercely. Theo faltered for a split second at Dante's overwhelming speed as a massive red force swept across the battlefield like a tear splitting the sky, leaving everyone frozen in shock. The warriors behind them lifted their heads in unison, their expressions drastically changing as they sensed the terrifying pressure, wondering what that energy was. A violent explosion of energy followed, causing Theo to stand stunned at the horrifying sight. As both sides aimed their killing intent at each other, Dante sternly rebuked that he had told them to cut the enemy's neck, yet they were aiming at each other instead. At that moment, a massive sword slammed down into the battlefield like a divine marker, forcing everyone to halt. From it, a red radiance surged like a sea of flames, spreading across the land and enveloping everything in absolute pressure. A figure emerged within the crimson sky. Kyle glared at the scene and, in shock, questioned how things had turned into such a battlefield. In the blood-red haze, with lingering crimson smoke, all the warriors immediately bowed and greeted the patriarch. Dante bent down under the suffocating atmosphere, while Julius hurriedly admitted that they had no excuse. Dante then tried to justify that it was not an internal conflict, and that they were merely attempting to eliminate a traitor. Theo stood still as snow swirled around him and all eyes turned toward him. Dante immediately shifted the blame onto Theo, accusing him of wearing the enemy's clothes and tarnishing Ragnar's honor, and pleaded for immediate summary execution. Kyle, standing like a towering mountain amid the crimson pressure, curled his lips slightly and mockingly remarked that a dog was barking without knowing its place. His red eyes flashed with absolute authority as he warned how dare it decide whom to bite in front of its master. Overwhelmed by the immense pressure, Dante was forced to his knees, gritting his teeth as he struggled but failed to resist the invisible weight crushing down on him. Kyle remained unmoving in the dark red atmosphere, his gaze icy as he commanded someone to explain why there was a disturbance. Thorkel stepped forward in the heavy silence and formally introduced himself as Torkel Ragnar, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. He asked for forgiveness for his boldness and reported that the fourth successor, Gishar Ragnar, had been kidnapped during combat with Troyvon. He then urgently proposed that instead of arguing over trivial matters, they should be granted permission to quickly form a pursuit team. Theo, in his half-human, half-dragon form, smiled faintly to himself and thought of his brother, while Dante, on the other side, angrily thought that Torkel was still swayed by sentiment. Kyle stood silently between them before coldly addressing the title of the commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. Theo and Thorkel both stiffened under his pressure, as Kyle reminded them that the defeated die, which was the law of the strong. Thorkel suddenly raised his head and shouted in defiance that before being a loser, Gishar was his brother, and demanded how Kyle could speak of family after abandoning his own brother. His face trembled with anger and resentment, yet Kyle remained unmoved and coldly stated that Thorkel was mistaken. Appearing like a massive shadow against the red-black backdrop, Kyle concluded that a family was not a place for playing house. Thorkel's pupils shrank violently as he was too shaken to respond. Theo, however, did not step back and urgently insisted that they still had to save Gishar, not because he was family. With his face sinking into a cold blue shadow, Theo emphasized that if they did not save Gishar now, what they would lose would not be just one successor, but the honor and fear associated with the name Ragnar. The warriors behind them listened intently as Theo continued firmly that those who had touched a Ragnar warrior without permission. Gishar sat huddled beneath her cloak, her gaze trembling slightly as she listened to Theo declare toward the enemy that fear worse than death must be inflicted upon them. From within the ranks, the Ragnar warriors fell silent and exchanged glances as Theo continued in a voice like a verdict, stating that it was so they could never do it again, while Kyle stood motionless within the crimson glow and Theo's final words rang out decisively before all, that they would never dare challenge Ragnar again. Dante erupted in fury and shouted that such reasoning was mere sophistry and that what truly mattered at that moment was the charge of treason. With a single cold command, Kyle immediately crushed the surrounding momentum, ordering silence, causing Dante to choke in pain. As Kyle slowly grasped the hilt of his sword amid the red-violet light, he repeated in a low voice, remarking on Ragnar's honor. Standing tall beneath the dark red sky while Theo remained kneeling stiffly before him, Kyle cast a shadow over Theo's face beneath the blade as Theo shut his eyes tightly upon hearing the heavy judgment. Kyle then coldly corrected him, saying that Theo spoke as if he were the patriarch. Abruptly, Kyle sheathed his sword again, and with a calm expression amid the falling snow, he remarked that it was an interesting answer. Theo slightly raised his head, his gaze wavering briefly at the unexpected reaction. From the battlefield, Kyle immediately issued a firm command that all personnel present were to be organized into a rescue unit and that Gishar Ragnar was to be retrieved immediately. Everyone responded in unison that they understood, and the formation began to move, signaling a complete shift in the situation. Kyle softly called Theo's name against the cold snow, and Theo bowed his head slightly as if he had already anticipated what would follow. Turning his back to the battlefield, Kyle slowly informed him that he had something to discuss with his father. Theo's expression stiffened, and a cold sweat ran down his cheek as he had not expected to hear such words at that moment. In the distance, Thorkel sat silently atop his horse amid the hazy snow, his stillness weighing heavily on the atmosphere. Under the night sky, someone hesitantly called out to him as captain, yet he remained silent. The scene abruptly shifted to another place, where burning stone pillars and crimson veins coiled around a grotesque sphere. Amid the red-black backdrop, Ein lay gravely wounded and collapsed, struggling as he apologized in despair to the young lord. Within the dark red magic circle and flickering torches, a man seized Ein by the collar and coldly questioned him about the failed objective, asking whether he had not been instructed to bring both the relic and Theo for the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor. From above, Zwei knelt on the cold ground begging for forgiveness, while the man angrily shouted that he had lost both and yet shamelessly returned alive. Zwei, panicked, lowered his head and apologized, explaining that due to his failure Ragnar's main force had stormed in, leaving him no choice. Meanwhile, Ein, beneath his beaked mask, glowing red, thought to himself that they could not yet kill such an important specimen as Theo. Trembling, Ein apologized again but claimed that he had brought a substitute. Nearby, Anshio lay drenched in blood on the ground, his body showing he had been dragged back as a sacrificial replacement. The man's eyes flashed as he froze upon hearing the word substitute, and in a burst of anger, he flung Ein aside and shouted that the resurrection ritual was impossible without a primordial dragon relic, and that Ragnar's body alone was useless. Under the night sky and cold mist, an old mage wearing a tall pointed hat stood beside the man and calmly interjected that although it was unfortunate, they could simply use another relic. The man immediately asked whether he was referring to the dragon reviving sword. Beneath the pale moonlight, a massive sword resting within a stone coffin appeared, and the old mage explained that the dragon reviving sword was among the highest grade weapon-type relics, essential for the Mad Dragon Emperor to face Kyle, and therefore it could not be used as a sacrifice for the resurrection ritual. The man turned sharply toward the mage in disbelief, but the mage coldly rebuked him, saying that in that case he should have brought the proper relic. The man stood stunned and exclaimed in confusion. At that moment, another figure rushed in from afar in panic, shouting to the young lord that Ragnar's main force was attacking. Both the man and the mage froze and turned at the sudden news in shock. White warhorses charged through the snowy night as the messenger continued frantically that the enemy was rapidly pushing the front lines, claiming they were searching for a successor. The man glanced back into the darkness, where remnants of his forces were fleeing in panic, and he questioned in disbelief why Ragnar would push the front merely to retrieve a prisoner, noting that Kyle was the type to abandon such concerns in favor of survival of the fittest, and wondering what the true reason could be. Meanwhile, Anshio lay sprawled on the stone ground, blood spreading beneath him as he struggled to lift his head. In pain, he muttered bitterly toward the old dragon slayer, questioning whether he even knew who he was to dare act so boldly. With his face stained by blood and tears, Anshio choked with resentment and despair, cursing and saying that he had trusted his master. The man gritted his teeth while looking down at him, and Anshio, enduring the pain, continued to think that if his master came, these enemies would be nothing, before questioning whether this man was the successor that had been intended. The old mage stroked his beard beneath the tall hat and gazed into the distance with cold calculation, remarking that it was only a matter of time before the place was discovered. Looking down from the cliff, the grotesque blood-red sphere continued to pulse amid spikes and ruins, and the mage analyzed that even with the holy demon cult's barrier, there were limits, and if they abandoned the place, it would take a long time to prepare the ritual again. Lifting his face under the night sky, he concluded that without the north, the Mad Dragon Emperor could not be revived. The man irritably responded that he already knew that and told him to be quiet. Standing within the red glow, cold sweat ran down his cheek as he concluded inwardly that the place was already at the edge of the north, and if they retreated, they would not know when they could return, meaning they could no longer delay the resurrection. After a long silence, he appeared to reach a final decision. Amid the blood-stained snowfield, the man coldly ordered Ein to bring Gishar and follow, declaring that they would use him as a sacrifice along with the dragon reviving sword. Ein bowed and affirmed the command. Anshio, lying on the ground, suddenly widened his eyes in horror and shouted in panic, questioning what was meant by a sacrifice. The old mage smiled coldly as the man urged haste, stating that they would complete the ritual before Ragnar arrived. The mage praised the decision as excellent. Dark red, flesh-like tendrils and layers of ice surrounding the altar began to tremble under the night sky. Anshio was bound within the grotesque mass, his body covered in blood and convulsing violently from unbearable pain. The entire magic formation appeared like a living organism, with crimson veins extending from the fleshy sphere and tightly binding Anshio. With eyes wide in fanatic madness, a voice proclaimed that on that very day, and as the crimson altar twisted amid mist and torchlight, it declared that with Ragnar's blood and relics, the Mad Dragon Emperor would be resurrected. Behind the tower under the night sky, a blazing red rift tore across space, with white cracks splintering around it like shattered glass. In that broken expanse, Kyle stood at the front while Theo stood behind him, and Theo quietly realized that it was something, trailing off in shock. Kyle, with his back turned, explained in a low voice that it was a fault line of space-time and a good place to talk quietly. Theo, astonished, wondered inwardly what a space-time fault line was. At that moment, Lodbrok appeared behind Theo within the chaotic void and calmly explained that it was literally a gap between time and space, though she added that it was truly absurd. Observing the scene, she admitted that not only had Kyle split space-time, but he had even created a space within that gap, questioning whether that could even be called swordsmanship, and adding that although she had known he was strong, no matter how she looked at it, he did not seem human. Theo silently concluded that Kyle was definitely beyond human level. Kyle suddenly turned around and coldly cut them off, asking if they were done talking. Theo and Lodbrok both froze. Kyle then declared in a heavy tone that he had brought them there to speak alone with his son, and that it was no place for relics of the old era. Fixing his gaze on Lodbrok, he invoked a technique, calling forth the guardian dragon. Immediately, the system announced that the Thundergate was being forcibly closed and that communication with Lodbrok was temporarily cut off. Elsewhere, Lodbrok was struck by electricity within a radiant golden palace, clutching her head in pain as the connection was abruptly severed. Pressing her forehead, she muttered with wary exhaustion that even the Thundergate was being interfered with, calling Kyle a monster. Meanwhile, Theo covered half his face and wondered to himself whether his father had blocked the Thundergate and just how far ahead he could see. Kyle's lips moved slightly before he asked in a low, weighty voice whether Theo had never resented him. Theo's red eyes widened as he froze upon hearing such a question from Kyle. Kyle continued, reminding him in a somber tone that he had left Theo and his mother behind, along with countless siblings and families, and concluded heavily that under the name of survival of the fittest, he had allowed them to slaughter their own blood. Theo stood motionless in the shattered void, his face stiffening as those words struck the deepest wound in his heart, and he fell into heavy silence. After a long pause between them, Kyle admitted with a faint smirk that he liked Theo's honesty, noting that he did not deny it even in confusion. With a casual sweep of his hand, a blue-white radiance cut across space as Kyle reiterated that the head of Ragnar must not look back at anything other than the absolute strength that sustains the world. Theo stood frozen in shock as fragments of memories surfaced, countless corpses and bloodshed from past battlefields. Kyle explained that one must sacrifice the small for the greater whole, stating that he had protected the world with that belief because Ragnar bore the duty to do so. More fragments of memory appeared, revealing piles of bodies and a lone figure standing atop blood and fire. Kyle continued that people said he had selectively killed only regressors, which he described as half true and half false, explaining that he had merely weeded out the rats that disturbed the family and shook the world, and that most regressors had simply been those rats. In a vivid red memory, Kyle roared in fury as he confessed that he had killed his own father, the insane Mad Dragon Emperor, and had purged the regressors corroding the family, insisting that all of it had been to protect that place, even if it meant staining his hands with blood. Standing with a golden radiance blooming behind him, Kyle went on to say that even after protecting the world in such a way, he had become far too strong. Theo realized in shock that the power must have come from the Pantheon. A brilliant golden aura like a sacred rainbow surrounded Kyle, and chains of light descended from it like the will of the divine. Grasping one of the glowing chains, Kyle admitted calmly yet wearily that the moment he wielded power beyond the human realm, a great calling from beyond had begun to pull him, a call to leave that world and go to a greater battlefield in a higher dimension. Lowering his head, Kyle confessed that he could not leave the family behind like that, and thus he had sealed his power. He explained that the more he revealed his strength, the tighter the chains of fate would pull him, adding that this was why fear had been necessary, so that the family would not collapse even if he did not personally wield the blade. He further admitted that he had to become a monster himself to protect that place. Then, half his face shrouded in shadow, Kyle declared that this was the weight of the patriarch and asked Theo whether he could break free from that burden. Theo hesitated, unable to answer immediately. Standing far away in the dark void while Kyle loomed ahead like a massive shadow, Theo finally admitted honestly that he was not sure and did not even know if the path he was taking was the right one. As the system activated Nirvana and expanded his mental domain for an instant, Theo reflected that the two paths his father had abandoned, the family, the calling, and even the world itself, still lay before him. Gradually transforming within a cold blue light, Theo reached a core decision. Standing beneath a bright blue sky over an endless expanse of water, he spread his arms wide and declared firmly that he would bear everything himself. Kyle's eyes widened in surprise as Theo boldly proclaimed that he would become a patriarch who surpassed him. Kyle threw his head back and laughed loudly under the blue sky, mocking him by saying that claiming he would bear everything without even knowing the answer was unbearably arrogant, even if he was his son. However, placing a hand on Theo's shoulder, his gaze softened slightly as he remarked that Theo's answer was always the same, and concluded that in that case, he would not leave just yet, and would tell that calling to wait a little longer. Kyle's face was shown in close-up, appearing stern, yet no longer as cold as before, as he slowly declared that Theo should show whether his answer was a bluff or sincerity, and whether he could truly endure the weight of that destiny, adding that he would watch it closely with his own eyes. Theo then appeared in close-up with bright blue eyes and a faint smirk, looking, for the first time, truly resolute before Kyle. Beneath the vast sky, as they stood facing each other, Kyle firmly instructed that Theo must prove that he was worthy to become the master of Ragnar. The scene shifted to a cavalry unit galloping across a snowy expanse, where Thorkel loudly asked how far those bastards had run. As he and Ayan rode forward, Ayan frowned and remarked that they had already gone much farther than what was shown on the map, and that, at that point, they should have reached Troyvon's main base. Hearing this, Thorkel inwardly grew suspicious, noting that they had traveled quite far, and yet there was not even a shadow of Troyvon or anyone. Suddenly, Thorkel pulled his horse to an abrupt halt, as if realizing something extremely dangerous, and warned not to tell him it was what he thought. He immediately ordered everyone to halt. In a close-up, the black-haired captain rushed forward, his face tense, while Ayan, panicked, called out to him. Thorkel gritted his teeth in regret, wondering why he had not realized it sooner. The group stopped before towering snow-covered cliffs, all of them frozen in place. Thorkel swung his weapon toward the strange black vortices hanging against the cliff face. A red light flared around his spear as he slashed into the distorted space, concluding inwardly that it had been the holy demon cult's illusion barrier. The red-black barrier shattered before the tip of his spear, and Ayan exclaimed in shock that it was a barrier. She turned sharply toward Thorkel, her face pale, and shouted in alarm, asking what on earth that thing was. Thorkel cursed angrily, blaming Troyvon and those bastards. The scene before them was revealed like a crimson hell, with the ground soaked in blood and grotesque flesh protruding everywhere, prompting Thorkel to exclaim in horror what the hell they had done there. The scene then shifted elsewhere, beneath a blood-red night sky, where a hooded figure reported in a low voice that, according to the confirmation, the corpse had been identified as Lord Gishar Ragnar. Gishar cried out in shock, frantically denying that it was possible and insisting that there was no way Gishar was dead. In the midst of the unfinished ritual, she rushed forward trying to force her way in, while others panicked and tried to stop her, telling her to move and insisting that the examination was not finished yet. Gishar immediately drew her sword and threatened that if they did not move, she would kill them all. One of the hooded figures turned to look toward Robert, who stood silently observing the scene. Gishar collapsed beside the corpse, her hands trembling as she touched the grotesque, red flesh-consuming Anchio. Bowing her head over the body, she choked out Gishar's name repeatedly. Thorkel spoke in a low voice, judging that, based on the body's warmth, he had not been dead long and lamenting that if only he had found him a little sooner. Julius then reassured him that as the commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, he had done his best and should not blame himself too much. Julius then turned toward the devastated ritual site, his expression turning cold as he pieced everything together, concluding inwardly that it was clearly a trace of the Holy Demon cult's resurrection ritual, along with the corpse of his successor and faint remnants of relic energy. In a close-up, Julius's eyes sharpened with caution as he thought to himself not to tell him what he suspected. From a distance, Gishar bent over in pain while Dante stood silently before the blood-soaked battlefield, the entire scene weighed down by heavy helplessness. Gishar turned and called out to Dante with regret, saying that if they had set out faster to rescue Gishar, Dante cut her off in a low voice, telling her to be quiet as he had something to think about. Gishar's face trembled with tears as she lowered her head in silence, unable to bear the overwhelming scene. Dante stood above, silently looking down over the sea of blood and snow. In a close-up, Dante's face appeared in the darkness as he paused in a chilling moment of stillness. The corner of his mouth slowly curled upward, and a laugh escaped him as a distorted reaction to the tragedy. Lifting his head amid the falling snow, he sneered and remarked that Troyvon and those sons of bitches had done something quite interesting. Julius stood at the front while Theo approached from behind, both drawn into the increasingly corrupted crimson atmosphere around the ritual altar. In a close-up, Theo's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed that energy. Beneath the blood-red sky, Julius stood firm and reproached that even in death, that person only caused trouble, asking whether having his head cut off by his own child had not been enough. Theo was left stunned, thinking that it could not be. A surge of bluish-purple magic erupted around Theo, while the ground beneath him trembled as if responding to what had just awakened. In a close-up, Theo appeared with blazing red eyes as Julius sternly asked whether he remembered what he had just said. Theo immediately replied that he did. In a close-up, half of Julius's face appeared within blue flames as he slowly warned that trials tended to come sooner than expected. Finally, in a chilling, overlapping image of Julius and Dante, the two simultaneously declared that the Mad Dragon Emperor had been resurrected. Troyvon stood amid a sea of blazing red energy, his body arched upward as if absorbing a sinister power, and it was said that Troyvon had started the war in order to resurrect Ragnar's former clan head, the Mad Dragon Emperor. A massive pillar of energy erupted, his silhouette looming like an embodiment of ancient might. Though Ragnar had not confirmed it directly, it was inferred that the traces left on the blood-soaked altar after the ritual revealed its success. As battles erupted across the land, it was stated that Ragnar had moved to end the war before Troyvon could draw upon the Emperor's power, launching an all-out offensive as the continent's strongest force. A blood-stained flag lay upon the battlefield, symbolizing heavy losses, yet Ragnar's army raised their banner of victory and pushed the enemy to the brink, with Troyvon losing most of his territory and becoming cornered. In a tense military camp under a cold rain, frustration broke out as someone slammed a hand on the table and cursed that even after a whole month, the Mad Dragon Emperor had yet to appear. During a secret meeting, Julius warned his brother that something felt off, reasoning that the enemy should have already used the Emperor to win the war, yet he was nowhere to be seen. Rising abruptly, Julius insisted that the enemy was practically giving up their land and concluded that there had to be another scheme. Dante, however, dismissed the concern with a confident and disdainful attitude, questioning why the 9 dragons were so worried. Standing in the center of the room, his scarred body exposed, he mockingly argued that even if the old man returned to life, he would be powerless. He then drove his blade into the ground and coldly asserted that whether the Emperor returned or not was irrelevant, as what truly mattered was that they were slaughtering their enemies. He urged the others to focus on the results, claiming that results were all that mattered. Neil, sitting silently with a cold gaze, criticized Dante's thinking as narrow-minded. When Dante reacted in confusion, she calmly explained that the Mad Dragon Emperor specialized in madness-driven mind control, warning that if he truly acted, they could collapse from within. She further revealed rumors suggesting that one of the 9 dragons had once looked down on Ragnar's origins and that the Emperor might have already dealt with one of them. Dante scoffed at the warning, sarcastically asking whether she meant during Theo's pursuit, and mocked her for speaking nonsense, telling her instead to worry about weaklings like her daughter. At that moment, a hand slammed onto the table, and a commanding voice demanded silence. Robert stepped forward, his expression stern yet composed, and stated that the Overlord Dragon was not wrong, concluding that Ragnar was ultimately winning the war. Gesturing toward the battlefield map, he asserted that once they captured the enemy capital, it would be over for Troyvon. With a confident smirk, Dante concluded that there was only one answer, and eagerly declared that they should take the enemy capital. As preparations for the final campaign unfolded under the setting sun, Selperd and Aaron stood on the battlefield, still catching their breath after combat. Selperd calmly informed her that they would take the enemy capital in 3 days and that the war with Troyvon would finally come to an end. Aaron agreed with a sigh, acknowledging the situation. Noticing the low morale, Selperd tried to lift everyone's spirits, questioning why they seemed so down and encouraging them to finish the war quickly and return home. He jokingly added that Aaron should wear that strange dress again at the victory ceremony. Aaron, slightly tense, replied that the dress had been made by her mother. Realizing his mistake, Selperd laughed awkwardly and corrected himself by saying that it had been beautiful, which prompted Aaron to tease him for contradicting himself and accuse him of lying. Watching the group laugh together, Theo observed how the atmosphere had lightened after days of tension. However, as he stood silently behind them, he reflected that while it was good they were winning, the war seemed to be ending too easily. Walking through the camp, he analyzed the situation, recalling that in his past life the war had broken out 5 years later, and he wondered whether it was because the enemy had not yet built up enough strength. He quickly dismissed that thought and questioned why Troyvon would resurrect the Mad Dragon Emperor if that were the case. Realizing the implications, Theo concluded that he had changed the future too much. Looking up at the crimson sky, he reasoned that when things went too smoothly, unexpected variables were bound to appear, and he admitted that he must have overlooked something. He ultimately decided that he would have to go to her after all. At that moment, Thorkel approached and asked why Theo seemed lost in thought. Recognizing him, Theo greeted him as Brother Thorkel and then voiced his suspicion, asking whether something felt off and questioning how Troyvon could be retreating so quickly. Thorkel responded in a low, sharp tone, teasingly asking whether Theo was worrying about the enemy and implying that he might be a traitor. Startled, Theo reacted nervously, but Thorkel soon laughed it off, ruffling his hair and reassuring him that he was only joking, adding that he knew Theo better than anyone and telling him not to worry. Feeling moved, Theo expressed his gratitude for everything Thorkel had done for him before. Thorkel slightly turned his face away and, lowering his voice, told Theo not to mention it and not to worry about the war. With a cold glint in his red eyes, he remarked that Brother Gishar might have tragically fallen to the enemy, but that was not enough to bring down Ragnar. Amid the bustling camp as soldiers prepared for the final battle under the sunset, he firmly emphasized that as long as they maintained unity, there would be no divisions. He then half-closed his eyes, his tension easing, and admitted that Theo was right, adding that there was no way Ragnar would fall. Falling silent, he seemed to ponder something deeper. Theo gently clenched his hand and, with a serious gaze, said that he wanted to ask one thing. Turning back to face him, Thorkel calmly but sharply questioned what kind of Ragnar Theo envisioned, further pressing him on whether his effort to save Brother Gishar had truly been for the clan's honor or not. Under the crimson sky, Theo expressed honestly that he did not want tyranny in Ragnar. Recalling a warm memory of people standing together without hierarchy, he admitted that his thoughts might sound naive, but what he wished to share with everyone was not an order built on fear, but trust that would allow them to bare their backs to one another. A faint smile formed on Thorkel's lips, as if he had received the answer he expected, and he acknowledged that it was a good answer. Turning away, he left Theo behind in the evening light and calmly ordered that they would march in 3 days, telling him to rest well. Theo responded seriously that he understood. Watching Thorkel walk ahead, Theo thought to himself that Thorkel Ragnar was much like someone from his past life, noting that they were looking in a similar direction. He reflected that although they would have to compete for the position of clan head, Thorkel would become the most reliable ally once everything was over. A voice suddenly called out to him, pulling him from his thoughts, as Hulkus approached with a broad smile and suggested having a duel now that they finally had a break after a month. Theo quickly apologized and declined, saying they should duel next time because he needed to go somewhere immediately. Surprised, Hulkus called after him, asking where he was going despite their rare chance to rest. Mounted on a massive war beast, Theo looked straight ahead and declared that he was going to check the future. Elsewhere, Thorkel smiled faintly, intrigued, and repeated Theo's words about trusting each other enough to bare their backs, remarking that Theo was a bold rascal and the kind of brother he would not want to fight, in a good way. His gaze then shifted, as if noticing something unusual. He spotted an old man struggling in the icy river and questioned the sight. As the current surged violently and the man lost his balance, Thorkel reached out and caught his arm just before he was swept away. Standing firm in the rushing water, he warned the old man that the current was too strong and advised him to head for the bridge even if it took a few more days. The old man, recognizing him, stammered in gratitude, but explained that he needed to cross quickly. Thorkel asked if it was urgent, and the trembling man revealed that his sick grandchild was waiting for him. Hearing this, Thorkel fell silent, his gaze softening. He then turned his back slightly and told the man to climb on. The old man hesitated in shock, but Thorkel carried him and rushed across the river with overwhelming speed. Overwhelmed with emotion, the old man later recounted that Thorkel had looked at him with a bright smile, adding with laughter that he would have had no regrets even if he had died then. Thorkel warmly replied that it was good to see he was close with his family. The old man tilted his head and gently mused about what family truly meant, suggesting that perhaps it was simply sharing warmth like that. He then asked whether Theo had such a family as well. At that moment, Kyle appeared from the shadows with an oppressive presence and coldly stated that the man was wrong, asserting that the clan was no place to play at family. Lowering his gaze, Thorkel responded coldly that he did not know about such a thing as family. The old man observed him and seemed to sense the loneliness within him. Pointing toward a distant spot across the river, he sincerely invited Thorkel to dinner at his home, asking for a chance to repay his kindness. Thorkel lightly laughed and declined, telling him not to worry about it. However, as the old man placed a hand on Thorkel's back, he remarked that it was sturdy and warm, yet questioned why it felt as though only a cold wind could be heard from it. The atmosphere darkened, and his voice became distorted and chilling as he wondered how someone so kind could endure such a lonely, cold place. He added that while some might look down on it as mere play, what truly made people human was a warm heart. Narrowing his eyes with a twisted smile, he then ominously said that it was time. Still carrying the old man while walking through the river, Thorkel remained unaware that beneath them a massive shadow was rising, turning the waters red as the figure whispered for him to come along. The snow-covered pine forest lay under a heavy blanket of white as a cold wind howled through the towering trees, creating a gloomy and silent atmosphere. The frozen land stretched endlessly, while a dragon soared across the gray sky, indicating that this was the northern region of the Ragnar Demon Sea border forest. A massive castle emerged behind the curtain of snow, hidden deep within the forest, which was known as the Spectral Castle, a place concealed behind a barrier. It was said that the castle glowed faintly in the night and could only be seen at midnight when the barrier weakened. As the dragon flew beneath a sky filled with stars above the grand castle, it was revealed to be the hidden base of Hilda, the clan head from 2 generations ago. Theo, sitting on horseback, smiled with satisfaction under the falling snow, thinking that they had arrived just in time. At his command, Umbra shot up from the snowy pine forest and headed toward the distant black castle as Theo urged it to move forward. Standing on the snowy ground and gazing at the towering structure behind him, Theo remarked with admiration that for a place called the Spectral Castle, it looked quite well maintained. As he walked slowly across the cracked, snow-covered ground, he wondered what kind of future was waiting for him and admitted that he was looking forward to it. Recalling the past, Theo remembered Hilda's sharp features and mysterious smile during the nomination ceremony and concluded that she had shown goodwill and curiosity toward him, believing that she would not threaten his life, though he added that even if she did, he had his own ways of escaping. His red eyes stared firmly through the closing door as he reaffirmed his confidence. The heavy iron doors slammed shut, revealing the dark and mysterious corridors inside the castle. Theo walked steadily across the checkered floor, his cloak fluttering slightly as his solitary footsteps echoed through the grand hall. His reflection appeared in the golden-framed mirrors as he passed by, lost in silent memories. Suddenly he stopped, his red eyes widening in shock as he noticed a small figure ahead, murmuring in disbelief that it was a girl. A strange light opened into the image of a snow-covered village within the corridor. Sweating, Theo questioned in astonishment what exactly he was seeing. Surrounded by purple magic, he realized he was standing between reality and illusion, and he speculated that it was illusion magic. Observing the young Hilda from behind, he concluded that whatever the reason, she must be the one showing him these visions. He then watched scenes of her past, her training, her brutal battles, and the countless soldiers she slaughtered. Even knowing it was an illusion, Theo admitted that her fighting spirit alone was enough to make his body react. As he observed more closely, he stated that although he had only had a vague feeling before, there was no doubt now that the woman was Hilda Ragnar, the clan head from 2 generations ago. Realizing the truth, Theo questioned whether the illusion he was witnessing represented Hilda's entire life. The scene shifted to a magnificent palace where countless soldiers stood in formation. Hilda sat powerfully on her throne, gripping her staff, her sharp gaze filled with calculation. Moments later, the grand hall turned into a scene of devastation, with bodies scattered everywhere. Hilda ultimately collapsed, pierced by swords, dying amid the ruins. Watching from a distance, Theo reflected silently and finally understood why Hilda had said what she did. In his thoughts, he questioned whether she was a regressor and remarked that although he did not know what kind of life she had lived before, her acting was flawless. He added that there was no need for her to hide it, since he too was a regressor, though he noted bitterly that the cycles permitted to him had already ended. As more scenes unfolded, Theo concluded that what he had just witnessed was the life of Hilda, the regressor. He contemplated that when a regressor died, they returned to a specific point in time and wondered whether she had repeated this process over and over again. Another horrifying memory appeared, showing a ruined city with severed heads displayed on stakes. Hilda was seen calmly drinking wine on her throne until she suddenly realized something was wrong. Her glass fell and shattered as an assassin appeared behind her and stabbed her through the back. In pain, she questioned why her beloved had done such a thing, coughing as she spoke. Trainer, holding the sword, apologized sorrowfully and admitted that too many people had died because of her. He tearfully confessed that she had shed so much blood that he could no longer bear to look her in the eyes, and he told her to go first, promising that he would follow her soon. Left alone in her final moments, Hilda reflected regretfully that she should have been more considerate of him and resolved that next time she would ensure he would not have to look into her eyes. However, her expression twisted into madness as she declared that she would achieve that by crushing him under utter fear from the very beginning. Witnessing all of this, Theo's face distorted with anger and horror as the fragments of Hilda's memories shattered around him. Standing before an empty frame in a cold, dark hall, he realized bitterly that even after regressing countless times, Hilda's life had always ended in betrayal and ruin. Confused and shaken, he questioned why this kept happening and wondered what had driven her into madness. As he considered the endless cycles, Theo feared that repeated regression might cause one to lose their mind, and he trailed off, realizing that if he continued down the same path, he might end up just like them. At that moment, a surge of purple energy surrounded the frame, and a mysterious voice greeted him, saying that it had been a long time. Startled, Theo remained cautious as the voice continued, claiming that it had worked hard to prepare that greeting illusion. The grand hall appeared once more, vast and silent, with towering stone pillars. Hilda sat arrogantly on her throne in a black dress, smirking as she asked him whether he had enjoyed it. Theo, looking exhausted with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, bowed his head modestly and respectfully greeted Madame Hilda, while inwardly noting that Hilda had been the clan head 2 generations ago. As memories of Hilda's past authority on the throne surfaced, Theo recalled that they had spoken during the nomination ceremony and concluded that she was a regressor like him, meaning he could not afford to let his guard down. Hilda leaned in as if to whisper, smiling with hidden meaning as she reassured him that they had even shared their secrets and that he should relax. With a sharp snap of her black-gloved fingers, a piercing sound echoed through the space and the grand palace appeared, illuminated by a mysterious purple trail stretching from the throne to Theo. From afar, Pharrell remarked that he knew it was quite late. Theo looked upward with a probing and anxious gaze, sweat continuing to run down his tense face. In the grand hall, at a long table lit by flickering candles, Hilda calmly suggested that they should talk over a light meal. Pharrell extended his large arm and politely asked Theo to follow him, to which Theo awkwardly and passively agreed. Suddenly, Theo's eyes widened in shock, his pupils shrinking as he witnessed something beyond imagination. Staring at Pharrell's imposing figure, he exclaimed in disbelief that it was the Zenith Dragon. Pharrell greeted him meaningfully, saying that it had been a while, addressing him as Theo Ragnar. Theo's red eyes darkened with contemplation as he murmured that the rumors had been true. Realizing the situation, he was astonished and thought that Hilda was truly using the Zenith Dragon as a servant. Seated at the lavish dining table, Theo remained silent, clearly uncomfortable amid the tense atmosphere. Noticing his unease, Hilda asked whether he was worried the food would not taste good and reassured him not to worry, adding that it was good enough for her to keep Pharrell by her side through all these cycles. Pharrell, standing behind, politely cleared his throat in reminder. As Hilda sipped her red wine, Theo stated that, as expected, a person could regress multiple times, to which Hilda confirmed that it was true, but added that this would be her last time. Theo, deep in thought yet composed, chose to remain silent. Observing him closely, Hilda remarked provocatively that his reaction showed he had already suspected it, but the fact that he still voiced it meant he was curious about how many cycles he had left. In the dim candlelight, she continued explaining that she herself did not know how to determine it, only that after repeating cycles, one would develop a vague feeling, sometimes sensing that many cycles remained and other times that very few were left. After hearing this, Theo calmly responded that he understood. While observing the system windows floating before him, he analyzed internally that she relied on intuition, whereas he, despite also being a regressor, had access to the blue window that provided specific details. As the golden cloche reflected the luxurious dining room, Hilda asked if he had any other questions. Theo immediately brought up a crucial matter regarding his father, and Hilda coldly permitted him to continue. As Hilda cut into her steak with her gloved hands, Theo honestly shared that recently his father had seemed like an ascendant to him. At once, Hilda's demeanor shifted as a crimson killing intent flared around her. Shocked, she demanded whether he knew about Ascension and questioned if he had seen the Pantheon. Theo was stunned by the overwhelming pressure radiating from her, breaking into cold sweat from fear, while the dining hall became engulfed in violent purple and red energy. Hilda snarled disdainfully, questioning someone like him. Pharrell, unable to endure the pressure, covered his face and quickly intervened, urging Hilda to calm down and explaining that Theo was merely ignorant of the weight carried by the Pantheon. As the space glowed with a mystical pink-purple light, Hilda's tense expression softened slightly. Pharrell calmly poured wine while she admitted that he was right and that she had reacted too sensitively. Lifting her glass, Hilda then asked meaningfully whether Theo's father resembled the ascendants of the Pantheon. Theo firmly confirmed that he did. Hilda, elegant and composed, explained that he was correct, revealing that Kyle was resisting the Pantheon's summons using his power and remaining in this world. Theo was visibly shaken and alarmed, realizing that this meant his father would ascend soon. Hilda coldly clarified that it would not happen immediately, but if he interfered in the world one more time, he would have no choice but to comply with their summons. She added that this was why, whether his children killed one another or his subordinates rebelled, he had been forced to sit back like a fool and simply watch. Hearing this, Pharrell grew concerned and cautiously warned Madame Hilda that such a statement might have been dangerous to make. Hilda calmly issued a sarcastic challenge, remarking with a scoff that if he wanted to come at her, he was welcome to do so, and that he could kill her and then ascend to the Pantheon. Theo, his gaze sharp and eyes narrowing, coldly concluded that it was just as he had thought. Recalling the image of Kyle in the past with his eyes shut in resignation, Theo reflected that Kyle had thought he could not pick up his sword even amidst that chaos, and he continued his reasoning by concluding that Kyle was not interfering in order to avoid ascending. Standing still amid memories of a ruined battlefield engulfed in flames, Theo pondered and remarked that it made sense why Kyle had secluded himself before the Great War in his previous life, since those people would have done even crazier things if his father had ascended, and that doubt and certainty were two entirely different matters. With killing intent burning in his red eyes, Theo silently declared that he was not there just for that. Hilda, her black-gloved hand resting on her utensils, coldly stated that she thought she had tasted the appetizer enough. As she elegantly sat in the banquet hall and raised a glass of red wine, Theo suggested that they should now move on, and, smiling across the luxurious dining table, he proposed that they proceed to the main dish. Maintaining her composure, Hilda questioned whether, even if he was a novice, he was still a regressor. As the golden food cover suddenly dissolved into black energy, Theo, surrounded by fragments of that energy, internally confirmed that this was part of the limited intelligence the black snow had managed to gather on Hilda. He recalled that Hilda's scroll had been like a revelation bestowed upon those who offered her loyalty or benefits, containing information that foretold the future almost like a prophecy. In a past memory, a younger Hilda had casually admitted that there was no need to hide it, and that she too was a regressor. Theo reflected that at the time he had his doubts, but after her admission, he now knew for a fact that it was true. He further realized that her scroll was a collection of information gathered over countless regressions, and, with his plan now ruined due to the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor, he firmly concluded that he needed that scroll more than anything. Hilda evaluated the worth of her knowledge, stating that it was filled with information about the future that she had gained by burning through her lives, things not even the Black Dragon of Black Snow could imagine, and that the scrolls before him were only a fraction of it. Smiling sharply behind her wineglass, she added that those were merely the intelligence concerning the magic empress, Cassandra. Theo's gaze turned cold and calculating as he realized that she knew what he was after. He then cautiously remarked that he doubted she would hand it over for free. Hilda, pleased, replied that she was glad a fellow regressor understood so easily and said she would keep it short. With an arrogant air, she extended her armored hand and commanded that he become her disciple and give her all the information from his regression cycles, adding that in return she would make him the clan head. Theo, placing a hand over his chest while maintaining a firm gaze, politely but decisively refused. Hilda narrowed her sharp red eyes and questioned whether he could not trust her. Theo closed his eyes and, after a long moment of contemplation, stated that it was not a matter of distrust and that he was certain she would honor her promise, but he firmly maintained that he simply did not want to be part of her political struggle. Rising abruptly in her black armor, Hilda murmured in confusion about this political fight. Theo, recalling the past, slowly explained that it had been decades since he stepped down as clan head and came there, and that it was entirely possible for her to interfere in Kyle's affairs by backing a new clan head. As sweat rolled down his face, Theo anxiously analyzed that she had likely shown him her past lives to build rapport as a fellow regressor, but that it had backfired in his case. Shuddering, he concluded that her obsession with power resembled the madness of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Hilda tightened her grip on her glass before draining it completely, the dark red liquid spilling like a waterfall, and she questioned herself, wondering if she had stayed there too long, and only now realized she had started off on the wrong foot, affirming that Ragnar was a land of the strong. As a thick, tar-like darkness engulfed the banquet hall, Theo stood in shock. From within the ominous void, Hilda's voice echoed as she said she would ask him one more time, and, seated regally upon her throne, she coldly declared that if he wished to live, he must become her disciple and tell her everything he knew. Surrounded in a black swamp where countless manifestations of Hilda closed in, Theo was stunned. Bound by black hands, he gritted his teeth and reassured himself that he had expected this, though he admitted he had not anticipated that she would form an isolation zone so quickly. Watching from afar, Hilda confidently asserted that she had always obtained everything she wanted, even if she had to crush it to pieces, and, with a sinister smile, she asked whether he truly thought he would be an exception. A gigantic sphere of energy filled with eerie purple light hovered at the far end of the long dining table while Hilda, standing in the distance, asked Pharrell how long it had been. Pharrell took out an exquisite pocket watch to check the time before calmly informing her that it had been exactly 1 minute. Resting her chin on one hand with a smug and arrogant smile, Hilda leisurely remarked that about an hour had likely passed in there already, and that she bet Theo had learned his place by now. Suddenly, cracks began spreading across the energy sphere as brilliant light burst through it. Hilda and Pharrell were both left speechless in shock. A violent explosion swept away everything nearby with dazzling blue and white flashes. Within the mystical space, the system notification announced that Nirvana and Dragonization had been activated, and that mental strength and perseverance had risen sharply. Meanwhile, Theo, now in an enhanced state with white hair, stood surrounded by shadowy entities. A close look at his cold and murderous eyes revealed the disgust in his growl as he cursed the creatures as creepy leeches. Theo swung his sword, producing devastating slashes that tore through space itself and annihilated the enemies around him. The shadow entities shattered apart, their bodies crumbling and falling into the pitch-black water below. Theo stood proudly amidst the ruined battlefield upon the dark water, a radiant golden light shining behind him. Wearing heavy black armor and displaying a self-satisfied smile, Theo finally declared that he had succeeded. At that moment, a glowing purple spatial crack appeared above the giant ancient tree in the devastated landscape, prompting someone to exclaim that there was a rift. The spatial crack continued to fracture and spread, releasing blinding light, as Theo thought to himself that creating a rift was the best he could do and that before it closed, he needed to act quickly. Theo dropped to one knee while the surrounding shadow entities stretched out their hands toward him. His eyes glowed crimson as he smiled excitedly, declaring that he was counting on Umbra. Theo reached one arm toward the shining rift while countless shadowy hands clung to him. A close-up of one finger releasing mysterious black smoke symbolized the awakening power of darkness. Umbra surged upward from below toward the center of the light as Theo called out its name. Umbra shot forward at incredible speed, carving violent black trails across the white void. Light and darkness collided fiercely, creating a tremendous explosion that shook the entire dimension. Umbra's face appeared in close view, displaying overwhelming power through its glowing eyes and hardened scales. Brilliant purple light erupted from the center as space itself seemed ready to shatter apart. A streak of black energy suddenly burst forth, tearing through the mystical purple mist. Umbra dashed across the vast hall at blinding speed, leaving behind a long white trail on the floor. It twisted and melted along the ground like some monstrous liquid. Resting one arm against her chair with commanding authority, Hilda slightly curled her lips before asking Pharrell whether he had seen it too. Pharrell calmly confirmed that it had indeed been the evil shadow dragon she had mentioned earlier. Continuing to observe the phenomenon, Hilda remarked that Theo was raising a rather interesting creature. Pharrell then asked whether he should pursue it, but Hilda turned away and stopped him, stating that there was no need because there was nothing unusual about a beast abandoning its master in order to survive. Hilda then drove her sword into the ground, causing the earth beneath her feet to crack violently before thoughtfully admitting that she had not expected that child to create a rift within her isolation zone. Looking toward the fading black sphere, she compared Theo's feat to Robert's, noting that even Robert had taken over 3 minutes to escape the place during his first attempt, and concluding that Theo truly must have witnessed the Pantheon after all. A calculating smile appeared on Hilda's face as she evaluated Theo's progress. She remarked that if he had already reached this level in only 1 hour, then she ought to bully him a little more. Standing behind her, Pharrell smugly agreed that it sounded like a good idea. However, concern was clearly visible in Pharrell's eyes as he quietly sighed to himself. He thought bitterly that Hilda's bad habit was surfacing once again, and lamented that she already knew Theo Ragnar had reached his limit. Pharrell sorrowfully observed the dark energy sphere and reflected that even as an heir candidate, Theo was still merely a young swordsman. Gazing toward Hilda's sharp silhouette, Pharrell mentally calculated the passage of time and power. He reflected that this cycle alone spanned 150 years and that, if all the regression cycles were counted, there was no possibility that Theo could match his lord, who had lived for centuries. Closing his eyes in helpless resignation, Pharrell admitted to himself that watching a brilliant young prospect wither away never became any easier. Hilda suddenly called out to Pharrell with overwhelming authority. Pharrell immediately bowed his head in absolute obedience, declaring that he was listening and that her humble servant awaited her command. Irritated that her meal had been interrupted, Hilda clicked her tongue and stated that she would have to finish eating later. She then sternly ordered him not to interfere because many guests would be arriving tonight, and she intended to greet them personally. Pharrell remained silent, glancing toward Hilda's departing figure with a thoughtful expression before bowing deeply within the vast hall and acknowledging her command. Without warning, a massive explosion erupted violently, sending powerful shockwaves across the entire space. Hilda clenched her teeth under the crushing pressure before suddenly crying out Robert's name in shock. Robert emerged arrogantly from the smoke and dust, mocking Hilda by remarking that it had been quite a while since they had last met, former clan head. Stretching out his hand toward the dark sphere, Robert observed that she had used it once again. A burst of brilliant purple energy instantly shattered the sphere into fragments. Standing firmly amidst the wreckage, Robert looked toward Hilda and firmly declared that her games had gone far enough. Nearby, mysterious black liquid bubbled and splashed across the floor beside a trembling hand. Theo collapsed onto the ground, his body covered in wounds, as he gasped that he truly thought he was going to die. Despite his exhaustion, Theo still praised Umbra for its efforts before sincerely thanking it for saving him. Theo quietly reflected that he had known the Black Dragon had been following him ever since he met his father, and that it would have been stranger if he had failed to notice. He recalled that the dragon had been dropping obvious hints the entire time. Through Theo's thoughts appeared the image of Thorkel clad in heavy armor. Theo concluded that his father had probably assigned Thorkel to watch over him since he had been suspected of betrayal, after all. Amidst the drifting dust and smoke, Robert stood protectively in front, while Theo watched from behind. Theo realized that Robert's actions had seemed more like protection than surveillance. Feeling grateful for the rescue, Theo admitted that he had never expected the Black Dragon to come personally. Robert looked upward with a sharp gaze and accused the others of feigning ignorance before coldly asking whether he also had to open the door for them. Theo calmly replied that it was fine, and that although he appreciated the help, he at least had to escape on his own. Suddenly, Hilda swung her blade, unleashing a blazing stream of green energy that split through space itself. A violent explosion erupted, producing a blinding white flash while bricks and rubble scattered everywhere. Hilda stared toward the surging energy and angrily complained that a grandmother could not even have a meal with her great-grandson without interruption. With a meaningful smile and piercing eyes, she then asked whether her grandson had come to join them. Robert maintained a calm expression and bluntly declined, saying no thanks and questioning what kind of meal required someone to be locked up for an hour. Carefully observing the situation, Robert instructed Theo to run when he gave the signal, and Theo quickly confirmed that he understood. Kneeling on the ground in an exhausted state, Theo desperately asked Umbra to do one more thing. Umbra's sharp eyes revealed confusion. At that moment, the ground shook violently under an invisible pressure as massive cracks spread across the earth. A gigantic green energy descended from the sky, prompting Robert to immediately give the signal and shout for Theo to run. Theo seized the opportunity and dashed forward through the ruins and blinding light with all his strength. Amid the thick smoke and chaos, Theo and Robert fought fiercely while making their escape. Hilda, filled with fury, swung her sword to block Robert's attack before roaring in anger and demanding to know how he dared to do such a thing. As their blades collided and sparks scattered, Robert coldly told the former clan head to stop this. He carefully defended himself behind his sword while his sharp eyes revealed calculated intent. Grinding her teeth in rage while being suppressed by the sharp blade, Hilda glared fiercely with crimson pupils filled with killing intent. Robert inwardly thought that even though she could no longer regress, she still could not abandon her greed. He further reflected that to regressors like her, the world was merely a toy to seize, even if it meant tearing it apart. Far in the distance, Theo continued rushing forward with all his might through flashes of energy. Spotting a window ahead, he leapt into the air and shattered the chains and debris surrounding him. Theo then fell freely from above into the majestic snowy mountains below, left speechless by the breathtaking sight before him. Umbra dived straight down from the peak of the magnificent palace while Theo shouted Umbra's name from afar. Theo mounted the gigantic Umbra, riding proudly as they tore through space itself. Umbra soared across the sky, creating spirals of white snow above the vast forest. Behind them, the great hall's window shattered completely, leaving only a ruined opening overlooking the cold night sky where Theo had vanished. Robert watched cautiously from a distance while Hilda ground her teeth in fury. Exhausted, Hilda stated that she needed to rest and told Pharrell that she would leave the rest to him. Pharrell respectfully bowed and acknowledged the order. Robert then questioned why no one was going after Theo. Hilda shrugged disdainfully and replied that Theo had jumped out the window and that she would rather die than go through that herself. Slowly walking toward the stone platform, Hilda quietly sheathed her sword with her black armored hands. Suddenly, she burst into mad laughter as she realized the bitter truth, calling Theo a brazen brat. Staring at the empty box in utter disbelief, Hilda wondered when exactly he had stolen it. Against the backdrop of winter covering the eastern slums of the Edda Empire with snow-covered rooftops, a small wooden house stood alone in the freezing night while a faint yellow light shone through its tiny window. Cassandra Edda tearfully called out to her mother in the darkness, asking whether she was asleep. Her mother softly replied that she was there and asked whether her daughter had another frightening dream. Cassandra sniffled and admitted that the dream had been truly terrifying. Sitting beside a flower vase on the wooden table, she confessed that the nightmare had felt unbearably real. Her mother gently comforted her on the old bed, assuring her that everything was all right because she was right there with her. Still trembling with fear, Cassandra continued by explaining that the bad people in the dream had killed her mother. Deeply pained, her mother asked whether those people had harmed Cassandra as well. After remaining silent for a moment, Cassandra quietly answered that they had only tied her up tightly. Her mother embraced her warmly and sorrowfully remarked that she understood. Holding Cassandra close, she reassured her that dreams could not kill her. She then gently stroked her daughter's head and advised her not to let the dream trouble her too much, adding that even if such a thing ever happened, it would never be Cassandra's fault. While flower petals drifted softly onto the wooden table, the mother tenderly asked whose side she had always been on. Cassandra timidly replied that she had always been on her daughter's side. Smiling warmly, the mother praised her for remembering correctly and suggested that it was still too early to wake up, asking whether her little princess wanted to sleep a bit longer. Cassandra obediently agreed. Outside the house, a mysterious stranger silently drew a cold blade while staring toward Cassandra sitting on the bed. The snow-covered slums remained engulfed in silence beneath the dark winter sky. Walking across the snow with his muscular bare chest exposed to the cold, Theo maintained an air of mystery. As heavy snow continued to fall, he stared thoughtfully at the scroll in his hand, noting that he had arrived at the eastern slums of Priamos. He reflected that the Empire's true future heir, the magic empress known as Cassandra Edda, was supposedly there. In his mind appeared the image of an older Cassandra wearing majestic armor and a fur cloak while smiling brilliantly beneath a clear blue sky. Passing by a torn imperial flag, Theo quietly remarked on the empire itself. He reflected on how the Edda Empire had once been the greatest nation on the continent and the homeland of Ragnar. Beneath the magnificent chandeliers of the imperial palace, he contemplated the royal bloodline and explained to himself that the Edda royal family had managed to unify the continent because of a special hereditary ability known as future foresight. However, as generations passed, fewer descendants inherited that power, and the empire's excessive dependence on it caused the royal family to become disastrously incompetent. Staring at the document that contained a drawing of a blonde girl, Theo questioned how Cassandra could possibly be the Empire's only remaining wielder of foresight while still struggling to survive in the slums. Standing beneath the snowy night sky, he tightly clenched the scroll and resolved that if he could find and protect her, she would become an invaluable ally for the future. When he spotted the isolated wooden house in the snowy slums, he cautiously wondered whether that was the correct place. After storing the scroll away into a hazy space, he reasoned that Cassandra had not even known her own identity before the royal family discovered her, which explained why she was still living there. With his sharp red eyes narrowing suspiciously, Theo questioned whether Cassandra's foresight ability had simply been weak during childhood, or whether something else was happening entirely. Suddenly, his eyes flared with killing intent as an unexpected disturbance unfolded before him. A cold blade pierced through cloth wrappings while brilliant blue sparks crackled in the darkness. Standing motionless in the snow before the wooden house, Theo sensed the atmosphere of death surrounding the area and realized that he could smell blood. The half-open wooden door revealed a long beam of light stretching into the dusty darkness inside the house. Theo cautiously stepped indoors and silently concluded that there was no ambush waiting for him. Even so, he remained suspicious and wondered who could have done such a thing, since no one at that point in time should have known Cassandra's identity. From beneath the staircase, he suddenly heard mocking laughter echoing from upstairs as unseen men shouted wildly about losing to a ridiculous card and mocked someone for recklessly going all in with a single 5. One of them proudly declared himself a risk-taker amid the chaos. Theo coldly determined that the voices were coming from upstairs. Maintaining complete silence, he observed the scene ahead with razor-sharp focus. Looking through a crack in the door, he saw a group of men dressed in black casually gambling despite the corpses scattered around the room, while Ocht sat silently in the distance. Cassandra's mother lay collapsed in a pool of blood, and the young Cassandra herself was tightly bound in chains near the staircase above. Narrowing his eyes with murderous intent, Theo questioned whether the imperial royal family had sent those men. However, as he gripped the hilt of his sword, he immediately rejected the idea, reasoning that they had no motive and that the timing made no sense. Watching Ocht sitting thoughtfully in the darkness, Theo resolved that he would force them to talk. In the next instant, he appeared behind them in a burst of crackling electricity and unleashed countless blades of energy. Horrified by the sudden intruder, Ocht reacted in shock before abruptly leaping to his feet and shouting to ask who it was. He immediately ordered all of his subordinates to prepare for combat. A violent burst of light suddenly erupted in the middle of the room, catching Ocht completely off guard as he was horrified by the overwhelming power. After being struck painfully, Ocht coughed up blood and choked out a cry of agony, saying, "Keok!" His entire body was pinned against the wall by blades of electricity, and while trembling, he muttered in confusion, wondering what on earth was happening. Staring fiercely at the enemy hidden in the darkness, Oct demanded to know who he was and how he dared to attack them, asking whether Theo even knew who they were. Theo then revealed himself with murderous intent blazing in his glowing eyes amid the lightning, coldly replying that the timing was perfect because he also wanted to know who they were. Oct froze in shock upon recognizing him and stammered fearfully that Theo Ragnar was supposed to be at the front lines, questioning why he was there instead. Tilting his head while observing Oct with sharp eyes, Theo remarked that Oct seemed to know about him and the war. At the mention of a familiar name, Oct reacted with visible disbelief and exclaimed that it was Troyvon again. Laughing mockingly, he admitted that Theo was a damn smartass and said that although he did not know how Theo had discovered the place, the situation was even better this way. Oct proudly declared that he was Oct, the 8th noble servitor of Troyvon. From afar, Oct charged toward Theo with the intent to kill him, growling that he would take Theo's head with him. At that moment, a sharp energy arrow tore through space at incredible speed and struck Oct unexpectedly. Crying out in pain and shock, Oct could only scream in surprise. Theo stared at him with eyes burning with killing intent and coldly insulted him, asking how vermin like him dared to challenge him. Blood splattered across the ground as Oct collapsed among the surrounding lightning, screaming in agony. Despite his severe injuries, however, Oct still wore a twisted grin and admitted that Theo was indeed not an easy opponent, just as they had said. Hearing those words, Theo was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Oct roared madly as he launched another attack, declaring that he would use his own life to end Theo there, and that they should both fall into hell together. Grinding his teeth in fury over the failed operation, Oct cursed that working with the Blue Mountain Corps had ruined everything, but reasoned that if he fought Theo to the death there, the Blue Mountain Corps would at least be able to recover Cassandra. Seeing straight through his intentions, Theo mocked him by saying that the Troyvon faction always relied on the same plan whenever things went wrong. Oct was left stunned in disbelief. He then unleashed a devastating punch meant to drive Theo back, but Theo swiftly avoided the blow and concentrated all his power into a decisive strike. Ruthlessly finishing off his enemy, Theo coldly told Oct to fall into hell alone. Theo landed on the wooden floor after crashing through the wall of the house with terrifying force. Without looking back, he silently walked away while an explosion erupted behind him, his overwhelming presence dominating the scene. Nearby, Cassandra Edda's mother lay motionless on the floor with exhaustion and pain evident on her face. Quietly observing the surroundings, Theo reflected that even the scroll had contained no information about Troyvon attacking Cassandra. He then contemplated the coming upheavals, realizing that the revival of the Mad Dragon Emperor was changing everything. Looking at the corpse covered with a white cloth on the floor, Theo bitterly blamed himself, thinking that her death was his responsibility as well, and lamenting that if he had arrived only a little earlier, things might have been different. Sitting anxiously on the bed, Cassandra Edda repeatedly asked whether her mother was all right and begged Theo to say something, desperately asking what had happened to her mother. Looking deeply into the girl's lifeless eyes, Theo suddenly realized that she could not see. Innocently, Cassandra confirmed once more that her mother was okay, wasn't she? Looking down at his own hands, Theo bitterly reflected on the irony of a blind person being able to see the future. He wondered whether he should tell her the truth that her mother was dead. Inside the shabby wooden room, Theo hesitated before trying to speak to Cassandra about her mother, but the girl suddenly interrupted him as though she had already known the truth, quietly stating that her mother was dead after all. Theo's eyes shook violently at the girl's terrifying calmness. Lowering her head and clutching tightly onto her clothes, Cassandra suppressed her grief and explained that she was all right because she had already seen this in her dream, and things from her dreams always came true. However, while gazing toward the distant flames burning amid the snowy night, she admitted that something felt strange this time. In her dream, the bad people had taken her away, but instead, Theo had come to save her. Raising her shimmering blue eyes filled with hope toward Theo, Cassandra softly pleaded with him, asking whether he could change the future. Theo widened his eyes in shock at the unexpected request. At that moment, a mission notification window appeared before him, announcing, "Scenario Quest Number 5. Find the future princess of the Empire and protect her." The opening scene was filled with sorrow, centered around a simple grave beside a glass vase holding vivid red flowers against the endless white snow. Theo, shirtless, led Cassandra Edda forward beneath the falling snow. Standing before the grave, Cassandra Edda lowered her head in grief and choked back sobs as she asked Oppa if he could really change the future. Tears streamed down her face as she painfully wondered why he could not have come a little earlier. Theo's dirt-stained face reflected sadness and helpless regret as he apologized, saying that he had not known they would act so quickly. Suddenly, Cassandra Edda lost all strength. Her hand slipped from Theo's grasp before she collapsed onto the ground. Startled, Theo rushed forward and caught her burning body in his arms, shocked by her feverish condition. Amid the thick snowfall, he frantically shook her unconscious form and demanded to know what was wrong, desperately calling for Cassandra to wake up. Sweat covered his worried face as he carried her and helplessly questioned what had happened to her so suddenly, insisting that he could not see any visible wounds. Beside him, Fairy Dragon anxiously observed that she had lost a great deal of strength. After examining the unconscious Cassandra Edda in Theo's arms, Fairy Dragon concluded that she had likely fainted from mental shock. Hovering in the air, Fairy Dragon urged Theo to do something quickly, reminding him that all young beings were vulnerable to danger. Hearing this, Theo stiffened in alarm. Beneath the endless white snow, he urgently ordered Umbra to hurry because Cassandra appeared to be seriously ill. The group immediately departed, leaving behind the grave adorned with red flowers in the glass vase. While flying on Umbra's back and holding Cassandra Edda tightly, Theo fell into deep thought. He reflected that he had originally intended to return immediately, but then firmly reassured himself that it could not be helped because that place was the nearest Ragnar base from their current location. Looking down at the snow-covered valley below, Theo confidently convinced himself that they would surely understand once he explained the situation. Elsewhere, beneath a majestic snowy mountain, lay a valley overflowing with purple tulips, the sanctuary directly protected by Ragnar, Tulip Garden. Cassandra Edda lay unconscious on a bed with a cold towel resting on her forehead and blankets carefully wrapped around her. Aude Lemaire gently checked her condition while silently watching over the unconscious girl with concern. Outside on the balcony, Theo stood with folded arms and let out a weary sigh. Suddenly, the wooden door opened, interrupting his thoughts. Theo immediately turned toward the sound and hurried forward to ask if Cassandra was all right. As Aude Lemaire stepped out through the doorway, she calmly reassured him that there was nothing to worry about, explaining that Cassandra had simply fallen asleep after taking fever medicine. Moments later, Aude Lemaire irritably rested one foot on a wooden crate while reluctantly admitting that she had questions as well. Hoisting a telescope onto her shoulder, she loudly demanded to know who the girl was that Theo was making such a fuss over. Theo lowered his head apologetically, yet firmly refused to explain, saying that although he appreciated the help, he could not reveal the truth. Hearing this, Aude Lemaire closed her eyes and sighed in exasperation, remarking that all heir candidates always wanted things their own way. Peering through the telescope, Aude Lemaire cautiously asked if the Troyvon clan was after the girl. Theo confirmed in a low voice that they were, though not in large numbers. Still observing through the telescope, Aude Lemaire anxiously questioned whether they would come from Priamos, and Theo calmly predicted that they probably would if they chose to follow them. Irritated by this answer, Aude Lemaire scolded Theo for leading Troyvon to such a place. In the distance, a soldier waved 2 red flags as a warning signal. Watching the scene, Aude Lemaire sarcastically assumed that a great heir candidate would not care what kind of place this was. From behind her, Theo calmly replied that he knew exactly what place it was. Startled, Aude Lemaire loosened her grip on the telescope and turned around in disbelief, asking what he meant. As vast lavender fields stretched beneath the snowy mountains, Theo proudly explained that although the place was known publicly as nothing more than a decorative garden, it was actually a sacred resting place for the Ragnar clan's revered figures. Aude Lemaire's expression briefly darkened with suspicion and contemplation. Standing at the doorway of the wooden cabin, Aude Lemaire angrily questioned whether Theo expected praise simply for knowing that fact. She argued that bringing Troyvon there despite understanding its importance only made matters worse. Lowering her eyes self-consciously, she bitterly admitted that perhaps she did not even have the right to complain. Exhausted, she dropped herself into a chair on the porch before telling Theo not to worry about the child. Theo responded in confusion, asking if she truly meant that. Removing her hat, Aude Lemaire confirmed that she had received a report proving he was telling the truth. Inside the room, Cassandra Edda slept peacefully beneath warm blankets, curled up quietly. Watching her, Aude Lemaire remarked that the Troyvon clan was clearly not chasing an ordinary child. Moved with gratitude, Theo thanked the cooperative head sincerely. He then awkwardly apologized once again. Aude Lemaire removed her straw hat and looked back at him curiously as Theo respectfully bowed amid the drifting flower petals. He admitted that although everything had been chaotic, he still wished to sincerely apologize for suddenly intruding upon Ragnar's sacred resting place. Aude Lemaire closed her eyes shyly while adjusting her straw hat before lightly praising Theo, saying that a courteous heir candidate was something new and that at least he possessed basic manners unlike the other one. Suspicious, Theo immediately asked whether someone else had been there. Looking toward the snow-covered wooden cabin amidst the lilac fields, Aude Lemaire complained tiredly that another heir candidate had arrived earlier under the excuse of carrying out a mission and had simply settled there, becoming a constant headache. Curious, Theo wondered aloud who could possibly do such a thing when she was the cooperative head of the sanctuary garden. Aude Lemaire slyly asked who he thought it might be before casually revealing that it was another heir candidate just like him. Theo's expression immediately changed in shock as he repeated in disbelief that it was another heir candidate and began asking whether it could possibly be. At that exact moment, a sharp streak of white light tore through the sky and descended directly onto the wooden rooftop while flower petals continued drifting through the air. Reze Ragnar suddenly landed atop the cabin while gripping her weapon tightly. Standing proudly on the roof, she looked down at Theo and greeted her little brother. Resting her massive scythe across her shoulder, Reze Ragnar smiled with excitement as she remarked that he looked like a worthy fighter in person. Looking upward with sharp, guarded eyes, Theo silently observed the newly arrived figure with extreme caution. Aude Lemaire gently rose to her feet and admitted that she was too frightened to continue now that the woman had arrived. Theo watched Aude Lemaire's retreating figure as she slowly walked away while assuring him that she would look after the child and that the family matters between the two of them should be settled personally. Theo then turned around, his crimson eyes filled with icy provocation as he remarked that he was sure the other party had heard everything already. Reze Ragnar responded with a crazed and excited grin, laughing as she praised his confidence and declared that he surely knew how the Ragnars greeted one another. The ground suddenly shattered and split apart violently under the eruption of terrifying pressure. Reze Ragnar descended from above with a blazing strike infused with deadly poison, launching the devastating attack directly at her opponent. A horrifying explosion erupted, flames and smoke surging wildly and shaking the surrounding space itself. Amid the thick smoke, Reze Ragnar smiled arrogantly with clear satisfaction, while Theo calmly suggested that they should continue somewhere else. Theo swiftly raised his sword defensively and sternly warned that innocent bystanders would get hurt otherwise. Theo's sharp sword continuously clashed against Reze Ragnar's weapon with tremendous force, driving her backward. Realizing the issue, Reze Ragnar reacted in surprise and admitted that he was right, explaining that she had become too excited to fight. A mysterious and exhilarated smile spread across her face before she suddenly swung her weapon violently, releasing a powerful slash that tore through the air itself. Reze Ragnar then dove downward and created a fierce whirlwind while loudly provoking Theo by shouting that they should begin where he had once fallen. Theo struggled to withstand the incoming sword strike and inwardly assessed that the second heir candidate, the Black Reaper Reze, was even more reckless than the rumors claimed. At that moment, a system panel unexpectedly appeared before Theo, leaving him astonished. Reze Ragnar stood powerfully with her weapon in hand as the system displayed the notification that the primordial dragon's relic, Grim Reaper, had been discovered. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to the vast military encampment within the snowy mountain range known as the occupied territory at Ragnar's front line, the Frisia Great Snowfield. A sudden collision occurred between two men inside the camp. The larger man turned his back while warning the other to watch where he was going. The second man immediately grew irritated and angrily questioned whether the other had no eyes. One man revealed glowing blood-red eyes filled with killing intent and coldly threatened the other to repeat those words. However, the opponent showed no fear at all and mockingly sneered that perhaps both the man's eyes and ears no longer worked. The setting then moved to another snow-covered encampment beneath a gloomy winter sky. A man poked his head out from a tent and curiously wondered what the commotion was about. Selperd enthusiastically invited his companion with an excited grin, claiming that someone was probably fighting and that watching others fight was the most entertaining thing possible, before urging Aaron to follow him. Standing behind him, Aaron sighed helplessly and asked when Selperd was ever going to mature. When they arrived at the scene, Selperd froze in shock at the chaotic sight before him and wondered what exactly was happening. Across the snowy courtyard, soldiers from both sides were violently clawing, stabbing, and slashing at one another in a bloody melee. Selperd hurried forward to stop them, grabbing one soldier tightly while shouting for everyone to regain their senses and asking whether they truly intended to kill their own allies. The restrained soldier furiously defended himself by insisting that the other side was being unreasonable. Suddenly, a gigantic blaze erupted alongside a deafening explosion that terrified everyone present. From within the fiery battlefield, Ayan roared furiously, demanding to know what in the world everyone was doing. The suffocating tension intensified as Ayan continued shouting that they were in the middle of a war. Walking majestically through the flames, she angrily declared that they already lacked enough swords to point at the enemy, yet these fools dared to injure their own comrades, and she challenged anyone with strength left to step forward and face her personally. Under the overwhelming pressure, Selperd broke into a nervous sweat while Aaron stood frozen behind him. Selperd anxiously muttered the title of the Black Iron Vice Commander, Fire Goblin Ayan Sosoli. Trying to remain calm, Selperd expressed hope that things would settle down now, while Aaron silently stood there with a tense and worried expression. A close-up revealed sweat dripping down Erin's face as fear overwhelmed her amidst the crushing atmosphere. However, her eyes suddenly widened in fury behind her round glasses, and a mysterious crimson glow ignited within her pupils. Wearing white gloves, Erin decisively drew a sharp sword from its sheath. Yet another hand abruptly reached out and firmly grabbed the blade to stop her reckless action. Selpert forced an awkward smile in an attempt to calm the situation and hurriedly asked what she was doing, insisting that it was not a serious matter and urging her to calm down. Nevertheless, Erin remained completely silent, her glowing red eyes still filled with severity. The scene shifted once more to a snowy encampment where a blue dragon emblazoned banner stood beside a blazing campfire while two warriors guarded the area in the distance. Inside one of the tents, Wolfgang stared down at a tactical map and angrily clicked his tongue, complaining that everyone had succumbed to this level of madness and questioning how they could even fight properly anymore. Julius solemnly observed the fiery battlefield and analyzed that they could not allow the Mad Dragon Emperor's madness to spread any further, explaining that it was flowing out from Troyvon's main stronghold and proposing that they withdraw their frontline forces. Dante immediately hardened his expression and angrily questioned whether Julius was giving up on the war despite the army marching in only 2 days, insisting that they now had the perfect chance to destroy Troyvon once and for all. Robert clasped his hands together as his glowing red eyes appeared beneath the cloth covering half his face, and he coldly reorganized the strategy by declaring that only elites capable of enduring the madness would remain while high-ranking swordsmen and everyone below them would retreat so the entire operation could be reassessed. Neil turned away thoughtfully and voiced his deep concerns, warning that even the elite forces would not survive for long and reminding everyone that even the Wind Baron had once succumbed to madness. Julius's tense expression then appeared in close-up as he bitterly admitted that he had never expected such a disaster to happen. Far away, the magnificent castle of Troyvon was shown being tightly wrapped and consumed by crimson streams of dark energy within an atmosphere of pure death. Across the snowy plains, hundreds of military tents stood closely gathered together while Julius silently held on to hope, believing that by the time Theo returned, the tide of the war would have completely changed. Rezi Ragnar became excited when Theo suggested that they go somewhere else. Theo tried to stop her, explaining that she would hurt innocent bystanders. As Theo and Reze Ragnar fought fiercely across the devastated land, Reze Ragnar admitted in surprise that Theo was right and remarked that she had simply become too excited about fighting. She then revealed a sinister smile and unleashed a powerful attack that scattered flower petals in every direction. Theo was stunned by the sudden strike, while Reze Ragnar firmly challenged him by declaring that they should begin where he had fallen. Theo struggled to withstand Reze Ragnar's relentless assault amid the chaotic battlefield. As he assessed her strength, he concluded that she was as fast as Gishar and possessed even greater destructive power. He also realized that her previous attack had not been executed at full strength. Reze Ragnar, thrilled by the battle, remarked that Theo had a fierce look in his eyes. As the two clashed head-on, their weapons collided and sent brilliant sparks flying. Reze Ragnar challenged him further, saying that she wanted to see whether his skills were as fierce as his gaze. Their blades carved dazzling trails through the air. Reze Ragnar gleefully commented that the rumors were not complete lies. She then ordered him to watch what came next. Massive whirlwinds of blazing energy began to twist and expand around them. Reze Ragnar confidently asked how he would handle that before shouting that she was making her move. She unleashed a barrage of spinning fire sickles that rushed toward Theo. Theo decisively swung his sword and deflected the fiery attacks to protect himself. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in shock as he realized something. Observing the sickles circling around him, he noted that the ones he had deflected were now revolving around his position. Standing firmly with her sickle in hand, Reze Ragnar threatened that it was too late for him to notice. She then launched another technique, creating a violent torrent of flames aimed directly at him. Theo gathered his strength while carefully observing the situation in search of a countermeasure. A colossal firestorm swept across the battlefield, its blazing vortex spinning without end. The collision of opposing energies produced an explosion of blinding light. Witnessing the spectacle, Reze Ragnar exclaimed in excitement. Theo responded by unleashing a powerful attack infused with blue light energy. Reze Ragnar smiled challengingly and admitted to herself that it was impressive. She rushed forward with her sickle, but Theo managed to block the strike with his sword. He immediately launched a counterattack and boldly declared that it was now his turn. Preparing for another assault, Reze Ragnar swung her sickle and enthusiastically urged him to come at her. A violent explosion erupted where they collided, leaving behind a massive crater and scattering debris everywhere. Even after the impact, Reze Ragnar maintained her fighting stance within the thick cloud of dust and smoke. At that moment, members of the Reaper Squad rushed in to assist her and confronted Theo directly. One squad member glared at Theo and demanded to know how he dared threaten Miss Rees. Another proudly declared that the Reaper squad would make him pay. Concentrating intensely, he warned Theo that they would pursue vengeance for his vile actions no matter what. Before he could continue, Reze Ragnar suddenly struck him on the head with her weapon, causing him to freeze in surprise. Irritated, she demanded to know how many times she had to tell them to stay out of it. She complained that she had only just begun warming up and questioned why they were all becoming so worked up. Meanwhile, from a nearby corner, Theo thought to himself that he had not expected that reaction. Reze Ragnar then apologized to Theo, explaining that the fight had finally become enjoyable before her subordinates interrupted and ruined the mood. She told him that she would apologize on their behalf and added that, as he could see, they tended to be rather extreme. Theo reassured her that it was all right and joked that if their greeting had continued any longer, he would have passed out. Amused, Reze Ragnar commented that Theo knew how to joke. She added that hearing that made her feel much better. She then remarked that the battle had been fun and suggested that they share a drink sometime. Theo accepted the invitation, saying that he would love that. Privately, however, he evaluated her strength and concluded that she was on a completely different level in terms of power, speed, and technique. He believed that if the encounter had been a genuine battle, he would have needed to use dragonization. As he continued observing, Theo wondered how another heir candidate could be even stronger than Rees. He questioned what had given Axion the confidence to bluff so boldly. Reze Ragnar then turned to her subordinates and announced that they had heard the conversation and now had a chance to make up for their mistake. She ordered them to prepare a feast. The subordinates immediately responded in unison that they understood. Reflecting on the situation, Theo thought that he appreciated how honest and easygoing Reze Ragnar was compared to others. However, after looking thoughtfully at her sickle, he concluded that this only placed him in an even more difficult position. Judging from its aura, he believed it to be a relic of the primordial dragon. Scratching his head while watching the group ahead, Theo reflected that taking the relic from her would have been much easier if she had been openly hostile. Unsure of how to proceed, he wondered what he was supposed to do now. Here's the passage converted into English indirect speech, with all dialogue rendered in reported form. Cassandra Etta was curled up asleep on the bed beneath the gentle sunlight. She suddenly woke up and stirred slightly. Seeing that the girl had sat up, Aude Lemaire kindly asked whether she was feeling a bit better now. Cassandra Etta tiredly replied that she was. Aude Lemaire pushed the food cart closer and reminded her that she had been sick and therefore must be hungry. She told the girl to eat up so that she could get better soon. Cassandra Etta looked up at the lavish meal laid out before her with surprise in her eyes. Breathing in the enticing aroma coming from the dishes, she exclaimed that it smelled delicious. She reached out, intending to grab some food from a plate with her hand. Aude Lemaire quickly stopped her and scolded her, asking where her manners were and why she was using her hand. As she carefully prepared the meal for Cassandra Etta, Aude Lemaire explained that the food was hot. She added that she could not be bothered to explain further and instructed the girl to simply eat what she had cut up for her. Aude Lemaire then sternly ordered Cassandra Etta to open her mouth. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Cassandra Etta obediently opened her mouth. While feeding her, Aude Lemaire told her that once she had finished eating, they would get her changed. She instructed the girl to take off her clothes so that she could patch them up. Aude Lemaire then wondered whether those precious clothes had been made for her by her mother. The question left Cassandra Etta momentarily speechless. A trace of uncertainty crossed her face. After hesitating for a moment, she quietly expressed her gratitude and thanked Aude Lemaire. In response, Aude Lemaire teasingly called her a crybaby. Suddenly remembering something, Aude Lemaire remarked that she had almost forgotten the drinks. She reminded Cassandra Etta not to eat with her hands and told her that she would be right back, instructing the girl to wait. After Aude Lemaire left, Cassandra Etta sat alone, silently staring at the meal before her. She thoughtfully concluded that something was wrong, explaining to herself that she had not been able to see the future in her dreams for quite some time. Growing increasingly worried, she realized that things kept unfolding differently from the future she had seen in her dreams. She admitted that she had never experienced anything like that before. Curling herself up beneath the blanket, Cassandra Etta reflected that in the past, she had only ever had sad dreams. She then sat up on the bed and looked around the bright room and the fully prepared meal on the table. Thinking to herself, she noted that things were now much better. At that moment, a pair of black knee-high boots belonging to a woman approached the wooden bed frame. Cassandra Etta looked up in surprise and excitedly cried out that the woman had returned. However, the black boots continued advancing decisively across the wooden floor, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Cassandra Etta froze in shock, cold sweat forming on her body as the unexpected stranger appeared. Warily observing the mysterious woman, she cautiously asked who she was and addressed her as an auntie. Standing tall in a tight black outfit with a sword in hand, Sex sharply corrected her. She remarked with irritation that the child was extremely rude and stated that she should be calling her sister rather than auntie. A sudden sharp pain struck Cassandra Etta's face, leaving her stunned. Sex had delivered a lightning-fast blow that left the girl dazed. She coldly ordered Cassandra Etta to call her sister the next time. Cassandra Etta collapsed motionless on the wooden floor, her golden hair spread out and covering her face. Looking down, Sex appeared surprised by the appearance of something below. She grabbed Cassandra Etta by the collar and lifted her off the ground while a dark blue-black magic circle began opening before them. As a horrifying shadowy entity emerged from the magic circle, Sex smugly declared that it had been far too easy. The scene depicted a lone wooden house standing amid snow-covered mountains, with snowflakes drifting gently through the silent air. As the dust gradually cleared, torn walls and shattered sections of the roof were revealed. Fresh drops of blood fell onto the wooden floor, gathering into a small pool. Sex endured her injuries with visible strain, gritting her teeth as she cursed that it was damn it. When the bizarre shadow-covered Umbra appeared before her, she was horrified and wondered what kind of monster it was. Staring fixedly at Umbra, she questioned where such a monster had suddenly come from. As she examined the devastated surroundings, she analyzed the situation inwardly, thinking that everything was a mess, that it was causing far too much commotion, and that she had never heard that the girl was protected by something like that. Her gaze turned thoughtful as she considered her next move. Clenching her hand tightly, Sex resolved that she could not delay any longer. She concluded that the monster seemed determined to protect the child and declared that she would kill the monster, seize the child, and leave immediately. Umbra, cloaked in darkness, continued shielding Cassandra Etta within its embrace. A terrifying slash swept across the area, shaking the ground and sending a distant house flying apart from the resulting shockwave. Sex stood ready for battle, her cold eyes locked onto Umbra. She disdainfully remarked that it had looked impressive but was not actually that strong. Umbra appeared startled by the attack. Suddenly, Sex struggled to defend herself when her weapon was shattered into pieces. At that moment, Theo launched himself powerfully through the air and struck down toward his opponent. Sex reacted in shock, exclaiming that he was Theo Ragnar and adding that she had heard a great deal about him. Theo and Sex collided violently, sword energy and immense power erupting throughout the battlefield. Overwhelmed by the crushing force, Sex screamed in agony as she was defeated. Meanwhile, a stream of black energy enveloped Cassandra Etta, forming a protective barrier around her inside the wooden house. Theo gently patted Umbra and thanked it for protecting Cassandra. The creature responded in return. Moments later, Theo's eyes widened in surprise. Observing the situation, he worriedly speculated that Sex had not used the reverse blood surge technique after all. Soon afterward, a crimson pillar of smoke rose in the distance, causing him to exclaim in surprise that it was a smoke signal. Facing Theo while holding an object in her mouth, Sex mocked his reaction. She asked why he seemed so shocked and questioned whether he had expected her to commit suicide with the reverse blood surge technique. She added that even if she intended to kill herself, she despised a pathetic death like that. Theo raised an arm to shield himself as a stream of black liquid shot toward him. Far away, someone observed the mountains and flower fields through a telescope and remarked with excitement that a red smoke signal had appeared. A close-up of the observer's eye behind the specialized telescope followed. He urgently informed his master that Sex had been caught. After quietly assessing the situation, the observer commented that Sex had been an experiment specialized in stealth. He admitted that he had not expected such an outcome and concluded that even stealth at the level of null snow had not been sufficient. He then stated that the information would serve as valuable data for future reference. Surveying the surroundings, Ainz announced that his experiment was over. He then ordered his followers to begin their real work. Looking toward the distant battlefield, where Troyvon's cavalry stood in disciplined formation, Ainz declared that the honor of Troyvon's elite cavalry was at stake. Elsewhere, a massive explosion erupted across a desolate landscape, and dust clouds engulfed one side of the wooden house. Seeing the smoke rising into the sky, Rize Ragnar was startled and wondered whether Theo had triggered the smoke signal. She questioned what exactly was happening. Rize immediately ordered the Reaper squad to scout the area, warning that enemies might be nearby. However, a mysterious soldier interrupted and stated that such measures were unnecessary, addressing her as Miss Rize. Confused, Rize demanded to know what he meant. Looking ahead with suspicion, she suddenly realized what she was seeing. A vast field of purple flowers stretched beneath the blue sky, while the atmosphere trembled under the presence of an approaching force. A cavalry unit charged across the field, and upon seeing them, Rize recognized them in horror as Troyvon's elite cavalry, the Blue Mountain Corps. Carrying Cassandra Etta in his arms, Theo arrived beside Rize and questioned whether they had truly reserved a military force of that scale during a war. He remarked that the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Relieved to see him, Rize commented that Theo was safe after all. Still carrying Cassandra, Theo explained that he was accustomed to fighting those troops, but he could not understand how such a massive army had appeared there. Rize agreed, saying that she had been wondering the same thing. She speculated that the Tulip Garden guards should have been on duty and questioned whether they had been attacked before they could report anything. Theo remained silent for a moment before grimly stating that the situation was strange and that this was not even the strangest part. His thoughts turned to Cassandra Edda's future self, seated upon a throne with a calculating gaze. He reasoned that Cassandra's ability to see the future was undoubtedly tempting. However, he pointed out that Troyvon already possessed the Mad Dragon Emperor, a regressor, and therefore should have sufficient knowledge of the future even without Cassandra. Watching the cavalry advance across the battlefield, Theo continued reasoning that if Troyvon had deployed so many troops merely to capture her, then they clearly saw extraordinary value in her. Staring into the distance, he demanded to know what Troyvon was truly plotting. A guard then rushed forward and warned that the cavalry would soon break through their position. Addressing Miss Rees, he urgently requested orders. Rees decisively responded that there was no need to avoid a battle that was coming directly to them and declared that they would defeat every one of their enemies. Holding Cassandra Edda more protectively, Theo interrupted and warned that the battle itself was not what mattered most at the moment. He emphasized that their enemies were specifically after the child. Cassandra Edda embraced Theo as he worriedly remarked that they might be fine if they fought back, but she would not be, adding that in the worst-case scenario, their enemies would take her away. Reze Ragnar sharply questioned what Theo meant, asking why they would target her, who she was, and whether she was some hidden child of the Emperor. Theo fell silent and pondered the matter without answering. Seeing his reaction, Reze Ragnar was left stunned before skeptically asking if it was really true. Realizing the danger, Reze Ragnar ordered his companions to spread out and hide. The others immediately responded that they understood. Reze Ragnar then let out a frustrated sigh and muttered that the situation was not looking good. Suddenly, someone's hand tightly gripped the door in a wary manner. Watching from inside the house, Ode Lemaire cursed the intruders under her breath. She then opened the door and stepped outside. Theo called out to her, asking whether she was the head of the garden coop. Instead of answering, Ode Lemaire anxiously demanded to know who on earth he had brought with him. Panic was evident on her face as she urgently told them not to stand there and ordered them to get inside immediately. Soon afterward, the silent wooden house blanketed in snow revealed its devastated condition. The room remained cold and still as snowflakes drifted through the winter air. The blanket covering the old bed had been torn apart, bearing witness to the brutality of past battles. Then, beneath the bed, a hidden door leading to a secret underground passage was revealed. Mysterious footsteps slowly descended the stone stairs. Upon entering the unfamiliar underground chamber, Theo suspiciously asked whether this place was what he thought it was. Ode Lemaire warned him to show respect, explaining that Ragnar's revered ancestors were resting there in peace. Carrying Cassandra Edda in his arms, Theo apologized, saying that he had not expected things to become this bad. Ode Lemaire coldly dismissed his apology, stating that she had already known such a situation could happen when she decided to take them in. She told him that none of that mattered now and instructed him to focus on protecting the child. As the group advanced through the gloomy corridors of the ancient underground passage, Ode Lemaire carefully explained that Troyvon did not know about the location. She added that even if they discovered it, the place had been designed like a maze to prevent grave robbers from navigating it, making it impossible for them to track the group. The party continued deeper into the underground complex. Ode Lemaire declared that they would head to the tomb of 299, explaining that it lay in the deepest part of the catacombs and would be the safest place available. Reze Ragnar was astonished and asked whether the tomb of 299 was actually located there. Hearing the name, Theo quietly reflected on the legendary 299 Suicide Squad. Historical memories seemed to replay in his mind, recalling how countless monsters had once stormed the northern frontier and invaded the continent. At that time, 299 of Ragnar's elite soldiers had stood against the monstrous tide and stopped it. Their sacrifice had become a legendary story known throughout Ragnar. Eventually, Theo's group arrived at the final resting place of those heroes. Gazing upon the magnificent scene, Theo concluded to himself that this was indeed their burial ground. At the center of the illuminated mausoleum, Ode Lemaire confirmed that they had arrived and explained that the site was the burial ground of Ragnar's great 299 heroes. From above, the group could be seen standing within the vast interior of the tomb. Looking around the area, Theo reassured himself that the place would definitely be safe. He then glanced at Ode Lemaire, who stood facing the perilous entrance, and reflected that the path had been so complicated that they could never have reached the location without the caretaker's guidance. At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared, announcing that an anomaly had been detected and that the skill Hatchling Synchro had been forcefully activated. Theo's expression immediately filled with shock and confusion as he inwardly wondered how Hatchling Synchro could have been activated by force. Meanwhile, a mysterious stranger observed the situation from somewhere unseen. With interest evident in his eyes, he remarked that the man seemed capable of seeing them. At the same time, strange green lights began appearing throughout the area. Theo cautiously looked upward, and immediately afterward, a mysterious voice stated that it believed he could see them.